Chapter 1. In the spiritual realm of Nanxian, within the Han Empire, the Gu family. Gu Changqing gazed at the bustling courtyard of the Gu family, where clusters of the younger generation mingled. In contrast, he stood alone, leaning against a pillar, feeling somewhat out of place. It had been a full 17 years since Gu Changqing traversed to the Tianqian continent. And Gu Changqing was now 17 years old. Body refinement, true spirit, tribulation, king realm, emperor, venerable imperial realm. This delineates the cultivation system of the Tianqian continent. Beyond the imperial realm, higher tiers exist, yet they remain beyond Gu Changqing's reach. In the Han Empire, those in the tribulation realm are regarded as formidable beings. The elders of major sects predominantly reside within this echelon. As for the king realm, it represents the esteemed ancestors of the prominent sects and families. Having embarked on his cultivation journey at the tender age of 5, Gu Changqing had never dared to slacken his efforts. Among his peers, he toiled harder than anyone else. Now, at 17, he had attained the first level of true spirit, standing unparalleled among the younger generation of the Gu family. However, viewed through the lens of the entire Han Empire, and even the broader spiritual realm, he was but a grain of sand in the vast ocean, inconspicuous and negligible. I have brought shame to my fellow transmigrators. While other transmigrators were born with supreme bones or chaotic physiques, often accompanied by an elder mentor or a golden finger system, he found himself devoid of any such advantages. What systems or golden fingers? He had yet to see a shadow of them. Well, perhaps living a simple and unassuming life is not so bad after all. He spoke these words, yet his tone betrayed a hint of reluctance. Yet, regardless of his discontent, it was futile. He could only resign himself to fate. Young master, someone from the Zhang family has arrived. The family head requests your presence. A servant appeared beside Gu Changqing, bowing respectfully. Zhang family? Gu Changqing was taken aback. Ah, right. He almost forgot he wasn't entirely devoid of fortune. He at least had a betrothed. Zhang family, Zhang Baiwei. The Zhang family was not akin to the Gu family, which was merely a small town on the periphery of the Han Empire. The Zhang family, however, stood as one of the 3 great families of the Han Empire, boasting no fewer than 5 formidable figures in the king realm. Among them the venerable Zhang patriarch, known throughout Han as the King of Zhang. He was a being of consummate king realm, with one foot nearly crossing into the divine king tier. The king realm is further divided into 3 stages: Xian King, Tian King, and Divine King. A Tian King level powerhouse ranks among the pinnacle figures of the Han Empire. On one side, there lies one of the 3 great families of the Han Empire. On the other, a small town family at the empire's border, where the strongest is Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, a 6th tribulation realm cultivator. These 2 seemingly unrelated families share an extraordinary connection. The ancestors of the Gu family once experienced a period of remarkable glory. During that time, many powerful beings emerged from the Gu family, establishing it as one of the sacred clans of the spiritual realm, with divine emperors and celestial sovereigns among their ranks. Back then, the Zhang family was merely one of the many vassal forces under the Gu family's dominion. Yet that was an era that had long since faded. Thousands of years passed. With the passage of time, 8,000 years ago, the Gu family encountered a cataclysmic crisis, losing all its top-tier powerhouses and suffering the destruction of most of its techniques and treasures, leaving behind only fragmented remnants. Since then, the Gu family began its gradual decline. Following that, the Gu family has not produced any formidable beings beyond the emperor level. The bloodline power of the Gu family has weakened with each generation, leading to a present where their bloodline is nearly imperceptible, on the verge of extinction. To reignite their bloodline power, there exists but one path. A member of the Gu family must ascend to the emperor realm. Yet for a family in decline, how incredibly challenging is that? The ancestors of the Gu family had not lacked an effort over 3,000 years ago. They staked their entire foundation in an attempt to cultivate an emperor, only to meet with regretful failure. Once a dominant force in the spiritual realm, the Gu family now languished in obscurity, gradually forgotten by the world. Today, the Gu family is merely a family from a small border town in the Han Empire, barely sustained by Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, a sixth tribulation realm cultivator, evoking a sense of melancholy. Conversely, the once subordinate Jiang family has flourished over the centuries, reaching its zenith after the emergence of Jiang Tianwang a century ago. Currently, Jiang Tianwang stands just a step away from the divine king realm. Should he break through, even the Han royal family would have to show deference to the Jiang family. Since the last king-level individual of the Gu family fell, the ties between the Jiang and Gu families have dwindled. No matter how glorious the Gu family once was, that is now merely a memory. Today, the Gu family is but a small clan devoid of any king-level powerhouses. It is entirely reasonable for the resplendent Jiang family to look down upon the Gu family. The reason they are willing to marry Jiang Baiwei, the daughter of the family head, to Gu Changqing is not out of nostalgia for past glories, but because the Jiang family owes a debt to the Gu family. It is a debt that has lingered for over 300 years. For centuries, the Gu family has refrained from mentioning or utilizing this debt. Until recently, when it became evident that none of the fourth-generation descendants of the Gu family showed the potential to ascend to the tribulation realm. Seeing this situation, Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, finally grew anxious. At this rate, not only would they not rise again, but in a few generations, the Gu family might cease to exist altogether. Currently, Gu Yuan is the sole tribulation realm cultivator in the Gu family. Among the third generation, Gu Changqing's talent is considered decent. Yet, merely decent means that reaching the ninth level of true spirit might be, as far as he goes, let alone breaking into the tribulation realm. It is no wonder this marriage proposal came to fruition. Son, the future of the Gu family rests upon your shoulders. Your father has secured you a fine bride, the daughter of the Jiang family head. For her sake, I have invoked the favor owed to us by the Jiang family's ancestors. Bear children, many children, dozens of them. These were the exact words of Gu Changqing's father. Dozens of children, goodness. Was he treating himself as livestock? After the servant relayed the message, Gu Changqing rose to his feet, preparing to head to the reception hall. Just as he stood, a sudden and inexplicable pain pierced his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have awakened the more children, more blessing system. Gu Changqing. That melodious ding had been something Gu Changqing had longed for, waiting for it since his childhood, yet it had never materialized. And now it finally rang out? Gu Changqing felt as though he were in a dream, the situation surreal. Damn, my system has finally arrived. What a journey it has been. But wasn't this a tad late? He was already 17 years old, having spent 17 years in this world. However, what exactly is this more children, more blessing system? Upon examining the functions of the system, Gu Changqing soon understood. The system had but one function: to create offspring. The higher the talent of the children born, the greater the rewards Gu Changqing would receive. Additionally, there existed an achievement system. Rewards would be granted upon the birth of the 10th, 100th, and 1000th child. Finally, Gu Changqing understood why the system had chosen this moment to appear, just as he was on the verge of marriage and parenthood. Had he known it would come to this, he would have told his father he wanted to marry and have children at the age of 15. Not 10, that would have been a stretch. Oh, and system. Don't all systems come with a beginner's gift pack? You must have one too, right? Yes. A simple word brought a beaming smile to Gu Changqing's face. Detected that the host has 3 unopened beginner random gift packs. Would you like to open them? Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial level cultivation method Tai Xianjing. Open the second one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial level alchemy method Dan Di Xianjing. Holy moly. Seeing the 2 items he had just acquired, Gu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. 2 cultivation methods, both at the Imperial level. It is no wonder Gu Changqing was so exhilarated. The term Imperial level carries immense significance. Human, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, Venerable, and finally, Imperial. This is the hierarchy of cultivation methods in this realm. The primary cultivation method of the Gu family today, the fragmented Gu family method, is a low-level king tier technique. This is already quite commendable, as it has been passed down from their ancestors. Although fragmented, it still ranks among the king level. One must understand that within many king-level factions, the primary cultivation methods are merely at the king tier, and while the Gu family lacks a king-level powerhouse, they possess a king-tier method. Even during the peak of the Gu family's glory tens of thousands of years ago, their complete version of the Gu family method was only at the venerable tier. This means that the two techniques Gu Changqing has now acquired are a level higher than the venerable techniques practiced by the Gu family at their pinnacle. Imperial-level techniques are supreme methods that could only exist within the imperial court. Initially, Gu Changqing felt a twinge of resentment regarding the system's late arrival. But now, all feelings of grievance and dissatisfaction vanished without a trace. The rewards it had provided were simply too generous. Gu Changqing carefully examined the two cultivation methods now resting within the system's space. The Taishian Sutra, crafted by the mysterious emperor, comprises 4 volumes. With each volume mastered, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating increases exponentially. The Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra, conceived by the Qingmu Dan Emperor, encapsulates his lifelong learning and unique alchemical methods, while also recording all the formulas of the elixirs he has concocted. Gu Changqing glanced briefly at the myriad of formulas, and indeed, it contained an extensive array, including many that had long been lost to time. Open the 3rd gift package. He had no intention of saving the final gift. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a stroke of luck, having drawn the Immortal Tier technique, the Extermination Sword Array. Immortal Tier? The Extermination Sword Array. Having consecutively drawn 2 Emperor Tier techniques, according to the law of conservation of luck, he surmised that his next draw would likely yield something of lesser value. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 3rd item drawn would not only match the previous 2, but surpass them in magnificence? Immortal Tier? The pinnacle of techniques Gu Changqing was aware of was merely Emperor Tier. Could this Immortal Tier be above that? Above Emperor Tier lies Saint Tier, and above Saint Tier is Immortal Tier. The system's voice suddenly interjected, providing clarification. Well, no wonder the system issued a special prompt. This truly is a remarkable stroke of fortune. What he had drawn in his 3rd lottery, the Extermination Sword Array, was indeed an astonishing existence. The Immortal Tier Sword Array. According to the system's introduction, the Extermination Sword Array was created by the Kangwu Immortal King, who had once relied on this array to challenge the Immortal Emperor while at the Immortal King realm. The higher the rank of the spiritual swords forming the array, the greater the destructive power. Gu Changqing felt a slight dizziness envelop him. What immortal kings and immortal emperors, his understanding of the highest realm was merely the emperor realm. Nevertheless, it was certain that immortal kings and immortal emperors were beings far exceeding the emperor realm. The Immortal Tier Sword Array. With this array at his disposal, what great talents of the world, what children of supreme fortune, even those several realms above him, could withstand even a few moments within his Extermination Sword Array? Young master? A servant's voice jolted Gu Changqing back to reality. Clearing his throat, he recognized that it was not the time to ponder the 3 techniques. The Jiang family had arrived. Presumably to discuss wedding matters, he should make his way there first. Following the servant, he soon arrived at the reception hall. Before even entering, Gu Changqing sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. His father, Gu Yuan, was seated in the main position, his expression rather grim. It was agreed that it would be Jiang Baiwei, yet now it has been changed to Jiang Lianxin. This is hardly acceptable. Where is the Jiang clan leader? This matter was jointly decided by him and me. How can it be changed without consultation? I shall seek him out. The elder of the Jiang family shook his head and said, Patriarch Gu, it is best not to stir the pot. This is the leader's decision. Then why does he not come to speak with me personally? Why send you? Gu Yuan retorted coldly. The current leader of the Jiang family has 2 daughters, the elder, Jiang Baiwei, and the younger, Jiang Lianxin. If it were the former Jiang Lianxin, Gu Yuan would have wholeheartedly welcomed it. However, the current Jiang Lianxin was merely a frail being who required servants even for dressing and undressing. Once, Jiang Lianxin was the most prodigious genius the Jiang family had seen in a millennium, possessing a naturally gifted spiritual bone. and had she not faced misfortune, she would have been poised to ascend to the emperor realm. From the moment of her birth, she received the finest cultivation from the Jiang family. Countless resources were poured into her, and she did not disappoint. She tempered her body at 6, grasped true spirit at 10, and at the age of 16, she stepped into the tribulation realm. At the tender age of merely 16, she stepped into a realm that most individuals would find insurmountable throughout their entire lives. This prodigious gift cannot be deemed anything less than extraordinary. It is noteworthy that the strongest member of the Gu family, the head of the household, Gu Yuan, who happens to be the father of Gu Changqing, was himself only at the 6th level of this formidable realm. However, shortly after she entered this realm, a monumental event transpired, one that would irrevocably alter Jiang Lianxin's life. During her training in the outside world, she encountered a saintess from beyond the empire, hailing from the sacred land of Kanglan. The saintess, in a bold move, challenged Jiang Lianxin, but was decisively defeated by her overwhelming prowess. While the saintess remained silent, her protector, citing that Jiang Lianxin's attack was excessively forceful, directly retaliated against her. No matter how exceptional Jiang Lianxin was, she was still merely at the level of the tribulation realm and stood no chance against the protector who had already reached the kingly stage. In a single strike, Jiang Lianxin was grievously injured, her spiritual bones shattered and her body severely wounded. A prodigy upon whom the Jiang family had placed immense hopes. Jiang Lianxin, of course, had her own protector. Yet, how could he possibly compare to the protector from the sacred land of Kanglan? Although her protector was also a king, he was merely in the early stages of the Xian king level. The disparity between the various stages of kings is vast, and the gap between the Xian king and the Tian Wang is particularly pronounced in the presence of a Tian Wang expert. The Jiang family Xian Wang stood no chance of resistance whatsoever. The saintess from Kanglan observed all of this but chose not to intervene, allowing her protector to incapacitate Jiang Lianxin. From that day forth, the once brilliant and resplendent genius of the Jiang family was reduced to a mere shell of her former self, evoking sighs of lamentation from countless onlookers, faced with the formidable behemoth that was the sacred land of Kanglan. The Jiang family, despite their rage and resentment, dared not utter a word of complaint. The sacred land of Kanglan was simply too powerful, boasting more than one ruler. Not only the Jiang family, but the entire Han-Qin Empire felt as insignificant as ants in comparison. The Jiang family did not lack effort in seeking remedies for Jiang Lianxin's shattered spiritual bones. Even the Jiang king himself ventured beyond the empire, seeking the aid of various renowned alchemists, including several 4th-grade alchemist kings. Yet, they found themselves utterly helpless in the face of Jiang Lianxin's injuries. Shattered spiritual bones could only be repaired by beings of the level of the Heavenly Emperor or by alchemists of the Danzun rank. However, whether it be the Danzun or the Heavenly Emperor, such figures were far beyond the reach of a mere imperial family like the Jiang. It was impossible even to secure a meeting with them, let alone request their assistance. Thus, they were left to resign themselves to fate. The once promising Jiang Lianxin, seen as the beacon of hope for the Jiang family, was now rendered useless. This turn of events was a tremendous blow to the Jiang king, who subsequently declared his retreat from family affairs. Gu Yuan sighed deeply. While he undoubtedly felt sympathy for Jiang Lianxin's plight, it did not mean he was willing to accept her as a bride. What Gu Yuan sought was a woman who could aid the Gu family and carry on their legacy. With Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bones shattered and her talents diminished to those of an ordinary person, what potential could her offspring possibly possess? In contrast, Jiang Baiwei was different. Though her talents were nowhere near those of the former Jiang Lianxin, they far surpassed those of the current Jiang Lianxin. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei was undoubtedly the most gifted. The sudden reversal of the Jiang family's decision surely harbored some deeper reason that Gu Yuan pondered silently for a moment, then inquired if he could be told the cause of this sudden change of heart. The elder of the Jiang family shook his head, stating that in due time they would come to know. With that, the elder rose and departed, swiftly disappearing from the Gu family's parlor. Within the parlor, the high-ranking members of the Gu family were engulfed in a tide of indignation, Gu Yuan included. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless. The current Gu family lacked the standing to negotiate terms with the Jiang family. Even if, hypothetically, the Jiang family chose to disregard the favors of yesteryears, what could the Gu family do? Times had changed. The Jiang family was now but a small clan without even a Xian Wang. Gu Yuan reclined back into his seat, as though he had suddenly aged several years. Enough, enough. Just then, Gu Changqing entered the room. Observing his son, Gu Yuan forced a bitter smile. Qing, you see it too. The Jiang family is unlikely to send Jiang Baiwei to us, and only wishes to offer Jiang Linexine. It is my father's inadequacy. If you do not wish for it, then let this marriage be abandoned, and I shall seek another wife for you. As for Jiang Lianxin, who in the Han Qin Empire's younger generation did not know her name. Once the dream goddess of many talented youths and noble scions, her beauty was unparalleled, akin to a celestial being stepping forth from a painting, and her talents had once eclipsed the empire. Yet now, she was but a mere cripple. The eldest son of the Gu family, even in the worst of circumstances, should not be reduced to marrying a wastrel. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing's attention was diverted from his father to the virtual frame before him. Potential wives: Jiang Baiwei, Wutu, spiritual body, purple 2nd grade; Jiang Meng, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, a martial arts prodigy, green 9th grade; Jiang Qingqing, the daughter of the 2nd elder of the Jiang family, with mediocre qualifications, white 6th grade, and a branch family daughter; Jiang Lianxin, Xianbing sacred bone, golden 1st grade, shattered but reparable, with restoration elixirs; Tai Xian Lian Gu Dan, Jiu Du Sheng Gu Dan, and Tian Han Rong Shui Dan. Golden qualification. Gu Changqing's heart jolted. The system had previously explained the grading of qualifications, ranging from low to high: black, white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. Each color was further divided into 9 subgrades, from 1 to 9, generally speaking. A purple qualification holds the promise of aspiring to become a ruler, whereas an orange talent possesses the potential to challenge the revered As for gold. Such individuals embody the essence of emperors. What a miscalculation, he thought. The Jiang family has completely underestimated Jiang Lianxin's potential. They mistakenly believed she possessed mere spiritual bones, unaware that she harbors sacred bones that transcend them. Sacred bones, as long as they do not fall, hold the promise of one day aspiring to the emperor's realm. Spiritual bones and sacred bones may seem to differ by just one character, yet the chasm between them is vast. Spiritual bones merely offer the hope of reaching the kingly stage, while sacred bones hold the potential to achieve emperor status. Father. Gu Changqing interrupted his father, brimming with excitement that I could actually marry a future empress. Jiang family. Oh, Jiang family, your change of heart is splendid. UVE inadvertently presented me with a future empress. Let it be known, none shall retract their words. Whoever dares to go back on their word shall be deemed foolish. Though Jiang Lianxin's Xianbing sacred bone was currently in a shattered state. For Gu Changqing, who possessed the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra, this was hardly an obstacle. The system even kindly provided a plethora of restorative elixirs for the Xianbing sacred bone. While most of these had long been lost to time, it mattered not. The Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra contained recipes for these lost elixirs. As long as he could procure the necessary ingredients, he could concoct them himself. Gu Yuan was startled by the sudden increase in his son's volume. Surely, this boy was not so greatly affected by the Jiang family's reversal of their decision. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort, Gu Changqing could hardly contain his enthusiasm. We agreed to marry Jiang Lianxin. I shall have no other. Gu Yuan frowned. But Jiang Lianxin is a father. Gu Changqing fixed his unwavering gaze upon his father. The existence of the system, of course, could not be revealed to his father. Gu Changqing could only do his utmost to bring Jiang Lianxin to the Gu family as his wife. Very well, then it shall be Jiang Lianxin. That moment, Gu Changqing began to comprehend why the Jiang family had suddenly reversed their decision. The Wutu spiritual body, a purple qualification, also bore the potential to ascend to the kingly stage. The Wutu spiritual body is an acquired spiritual body that awakens postnatally. As one grows, there exists a probability of awakening. But there is also the possibility of never awakening at all. Jiang Baiwei must have recently awakened her Wutu spiritual body, and oh wonder the Jiang family had suddenly changed their minds. Had Jiang Baiwei not awakened her Wutu spiritual body, Her qualifications would only allow her to aspire to the kingly stage at best. Yet with the awakening, she now possessed the potential to challenge the rulers. From the Jiang family's perspective, Jiang Baiwei, compared to the previous Jiang Lianxin, was hardly less significant. How could they possibly let her go? Jiang family, I must sincerely thank you. Though Jiang Baiwei did not arrive, you have instead sent me a Jiang Lianxin with golden qualifications. Gu Changqing was profoundly moved, reflecting on the Jiang family, who had proven themselves to be truly benevolent. Fearing that he might marry someone of insufficient talent, he wished for a destined empress adorned with the aura of a great sovereign. However, if Jiang Lianxin were to remain within the Jiang family, it was likely that her mystical ice sacred body would remain irreparable for a lifetime. Thus, for Jiang Lianxin, this could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. The moment Gu Changqing beheld Jiang Lianxin's exceptional talent, he envisioned the names of their future children, that Jiu Changqing could hardly believe that the offspring he would have with Jiang Lianxin would possess such extraordinary potential. While his own gifts were rather ordinary, his wife's talents were nothing short of astonishing. A golden sacred body. Moreover, with the existence of system, his current capabilities, though modest, were bound to improve in that future. Any child born to him and Jiang Lianxin would likely embody the majesty of a celestial emperor in the eastern part of the Han Empire, a considerable distance from the Gu family, lay the Jiang family. Within an elegant courtyard sat a breathtakingly beautiful young girl, her eyes resembling tranquil waters. She sat quietly on a stone chair in the pavilion by the pond, gazing at the fish swimming within. Her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow and desolation. This girl was named Jiang Lianxin, once the most radiant prodigy of the Jiang family, now reduced to a state where she required assistance even to walk. The sound of footsteps disrupted the tranquility, heralding the arrival of another woman. Though her beauty did not rival that of Jiang Lianxin, she was undeniably attractive and bore a striking resemblance to her. When Jiang Lianxin turned to face her, she paused momentarily before regaining her composure. She had anticipated that a servant had come to assist her back to her chamber. Instead, it was her half-sister, Jiang Baiwei. Jiang Yunkong, the current patriarch of the Jiang clan, was the father of both Jiang Lianxin and Jiang Baiwei. Jiang Lianxin's mother was Jiang Yunkong's third wife, who passed away shortly after giving birth to her, while Jiang Baiwei's mother was his second wife. Despite being blood sisters, the two had never shared a close bond. Jiang Lianxin was cold and aloof, devoted to her cultivation, with few friends in contrast. Jiang Baiwei had harbored jealousy towards Jiang Lianxin from a young age, jealous of their father's favoritism. The resources of the clan that favored her, her beauty, her talent, and everything else. This jealousy had twisted her visage. Observing the sorrowful girl before her, Jiang Baiwei felt a surge of elation. She had long awaited this moment. The family head has decided to marry you off to that waste from the Gu family, she declared. The once celebrated prodigy of the Jiang family, the goddess of countless dreams, was now to be wed to the scion of a diminished family. How ironic. In truth, while Gu Changqing might not be a genius, he certainly could not be labeled a waste. Yet, in Jiang Baiwei's eyes, he was merely the heir of a border town family, and calling him a waste would be an overstatement. Any direct descendant of the Jiang family would undoubtedly surpass him in talent. Jiang Lianxin did not feel anger at her sister's scorn. Her beautiful eyes betrayed not a flicker of emotion. So you have come to mock me? If that is the case, it is entirely unnecessary that I am but a waste now, someone who requires assistance for even the most basic needs. Deriding a waste will hardly grant you any sense of accomplishment. Jiang Baiwei smirked. How could you think that? My dear sister, I am here to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your sudden fall from grace, it might very well be I, Jiang Baiwei, marrying that Gu family waste. Wouldn't you agree that I owe you a debt of thanks? But speaking of which, a waste marrying a waste is indeed a perfect match. Jiang Lianxin regarded her coolly. No need for thanks. Jiang Lianxin, you must feel quite unwilling to accept this fate, mustn't you? Once the greatest prodigy of the Jiang family, the daughter of the clan leader, now destined to marry a mere scion from a border town, a waste who pales in comparison to even the most ordinary of our clan's direct descendants. Jiang Baiwei's once beautiful features began to twist in frustration. The more serene Jiang Lianxin remained, the more irked she became. This was not the reaction she sought. Leaning against a stone pillar, Jiang Lianxin continued to observe the fish in the pond. There is nothing to feel discontent about, that I am merely a waste, someone who requires assistance to walk. What right do I have to look down upon others? It is already a stroke of fortune that others do not look down upon me. In the days that followed, the marriage between the Gu and Jiang families was firmly established, with the wedding set for 1 week hence. The Gu family promptly began preparations. During this time, Gu Changqing was not idle. Alongside his cultivation, he also pondered the matter of reconstructing Jiang Lianxin's sacred bones. Numerous alchemical formulas to restore Jiang Lianxin's sacred bones were detailed within the Dan Emperor's scriptures, yet most of the required materials were exceedingly rare. Even the Jiang family, a prominent clan within the Han Empire, could not gather them all. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him. After an exhaustive search, Gu Changqing finally discovered a miraculous elixir known as the 7 Mystical Rejuvenation Pill. This pill, created by the Dan Emperor of the Azure Woods, belonged to the 4th tier of alchemical concoctions. However, the main ingredients, auxiliary materials, and catalysts required were merely of the 3rd tier. It was nearly impossible to concoct a 4th tier elixir without a main ingredient of that level. Yet under the mastery of the Azure Woods Dan Emperor, what seemed impossible became feasible, and the necessary 3rd tier materials were not overly rare. Gu Changqing immediately dispatched individuals to procure them. In terms of cultivation, Gu Changqing made remarkable progress over the ensuing days, breaking through several realms in less than a week, ascending from the 1st true spirit realm to the 4th true spirit realm, an astonishing leap of 3 levels. Gu Changqing was astounded. Was this the power of imperial-level techniques? However, he remained unaware that the Xuandi was no ordinary emperor. The techniques he had developed were surely not typical imperial-level methods. Merely mastering the 1st chapter allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate exponentially greater than before, surpassing dozens of times. One could only imagine how astonishing his cultivation speed would become upon mastering the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th chapters. Additionally, Gu Changqing had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the extermination sword array. The 4 swords comprising the array were somewhat subpar. 1 was of the 3rd tier, and 3 were the 2nd tier. Yet, these were the finest swords he could find. Just a day prior, Gu Changqing had ventured into the city to test the might of the extermination sword array. The results left him utterly astonished. The array activated. He felt as if he were the sovereign of this realm. While within the array, Gu Changqing believed he could easily defeat even his father, a formidable 3rd tribulation expert. It was utterly incredible. The amplification from the extermination sword array exceeded that granted by the Taishan scripture by far. Without the extermination sword array, Gu Changqing might have been able to contend with a powerful adversary 1 or 2 realms above him, but against someone significantly stronger, such as a tribulation realm expert. Even a 1st tribulation expert would obliterate him in an instant. The chasm of difference between realms was not easily bridged. Moreover, Gu Changqing had merely begun to cultivate the 1st chapter of the Taishan scripture. Yet the formidable extermination sword array could wholly compensate for this so-called gap. As the array activated, Gu Changqing's realm remained unchanged, yet the sword techniques he executed would receive the array's enhancement, resulting in an explosive increase in power. This amplification could vary from 200 to 500, perhaps even reaching 800 or 1000. Gu Changqing found it difficult to assess. The extent of the amplification depended on the quality of the 4 spiritual swords that constituted the array. If an array composed of 1 3rd tier and 3 2nd tier swords could yield such terrifying results, one could only imagine what would occur with 4 tier, 5 tier, or 6 tier swords. Alas, Gu Changqing suddenly lamented, feeling impoverished. If only he had sufficient spirit stones, he could replace all 4 swords of the array's foundation with 3rd tier swords. On this day, the wedding day of Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin, the Gu family mansion was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with guests and extravagantly arranged. However, the attendees were predominantly invited by the Gu family, with only 3 individuals arriving from the Jiang family. Indeed, merely 3, an elder from the Jiang family, a maid, and Jiang Lianxin herself. Notably absent was the patriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Lianxin's biological father. This absence spoke volumes about the Jiang family's lack of regard for the marriage. Not only did the patriarch not attend, But none of the clan's senior members made an appearance, sending only an ordinary elder in their stead. During the ceremony, Gu Changqing caught sight of Jiang Lianxin and felt a stirring within him. Truly, she was an unparalleled beauty. The surrounding members of the Gu family and their guests were equally captivated by the girl's exquisite features. Many of the younger attendees, envious that Gu Changqing could wed such a celestial being, felt an overwhelming desire to gnash their teeth in frustration. Yet, a faint sorrow lingered on the maiden's face, casting a melancholic aura around her. There were no dramatic scenes of interrupted weddings or regrets. Under the officiant's guidance, Gu Changqing took Jiang Lianxin's frail hand, and together they offered their respects to the heavens and the ancestral hall, the proceedings flowing smoothly. However, Gu Changqing noticed a small detail. Her injuries were grievously severe. He sensed that Jiang Lianxin struggled even to walk, and as they knelt to pay homage, he could distinctly feel her hand gripping as tightly, trembling not from nervousness, but from excruciating pain. Surely, she was suffering greatly at that moment. Nevertheless, she remained silent, persevering through the ceremony. After the wedding, the Jiang elder did not linger and departed promptly. Jiang Lianxin, hand in hand with Gu Changqing, watched the elder's retreating figure, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Her expression tinged with loneliness. Today's nuptials had indeed brought unexpected revelations. She never fathomed that on her wedding day, her own father would refuse to attend. Even reduced to a mere shell of her former self, she was still as flesh and blood. It was said that great families were devoid of affection. At that moment, Jiang Lianxin truly understood this sentiment. Once deemed worthless in his eyes, she was likely less significant than any promising scion within the clan. Gu Changqing, attuned to his wife's sorrow, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, embracing her gently. From now on, you shall be my wife, Jiang Lianxin. Should the Jiang family forsake you, I shall not. Jiang Lianxin turned to gaze at the man destined to share her life. Feeling a surge of emotion as she gradually leaned into his embrace, in her current state, she felt utterly abandoned by the world. Her father had refused to attend her wedding, and her mother had long since passed away. All she wished for was that her husband would not find her burdensome. Her physical condition was dire, leaving her with little to offer Gu Changqing, and she would require his care in return. Though the Gu family was not lacking in servants, and she had a personal maid, the maid could not be at her side at all times, leading to many inconveniences. Over time, Gu Changqing might inevitably perceive her as a nuisance. She felt a twinge of guilt towards him. While the Gu family was not a grand clan, it was among the most prominent in Jianglin City. She was hardly even a normal person, and Gu Changqing, who had better options, had chosen to marry her instead. Her plight had spread throughout the Han Empire, and Gu Changqing could not possibly be unaware. Yet despite this, he willingly chose to wed a woman deemed worthless. Alongside her feelings of gratitude, guilt also arose on their wedding night. Lying in bed, Jiang Lianxin's face flushed as she nervously clutched the hem of her garment, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead, her cheeks reddening further. This was her first experience of such intimacy, leaving her uncertain and somewhat flustered. However, when Gu Changqing joined her in bed, he simply held her close without proceeding further. "Why husband?" Jiang Lianxin queried, perplexed. "Dear one, your body is frail and not suited for such matters. We shall discuss this later." Jiang Lianxin gazed at the man before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears since her fall from grace. It was the first time she felt cared for. The concern expressed by her father and the clan elders had merely pertained to her lost talents, not her, as an individual. In contrast, Gu Changqing's concern was for her essence, but she hesitated, thinking of how her health might not improve in the future, and this was a lifelong commitment. "Sleep now. You will recover," Gu Changqing reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. This was not mere consolation. In the days preceding, he had directed others to gather medicinal herbs, and he was nearing completion. Once assembled, he would be able to concoct the 7 mysterious revitalizing elixir, which could restore Jiang Lianxin's sacred bones. That point, they could revisit the topic of intimacy. Moreover, given her current shattered sacred bones, Jiang Lianxin's aptitude was inferior to that of an ordinary person. What if she inadvertently became pregnant and bore a child of mediocre talent? Would he forfeit his rewards from the system? Of course, this was only one of several reasons. The primary concern remained Jiang Lianxin's ability to withstand the physical strain. Merely kneeling for the ceremony had already tested her limits. What more could be expected of her? From the moment Jiang Lianxin became his bride, Changqing regarded her as his wife, not merely a vessel for procreation. He had witnessed the Jiang family's treatment of her today. The absence of even her biological father at such a significant event highlighted her plight within the Jiang family since her fall from grace. Now that she had married into the Gu family, if he did not cherish her, who would? If he did not care for his own wife, who would? Intimacy could wait. There was no need to rush into it within a day or two. The following morning, Changqing received news that the herbs he had requested from Elder 8 had all been procured. Elder 8, known as Gu Quan, oversaw the family's medicinal affairs. However, purchasing these herbs had depleted his long-saved funds. Although Changqing was the eldest son of the Gu family, he was not yet the family head and thus could not directly access the clan's treasury. Consequently, he had to finance the purchase himself. With the herbs in hand, Changqing hurried back to his courtyard to commence alchemy. It was his first attempt. He chose to practice with second and third tier healing potions rather than immediately attempting the 7 mysterious revitalizing elixir. Despite having the experience of the Dan Emperor's heart method, he prepared 1 7-pattern pill, 3 5-pattern pills, and 3 3-pattern pills. None wasted. The potion Changqing created was called the Returning Essence Pill. A second-tier healing potion, one of the most common and sought-after potions on the market. The alchemical techniques of the Qingmu Dan Emperor were indeed unique. Changqing had witnessed others attempt alchemy. But the methods employed by the Qingmu Dan Emperor were strikingly different from those of ordinary alchemists. They were all about the pill patterns. Such a success rate was something even a 4th-tier Dan King would find challenging to achieve. Alchemists were ranked similarly to potions, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. Generally, a 4th-tier alchemist could be referred to as a Dan King, holding a status comparable to that of a king-level expert. Or even more esteemed, 5th-tier Dan Emperors, 6th-tier Dan Sovereigns, and 7th-tier Dan Emperors paralleled cultivation realms. However, alchemists were often regarded as far more prestigious than their king-level counterparts of the same tier, after successfully crafting 2nd-tier potions. Changqing continued to attempt 3rd-tier potions, finding it relatively effortless. Eventually, his gaze shifted to the materials for the 7 mysterious revitalizing elixir. Let the alchemy begin. Previously, Changqing had felt little pressure while crafting 2nd or even 3rd-tier potions. However, upon attempting a 4th-tier potion, he began to sense the strain on his mental energy, reaching his limits. It was close to the edge. The only reason he could attempt 4th-tier potions was due to his status as a transmigrator, which endowed him with inherently superior mental strength. Moreover, the immense spiritual energy provided by the Taishan Classic played a significant role. 4th-tier potions were the domain of Dan Kings. This meant that Changqing could be considered, albeit barely a half-Dan King. Su Yuan Chao, Jianin Hua, and Xian Ling Jin. According to the records of the Dan Fong, Changqing methodically added the herbs into the Dan furnace, his mental energy meticulously regulating the heat, leaving no room for carelessness. This was his sole batch of medicinal ingredients. Failure was not an option. An hour later, a low exclamation of success escaped his lips as the flames extinguished, revealing the completed elixirs. A total of 4 pills, 2 of high-grade 4th tier, 1 of mid-grade 4th tier, and 1 of low-grade 4th tier, without any manifestation of Danwen. This indicated that crafting 4th-tier pills was still somewhat taxing for Changqing at this stage. Nevertheless, the elixirs were successfully concocted. While the absence of Danwen was regrettable, it represented the utmost limit of Changqing's capabilities. After completing the batch of Qi Xian revival pills, Changqing felt as if he might faint from exhaustion. His mental energy thoroughly depleted. Lying on the ground, he breathed deeply, and after a short while, he rose and hurried to his room. That moment, Jiang Lianxin had already awakened. Supported by a maid, she stood up, and, upon seeing Changqing stride in, fatigue etched on his face, she immediately inquired, "Husband, where have you been? You look utterly exhausted." Changqing gestured for the maid to step out, then helped Jiang Lianxin to the main hall. "Xin, do you desire revenge?" Changqing asked, withholding the elixirs for the moment. Revenge? Jiang Lianxin furrowed her delicate brows, well aware of what Gu Changqing meant. The Kanglan Holy Land, Mu Yanran, and her guardian Tio claimed she bore no hatred for them would be a blatant lie. Despite her cool demeanor, she was no saint. This enmity was one she could never forget. Yet, Jiang Lianxin also understood how formidable the challenge of revenge was for her. The adversary was a saintess from the Kanglan Holy Land, while she herself was merely a crippled individual. What could she use to exact vengeance? This elixir is called the Qi Xian Revival Pill. Once consumed, it will allow your shattered spiritual bones to be reformed. Gu Changqing produced the pill and offered it to Jiang Lianxin. Qi Xian Revival Pill. Although Jiang Lianxin hailed from the esteemed Jiang family of the Han Qin dynasty, she had never heard of such a pill. At this moment, she felt somewhat bewildered. She was acutely aware of her own condition. It was far more complex than a mere injury. Even the Pill King had no solutions, and now Gu Changqing suddenly presented a pill claiming it could mend her fractured spiritual bones. This was simply preposterous. However, Jiang Lianxin accepted the pill from Gu Changqing without hesitation and consumed it. Her husband had risen early, returning breathless and weary. This must surely be connected to the pill, regardless of its efficacy. It was a heartfelt gesture from him. Yet, with no expectations, as she swallowed the Qi Xian Revival Pill, a warm medicinal force instantly coursed through her limbs, enveloping her in an indescribable comfort. Moreover, as time progressed, Jiang Lianxin could distinctly sense that her spiritual bones, which had shattered into countless fragments, were beginning to reform. Husband, this elixir. Jiang Lianxin gazed at Gu Changqing in shock. She had never imagined that while even the Pill King was helpless regarding her shattered spiritual bones, Gu Changqing could prompt their reconstruction with just a single pill. This was utterly astonishing. Not speak. Focus on circulating your energy in harmony with the medicinal force within you. Gu Changqing guided Jiang Lianxin to the bed. Though Jiang Lianxin was beset with countless doubts, she could only suppress them forcefully, closing her eyes and commencing the operation of the Jiang family's primary cultivation technique. Half a day later, Gu Changqing fed her the remaining Qi Xian Revival pills one by one. With each passing moment, Jiang Lianxin's internal condition improved incrementally. Thus, an entire day elapsed with Gu Changqing vigilantly by her side. With a soft murmur, Jiang Lianxin gradually opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she beheld Gu Changqing waiting attentively at her bedside. "Husband," she said, sensing the status of her body. Her spiritual bones had been completely reformed, and her cultivation had returned to the first layer of the tribulation realm. Overcome with excitement, she embraced Gu Changqing and pressed her lips to his. 1,000 words were conveyed in that single kiss. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Alas, having already been fatigued, Gu Changqing found himself unable to rest. The following morning, he felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Looking down at Jiang Lianxin, who lay in his embrace, her face aglow with bliss, Gu Changqing shook his head. "It seems I must procure some supreme bones. Otherwise, I truly cannot withstand this." Feeling the movement, Jiang Lianxin rubbed her eyes and stirred awake. "Wife, your sacred bones are truly remarkable." Jiang Lianxin's cheeks flushed crimson at the compliment. Yet, she quickly realized something. "Sacred bones? Husband, are you mistaken? What I possess within me are spiritual bones." "What spiritual bones?" "Those spiritual bones have wreaked havoc upon me. My dear wife, what resides within you is not mere spiritual bones, but genuine sacred bones. Xianbing's sacred bones. Sacred bones? Xianbing's sacred bones? No. Husband, you must be mistaken. How could what lies within me be sacred bones?" The distinction between spiritual bones and sacred bones was vast. Jiang Lianxin was well aware of what sacred bones entailed. Those who possessed sacred bones were invariably prodigies of the highest caliber, individuals coveted by even the imperial court. How could she possibly have sacred bones within her? If it were true, as she spoke, Jiang Lianxin suddenly began to believe. Connecting it to the Qi Xian Revival Pill Gu Changqing had presented yesterday, she pondered whether it might indeed be true. If such words had come from another's lips, she might not have believed, but from her husband's mouth, she felt a flicker of faith in her eyes. Gu Changqing had long transcended the status of an ordinary young master from a minor clan. Could a mere young master from a small family truly mend her shattered spiritual bones? After all, even the Pill King had been at a loss. However, Jiang Lianxin refrained from probing too deeply into the origins of the Qi Xian revival pill, or why Gu Changqing was so certain that what resided within her were sacred bones rather than spiritual bones. If Gu Changqing wished to share, he would do so. If not, there must be his reasons. My dear, now that your sacred bones are reformed, you are destined to become the future Empress. Will you still consider me? This humble young master, Jiang Lianxin, playfully flipped Gu Changqing over, her enchanting gaze locked onto him. Husband, I know you are jesting. However, I must declare that everything I have is thanks to you. Regardless of whether I become a celestial sovereign or an empress, I will forever be your woman, your wife. The once cool and aloof Jiang Lianxin transformed into a figure of fiery passion in Gu Changqing's presence. If it is true that I possess sacred bones, then I shall protect you. Husband, I will be your sword. Whoever you command me to slay, I shall do so. In those simple sentences lay an abundance of affection Jiang Lianxin harbored for Gu Changqing. My dear, it is still early. Why not? Understanding Gu Changqing's implication, Jiang Lianxin pressed herself down against him. A great battle was about to commence that by afternoon. Both Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin rose. My dear, come. Let us engage in 300 rounds once more. Ah, husband, perhaps tomorrow would be better. I am fine, but you— Jiang Lianxin's words caused 3 black lines to appear on Gu Changqing's forehead. What kind of talk is that? Once I acquire the supreme bones and sacred body, you shall see. I was referring to a genuine battle of 300 rounds. Where did your mind wander? In the courtyard, Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin stood facing each other. He wished to test the extent of his current abilities. And Jiang Lianxin, possessing sacred body, was the perfect opponent. True spirit against the tribulation realm. This was not arrogance, but confidence. Confidence born from imperial-grade techniques and the Zhu Xian sword formation, although he was merely at the 4th level of true spirit now. Ordinary tribulation realm cultivators would still find themselves lacking in his presence. Serious combat. Very well then, husband, do you require me to limit my realm to the 4th level of true spirit? After the reconstruction of the sacred body, Jiang Lianxin, the once proud and confident figure, has regained her former self. That it is not that she looks down upon her husband. Among those of the same realm, she is yet to encounter anyone who could withstand even 10 moves at her hands. Not even the saintess of the Kanglan sacred land. When Jiang Lianxin defeated her, it only took 5 moves. Given such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that she views lowering her own realm to the 4th level of true spirit as somewhat of a bullying her husband. Gu Changqing feels a tinge of frustration, having been underestimated by his own wife. It seems that today he must demonstrate his true strength to Jiang Lianxin. Not hold back in our upcoming battle. Although my realm is only the 4th level of true spirit, you may not necessarily be my match. Jiang Lianxin stands at the first tribulation of the tribulation realm, yet her strength is not far behind that of Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan. After all, she's a peerless prodigy with sacred bones, and overcoming 3 or 4 tiers is not a challenge for her. Taking a deep breath, Gu Changqing's expression turns serious. Zhu Xian sword formation. Activate. Facing such an extraordinary prodigy, Gu Changqing does not believe he can rely solely on the enhancements of his imperial-level technique to defeat her. He requires the Zhu Xian sword formation. 4 spiritual swords emerge from Gu Changqing's storage bag, each landing at the 4 corners of the courtyard. In an instant, the surroundings vanish, leaving only a vast, white world. Zhu Xian sword formation, complete. My dear wife, be cautious. With a flick of his hand, a spiritual sword appears in Gu Changqing's grasp, and he strikes at Jiang Lianxin with a horizontal slash. Breaking Clouds, 3 swords. The Breaking Clouds 3 swords is a primary killing sword technique of the Gu family, although it is merely of low heavenly rank. With the enhancement of the Zhu Xian sword formation, its lethality has far surpassed that of its original tier. Opposite Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin's expression grows increasingly grave. She realizes that she has indeed underestimated her husband, and by more than just a little. Moreover, what is this sudden barrier of light enveloping the courtyard? In all honesty, Jiang Lianxin has faced individuals of this realm before, and a single sword strike would have sufficed to defeat them. Even standing there to be struck, they would not have been able to inflict any harm upon her. Yet now, confronted with Gu Changqing and his incoming strike, she feels a sense of threat. A strike from the fourth level of true spirit evokes a sense of danger within her. Jiang Lianxin herself finds it hard to believe. Not daring to be careless, she raises her sword to counter. With a sharp clang of metal, Jiang Lianxin lets out a muffled groan and retreats. For Gu Changqing, this is merely the beginning, but a flurry of sword strikes descends upon Jiang Lianxin like a torrential storm. Relentless and fierce. After a brief moment, when Gu Changqing's sword rests against Jiang Lianxin's snow-white neck, she is left utterly stunned. Has she been defeated? Moreover, by Gu Changqing, who is several realms below her. It is no wonder that Jiang Lianxin is so astonished. Previously, she had found no equal among her peers. Even when facing the saintess of the Kanglan Sacred Land, she had only required 5 strikes to defeat her. She never imagined that one day she would be bested by someone of a lower realm. Jiang Lianxin even feels an unsettling notion that perhaps she has grown weaker. Yet, this thought is quickly dispelled. No, it is not that she has become weak, but rather, her husband is exceedingly strong. A waste? This is how her sister, Jiang Baiwei, refers to the so-called wasteful young master of the small family. How amusing if Jiang Baiwei were to learn that the waste she spoke of possesses strength capable of overwhelming her. One can only wonder what her reaction would be. Jiang Baiwei not fortunate that it is not she who married into the Gu family, but rather herself? How fortunate now. Yet in the future, how regretful it may prove to be. Her husband is no mere young master of a small family, but a true prodigy of unparalleled caliber, a being of extraordinary talent that surpasses her own. In truth, Jiang Lianxin feels a sense of relief that Jiang Baiwei awakened the Wutu spirit body. Otherwise, her husband might have been taken from her. In the days that follow, Gu Changqing devotes himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. In the Tianxin continent, power is paramount. This endeavor is not only to assist Jiang Lianxin in her quest for vengeance, but also because her situation has instilled within Gu Changqing a sense of urgency. Talent alone is ephemeral. Jiang Lianxin not endowed with great potential. With sacred bones, she possesses the possibility of reaching the imperial tier. Yet ultimately, she too was rendered incapable. Were it not for Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin would likely have remained in such a state for her entire life, with her sacred bones offering little hope for reconstruction. The Tianxin continent is vast, and even the southern region. Nanzhuan Shenzhou boasts nearly 100 domains. Within each domain, numerous sects and empires abound, with prodigies aplenty. Yet how many truly ascend to the realm of the emperor? Gu Changqing remains too weak. Weak enough that he dares not share the techniques he acquired from the system with his family. His current strength is insufficient to face the potential crises that may arise should his techniques be exposed. Nonetheless, amid his cultivation, Gu Changqing does not neglect the pursuit of offspring. The courtyard where Gu Changqing resides is filled with revelry each night. To grow stronger, one must produce heirs, and so, after much diligent effort, Jiang Lianxin becomes pregnant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully impregnating Jiang Lianxin. Name not yet given. Gender, male, innate fate. Burning flame spirit body, orange rank 3. Sacred body successor, purple rank 6. Orange rank 3. Purple rank 6. Orange aptitude. The demeanor of a future emperor. His first son is destined to be a future sovereign. Although not of golden aptitude, Gu Changqing is nonetheless satisfied. After all, while his wife possesses exceptional talent, he himself lags behind. Gu Changqing has assessed his own aptitude, which is merely that of a green martial arts genius. The birth of a son with orange imperial potential is entirely due to Jiang Lianxin's prowess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tsinghua Dan Body, gold rank 1. Astonishing, a golden return. Having fathered a son of imperial potential, he has now received a golden aptitude in return, the Tsinghua Dan Body. A sacred body of alchemy increases pill success rates by 200, significantly enhancing the chances of producing pill pattern level medicines. It possesses the Qinglian Heart Fire, useful for both alchemy and combat. The only disappointment for Gu Changqing is that although the returned aptitude is golden, it is an alchemical body. The martial body would have been even more desirable. Nevertheless, it is still a golden aptitude. Just as Gu Changqing feels a tinge of disappointment, he suddenly notices that beneath his sun, there's an attribute bar gradually solidifying. Twin yellow eggs? Oh no, twins? Gu Changqing's breath quickens. They're indeed twins? Name not yet given. Gender: female. Innate fate: purple sky erosion thunder body. Gold rank 9. Gu Changqing. Gold rank 9. Am I seeing this correctly? The highest quality within the golden aptitude. Gold rank 9. An existence nearing red aptitude, surpassing even his wife's Xian Shui sacred body by 8 levels. If the gold rank 1 Xian Shui sacred body has the potential to reach the Emperor realm, then the gold rank 9 aptitude, as long as it does not fall, is destined to become an emperor. There is even a slight chance of reaching beyond the Emperor realm. Initially feeling a bit disheartened by the return of an alchemical body, Gu Changqing is instantly filled with euphoria at this moment. He even begins to tremble with excitement, for he has just realized something. His first son, with an orange rank 3 aptitude, has returned to him a golden fate. So, ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Sword Body, red rank 8. The Chaos Sword Body, a supreme sword Dao, celestial body, increases cultivation speed by 2,000, comprehension speed of sword techniques by 1,000, and enhances the power of sword techniques by 1,000. That the speed of understanding sword realm principles also increases by 1,000. And as the host's realm increases, so too will the enhancements. Gu Changqing is utterly stunned. Truly stunned. That a red innate fate? If Gu Changqing remembers correctly, the highest aptitude displayed by the system is indeed red, right? He is unsure if there's a higher level than red. However, as it stands, red fate and red aptitude are already the upper limits of the system. The pinnacle, with the Chaos Sword Body, coupled with the Zhu Xian sword formation, Gu Changqing cannot even fathom the level of strength he will achieve when both are unleashed simultaneously. My precious daughter, you truly are a wonderful daughter. All my efforts over these days have not been in vain, nearly exhausting me. That it was all worth it, every bit of it. A son and a daughter. The son possesses the potential of a revered sage, while the daughter is destined to become a great emperor in the future. Gu Changqing was immensely satisfied, more than satisfied. In fact, he had even begun to anticipate the arrival of his third child. With his own Chaos Sword Body now at the 8th rank, and coupled with Jiang Lianxin's first-class holy body, he no longer felt he was lagging behind. Rather, he was now a formidable force in procreation. Gu Changqing could hardly imagine how extraordinary his and Jiang Lianxin's future third child would be. Perhaps they might even give birth to a child with qualifications surpassing the red rank, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen. 3 months later, as Jiang Lianxin's pregnancy drew closer to its culmination, Gu Changqing had already chosen names for them. Their daughter would be called Gu Yunxi, and their son, Gu Qingchen. Gu Yunxi is the elder sister, while Gu Qingchen is the younger brother. Thus, this delightful decision was made. Over the past 3 months, having attained the Chaos Sword Body, Gu Changqing's cultivation speed had surpassed all previous records in just 3 months. He had advanced from the 4th to the 9th level of true spirit, achieving perfection. He was merely a step away from the tribulation realm, a truly rapid progression. Even Jiang Lianxin, who possessed the holy bone, was taken aback by Gu Changqing's terrifying cultivation speed. That it should be noted that even with her Xianbing holy bone, she had only managed to elevate her realm by 2 levels in these 3 months, progressing from the 1st to the 3rd level of the tribulation realm. While it is true that as one ascends in realm, cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, this disparity was indeed outrageous. Although Jiang Lianxin's own cultivation speed was already formidable, it paled in comparison to Gu Changqing's. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. Fortunately, he was her husband. My dear, I plan to venture to the Wanyao Sea after I break through to the tribulation realm. One day, after finishing his cultivation, Gu Changqing spoke to Jiang Lianxin. As realm increased, the resources available within their clan were no longer sufficient to support his further cultivation. The Gu family was merely a small clan, incapable of sustaining such immense consumption. Not only him, but Jiang Lianxin too. Had she been in the Jiang family, her cultivation speed would have undoubtedly been swifter. Moreover, with their children's birth approaching, Preparations for elixirs and medicinal baths were also in order. Upon their arrival, with medicinal baths, elixirs, and imperial tier cultivation techniques, coupled with their innate talents, one could only imagine the potential. Previously, he had been constrained by his insufficient strength to venture out, but now, being so close to the Tribulation Realm, he was determined to seize the opportunity to AS for his power. Changqing himself was uncertain of what level of strength he possessed. He would only truly comprehend it through combat with corresponding formidable opponents. In these past 3 months, aside from his cultivation, Changqing had also devoted time to alchemy, successfully concocting a considerable number of pills. Although limited by the low-grade medicinal materials available within the clan, he still managed to produce numerous spiritual pills, most of which were of the pill pattern grade, sufficient to fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones. Ah, my dear, with your pregnancy, it would be inconvenient for you to accompany me. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to join you on this journey. Jiang Lianxin nodded, tenderly caressing her slightly protruding belly, her face radiating happiness. Changqing smiled, embracing Jiang Lianxin, gently patting her shoulder, knowing that once these 2 little ones were born, they would have ample time together. A week later, Changqing successfully broke through to the Tribulation Realm. For one with the Chaos Sword Body, the barriers of the Tribulation Realm posed no challenge whatsoever. It was a natural progression, devoid of any difficulty, which elicited yet another wave of envy from Jiang Lianxin. It should be noted that within the Hanqin Empire, the Tribulation Realm already belonged to the ranks of the powerful. What lay ahead were 9 tribulations, each more arduous than the last. However, with each tribulation overcome, one's strength would significantly increase. Yet this realm was also the most perilous. Beneath the thunderous tribulations, one must either survive or ascend to higher realms. Failing the tribulation could result in immediate obliteration by the lightning strikes. Thus, practitioners of the Tribulation Realm would not dare to attempt a breakthrough lightly without certainty. This is precisely why this realm was referred to as the Tribulation Realm. After transcending the 9 tribulations, one would ascend to the first level of the Wang realm, the Xianwang realm. That would signify true kingship, granting dominion over vast lands and the ability to establish sects and become their leaders. Before embarking on his journey, Changqing informed his father. Yuan to Jiu Yuan did not object. Changqing did not conceal much regarding his cultivation. Thus, Yuan was aware of his current realm. The reason for Changqing's rapid advancement was not elaborated upon. He merely stated that he seemed to have suddenly awakened some innate talent. It was not that Changqing did not wish to disclose this, but the matter of the system was something he could not share. He had no intention of revealing it to anyone, including Jiang Lianxin. It was not a matter of trust. It was his greatest secret, one he could only keep to himself. The Wanyao Sea lies to the south of the Hanqin Empire, bordering several other empires, of which Hanqin is one. The Wanyao Sea is fraught with peril, home to numerous beasts of royal rank. Even human royal practitioners would not dare to tread lightly, though this caution typically applies to the deep-sea regions. Deep-sea beasts seldom venture into the shallow waters. Thus, the shallow regions have become a paradise for countless martial artists and adventurers from the bordering empires. Consequently, several trading hubs have emerged, with Haiwei Island being one of them. Haiwei Island is also among the closest islands to the Hanqin Empire and is Changqing's intended destination. Above the azure waters, Changqing soared through the air at great speed. This spectacle drew the attention of numerous adventurers and practitioners below. Soaring through the air, a royal realm expert. Many felt a tremor of awe within their hearts, casting envious glances. The royal realm expert traversing the world is revered wherever they go, across the entire southern Xuanzhen continent. They are considered true powerhouses. Soaring through the air is the hallmark of a royal realm expert. Only those capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth can achieve such feats. However, what they did not realize was that Changqing was not truly a royal realm expert. His ability to traverse the skies was entirely thanks to the Zhuzhen sword array within the array. Changqing was the sovereign of this realm, and thus, walking in the air was a simple endeavor. The sword array moved in conjunction with Changqing, allowing him to maintain the Zhuzhen sword array continuously, which enabled him to soar as if he were a royal realm expert. However, sustaining the Zhujian sword array did consume a considerable amount of his internal spiritual energy. Even so, Gu Changqing preferred this to boarding the cumbersome merchant ships, which were not only bothersome but also slow. He could always find a place to rest and recover for a day or two when his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Suddenly, as Gu Changqing soared through the air, he heard an earth-shattering roar. His gaze turned, and he beheld a colossal creature speeding toward him for where the sea met the sky. It was a royal-level beast. Gu Changqing was somewhat taken aback. It should be noted that he was in the shallow waters, where the likelihood of encountering such a royal beast was exceedingly low. Indeed, the probability of encountering a royal beast in shallow waters was remarkably slim. The chances were akin to the odds of winning a lottery back on Earth, particularly in China. Yet, no matter how low the odds, they were not zero. He simply did not expect to encounter one. Ah, just my luck. There was no fear, only excitement. In recent days, Gu Changqing had come across numerous beasts, most of which were at the true spirit realm. With few even at the tribulation realm, he had always wished to test his strength against true Xuanlong-level experts to ascertain where he stood in comparison. However, he had yet to find a suitable opponent until now. There were humans too? As the royal beast drew closer, Gu Changqing finally discerned that it was not merely wandering into the shallow waters. It was pursuing a group of human practitioners. How outrageous! How could a royal-level beast appear in the shallow waters? What extraordinary luck! Among them was a petite, adorable girl in a blue robe, bearing a silver longsword upon her back. As the monstrous king drew ever closer, a sense of despair began to envelop the hearts of the onlookers. The young maiden, known as Huang Yingying, was a disciple of the inner sect of the Dust Heart Pavilion, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th stage of true spirit. The Dust Heart Pavilion was a notable sect in the nearby waters, with formidable strength. Its leader was a formidable half-step king realm expert, ranking it among the top sects in the region. On this occasion, the pavilion had organized an external training expedition, dividing into numerous teams of over 10, of which her group was but one. The pavilion's leader placed great importance on this expedition, assigning 2 to 3 elder guardians of the robbery realm to each team. With such protection, one would assume that danger was minimal. Yet who could have anticipated that their team would encounter a king realm beast? A rarity in the shallow waters? Not long ago, 2 elder guardians of the robbery realm had attempted to sacrifice themselves, buying precious moments for their disciples to escape. The harsh reality was that these 2 elders could not even delay the advance of the monstrous king for a heartbeat. With a single swipe, they were reduced to mere crimson mist. The chasm between the robbery realm and the king realm was simply insurmountable. Even if the pavilion's leader had been present, facing this Xian king-level beast, he too would have met his end. Not only Huang Yingying, but the other junior disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion were engulfed in profound despair. Wu, I have just entered the inner sect, and a bright future awaits me. I do not wish to perish. Alas, came the murmurs, let us scatter and flee. Whoever escapes, let them be. The remaining elder guardian of the robbery realm sighed softly, halting his flight. Instead of retreating, he bravely advanced toward the oncoming beast. Elder Yang, no. Many disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion cried out in unison. Elder Yang was known for his kindness within the sect. He never turned away those who sought his guidance, earning him the deep affection of the disciples. Now, witnessing him charge toward the king beast in a bid to secure a chance of survival for them, many disciples could not help but weep. Truly moving, Gu Changqing's voice gradually emerged. He was not mocking. This scene was indeed heart-wrenching, in a one wish for death, and Elder Yang was no exception. Yet he resolutely charged forth for the sake of his disciples. Just as Gu Changqing's words fell, a brilliant white sword light erupted forth. This strike seemed to pierce the void, arriving instantly before the monstrous king. The beast sensed the threat and raised its arms to block the impending attack. But, the sword light sliced through the creature as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, carving a deep trench into the ocean behind it. The monstrous king's vast form was cleaved in two, its blood staining the sea crimson. In that moment, Elder Yang, Huang Yingying, and the other disciples were engulfed in disbelief. A Xian king-level beast had perished. Just like that, such a creature was comparable to a human king realm expert. The events transpired so swiftly that they scarcely had time to comprehend. All gazes unwittingly shifted from the fallen beast to the strikingly handsome young man clad in white, suspended in mid-air. That sword strike had been his doing, a king realm expert, standing effortlessly in the air. He had vanquished the monstrous king with a single blow. There was no doubt that this seemingly youthful figure was indeed a king realm expert. What astonished Huang Ying even more was the apparent age of this expert. He appeared to be hardly older than herself, perhaps even younger. What manner of prodigy was this? A mere 20 years of age, yet at the king realm, the Xian king-level beast was nothing compared to him. Changqing, hovering in the air, paid no heed to the astonished expressions of Elder Yang and the disciples, gradually descending onto the sea surface to collect the beast's remains into his storage pouch. The pouch was not particularly large, yet it barely accommodated the monstrous king's remains, which were treasures of their own, likely to fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones. Changqing himself was taken aback, not by the beast's remains, but by the realization of his own strength. He had initially estimated himself to be at the early stages of the Xian King realm. However, the recent battle made him aware that his true capabilities far exceeded his previous estimations. The early Xian King realm could not withstand a single strike from him. The chaotic sword body has indeed underestimated you. At this moment, Elder Yang and the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion began to recover from their initial shock. Elder Yang hastily bowed in gratitude, thanking Changqing for his timely intervention, expressing his profound appreciation. "Thank you, esteemed senior." "Thank you," echoed Huang Ying and the other disciples, their voices filled with relief. They had scarcely believed they would escape death. Their fortunes had swung from the depths of despair to the heights of gratitude. Had it not been for this King Realm Senior passing through this area, they surely would have perished. This was a matter of life and death. "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort," Changqing replied. "This place is now stained with the blood of the beast, which may attract other monsters. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly." With that, he wasted no time, stepping forth and transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from the waters. "Farewell, esteemed senior." Elder Yang had intended to offer valuable items in gratitude, yet Changqing had left before he could present his thanks. Huang Ying gazed in the direction of Changqing's departure, her eyes brimming with admiration. She had always believed her senior brother to be remarkable, having cultivated to the 8th stage of true spirit at such a young age. Among the various sects in the nearby waters, he was certainly among the top prodigies. However, compared to the young man in white just now, her previous notions paled in comparison. This expedition had thrust her into a life-and-death crisis. Yet it had also unveiled a true paragon of excellence, a 20-year-old at the King realm. Such a thought had never dared to cross her mind. This one must surely be a prodigy of the Qingbang. Elder Yang murmured, acknowledging the rare opportunity to witness such a talent. "The Qingbang prodigy?" Elder Yang inquired, intrigued. Looking up, his expression turned wistful. The Spirit Domain Spirit List is a comprehensive roster of exceptional talents, encompassing nearly all prodigies that consisted of 1,000 names. Those who made the list were nothing short of the best among the best, true marvels of their generation, 1,000. "Is that many?" a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Yang shot him a glance, exasperated. "Many? Do you have any idea how vast the Spirit Domain is? Consider merely the Han Qin Empire, which boasts a population exceeding hundreds of millions, and there are hundreds of such empires in the Spirit Domain." With this, the disciple fell silent, realizing that, in truth, 1,000 was not many at all. Was that young man just now one of the Qingbang prodigies? Huang Ying asked. "Most likely," Elder Yang replied, though uncertainty lingered. "After all, we are not in the inland regions, and my knowledge of the Qingbang is limited." Following several days of soaring through the skies, Changqing found his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He located a ship bound for Haoyue Island and descended aboard. As it was the dead of night, the deck was nearly devoid of people, thus attracting no one's attention. The ship was vast, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 souls, and boasted an array of facilities, including inns, tea houses, gambling dens, and brothels. Changqing had reserved a splendid guest room for himself. intending to wait until his internal spiritual energy had sufficiently replenished before embarking once more out on the following evening. Changqing slowly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. After consuming 2 grade 3 spirit recovery pills, he felt that his internal spiritual energy had regained more than half of its capacity. In another day or two, he would be ready to set forth again. For one who was accustomed to soaring through the skies, the speed of the ship felt rather sluggish as dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon. Painting the sky in hues of crimson, the ship began to buzz with life, filled with revelry and merriment. Changqing chose a prime location and ordered a table laden with food and drink. Having traveled for several consecutive days without sustenance, he was not starving, but the pangs of hunger had begun to gnaw at him. With nothing much to occupy his mind, he leaned back to enjoy the melodies wafting through the air. Suddenly, a wave of nostalgia for his past life washed over him. On the second floor of the tea house, a group of more than 20 young men and women occupied the space. Their attire adorned with a common emblem, suggesting they hailed from the same sect. Many eyes frequently scanned the second floor, filled with envy and admiration. This group comprised disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Renowned as one of the foremost sects in this maritime realm, their reputation was well established. The disciples were revered wherever they went. Among the 20 or so individuals, a young girl stood out, the center of attention as if surrounded by stars. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet her status seemed elevated, as if she commanded great respect. Shimi, you have slain a total of 23 sea demons, including 2 at the 5th level of true spirit realm. It is clear that the title of first place is rightfully yours. Indeed, the Vice Pavilion Master will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this. The others chimed in, their praises causing the girl to feel buoyant. Though some compliments felt somewhat forced, she reveled in the adulation, enjoying the sensation of being at the center of attention. The girl's name was Guiyuexian, a core disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion. However, her significance extended beyond mere merit. She was also the daughter of the Vice Pavilion Master, cherished and pampered as the sole child of a family with no sons. This upbringing had fostered a somewhat willful disposition within her. Glancing around, noticing the absence of a certain Shimi, Guiyuexian frowned slightly, her voice laced with discontent. Where's Changqing? Why has she not returned? Have I been too kind to that little wretch lately? Just then, a plainly dressed young girl ascended the staircase. Despite her modest attire, her beauty was undeniable. I asked that you back. Changqing, how did the sales go? Guiyuexian asked, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes as she regarded the approaching Changqing. Her tone dripping with disdain. Changqing, intimidated by Guiyuexian's attitude, timidly presented her storage bag, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry, Gushiji, I only managed to sell 1/3. With a resounding slap, Guiyuexian struck Changqing across her fair face. You can't even manage this small task? What use are you? Perhaps you should leave. I'll inform my father that a useless person like you is merely wasting resources in the Dust Heart Pavilion. Indeed, Shimi allotted you 3 days, and you only sold 1/3. It is a shame Gushiji entrusted you with this task, several others echoed, while a few male disciples cast sympathetic glances at the battered Changqing. Yet none dared to speak out against Guiyuexian, instead reinforcing her remarks. 3 days prior, Guiyuexian had entrusted Changqing with a batch of materials obtained from slain beasts, expecting her to sell them at the ship's trading post. However, the quantity was quite excessive. There was no way she could sell it all within 3 days. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for Changqing. Everyone was aware of this, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, merely lamenting Changqing's misfortune at being assigned to this group. After all, Changqing was but an outer disciple, while Guiyuexian was the Vice Pavilion Master's daughter. They understood well the reasons behind Guiyuexian's hostility towards Changqing. Primarily, it stemmed from jealousy over her superior beauty. Moreover, Guiyuexian had recently developed a particular fondness for a senior brother within the sect, who happened to be pursuing Changqing, further fueling her resentment. I'm sorry, Gushiji, Changqing said, covering her bruised cheek, tears glimmering in her eyes. She felt deeply wronged. She was acutely aware of Guiyuexian's animosity towards her, yet felt utterly powerless to counter it. Even so, she was compelled to apologize, Her family had endured immense hardships to secure her place in the Dust Heart Pavilion if she were to leave. How could she face her family, her father? Thus, she could only endure the humiliation. What a handsome young man, Gu Yuexian thought, initially intent on further tormenting Gu Qing'e, when her gaze suddenly caught sight of Gu Changqing. He was sitting alone, savoring his drink and listening to the music, drawing the attention of many young women. Jiu Yueshuan's heart fluttered slightly. She was a beauty enthusiast, utterly captivated by appearances. The senior brother she fancied was attractive, but he paled in comparison to the striking Gu Changqing, who was the most handsome young man she had ever encountered. Rising from her seat, Gu Yuexian made her way down the stairs. The disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion exchanged glances, while Gu Qing'e felt a wave of relief wash over her. She glanced down at Gu Changqing, her eyes reflecting gratitude, were it not for Gu Yueshuan's sudden change of focus. She feared she would have endured further torment. Gu Qing'e gasped softly. It wasn't solely Gu Changqing's striking appearance that captivated her. Rather, she felt an inexplicable familiarity about him. Was it a mere illusion? Upon gazing intently at Gu Changqing for a few moments, she realized she had never met him before, yet could not shake the feeling of recognition. How peculiar. Young sir, may I sit? Gu Yuexian approached Gu Changqing's table, shedding her earlier haughtiness, and asked sweetly. Though it was a question, she had already positioned herself at the table. Gu Changqing glanced at her and replied flatly. No, with that, he turned his attention elsewhere, completely disregarding her presence. Gu Yuexian was taken aback. She had anticipated numerous possible reactions, but this was not one of them. To be so outrightly rejected was an unexpected blow, leaving her face alternating between shades of green and white. Gu Changqing's simple no had effectively silenced all her prepared retorts. The commotion on the second floor had been too loud for Gu Changqing to ignore. He did not see any reason to engage with this spoiled girl. It would be a waste of his time. Suppressing her rising anger, Gu Yuexian rose and departed. Upon returning to the second floor, her displeasure mounted as she spotted Gu Qing'e seated apart from the crowd. What right do you have to sit here, you mere outer disciple? Get downstairs. Gu Qing'e, upon hearing this, silently rose and retreated downstairs, finding a random spot to sit. Gu Shiji, do not be upset. That arrogant boy truly does not know how to appreciate your worth. Indeed, any man would be fortunate to have your attention, that if he only knew you were the vice pavilion master's daughter, he would surely regret his actions. A group of admirers began to console Gu Yuexian. With their encouragement, Gu Yueshuan's expression softened somewhat. However, the scene that unfolded next sent her into a fit of rage. S. gaze was fixated intensely on the first floor below, where Gu Qing'e was seated. There, Gu Changqing had appeared before Gu Qing'e at some unknown moment, and the two were engaged in conversation. The rising and falling of Gu Yueshuan's chest indicated her evident agitation. The disciples of Changqing Pavilion, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless. They found themselves at a loss for how to offer comfort, as the situation was undeniably humiliating. Just moments ago, Gu Yuexian had taken the initiative to approach Gu Changqing, yet he had treated her as if she were invisible, responding to her with utter indifference. Now, the very same Gu Changqing, who had been so dismissive of Gu Yuexian, was actively seeking out Gu Qing'e. The ire brewing within Gu Yuexian was palpable. Why? Why did all the men seem to gravitate towards that little vixen? Brother Han was like this, and so was Gu Changqing. Was it simply because she was more beautiful than me? Below, Gu Changqing had made the first move towards Gu Qing'e, not solely due to her appearance, though Gu Qing'e was indeed lovely, but rather because he felt an inexplicable connection with her. Gu Qing'e, startled by Gu Changqing's approach, shrank back like a frightened rabbit and cast a glance at the visibly distressed Gu Yuexian on the second floor, her heart sinking at the realization of the predicament. May I take a seat? Gu Changqing inquired, observing Gu Qing'e's nervous demeanor with a smile. Why, yes, Gu Qing'e replied timidly. After sitting down, Gu Changqing remarked, you may find this hard to believe, but I sense an odd familiarity about you. Despite this being our first encounter, he immediately regretted his words, fearing they might be construed as a clumsy attempt at flirtation. Indeed, it does feel somewhat familiar, yet it cannot possibly be a mere coincidence. Gu Qing'e responded, her curiosity piqued. You perhaps share the surname Gu? Suddenly, Gu Changqing was struck by a realization. Gu Qing'er nodded fervently. Yes, I am Gu Qing'er, Gu Changqing. He introduced himself, and Gu Qing'er was taken aback. You two bear the surname Gu. This suggests that our sense of familiarity may not be mere illusion. Gu Changqing began to piece together the mystery. Although Gu Qing'er was not a direct relative, she belonged to the same clan. The Gu family had once flourished thousands of years ago, with numerous legitimate branches, while the collateral branches were even more plentiful. However, over the years, the clan had declined, fracturing and scattering throughout the spiritual realm, with some branches even departing entirely. Today, only a few remnants of the Gu clan remained, but they still existed. Gu Qing'er, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "So, Brother Changqing and I are of the same lineage? No wonder I felt an indescribable connection upon seeing you. It turns out we share the same bloodline." She recalled her father's stories about the once mighty Gu clan and how she had only recently learned of its grandeur. Yet her father had also mentioned that the present Gu clan had only a few remaining branches, and their current status was uncertain. Perhaps they were the last of their kind. Hanqin Empire? Gu Qing'er pondered, realizing how distant it was, which explained her father's inability to gather any news in their conversation. Gu Changqing learned that Gu Qing'er's family resided on an island called Wangqin Island, which was significantly weaker than the Gu family in Jianglin City, lacking even a single formidable practitioner of the Tribulation Realm. The strongest member was Gu Qing'er's father, who had reached the pinnacle of the true spirit realm, which was indeed rather disheartening. Their exchange continued for quite some time, and Gu Qing'er appeared exceedingly animated. "I can hardly wait to share this news with my father. He will surely be overjoyed." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tea house, Gu Yuexian, witnessing their apparent camaraderie, was seething with rage. She stormed back to her room, choosing to avoid the sight, and began to plot her revenge against Gu Qing'er. That night, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er conversed until the late hours, and Gu Qing'er, feeling reluctant to part, finally said, "Brother Changqing, I must return now. Otherwise, sister, you will surely be upset." Gu Changqing intercepted her, gesturing for her to remain seated. "What difference does it make if you return early or late? Do you truly believe she will let you off the hook?" Gu Qing'er fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. "Stay here, from this day forth, with me around. No one shall dare to bully you. As for Changqing Pavilion, if they are all of that ilk, then they are not worth my time." Gu Changqing was determined not to let Gu Qing'er return, especially now that he knew they were kin. He would not let the matter of Gu Yuexian bullying her go unaddressed. But Gu Qing'er hesitated. From Gu Changqing, she had learned about the situation of the Gu family in Jianglin City, which, though stronger than her own, was still limited in power against a behemoth like Changqing Pavilion, especially given that they had a formidable half-step king realm expert. She feared that if she returned, she would only suffer humiliation and did not wish to drag Gu Changqing or his family into her troubles. "There's no need for buts. I'll arrange a room for you right next to mine," Gu Changqing insisted firmly, offering her no opportunity to refuse. The following day, as Gu Yuexian awoke, the disciples of Changqing Pavilion gathered. Yet Gu Qing'er was conspicuously absent. "Dong Hao, has that little vixen not returned since last night?" A disciple named Dong Hao promptly replied, "Sister, Gu Qing'er has not returned at all." What a shameless girl. To have met someone on the very first day and not returned until now. How disgraceful. Gu Yuexian was infuriated and had hardly slept a wink that night. Da-da. What has transpired to make Xian'er so upset? "Come, share the details with Uncle Wang." A voice interrupted as an elder entered the hall, observing Gu Yuexian's fury. This elder, known as Wang Zhong, was the leader of Gu Yuexian's team. Unlike other teams, hers had only one elder protector. Yet Wang Zhong's strength surpassed that of multiple elders from other teams combined, a privilege granted by the vice master, given that it was his daughter's team. Uncle Wang, upon seeing him, Gu Yuexian feigned a pitiful countenance. "It's Gu Qing'er. She spent the night with a man she just met and hasn't returned. She has brought shame upon Changqing Pavilion." "Oh, is that so?" Wang Zhong surveyed the room, noting the nodding heads of those present. Though he remained skeptical, he knew Gu Yuexian all too well. Spoiled and arrogant due to her father's status, her words might not reflect the truth at the tea that moment. The door swung open once more. "Elder Yang, why have you all returned so late?" The newcomers were another team of practitioners. If Gu Changqing had been present, he would have recognized them as the very individuals he had rescued not long ago. Why are there only a few of you? Where are Elder Mei, Elder Ping, and the others? Wang Zhong inquired, puzzled by the diminished number of participants. They are all dead, Yang Zhen replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. What? The countenance of the crowd shifted dramatically. A contingent of at least 20 to 30 disciples had set forth, yet only a few returned. The casualties were indeed grievous. What had transpired? The death of dozens of disciples constituted a significant event, especially considering that those who ventured out were the elite of the Changqing Pavilion, core members, inner disciples, and several exceptional outer disciples. Each life lost represented a considerable detriment to the pavilion. The demise of so many could undoubtedly be classified as a severe blow. We encountered a royal-grade demon king during our trials. Elder Mei and Elder Ping fell while attempting to buy us a moment to escape, Yang Zhen recounted, his voice heavy with sorrow. The crowd was shaken to its core. What? Wang Zhong exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. A royal-grade demon king. Elder Yang, are you jesting? His skepticism stemmed not from doubt in Yang Zhen's integrity. He knew the man well enough to trust his word, but the enormity of the claim was simply too astounding. How could such a formidable being exist in the shallow sea region? I would never jest about such matters. Numerous witnesses were present, and soon enough, the news will spread throughout the waters, Yang Zhen replied gravely. But how did you survive? Wang Zhong pressed further. If they truly had faced a royal-grade demon king, survival seemed implausible to it was a royal realm expert who saved us. Otherwise, our entire party would have surely perished. Yang Zhen said, a bitter smile touching his lips as the weight of his failure to protect his disciples weighed heavily on him. Wang Zhong sighed, placing a comforting hand on Yang Zhen's shoulder. You're not to blame for this. The demon king of royal caliber is a threat even to me, and certainly to the pavilion's master. Your survival is a stroke of fortune. That moment. The door burst open, not gently, but with force, as Gu Changqing entered, accompanied by Gu Chengda. You wretched girl, you dare return with your paramour. Gu Yuexian sneered, her gaze falling upon Gu Cheng without a moment's hesitation. Gu Changqing swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap. With a sickening thud, Gu Yuexian was sent flying, blood splattering the ground, her scream stifled before it could escape her lips. The suddenness of the incident left everyone in shock. No one anticipated that Gu Changqing would dare to assault Gu Yuexian in front of two esteemed elders of the Changqing Pavilion. Wang Zhong, taken aback, felt his face flush with anger. His mood, already fraught due to the loss of disciples, was now exacerbated by this brazen act against a disciple he had been instructed to protect. If anything were to happen to Gu Yuexian, how could he possibly report back to the vice master? Just as he prepared to intervene, Yang Zhen's voice halted him. Senior? Is that you? Yang Zhen exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Gu Changqing, who had made a profound impression on him by vanquishing a royal-grade demon king with a single strike. Senior? Wang Zhong echoed, confusion etching his features as he hesitated to act. Yang Zhen's reference to Gu Changqing as senior sent a ripple of unease through him. This senior is the royal realm expert I mentioned. The one who saved us. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Gu Changqing was a royal realm powerhouse. It was utterly preposterous. Aside from a handful of individuals, the collective disbelief echoed in their minds. How could a royal realm expert be in their 20s? What nonsense is this? Gu Changqing, however, paid little heed to the murmurs, his focus solely on Gu Yuexian, who was slowly rising from the ground. Her right cheek a mass of bruises and blood, her eyes wide with incredulity. Did you ever consider that your actions toward Qing'er would lead to this day? Gu Changqing approached her deliberately. This senior, Wang Zhong, was hurled from the ship. The sheer force of Gu Changqing's presence overwhelming. If you plead for her, you shall meet your end. The disciples of Changqing Pavilion felt a chill run down their spines. Wang Zhong, one of the pavilion's most formidable elders, could not withstand even a single strike from Gu Changqing. The truth of Yang Zhen's earlier words was now undeniable. The youth before them was a royal realm expert, a being more powerful than their pavilion master. How dare you bully my clan's sister? How do you wish to perish? Sister, the realization dawned upon them. Gu Qing'er was the sister of this royal realm expert. In that moment, everything fell into place. The reasons behind Gu Changqing's fierce defense of Gu Qing'er became clear. Yet, questions lingered. Wasn't Gu Qing'er's family merely a small clan without even a tribulation realm expert? How could they be connected to a royal realm powerhouse? But regardless of their disbelief, the reality was undeniable. I was wrong, Senior. I will never dare again. I didn't know Gu Qing'er was your sister. Gui Wuxian fell to her knees, her head knocking against the ground in desperate supplication, tears streaming down her face. Yet Gu Changqing remained unmoved. With a swift motion, he pierced her with a spiritual sword, the life force within her rapidly dissipating. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong, having been sent flying by Gu Changqing, struggled to regain his composure aboard the ship, his injury severe. The sight of Gu Xuan's lifeless body stirred complex emotions within him, but he dared not voice a single word. As Gu Changqing departed with Gu Qing'er, he issued a chilling proclamation. To raise a daughter like this, her father must be a wretched man. Inform your master to have him executed. I shall soon visit the Changqing pavilion, and if that vice-master still lives, every soul here shall perish. With that, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er vanished into the air, leaving the disciples of Changqing pavilion in stunned silence, unable to even breathe. They exchanged glances, a mix of emotions swirling among them. While sorrow was not predominant, there was a palpable sense of vindication. Many disciples felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Gui Wuxian had brought this upon herself, having been tyrannical and oppressive within the pavilion. Now, she had finally encountered a formidable adversary. Elder Yang approached Wang Zhong, concern etched on his face. Are you unhurt? Wang Zhong shook his head. I am alive, thanks to that senior's restraint. Of course he showed restraint. Otherwise, even a tribulation realm expert like you would not have survived a casual blow from a royal realm. What will I say to the vice-master upon my return? He specifically instructed me to keep a close watch on Yu Wuxian. Say, what is there to say to a corpse? Corpse. Wang Zhong suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed to have been rendered dazed by the events. 3 days later, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er arrived at Haiwei Island. The island was modest, home to a single city aptly named Haiwei City. Their timing was fortuitous, as in just 2 days, the largest auction house in the city, Haiwei Auction House, would host a grand event. That time, a considerable number of valuable items will be auctioned off. The Haiwei Auction House is under the joint control of the 3 prominent royal families on the island. Yu Changqing intends to accompany Gu Qing'er back to the Gu family in Wanqing Island after participating in the auction. On the way, they will pass through Changqing Island, where the Changqing Pavilion is located. Yu Changqing's previous warning was not a jest. If he receives news that the Vice Pavilion Master is not dead or has escaped, then there would be no reason for the Changqing Pavilion to continue to exist. Meanwhile, at the Changqing Pavilion on Changqing Island, the Pavilion Master, Vice Pavilion Master, and the senior members have already been awaiting the return of the disciples who have undergone training. Soon, as several ships dock at the port, it signifies the return of the elder disciples from their expedition. The Pavilion Master of Changqing Pavilion, clad in a blue robe, appears relatively young, around 40 years of age. He is no ordinary figure. Over 20 years ago, the Changqing Pavilion was merely an inconspicuous sect among the Blue Creek Islands. Since taking over as the Pavilion Master, he has led the Changqing Pavilion to rapid growth, transforming it from an obscure sect into one of the most powerful sects in the archipelago. He is indeed a legendary figure, and given his still youthful age, there remains hope for him to ascend to the royal realm in the future. The Vice Pavilion Master, named Gu Ming, is an elderly man with white hair at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, and is the strongest among the Changqing Pavilion, second only to the Pavilion Master. This day finds him in good spirits, having successfully located the spiritual wood his daughter requested for decorating her room. He eagerly anticipates a return to surprise her, with no sons to his name. Having a daughter late in life, he cherishes her dearly, striving to fulfill her every request. Yu Wuxian's capricious nature is largely attributed to Gu Ming's indulgence, the elder disciple's return. Gu Ming finally spots Wang Chong and hurries over. Elder Wang, you have finally returned. Where is Xian'er? Quickly, I have prepared a surprise for her. Recently, she had been pestering him for a piece of yuanling wood to embellish her room, and after much searching, he finally found it. Wang Chong looks at the excited old man and shakes his head. Yuan Lingwood, just right, to craft a fine coffin for your daughter. Huh. Gu Ming is momentarily stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Coffin? What do you mean? However, Wang Chong ignores him and turns to the pavilion master and the senior members. What are you waiting for? Prior to his return, Wang Chong had sent a message to the pavilion master, fearing that Gu Ming might flee. If Gu Ming were to escape, the entire Changqing pavilion would be doomed alongside him, but a sense of inexplicable crisis wells up within Gu Ming as he contemplates retreating. He is abruptly struck by the pavilion master, who delivers a powerful blow to his back. A mouthful of blood spurts forth as Gu Ming gazes incredulously at the pavilion master. Why? I, Gu Ming, have diligently served the Changqing pavilion all these years, committing no wrongs. Why? Because your precious daughter has attracted a formidable entity to our Changqing pavilion, a royal realm powerhouse. The pavilion master's expression remains calm, his voice cold and stern. And this is no ordinary royal realm powerhouse. That a sword strike has slain a royal-level demon king at the age of around 20. Do you understand what this implies? This royal realm powerhouse is not only exceptionally gifted, but likely hails from a major force, a sacred lineage. Only such esteemed powers could cultivate such a monstrous talent. That a royal realm at 20 years of age is terrifying. I warned you that your indulgence of your daughter would lead to trouble. Yet you refuse to heed my words. That royal realm powerhouse has declared that if you do not perish, all of us in the Changqing pavilion shall face death. So do not blame me. Instead, blame yourself and your beloved daughter. And as for your claim of having wronged no one in the Changqing pavilion, do you truly believe that I am unaware of your clandestine dealings? Go join your daughter in the afterlife. The senior members of the Changqing pavilion encircle Gu Ming upon arriving at Hai West City. Gu Changqing directly sought out an inn, settling in with Gu Qing'er as there remained nearly 2 days before the auction commenced. This provided an opportunity to explore the island. Although Gu Changqing had been in this world for over a decade, it was his first visit to such a marketplace for practitioners and warriors, and he found it quite novel. After giving Gu Qing'er a few instructions and leaving a sound transmission talisman, he departed the inn, heading towards the highway auction house. Gu Changqing possessed numerous medicinal pills and materials from the Demon King, suitable for auction. Hai West City truly lives up to its reputation as a trade hub in the nearby seas, with bustling streets lined with vendors selling various weapons, spiritual herbs, and demon beast pelts and bones. Following the street to its end, he arrived at the highway auction house, a towering structure over 30 feet high. Located in the heart of the city. Welcome. Are you here to consign items? Or, as soon as he entered the auction house, a manager greeted him warmly, exhibiting utmost politeness. Consign. Please summon your auction house's manager. Gu Changqing replied, as the items he wished to consign included materials from a demon king and numerous high-grade medicinal pills, which were too valuable for a mere manager to decide upon. The manager frowned at Gu Changqing's words, responding with a forced smile. May I inquire what items you wish to consign? I am one of the managers here, and most transactions can be discussed with me. Oh, Gu Changqing cast a glance at him. You can handle materials from a royal-level demon beast? Royal-level demon beast. The manager was taken aback, scrutinizing Gu Changqing intently. Upon seeing his demeanor, Gu Changqing simply tossed out a storage bag. The manager caught it and probed inside with his spiritual sense. Gasp! Upon discovering a massive demon beast corpse lying within the storage bag, the manager inhaled sharply. I will fetch the manager immediately. Please wait a moment. His voice trembled as he returned the storage bag to Gu Changqing, calling out to those nearby, quickly, bring this esteemed guest to the VIP lounge. Guided by the staff, Gu Changqing arrived at a splendid, elegantly appointed chamber. Shortly after, a stunningly beautiful woman adorned in exquisite purple satin appeared before him. Apologies for the wait, esteemed guest. I am Muzi, one of the managers of the auction house. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, radiated a mature allure, resembling a ripe, luscious fruit that one could not help but desire to taste, her every movement exuding temptation. Even Gu Changqing found himself momentarily entranced. Enchanting physique, Gu Changqing checked through his system and confirmed it indeed was the case. natural enchanting physique blue. While her enchanting physique was indeed a rarity, it was not a high grade, merely rated blue. However, individuals with such physiques are inherently rare, with perhaps only 1 in 100 million possessing such a trait. Those endowed with enchanting physiques are naturally gifted in commerce and are the coveted partners of countless cultivators, a true gem of humanity. Mu Zi was fortunate to have been born into the Haiwa auction house, a semi-royal power. Otherwise, she might have long been seized as a concubine or furnace. Gu Changqing. Once the introductions were complete, Gu Changqing promptly delved into the matter at hand, extending the storage bag towards her. However, Mu Zi appeared somewhat taken aback. Upon encountering her, Gu Changqing had only momentarily lost his composure before swiftly regaining it, a level of self-control far superior to that of most young individuals she had encountered. Typically, those young gentlemen who first laid eyes on her seemed eager to consume her whole, teeth just over 20, an age characterized by fervor and vigor. It was rare to find someone capable of withstanding her allure. As Mu Zi accepted the storage bag from Gu Changqing, she probed it with her consciousness. Although she had been informed beforehand, the sight of the colossal remains of a demon king still compelled her to cover her mouth in astonishment. Despite being one of the largest auction houses in the nearby seas, the materials from demon king corpses auctioned by the Haiwa auction house were exceedingly rare. The probability of encountering a demon king in shallow waters was astonishingly low, unless one ventured deep into the abyssal regions of the bending sea to hunt. Yet, those possessing such prowess were few and far between in the southern expanse of the Wanyao Sea. Even a king realm expert would hesitate to tread lightly into the depths, for it was the territory of fierce beasts, where their chances of survival were slim. May I ask, rather presumptuously, where you acquired this corpse of the Water Wolf King? Mu Zi inquired, seemingly concerned that Gu Changqing might misconstrue her curiosity. She quickly added that she meant no offense, merely intrigued, and would understand if it were inconvenient for him to disclose that moment. Gu Changqing realized for the first time the name of the demon king he had slain and chuckled. I personally executed Mu Zi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if he didn't wish to share, he needn't fabricate such an obviously implausible excuse. Her reaction was anticipated by Gu Changqing. It was only natural that she would doubt him, as would anyone else. Yet, the truth of his words remained intact. Would it be more believable if I disguised myself as an old man? He shrugged, refraining from further explanation. The veracity of his statement rested solely on Mu Zi's belief. Beyond this, I also possess a collection of medicinal pills, which I won't auction. Instead, I'd like to see what your auction house is willing to offer. If the price is suitable, I can sell them directly to you. Gu Changqing produced another storage bag, handing it to Mu Zi. Upon glancing within, her previously calmed emotions surged once more. Inside the bag were various common medicinal pills, recovery pills, chi-gathering pills, ice heart pills, and detoxification pills, each in considerable quantity. However, the crux of the matter was that nearly all were of the Danwen grade. Such pills were notoriously challenging to refine. Even a high-ranking alchemist might struggle to produce Danwen grade pills from lower-tier formulations. Moreover, the pills within this storage bag boasted multiple Danwen, some even featuring 9 or 8 lines. The alchemist responsible for this batch must be a Dan Huang. Surely, a Dan Huang in the Wanyao Sea? Historically, there had been a few, but in recent centuries, the occurrences of even Dan Huang had dwindled. Casting a deep glance at Gu Changqing, Mu Zi pondered if he had stumbled upon some ancient relic left behind by a predecessor. The complete remains of a demon king paired with a substantial collection of Danwen grade pills seemed too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. After tallying the 26 recovery pills, 3 with 8 lines and 10 with 7 lines, she presented her offer. The auction house was willing to pay 53,000 low-grade spirit stones for this batch of pills. How does that sound to you, Gu Gongzi? Prior to his arrival, Gu Changqing had researched the prices of various medicinal pills, and Mu Zi's offer was not insignificant. As for the Demon King's remains, should they proceed to auction, the Haiwa auction house would retain 5% of the final transaction as a service fee. How does that strike you, Gu Gongzi? Rest assured, once entrusted to the Haiwa auction house, I shall endeavor with utmost dedication to secure a price that satisfies you. Agreed. Gu Changqing was unwilling to haggle over such a trifling sum of spirit stones. This Demon King was an unexpected boon from his ocean expedition, far surpassing the value of all the pills in his storage bag combined. By the way, do you have the capacity to handle more Danwen-grade pills? He suddenly queried before departing. He currently lacked pills, but could refine more. If the highway auction house was interested, it would save him the trouble of seeking other buyers later. You still possess some? Muzi gasped, astonished. The storage bag Changqing had just given her already contained an ample supply of pills. She had assumed that was all he had, but it seemed there was more. I have none at the moment, but I can refine more. If you can accommodate them, perhaps we could establish a long-term partnership. He replied, in Muzi's mind. Changqing was becoming increasingly outrageous. Slaying demon kings and producing second and third-tier Danwen-grade pills. Did he think himself a Dan Huang? Very well, how many do you have? The highway auction house can certainly accommodate them. Medicinal pills, especially those for healing, restoring spiritual energy, or detoxifying, were in perpetual demand in the southern region of the Wanyao Sea. With its multitude of sects and cultivators, the need for pills represented a staggering figure. There was no concern over unsold inventory. That's splendid. Now, I must take my leave. Without lingering, Changqing exited, leaving Muzi in a state of dismay. She watched his retreating figure. She shook her head. Her impression of Changqing was not particularly favorable, primarily due to his nonsensical claims. One moment he was slaying demon kings. The next he was refining Danwen-grade pills. After Changqing departed, an elder appeared seemingly from nowhere behind Muzi. Taishang. The sudden presence startled Muzi, prompting her to bow respectfully. The highway auction house was jointly governed by 5 major semi-royal families, each possessing at least one semi-royal member. The Mu family ranked second among these, boasting 2 such figures, and the elder who had just entered was one of them. Xiaoi, what do you think of this individual? Taishang referred to the recently departed Changqing. Not much, just a mouthful of falsehoods. Taishang smiled slightly. You are mistaken. What he said may not be untrue, merely too outrageous in your eyes. Really? This time, it was Muzi who was taken aback. Not all his words were lies. What did he mean? Just a day prior, I received news that a Xianwang-level Demon King had appeared in the southern Wanyao Sea, only to be swiftly slain by a passing King Realm expert, reportedly with a single sword strike. That if I am not mistaken, the Demon King in question is the same as the one in your storage ring. Furthermore, I have observed the pills he provided. They are all Danwen-grade, plump and fresh, still retaining a faint medicinal aroma, evidently refined within the last 3 months. What? Muzi's face was filled with shock. Was Changqing's account genuine? Had he not uttered a single falsehood? Had she merely misjudged him? At 20 years of age, a King Realm expert had emerged in the Wanyao Sea. What an exceptional individual. Taishang marveled. Xiaoi, when this Gongzi returns, be sure not to slight him. Establishing a good rapport with him would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for our Mu family. Taishang did not reproach Muzi. The situation was indeed too incredible. 20-year-old King Realm experts were prodigies worthy of a spirit ranking. I understand. Muzi was still reeling from her shock. A 20-year-old King Realm expert was quite extraordinary. While the southern Wanyao Sea was not devoid of geniuses, such as the one from the Jinwu sect who had reached the Tribulation Realm at just 20, they paled in comparison to Changqing. Amidst her astonishment, a sense of unease crept in. Would her earlier actions provoke his displeasure? Xiaoi, if I recall correctly, you are still unwed, are you not? You are of a considerable age now. I find this Gongzi quite commendable. Indeed. Taishang chuckled lightly, causing Muzi to blush profusely. Please, Taishang, do not mock me. If what you say is true, then I am not worthy of such attention, but a naturally enchanting body is a rare sight indeed. To marry such a person, even as a concubine, would be a tremendous opportunity for you. I merely spoke in jest. I shall take my leave now. With that, Taishang's figure vanished from the private room. Upon exiting the highway auction house, Changqing did not return directly to the inn. With over 50,000 spirit stones in hand, he intended to visit the market to procure some alchemical materials. 50,000 spirit stones is undoubtedly a substantial sum. one must realize that the entire wealth of the Gu family amounts to only around 5,000 spirit stones. Truly, being an alchemist is a lucrative profession. This fortune is largely thanks to the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra and the Qing Dan Body. While alchemists do earn well, the speed at which Gu Changqing accumulates wealth is exceptional compared to ordinary alchemists. Currently, Gu Changqing's concoctions of 3rd grade and below pills are nearly all of the Dan 1 level. It is only when crafting 3rd grade and even 4th grade pills that many fail to reach the Dan 1 level, a feat that even many 5th grade Dan Emperors struggle to achieve. Although Gu Changqing is not a Dan Emperor, his prowess in crafting lower-tier pills surpasses that of Dan Emperors. After half an hour, Gu Changqing had nearly acquired all the spirit herbs and materials he needed, spending almost 20,000 spirit stones. He did not feel regret about the expenditure. The more one spends, the more one earns. The value of the pills he could produce from this batch of materials, aside from his personal use, is at least over 100,000 spirit stones. Once he completed his purchases, Gu Changqing began to leisurely stroll around the island. Soon arriving at a restaurant named Ting Yu Xian, it is said that Ting Yu Xian is the finest establishment on Haihui Island. Without exception, having been passed down for a millennium, the menu has been refined by successive masters, offering not only delectable dishes but also significant benefits for cultivation. The ingredients are sourced from the various regions of the South Sea of 10,000 Beasts. It has been claimed that dining at Ting Yu Xian for a single meal is equivalent to a fortnight of seclusion in cultivation. Thus, although the prices at Ting Yu Xian are steep, there is a valid reason for their cost. The ingredients themselves are not inexpensive. Numerous cultivators flock to the southern seas, drawn by its reputation. Ting Yu Xian comprises 4 floors, the first being the largest, accommodating around 100 patrons, where anyone with wealth can enter. However, ascending to the 2nd floor and above requires not only wealth, but also a cultivation level of the Tribulation Realm. Specifically, at least the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. The 3rd floor is reserved for those at the Half-Step King Realm, while the 4th floor is exclusively for those in the King Realm. The higher one goes, the more specialized the dishes become, with the 4th floor even offering beast meat of the level of Demon Kings. Gu Changqing directly reserved a private room on the 4th floor, and then sent a message to Gu Qing'e, who was still at the inn, asking her to join him. Having earned such a fortune, how could he not treat himself? Moreover, he was curious to see if the dishes at Ting Yu Xian truly possessed the miraculous qualities claimed, capable of equating to months of arduous cultivation. Though Gu Changqing had not yet reached the king-level realm, his strength was superior to that of an initial king realm practitioner. After a brief assessment, he received the Jade token for the Heavenly Grade private room on the 4th floor. For future visits, esteemed guest, you shall not need to undergo further testing. Merely present this Heavenly Grade token. Furthermore, should any rare ingredients be discovered in the future, you will be notified first, provided you remain within the South Sea of 10,000 Beasts. He, the host of Ting Yu Xian, a half-king level expert, personally escorted Gu Changqing to the 4th floor. Upon seeing him, the host was momentarily taken aback. This King Realm elder appears rather youthful. He respectfully handed Gu Changqing a jade token inscribed with the character Tian before withdrawing. King Realm practitioners are seldom seen in the southern seas. And even at Ting Yu Xian, it is unlikely to host more than a few in a year, hence the need for utmost regard. As he departed, the host specifically instructed the steward that all dishes ordered by Gu Changqing should be offered at a 70% discount. This would remain the case in the future. 70% off? The steward gasped in astonishment. Such a discount would mean Ting Yu Xian not only wouldn't profit, but would incur losses that a 20-year-old in the King Realm. Do you realize what this signifies? The host cast a sidelong glance at the steward. That a 20-year-old in the King Realm is undoubtedly a potential candidate for the Emperor Realm. Throughout its history, Ting Yu Xian has never hosted any Emperor-level individuals. Such a prodigy is worth cultivating a good relationship with. As long as he frequents the establishment, it is worth more than any amount of spirit stones. Meanwhile, Gu Qing'e had inquired for some time before locating the position of Ting Yu Xian. Gazing at the grand, palace-like edifice shimmering in golden jade, she suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Gu Qing'e, just as she was about to enter, she heard someone call her name from behind. Turning around, she saw a rather handsome young man approaching with a look of astonishment. Accompanying him were several young men and women. Qing'e, Is it truly you? After a brief moment of surprise, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. He had not anticipated encountering Gu Qing'er here. Su Sheng. Gu Qing'er took a while to recognize him. She, too, had not expected to meet Su Sheng here. The three prominent families of Wanqin Island include the Gu family, of which Gu Qing'er is a member, along with the Su and Chui families. The young man before her, Su Sheng, is the eldest son of the Su family and one of Gu Qing'er's ardent admirers. Before Gu Qing'er went to the Changqing pavilion, Su Sheng had pursued her relentlessly, akin to an unyielding piece of chewing gum, trailing her daily, which had become quite bothersome. After her departure to the Changqing pavilion, she finally managed to shake him off. Later, she heard that Su Sheng had joined a certain large sect, but the details were unclear to her, and she had little interest in finding out. Gu Qing'er harbored no feelings for Su Sheng, neither in the past nor in the present. Junior brother Su, is this young lady your friend? A handsome young man behind Su Sheng approached with a gentle smile. His gaze fixed on Gu Qing'er, admiration unmistakable, evidently captivated by her beauty. Why yes, allow me to introduce you. This is senior brother Tanjun, Su Sheng stammered. However, the look in Tanjun's eyes as he regarded Gu Qing'er caused Su Sheng to frown slightly. His senior brother was notorious for being a playboy within their sect, having caused trouble for numerous junior sisters and senior sisters. Furthermore, his grandfather is a grand elder, allowing him to act with impunity in the sect. Even the elders must show him some respect. Su Sheng instinctively wished to prevent Tanjun from having too much contact with Gu Qing'er. However, now that they have been recognized, it would be inappropriate not to introduce her. Gu Qing'er observed the interaction, but said nothing. The way Tanjun looked at her made her feel uncomfortable, and she had no desire to engage with them. Noticing her discomfort, Tanjun remained unfazed, instead smiling and suggesting, since we haven't seen each other in a long time, why not sit down and reminisce? I have reserved a Xian-grade private room at Tingyu Xian. Why don't you join us for a bit? The mention of a Xian-grade private room drew the attention of several bystanders. Obtaining a token for a Xian-grade room indicated that Tanjun had at least one formidable ally at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm. A powerful figure indeed, especially in the South Sea of 10,000 beasts. Su Sheng and his companions had only gained entry to the 2nd floor's Xian-grade private room, thanks to Tanjun's influence. Excuse me, but are you Miss Gu Qing'er? Just as Gu Qing'er was about to decline the invitation, a maid descended from the 2nd floor and inquired. Realizing that this was someone sent by her brother Changqing, she nodded in agreement. Esteemed guest, please follow me to the 4th floor. The maid gestured for her to proceed. Gu Qing'er glanced at Tanjun and Su Sheng, softly declining. No, my brother is already waiting for me. With that, she did not linger further and followed the maid up to the 4th floor. The 4th floor? Tanjun's expression soured slightly, questioning whether he had misheard. The maid had mentioned the 4th floor? Su Sheng and several others naturally heard this clearly and nodded in agreement. But within their hearts, a tempest of astonishment was already brewing. Prior to arriving at Tingyu Pavilion, Senior Brother Tan had specially enlightened them about the establishment. Ordinary individuals, no matter how affluent, could only remain on the 1st floor. Ascending to the 2nd floor required either personal prowess or the backing of someone powerful at the 7th level of the Tribulation Realm or above. The 3rd floor demanded one to be at the threshold of the King Realm as for the 4th floor. Only those with extraordinary connections to King Realm powerhouses could gain access. The most astonishing of all was Su Sheng. He felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, that he was well aware of Gu Qing'er's family. It was merely a minor clan on Wanqin Island, lacking even a single Tribulation Realm expert. How could this be? Su Sheng was baffled and bewildered, yet the reality before him left no room for disbelief. After Gu Qing'er ascended to the 4th floor, the dishes ordered by Gu Changqing had already been served. Steamed longwin-tail fish, abyssal shark head, purple orchid ginseng, and south-domained blue water demonic flesh. Each exquisite ingredient commanded prices ranging from hundreds to even thousands of spirit stones. Gu Qing'er gazed at the dazzling array of delicacies, swallowing hard. Many of the dishes she had not only never tasted but had not even heard of. Brother Changqing, how many spirit stones does this table of dishes cost? Gu Qing'er hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, feeling as though this spread was worth more than she was. About 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Changqing replied, placing a piece of longwood fish into his mouth as he spoke 2,000 spirit stones. Gu Qing'er trembled, nearly losing her grip on her chopsticks. That it was no longer a mere sensation. This meal truly surpassed her worth. During her time at Changqing Pavilion, she could only receive a few low-grade spirit stones each month. For her, 2,000 spirit stones were an astronomical figure. Hurry up and eat. It will get cold soon. Don't be so surprised. Your brother Changqing is a king realm powerhouse. Spending 2,000 spirit stones on a meal excessive for someone of my status? Gu Qing'er was rendered speechless. Indeed, for a king realm expert, several thousand spirit stones were hardly significant. After the meal, Gu Changqing was thoroughly satisfied. It must be said that the culinary skills of the chefs at Tingyu Pavilion were truly remarkable. This meal was the most exquisite he had tasted since arriving in this world. Gu Qing'er initially hesitated to indulge further, but could not resist as Gu Changqing continually served her more food. The second level of the Thunder Tribulation was approaching. Gu Changqing could distinctly feel the surge of spiritual power within him. Having reached the spiritual realm's threshold, he had completed the first level of the Tribulation realm. This meal was indeed worth it. For Gu Qing'er, who was at the true spirit realm, the effects were even more pronounced. Originally at the initial stage of true spirit realm, she had now broken through to the perfection of the second level. And this was before the ingredients had been fully digested. Once fully absorbed, she might even attain the third level of true spirit realm. Gu Qing'er was utterly astonished. Previously, each breakthrough had taken her several months, and after reaching the true spirit realm, it had become even more challenging. She had been stuck at the early stage for over 2 months without any sign of progressing to the mid-stage. Yet this single meal had propelled her from the early stage of true spirit realm to perfection in the second level. Did this mean that with just a few more meals? Don't overthink it. The effects of these ingredients are most pronounced the first time they are consumed. Subsequent enhancements will diminish. Much like the pills used for cultivation, Gu Qing'er blushed, wondering how brother Changqing knew her thoughts. After their meal, Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er returned to the inn, awaiting the day of the auction. Over the next couple of days, Highway Auction House began extensive promotion of the Water Wolf King's remains, drawing an influx of people to Highway Island, many of whom hailed from powerful factions in the nearby seas, including several semi-king realm experts. Gu Changqing was naturally pleased to see this. The more, the better. The higher the bids, the better. The day of the auction finally arrived. Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er arrived early at Highway Auction House. The venue did not have a VIP section. After receiving their bidding paddle, they entered the auction hall amidst the crowd. A grand tiered hall encircled the central auction stage. The auction house was not large, accommodating only about 1,000 people. One of the largest auction houses in the nearby seas. Highway Auction House boasted high standards. Only those with considerable strength were permitted entry. Those seated were all high-ranking members of various factions, stewards, elders, and even leaders of their respective powers. It was Gu Qing'er's first time witnessing such a grand spectacle, and she was like a curious child, gazing around in wonder. Holding paddle number 188, she was quickly led to her designated spot by a servant. As the curtain rose, Muzi, dressed in a purple gown, gracefully walked onto the stage. Greetings, everyone. It's been a while. Yes, it is I once again, serving as the auctioneer for this event. With her curvaceous figure, exposed jade back, exquisite beauty, and a natural allure that emanated from her, many in the audience began to stir restlessly. It was true that some young masters were not there for the auction, but rather for Muzi. Gu Changqing could distinctly sense that. With Mui's appearance, the previously disinterested men suddenly awakened, their gazes sweeping over her as if they wished to devour her whole. All right, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Let us proceed directly to the main event. Muzi said, swiftly moving into the auction. With a flick of her delicate hand, a beautifully crafted jade bottle appeared on the auction table. The first item up for bid is a third-grade soul-shaping pill, featuring 2 pill patterns, effective in treating spiritual injuries. The starting price is 300 spirit stones. Interested parties may begin bidding. Although the soul-shaping pill was a third-grade pill, the rarity of the required materials made its price exorbitant, even rivaling some 4th-grade pills. 800 spirit stones. As soon as Muzi finished speaking, a man in black holding paddle number 307 from the third row immediately called out, raising his bid by 500 spirit stones. Gu Changqing glanced at him. Noting the severe spiritual injury he bore, if left untreated, he likely would not survive for long. Hence his urgency, 900 spirit stones, 1,000. The auction continued, but Gu Changqing found little interest in the proceedings. The second item for auction was 3 formation flags, which he also had no use for. Gu Changqing had reviewed the auction list, which contained many items he needed, such as a third-grade spirit sword. But it had not yet come up. Currently, among the 4 spirit swords composing his Zhuxian sword array, only one was third grade, while the others were second grade. Fourth grade spirit swords were scarce, and Gu Changqing planned to first assemble a complete set of third grade spirit swords. Once he acquired 4 third grade spirit swords, his strength would significantly increase. Of course, for a qualitative enhancement, he would ultimately need to find a 4th grade spirit sword. The third item for bid finally piqued Gu Changqing's interest. The third item was the blood spirit fruit, a third-grade spirit fruit that could serve as the main ingredient for blood essence pills or as an auxiliary ingredient for beauty pills. The starting bid was 1,100 spirit stones. However, Gu Changqing was aware of a third use for the blood spirit fruit, the 9 Revolutions purple gold pill, an ancient formula recorded in the Dan Emperor's Heart Sutra. Although Gu Changqing personally had no use for the 9 Revolutions purple gold pill, his soon-to-be-born children would require it. Children must be nurtured from an early age. Yes, Gu Changqing was determined to ensure they had a head start. 1,500 spirit stones. Gu Qinger raised paddle number 188, bidding on behalf of Gu Changqing. Paddle 258, 1,300 spirit stones. The bidders for the blood spirit fruit were primarily women. Their motivations clear. Who wouldn't wish to look more beautiful and youthful? The holder of paddle 258 was a fair-skinned woman in blue. If Gu Changqing were to rate her out of 100, he might give her an 80. For reference, Muzi would score a 91, Gu Qinger a 95, and Zhang Lianxin a perfect score. No explanation needed. 1,500 spirit stones. Gu Changqing continued to raise his bid, determined to acquire the blood spirit fruit. Number 188, 1,500 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Muzi immediately recognized Gu Changqing. Her heart stirring. 1,700 spirit stones. Announced a woman at table 258, her brow slightly furrowed. With only Gu Changqing remaining as her competitor, she too was resolutely intent on securing this blood spirit fruit. She had prepared all the necessary ingredients for the beauty elixir, including the primary herb and other auxiliary herbs, and even secured a skilled alchemist. She was merely lacking this blood spirit fruit. Well, 1,700 spirit stones. Dong Yin truly is affluent. Was it surprising for the fiancée of the young master of the Mo family to possess wealth? The blue-clad girl was not unfamiliar to many present. Dong family of Haiwei Island. This mere identity held little significance. The Dong family was but a small clan, with only 2 or 3 cultivators of the tribulation stage, and they were all merely in the early stages of that realm. However, Dong Yan's other identity was rather formidable. She was the fiancée of the young master of the Mo family, one of the 5 prominent families on Haiwei Island. This status alone was enough to deter numerous factions, far stronger than the Dong family, from offending her lightly. The 5 prominent families not only controlled the Haiwei auction house, but also wielded authority over all affairs on Haiwei Island. 2,000 spirit stones. Yet, Gu Changqing remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, it would hold no weight in his considerations, and he continued to bid 2,000 spirit stones. His generous offer elicited astonishment from the onlookers. Truly, he was remarkably wealthy. The market price for the blood spirit fruit hovered around 1,500 spirit stones, and Dong Yan's previous bid of 1,700 stones was already significantly above market value. While the blood spirit fruit was indeed rare, it hardly warranted a price of 2,000 spirit stones. It seemed he was simply a man with too much money to spend. Gu Changqing was unaware that he had already been discreetly labeled as a fool with deep pockets by the crowd. 2,300 spirit stones. Dong Yin was resolute. She had prepared a maximum of 2,300 spirit stones for this blood spirit fruit. Should her opponent raise the bid further, she would have no choice but to concede. Yet, she felt reluctant. How long had she prepared for this beauty elixir? The blood spirit fruit was exceedingly rare, and who could say when it would appear again? 6 months? A year? It was uncertain. This young master, this fruit is of utmost importance to me. Might you show me some grace and allow me to have it? As her financial strength began to falter, she resorted to threats. Dong Yan's words drew derisive snickers from several in the auction house. The Dong family was merely a small clan. What face did they have? Yet who was unaware that she was the fiancée of the young master of the Mo family. Rather than invoking the Dong family, she was leveraging her connection to the Mo family to exert pressure on Gu Changqing. In truth, Dong Yan did not wish to resort to coercion, but this blood spirit fruit was far too significant to her, and she was unwilling to let it slip away. Beside Gu Changqing, a local cultivator discreetly advised him, "Young master, I perceive you are not from this island. The Dong family is inconsequential, yet Dong Yan is the fiancé of the Mo family's young master. The Mo family is one of the 5 prominent families on Highway Island. It is unwise to offend them over a mere herb. Perhaps it would be best to withdraw." This individual noted that Gu Changqing did not seem like a local cultivator and might be unaware of Dong Yan's background. Hence the warning down the auction stage. Mu Zi observed the unfolding scene without uttering a word. Ordinarily, Dong Yan's coercive tactics would violate the rules of the auction house. Yet, Mu Zi remained silent, not issuing a reprimand. Instead, watching intently that it was not solely due to Dong Yan's connection to the Mo family. Rather, she was prevented from intervening by Intai, who deemed the matter insufficiently serious. The island was too small, and with 5 families sharing such limited profits, there was little room for excess. With a single phrase, Mu Zi grasped the situation completely. Seated at table 188, Gu Changqing remained expressionless, unperturbed by Dong Yan's threats. He dismissed her with indifference. What did the Dong and Mo families mean to him? 2,300 spirit stones. If there were 2 blood spirit fruits available today, I might concede this one and secure the other. But alas, there is but this single fruit on the auction list. If Dong Yan desires it, so too does Gu Changqing. What face can you demand from me? 2,300 spirit stones. Is there no one else willing to bid higher? Mu Zi's voice resonated softly. After a prolonged silence, no further bids emerged. Mu Zi continued. 2,300 spirit stones. First call, 2,300 spirit stones. Second call, 2,300 spirit stones. Third call. Let us congratulate guest number 188 for successfully acquiring the blood spirit fruit at the price of 2,300 spirit stones. Watching helplessly as Gu Changqing secured the blood spirit fruit, Dong Yan seethed with rage, gritting her teeth as she managed to utter, "Very well. I shall remember you." That Gu Changqing could scarcely be bothered to spare her a glance. From beginning to end, he had regarded her with contempt. Were it not for his desire to avoid disrupting the auction, and considering that his own prized waterwolf king had yet to be auctioned, he would have easily dealt with this insufferable woman. A mere insect dared to threaten him? Just as he thought the matter had concluded with Mu Zi's final word, an intriguing turn of events unfolded with the arrival of a young man clad in a dark robe. The young master of the Mo family, Mo Haobai. Many began to regard the scene with keen interest. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Upon Mo Haobai's arrival, he made a beeline for Dong Yan. "What brings you here?" Surprise illuminated Dong Yan's face. Prior to the auction, she had invited her fiancé to attend, but Mo Haobai claimed to be preoccupied, hence his absence. Why had he come now? "I finished my matters and thought I would come see." Mo Haobai replied, noticing Dong Yan's expression of grievance, causing him to pause. "What happened? Who dares to bully you?" Dong Yan cast a glance in Gu Changqing's direction. Mo Haobai followed her gaze, furrowing his brow slightly. "Speak to me. Who dares to offend my woman? They must be seeking death." Dong Yan recounted the events to Mo Haobai, embellishing the tale somewhat. "Oh, interesting. On Highway Island, there are still those who dare to disregard Mo Haobai and the Mo family." Mo Haobai patted Dong Yan's shoulder, signaling her to sit. "Leave this matter to me." Coincidentally, the next item up for auction was a spirit herb that Gu Changqing also required 0.5 blue stargrasses. Starting at 1,300 spirit stones, 1,500 spirit stones. Gu Changqing bid 2,000 spirit stones. Originally, several individuals were prepared to compete for the bid, but upon realizing that the one offering 2,000 spirit stones was Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family, they abruptly withdrew. Glancing at Gu Changqing, they thought, what a show we are about to witness. They silently mourned for Gu Changqing. The young man, oblivious to the dangers, dared to offend the Mo family on Highway Island, that he may have won the bid, but would he be able to leave the island alive? 2,100 spirit stones, 2,500 spirit stones. As soon as Gu Changqing's voice fell, Mo Haobai's voice rang out. Gu Changqing glanced at Mo Haobai's position and the smug expression on Dong Yan's face, as if to say, aren't you wealthy? Go on, continue. Gu Changqing refrained from raising his own bid and inquired, are you speaking on our behalf? Mo Haobai sneered, this is an auction. Naturally, the wealthy prevailed. Go on, keep bidding. This young master has no shortage of spirit stones. Today, I will ensure you learn a lesson. On Highway Island, not everyone can afford to offend. With me, Mo Haobai present, if you manage to acquire anything, consider it a feat. Gu Changqing chuckled, and with a resounding clang, his sword materialized in hand. Cleaving towards Mo Haobai's direction, the brilliant sword light illuminated half the venue, causing the auction house's array of runes to flicker wildly. Bang! Several protective talismans on Mo Haobai detonated. In that critical moment, he reacted swiftly, retracting his arm just in time. Otherwise, that strike would have severed his arm. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. The spectators within the auction house were left utterly petrified by the scene. No one anticipated that Gu Changqing would dare to take action directly in the auction hall. Moreover, his opponent was none other than Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family, one of the 5 great semi-king families of Highway Island. Feeling the terrifying remnants of that sword strike, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. This person is formidable. Gu Changqing did not draw a second sword. Instead, he gazed at the pale, disoriented Mo Haobai. You possess great wealth? You have an abundance of spirit stones? Come, if you have the ability, raise your bid again. Gu Changqing returned to his seat, a hint of impatience evident in his demeanor. From this point onward, if Mo Haobai dared to increase his bid once more, Gu Changqing would strike him down. A wave of astonishment surged through the entire auction house. If you have the ability, raise the bid again. A single sword strike, accompanied by that declaration, made everyone acutely aware of Gu Changqing's dominance. Regardless of his status as the young master of the Mo family, should he dare to raise the bid, Gu Changqing would not hesitate to eliminate him. As for Dong Yan, she was already slumped on the ground, utterly terrified. Although Gu Changqing's sword was not aimed at her, the residual force still left her in a state of shock. If that strike had been directed at her, Dong Yan could hardly fathom the outcome. She certainly did not possess as many life-saving talismans as Mo Haobai. What a slap in the face. Just moments ago, Mo Haobai had boasted that as long as he was present, Gu Changqing would be unable to secure any item. And now, he was being thoroughly humiliated. It was a resounding blow to his pride. After what felt like an eternity, Mo Haobai finally regained his composure from the earlier fright. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Changqing, his expression twisted in anger, yet he dared not utter a word. He could not take the risk of betting on Gu Changqing's reluctance to kill him. Noticing Mo Haobai's demeanor, Gu Changqing understood that he surely felt aggrieved. That he sneered, "My name is Gu Changqing. I'll be staying on Highway Island for a day or two. Do not say that I did not give you an opportunity for revenge. But let me make one thing clear. If you cannot kill me, I will annihilate your entire family." How audacious! Everyone could sense Gu Changqing's almost unparalleled arrogance. This time, he was not merely threatening Mo Haobai, but was directly challenging the Mo family, one of the 5 great semi-king families. Even the semi-king powerhouses present felt a chill run down their spines. This was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. Threatening the Mo family, one of the 5 great families, made some of the semi-kings question their own courage. The Mo family ranked 3rd among the 5 great semi-king families, boasting 2 semi-kings in their ranks. In the subsequent auction, Gu Changqing successfully acquired everything he desired. Given the earlier incident, Not only did Mo Haobai hesitate to compete with Gu Changqing, but others also harbored a degree of trepidation towards this formidable figure. Consequently, there were hardly any challengers to Gu Changqing's bids. Mo Haobai and Dong Yin departed early. Having lost such face, he had no desire to linger. Ultimately, the skeleton of the Water Wolf King, along with its fangs, fur, entrails, and so forth, fetched a total of 130,000 spirit stones. Jiu Changqing was quite satisfied. Upon returning, Mo Haobai sought out his father. When had Mo Haobai ever endured such humiliation? If he did not reclaim his honor, how could he show his face in Highway Island? However, upon hearing his son's account, the head of the Mo family maintained an unusually calm demeanor. Father, Mo Haobai, perplexed by his father's silence, glanced at him in confusion. Haobai, you are no longer a child. As the heir of the Mo family, how can I entrust the family to you when you exhibit such behavior? Stop mingling with those worthless companions of yours. What? Mo Haobai was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from his father. The threat was not merely directed at him, but at the entire Mo family. This concerned the family's reputation. If they did not respond, where would their dignity lie? How would others regard the Mo family? If even an ordinary individual could dare to threaten them, challenge them, witnessing Mo Haobai's continued confusion, the head of the Mo family felt a deeper disappointment and guilt for neglecting his son's training and guidance over the years. Use your brain for once. T 20 years of age. At least at the early or mid stages of the tribulation realm, a sect that can cultivate such a prodigy is certainly not an ordinary force. To be in Highway City and dare to threaten my Mo family. Do you want to invite disaster upon yourself? Or do you wish for the Mo family to perish sooner rather than later? The head of the Mo family patted Mo Haobai's shoulder. Haobai, you must mature at this rate. If the Mo family falls into your hands, it won't be long before we are erased from this sea region. After delivering those words, the head of the Mo family departed, leaving Mo Haobai in a state of shock. Following his father's admonition, he gradually regained his composure, reflecting on Gu Changqing's calm demeanor during the auction, causing a shiver to run down his spine. To threaten him, to challenge the entire Mo family on their own turf, could only stem from two possibilities. Either the individual completely disregarded the Mo family, or he was a fool, lacking in intelligence. Yet, could one who achieved the tribulation realm at the age of 20 truly be a fool? Mo Haobai suddenly realized how utterly foolish he had been. In the following 2 days, Gu Changqing did not rush to leave. After collecting his spirit stones from the auction house, he returned to the inn with Gu Changqing. It was not that he was waiting for the Mo family to retaliate. Gu Changqing was not that trivial. He had long since cast aside the Mo family's affairs, never allowing them to occupy his thoughts. If they did not come, so be it. Should they truly arrive, Gu Changqing would not hesitate to erase the Mo family's name from Highway Island. He was no benevolent soul. He had offered them an opportunity, and if they insisted on courting death, he would oblige. The reason Gu Changqing remained on the island was to refine pills, with a considerable amount of alchemical materials at hand. He planned to complete his concoctions before leaving, to avoid any future inconveniences should he lack necessary herbs and need to make another trip to Highway Island. 2 days later, Gu Changqing finished refining his pills, during which the Mo family made no attempts at retaliation. On the day he prepared to depart Highway Island with Gu Changqing, suddenly, the once tranquil skies over Highway Island darkened, shrouded in black mist. As dozens of figures clad in black descended, riding flying demonic beasts, hovering over Highway City. These individuals were all semi-king realm practitioners. At the forefront stood 2 elders, one clad in black robes and the other in white. Their auras profound and unfathomable. Jiu Changqing, with his keen perception and formidable spiritual sense, immediately discerned that these 2 had far surpassed the average semi-king. Complete semi-king? Gu Changqing's heart stirred. A complete semi-king was merely a step away from the king realm. In the southern regions of the 10,000 Demon Sea, such beings were at the apex of the hierarchy, nearly invincible without the emergence of a king, with over 10 semi-kings under their command. It was evident that they were not from some insignificant force. As the black-clad individuals descended, they enveloped the entire Changqing island in black mist, collaboratively setting up a formidable ceiling formation. The black-robed elder gazed down with an impassive expression. He and the white-robed elder hailed from an extremely powerful sect in the southern regions of the 10,000 Demon Sea, the Wuyue Xian sect, although the Wuyue Xian sect lacked a king realm powerhouse. Both he and the white-robed elder were at the pinnacle of the semi-king realm, commanding over 10 semi-kings. Compared to the 5 great semi-king families of Haiwei Island, the Wuyue Xian sect was evidently far more formidable. The combined might of the 5 great semi-king families amounted to a considerable number, totaling around 8 or 9 however. Most were the mid-stage of the semi-king realm, with only 2 at the late stage, and none at the complete semi-king level. Soon, the entire Changqing Island was completely sealed off, the dense black mist isolating the interior from the exterior. When an unfortunate soul at the true spirit realm attempted to exit the island, they collided directly with the mist-laden sky, resulting in a chilling scream as they were seized by a foundation-building cultivator clad in black, their lifeless body left behind, drained of all vital essence, save for a storage bag that was confiscated. Witnessing this scene, countless individuals on the island were thrown into a state of panic, gripped by terror. What is happening? Why had someone sealed off the island? Those attempting to leave were all in a frenzy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within Haiwei Island, nearly 10 figures surged forth, the semi-king powerhouses from the 5 great families, their identities recognized by the cultivators in Haiwei City. The patriarch of the Wang family, the foremost among the 5 families, stepped forward, frowning as he surveyed the group of black-robed individuals sealing off Haiwei Island. These people were clearly not benevolent. The patriarch of the Wang family furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the leading black-robed elder, his voice heavy with concern. "What is your intention? Hand over your possessions." The elder in the black robe slowly began to speak. "What is your intention?" "Senior, I do not comprehend. What is it that you seek?" The black-robed elder's gaze sharpened as he replied, "Do not feign ignorance. Shunyuan Island. Are you aware of it? Shunyuan Island." The patriarch of the Wang family maintained a calm facade, yet his heart was in turmoil. How could this be possible? How did they come to know? It turned out that not long ago, the patriarch had discovered a jade tablet in the ruins of Changqing Island, a place within the sea. This jade tablet was linked to a powerful figure from the Wang realm who had once fallen in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts, and it likely served as the key to unlocking a hidden abode. After acquiring this key, he had not mentioned it to anyone, not even to those closest to him. How could these black-robed individuals know? Logically, it should have been impossible. What does this mean? Patriarch Wang. The semi-royal figures from several other prominent families on Haiwei Island turned their gazes toward him, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Clearly, they were unaware of the patriarch's possession of the key to the powerful figure's hidden abode, leaving them bewildered and inadvertently caught in the crossfire. Although the 5 semi-royal families of Haiwei Island shared mutual interests, their relations were far from amicable. The group of black-robed individuals in the sky appeared to have a connection to the Wang patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch's expression remained inscrutable, revealing not a hint of his inner turmoil. With a cold snort, he declared, "I have no idea what they're talking about." Regardless of the circumstances, the Wang patriarch could not admit to attracting the black-robed figures. Observing his denial, the elder in the black robe was entirely unfazed. He was well aware of the patriarch's subtle machinations. With a sinister smile, he remarked, "It matters not if you deny it. Once they are eliminated, the treasures will naturally belong to me. Ensure the complete lockdown of Haiwei Island. Not a single fly should escape." The matter pertained to the hidden abode and legacy of a powerful figure from the Wang realm, warranting utmost caution that it was better to kill mistakenly than to let any chance of escape slip away. In the eyes of the black-robed elder, everyone on Haiwei Island was merely fodder. Although the Wuyue Xian sect was not an evil sect, today they might be compelled to act as one. The elder in white furrowed his brow and said, "Eliminate the Wang family and seize the jade tablet. There is no need to slaughter all the cultivators on the island. Such actions may incite the displeasure of the royal powers in the southern sea of 10,000 beasts." The black-robed elder's gaze turned icy as he replied, "And if they are displeased, Once we acquire the abode of that powerful figure from the Wong realm and ascend to the royal level, our Wiyue sect will also become a royal power. What is there to fear? Moreover, if we truly anger those royal powers, we can simply retreat far away, beyond the southern sea of 10,000 beasts, or even out of this entire region. Once we achieve the royal realm, the world is ours to traverse. As they spoke, they showed no intention of concealing their conversation from the others. Above, the cultivators in the marketplace of Hellfire Island were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. However, once their dialogue leaked out, the black-robed elder exuded an indiscriminate killing intent, enveloping all the cultivators on the island. Very well, the elder in white conceded, at this juncture, the Wiyue sect needed to unite. The hidden abode of the powerful figure from the Wong realm and the legacy to ascend to the royal level were of paramount importance. For the two of them, this represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom, boom! The two fully realized semi-royal figures unleashed their oppressive auras simultaneously. The sky above Hellfire Island was sealed without a single flaw, as black mist coiled like venomous serpents around the island. Flicking their tongues and flashing cold, triangular eyes imbued with runic light, in this moment, even semi-royal cultivators found escape impossible. This oppressive force was dreadful. It was fully realized semi-royal power. Damn it. How could it be fully realized semi-royal power? It was over. It was over. Had the intruders merely been a larger number of semi-royals, even with some in the late semi-royal stage, the 5 great families of Hellfire Island might still have had a fighting chance, and there would have been hope for survival. However, fully realized semi-royal power. Panic gripped everyone, their faces ashen, in the marketplace. Many external cultivators and scattered practitioners who had come to trade on Hellfire Island were incensed. Hearing that the black-robed elder intended to indiscriminately slaughter all cultivators on the island, countless cultivators exclaimed in desperation, "You have grievances with the Wong family. Deal with them alone. What does this have to do with us? We are outsiders, here merely to attend the auction, with no ties to the Wong family. Would you grant us a chance for survival?" Yet the crowd received no response, as it was evident that the black-robed elder and the elder in white above held no intention of sparing anyone. Within Hellfire City, numerous disciples and followers of semi-royal factions were equally furious. Some among them were merely passing through, having heard of the auction on Hellfire Island. Who could have anticipated that disaster would strike and they would find themselves embroiled in such turmoil? There were many cultivators like them. Yet the people from Wiyue sect above did not care. They directly set up formations to seal the area, killing several scattered practitioners attempting to flee the island. They truly intended to silence everyone. In front of the inn, Changqing looked up at the sky, feeling helpless. Just as he intended to leave, he found himself caught up in this situation. Was it really such a coincidence? Gazing at the black-robed elder, he declared, "I do not wish to be involved in this matter. I am unaware of the intricacies between you and the Wong family, and this is your dispute. Why must others be implicated?" When Changqing referred to others, he did not mean the people on the island, but rather himself. The lives and deaths of those on the island were of no concern to him. He merely wished to take Changqing and depart from this place at this moment. Many recognized Changqing, the audacious youth who had dared to threaten Mo Haobai and even the Mo family during the auction. To their astonishment, after threatening Mo Haobai and the Mo family, Changqing remained unharmed. Muz and Yin Taishang also noticed Changqing. In their moment of despair, they felt a profound sense of relief upon seeing him. They had thought Changqing had long since departed. Had he done so, it would have truly been the end. Tribulation stage, the black-robed elder looked down from the sky, taking a longer glance at Changqing, who appeared too young. Muz and Yin Taishang grew tense, genuinely worried that the black-robed elder might acquiesce. However, the elder's next words brought them relief. Sometimes life unfolds this way. Reaching the tribulation stage at your age indicates exceptional talent. Alas, the world is unpredictable. Today, none shall leave. Even if you are a prodigy of a royal power, declared the black-robed elder. Changqing's gaze deepened. You truly will not allow me to depart? The black-robed elder chuckled, offering no reply. The answer was already abundantly clear. The Wuyue Xin sect intended to eradicate Haiwei Island to seize the key to the abode of the powerful figure from the Wang realm. And he had no intention of allowing any potential informants to escape. Even those uninvolved would be killed. Better to err on the side of caution than to let anyone slip away. The path of martial arts has always been littered with corpses, so the blame lay with those whose fates had taken a turn for the worse. Very well. Gu Changqing shrugged. He did not wish to be involved in this affair. Yet circumstances dictated otherwise. He gazed at the black-robed elder, hoping only that he would not come to regret his choices. Regret. In this lifetime, the elder felt that not a single action he had taken had ever elicited a sense of regret. However, before the black-robed elder could finish his words, his expression underwent a drastic change. A terrifying sense of impending death enveloped him, and his pupils dilated in horror. Gu Changqing seemed to transform into a celestial sword, piercing the heavens with an unparalleled sharpness, directly aimed at the black-robed elder. Slay! With a single stroke of his sword, a fatal strike was unleashed. The sword lights surged forth, enveloping the black-robed elder. The moment Gu Changqing drew his sword, the black-robed elder sensed that something was amiss. Yet, the strike arrived too swiftly for him to even contemplate escape. The pure white sword light dissipated, distorting the space around it, as the black-robed elder's figure vanished entirely from this realm, leaving no trace behind. With that single stroke, silence fell over Haiwei Island. Hearts raced with shock. A half-step fully realized royal being was slain just like that. That was a half-step fully realized royal being. Merely a step away from royal power. There were no mere insignificant figures in that moment. All gazes turned toward Gu Changqing, filled with awe. Previously absent, now was present, Gu Changqing calmly regarded the spot where the black-robed elder had once stood. Regretful? Gu Changqing held a firm belief that the old man in the black robe must have felt a profound sense of regret before his demise. He lamented his own carelessness, and, even more so, regretted obstructing Gu Changqing's departure if he had allowed Gu Changqing to leave at that moment. Might he have been spared from death? Was he not a figure of the Wang realm? Yin Taishang's heart was equally tumultuous. He had always believed Gu Changqing to be a formidable figure of the Wang realm. Yet, when Gu Changqing had struck, his aura distinctly revealed that he was merely at the initial stage of the Jie realm. However, the shock that resonated within Yin Taishang only intensified. Had Gu Changqing truly been of the Wang realm, Yin Taishang might not have been so taken aback that a Wang realm expert could easily slay a half-step Wang realm opponent, even one at the pinnacle of half-step, with little effort. But Gu Changqing was not of the Wang realm. He was merely at the initial stage of the Jie realm, to slay a half-step Wang realm expert with a single sword stroke. It felt utterly surreal to Yin Taishang. Below, Mo Haobai, the young master of the Mo family, stood with his mouth agape, a surge of inexplicable terror welling up from the depths of his being. His body trembled uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had foolishly considered provoking Gu Changqing to seek trouble with a figure of the Wang realm. Was he courting death? Fortunately, his father had timely chastised him. The thought sent a shiver down Mo Haobai's spine. Had the Mo family truly sought revenge on Gu Changqing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many who had attended the auction were certainly familiar with Gu Changqing. They vividly recalled his arrogant display at the auction house, where he had brazenly threatened Mo Haobai and the Mo family, one of the 5 great half-step Wang families. At that time, they believed Gu Changqing would struggle to leave High Moon Island alive. Now, however, they began to understand why he had dared to act so tyrannically at the auction. With the ability to slay a half-step Wang realm expert with a single stroke, what regard would he have for the 5 great families of High Moon Island? If matters had ended there, it would have been one thing. But should the Mo family have dared to provoke Gu Changqing, it seemed he could easily annihilate them without a second thought. The crowd finally comprehended why Gu Changqing had declared he would remain on High Moon Island for 2 days, yet the Mo family had made no move. The Mo family had likely sensed something amiss. It was not that they lacked action, but that they dared not take any. Those who had previously mocked the Mo family for their cowardice now realized that they themselves were the true fools. Flee! After witnessing the demise of the old man in the black robe at the hands of Gu Changqing, Over a dozen half-step Wong experts from the Wu Xian sect, including another half-step Wong realm expert in white robes, were rendered numb. Their immediate reaction was not to join forces to ambush Gu Changqing in retaliation for the old man's death, but to escape. The group dispersed like scattered rays of light, fleeing in all directions. This scene left the onlookers on High Moon Island utterly astonished. The previously arrogant figures in black, who had boasted of sealing off High Moon Island and slaughtering all its inhabitants, were now in full retreat. Yet, upon reflecting on Gu Changqing's terrifying prowess, it became clear, in the face of such a formidable opponent of the Wong realm, was it not wiser to flee than to await certain death? But would Gu Changqing allow them to escape? To kill one was to kill many, lest they become future threats. With a mere thought, the 4 spiritual swords that formed the array shot forth. In an instant, the over a dozen half-step Wong experts were nearly exterminated. Only the half-step Wong realm expert in white robes remained, captured by Gu Changqing, pleading for mercy. "Senior, spare my life. I am a Taishang elder of the Wu Xian sect, willing to serve you like a beast, if only you would grant me my life." Initially, Gu Changqing intended to crush him without hesitation. Yet the elder's words stirred something within him. Currently, within the Gu family, he was the sole figure of the Wong realm. While Jiang Lianxin was undoubtedly gifted, she still had some distance to cover before reaching the Wong realm. Moreover, her pregnancy had impeded her cultivation. If he were to venture out, the Gu family would lack another Wong realm protector. Though the white-robed elder was not of the Wong realm, he was at the pinnacle of half-step Wong realm. For Gu Changqing, assisting a half-step Wong realm expert to advance to the Wong realm was not an insurmountable task. Within the Dandy Heart Sutra, there existed an ancient recipe for a 4th-grade pill known as the San Yuan Pajang Dan, which could significantly enhance the probability of breaking through to the Wong realm. He had already concocted 3 of these pills, which he had no need for himself, as his own talents rendered such enhancements unnecessary. However, those around him, such as his father and the elders, could benefit greatly upon reaching the 9th level of the Jie realm. Gu Changqing had only prepared 3 pills for contingency purposes, yet it seemed he would soon need to employ them. "Spare you? That is not out of the question." Gu Changqing tossed a black pill toward him. "Take this, and I shall spare your life." The white-robed elder glanced at the black pill, and without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. This moment, all he sought was survival. Any hesitation might invoke Gu Changqing's wrath, leading to his inevitable demise. After consuming the black pill, the white-robed elder felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his very soul. With a mere thought from Gu Changqing, he could perish in an instant. This pill had been concocted by Gu Changqing a few days prior, capable of controlling another's soul, and the effects were precisely as the white-robed elder had surmised. No matter where he was, should Gu Changqing wish to kill him, it would require but a single thought. "Are you feeling somewhat unwilling?" Gu Changqing queried, gazing at the white-robed elder. "I dare not." The white-robed elder quickly knelt. "Very well, Gu Changqing nodded and stated, "To follow me may not be a misfortune for you. With your qualifications, without immense opportunities, the Wong realm shall remain forever beyond your grasp. Yet, by aligning with me, the Wong realm is merely the beginning." Gu Changqing was not engaging in deception or false promises. He truly possessed the capability. The white-robed elder, already at the pinnacle of half-step Wong realm, was but a step away from the true Wong realm. Of course, the so-called step had ensnared countless half-step Wong realm experts, and for many, that single step could span a lifetime. This moment, the white-robed elder felt a whirlwind of emotions. He mourned the loss of his freedom, yet rejoiced at the prospect of potentially breaking through to the Wong realm. He held unwavering faith in Gu Changqing's words. Gu Changqing's innate talent was evident. Possessing Wong realm-level strength, even at the initial stage of the Jie realm, was a testament to his potential. Surely he could rival the legendary prodigies of the spirit ranking. For the white-robed elder, this could even be an opportunity. Should such an individual grow in strength, not only would half-step Wong realm figures like himself aspire to follow Gu Changqing, but even genuine Wong realm experts would surely wish to align themselves with him. Perhaps one day, Gu Changqing would plead for his departure, and he might not even be inclined to leave. "Master, my name is Bai Huan. The San Yuan Pajong Dan, although not created by the esteemed Qing Mu Dan Emperor, had its origins in ancient times and had long since vanished from existence. In ancient times, breaking through to the Wang realm was not as arduous. There were many ancient pill recipes capable of enhancing the probability of such breakthroughs. The current difficulty in achieving the Wang realm was largely due to the loss of these ancient recipes. In Haimun City below, a chorus of grateful voices erupted, including those from the 5 great half-step Wang families. Had it not been for Gu Changqing today, they would likely have perished here. The patriarch of the Wang family hesitated for a moment before retrieving a golden jade tablet from his bosom and presenting it to Gu Changqing. The fact that he possessed such a treasure would soon spread throughout the entire Wanyanan. When that time came, he would surely be unable to protect it. Rather than allowing this to transpire, he preferred to gift the jade tablet to Gu Changqing and to do so in front of everyone. Only in this manner could the Wang family safeguard itself. Gu Changqing regarded him and accepted the offering. The secret treasure of a Wang realm was enough to stir even Gu Changqing's interest. However, it was not yet time to pursue it. He would address that matter upon returning to his family. Following this, Gu Changqing remained in Haimun City for several more days, entering seclusion to break through to AS if it were a natural progression. Just a few days later, Gu Changqing effortlessly overcame the Thunder Tribulation and advanced to the 2nd level of the Jie realm. Remarkably, it had been less than a month since Gu Changqing had broken through to the Jie realm. Such a pace of cultivation could not merely be described as rapid. After reaching the 2nd level of the Jie realm, Gu Changqing consumed a pill he had recently crafted to enhance his cultivation. His internal spiritual power surged once more. A few days later, Gu Changqing officially emerged from his seclusion at this moment. With the aid of the pill, his realm had risen from the 1st level of the Jie realm to the current 3rd level. Outside the door, Bai Heng and Gu Qing'er had been waiting for quite some time. "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough." As soon as Gu Changqing stepped outside, Bai Heng, who had been waiting, respectfully bowed to him. "Have you broken through to the King realm?" The aura emanating from Bai Heng was stable, indicating that he had thoroughly consolidated his cultivation level. It seemed the effects of the elixir were impressive. Gu Changqing could immediately discern Bai Heng's current realm. He was no longer a mere half-king, but had ascended to the true 1st stage of the King realm, Xianwang. All of this was a gift from the Master. Without the spiritual elixir bestowed by the Master, Bai Heng feared he might never have reached such heights in this lifetime. There was an unmistakable thrill in Bai Heng's voice. Even now, it felt surreal. The King realm, a coveted pinnacle that countless half-step kings yearned for, yet only a handful could achieve. Among 100 half-kings, it was unlikely even one could advance, highlighting the immense difficulty. How many half-kings had perished beneath the tribulations of the King realm? Bai Heng had previously risked everything alongside that old man in black robes, daring to face the wrath of king-level forces. All for the faint hope of breaking through to the King realm and annihilating everyone on Highway Island. Who would have imagined that with just a single spiritual pill, he would transcend to the Xianwang realm? A feat that had seemed nearly impossible and without any side effects. Meanwhile, Gu Qing'er had also experienced rapid growth over the past half-month, reaching the 5th stage of true spirit. This significant improvement was not only due to the elixirs provided by Gu Changqing, but also because she had transitioned to the Gu clan's Tai Xian heart method, a creation resulting from Gu Changqing's fusion of the 1st chapter of the Tai Xian scripture and the Gu clan heart method. The original Gu clan heart method was merely of low king rank, but the newly developed Gu clan Tai Xian heart method was of imperial rank. This was vastly superior to the heart method Gu Qing'er had previously cultivated. The Tai Xian scripture was too extraordinary to be easily bestowed upon others, even clan members, yet the modified Gu clan Tai Xian heart method could be shared. Gu Changqing's plan was to return to the Gu clan on Wangqin Island after escorting Qing'er back, then head back to the Han Empire. On their journey to Wangqin Island, he intended to stop by Changqing Pavilion to verify whether they had indeed followed through on their promise to eliminate the deputy pavilion master. If not, then Changqing Pavilion would face annihilation a day later. Gu Changqing and his companions took to the skies, departing from Highway Island. Their destination, Wangqin Island, home of the Gu clan. The Lanchi archipelago consisted of 2 large islands and countless medium and small islands. Changqing Island, where Changqing Pavilion was located, was one of the two large islands, while Wangqing Island, home of the Gu clan, was among the numerous smaller islands. The Lanchi archipelago was dominated by two major half-king forces, Changqing Pavilion and Jinxia sect. These two powers had maintained a delicate balance over the years, with conflicts erupting frequently, their grievances long since irreconcilable, each side eager to obliterate the other and become the sole hegemon of the Lanchi archipelago. Monopolizing all its resources, by the time Gu Changqing and his companions arrived at the Lanchi archipelago, 3 days had passed. They had intended to infiltrate Changqing Pavilion to discreetly ascertain whether the pavilion had indeed eliminated the deputy pavilion master as promised. However, they soon discovered that something was amiss at Changqing Pavilion. The protective array was active, and disciples were only permitted to enter but not exit. The atmosphere within the sect was tense in the main hall of the sect. A gathering of high-ranking officials, including the pavilion master, was in session. The pavilion master reported that Jinxia sect and Wanhuman had already sealed off the sea around Changqing Island, although the disciples had received the message. Many had faced formidable opponents from the two major forces on their way back, resulting in heavy casualties, Elder Yang lamented. During this period, Changqing Pavilion had indeed faced significant challenges. The sudden loss of a fully realized 9th-level Tribulation Realm deputy pavilion master had drastically reduced the sect's strength. Despite this setback, they were not necessarily afraid of Jinxia sect. However, not long ago, the deputy sect master of Jinxia sect had broken through to the half-king realm. Moreover, an external force not originally from the Lanchi archipelago, Wanhuman, had evidently reached some accord with Jinxia sect, joining forces to completely eradicate Changqing Pavilion from the archipelago. Wanhuman, also a half-king level force from outside the Lanchi archipelago, had joined the fray, tipping the scales dramatically. With 2 half-kings from Jinxia sect and 1 from Wanhuman, a total of 3 half-king powerhouses, all at the late half-king stage, the outcome of the impending confrontation was all but decided. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was eerily silent, a palpable air of despair permeating the hearts of those present. The pavilion master slammed his palm onto the jade table before him, shattering it into powder. Flee. If that's impossible, then we shall fight to the death. The pavilion master slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze filled with a fierce determination. Even in death, I shall take a few of those beasts from Jinxia sect with me. Many elders rose in indignation. Great elder, apart from myself, you are the strongest in Changqing Pavilion. When the battle begins, seize the opportunity to lead several true disciples through the blockade. The pavilion master's gaze fell upon the true disciples, the most gifted among the younger generation in Changqing Pavilion, the very hope of the sect. If you manage to escape, do not forget to avenge Changqing Pavilion in the future. Despite these words, the pavilion master understood the hope was slim. Faced with the overwhelming forces of the two allied factions, all boasting superior combat capabilities, escaping would be no easy feat unless a miracle occurred. Master, several true disciples were visibly moved. All of you should leave. I wish to be alone. The pavilion master reclined back into his wooden chair, appearing suddenly aged. Understood. The elders, high-ranking officials, and disciples all departed, leaving the pavilion master alone, gazing helplessly at the empty main hall. Suddenly, a youthful figure appeared silently within the hall. The pavilion master, who had been sitting in the chair, opened his eyes wide in astonishment at the sight of the young man. The faint smile on Gu Changqing's face sent a shiver down the pavilion master's spine. Who is he? When did he appear in the main hall? How did I not notice? This is impossible as a late half-king level existence. Even a true Xianwang realm powerhouse could not completely evade his perception. How had this young man done so? I can assist you with the current predicament Changqing Pavilion faces, but first, you must give me something. What? The pavilion master instinctively asked. The corpse of your deputy pavilion master. Those words instantly revealed the young man's identity to the pavilion master. This was the very individual whom Elder Wang and Elder Yang had sent to inform him to eliminate the deputy pavilion master. The first impression this young man left was one of youthfulness. It seemed that Elder Wang and Elder Yang's words had contained no exaggeration. The pavilion master had encountered half-king powerhouses before, but Gu Changqing was undoubtedly the youngest among them. Suddenly, another figure appeared beside Gu Changqing in the main hall, a white-robed elder. This was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the aura emanating from him. Another king, the pavilion master's heart raced. Changqing Pavilion had unexpectedly welcomed two half-king powerhouses. Moreover, judging by the white-robed elder's respectful demeanor, he seemed to be a subordinate of this young king. The pavilion master did not hesitate and immediately retrieved the corpse of the deputy pavilion master. Gu Ming, from his storage ring, it appears you did not take my words as mere jest. Gu Changqing nodded. With his strength, confirming the identity of the corpse was a simple task. I do not dare. The pavilion master hurriedly replied, Is what you said earlier true? Will you truly assist Changqing Pavilion in overcoming this crisis? Despite the dire situation Changqing Pavilion faced, if Gu Changqing were willing to intervene, this so-called deadlock could easily be resolved. A half-king powerhouse, in the absence of any emperor-level beings in the South Sea of 10,000 demons, was nearly invincible. Indeed, but you must agree to one condition. Please do not hesitate to speak. From this day forth, Changqing Pavilion shall be a force under my command. Upon hearing these words, the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He understood well that there are no free lunches in the sky. However, the subsequent word from Gu Changqing left him utterly stunned. In return, I shall assist you in breaking through to the realm of the Xianwang. Initially, Gu Changqing intended merely to pass through this place, confirm the demise of the vice master of the Dust Heart Pavilion, and depart. Yet he soon changed his mind. The Gu family, where Gu Qing'er resided, was situated within the Blue Tide archipelago. If he were to leave, the Gu family of Wangqin Island would be left defenseless, vulnerable to annihilation in the vast and perilous South Sea of 10,000 beasts. The protection of the Dust Heart Pavilion would undoubtedly provide a much safer haven. Through the interactions over these past few days, Gu Changqing had developed a considerable fondness for his kindred spirit. Gu Qing'er, who shared the same bloodline. Perhaps influenced by his father's teachings from a young age, Gu Changqing placed great importance on familial bonds. His father had always advised him that should he encounter any branches of the Gu family in the future, he should extend his assistance whenever possible. The descendants of the Gu clan were few and far between. Restoring the Gu clan to the pinnacle of the spirit domain had long been his father's aspiration. Thus, Gu Changqing's words were born from this conviction. Assisting the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion in breaking through to the Wang realm would elevate the Dust Heart Pavilion into a royal-level power, ensuring the safety of the Gu family on Wangqin Island. Moreover, having the Dust Heart Pavilion as a backing would greatly facilitate his endeavors. In the future, he would not have to personally venture to the Sea of 10,000 Beasts or Sea Moon Island in search of herbs. He could simply entrust such tasks to the Dust Heart Pavilion. I will help you break through to the realm of the Xianwang. This seemingly simple declaration left the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion with wide eyes. It was not that he doubted Gu Changqing. Though he was a Wang realm master at such a young age, he found it somewhat implausible that he could assist others in achieving the Wang realm. Not long ago, I was merely at the peak of the half-Wang realm. Bai Heng, at his side, succinctly stated, yet his words conveyed a wealth of information. Not long ago, he had been at the peak of the half-Wang realm, and now he had reached the Wang realm. This meant that the white-clad elder beside Gu Changqing was indeed the one who had aided this young man in his ascension. Chen Yun pays respects to the master. After grappling with his inner turmoil, the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion knelt before Gu Changqing. For him, there was no room for choice. Without Gu Changqing's assistance, the Dust Heart Pavilion would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect. He did not fear death, but he could not bear to watch the countless elders and disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion perish before his eyes. Moreover, if Gu Changqing could truly aid him in breaking through to the Wang realm, then aligning himself with Gu Changqing would not be a misfortune, but rather a tremendous opportunity. Even if Gu Changqing were unable to help him ascend to the Wang realm, to follow a Wang realm powerhouse, especially one so young and brimming with potential, would not be a hard pill to swallow for the Dust Heart Pavilion or for him personally. I shall assist you in breaking through to the Wang realm. However, let us keep this matter discreet for now. We do not want to frighten them away. The them Gu Changqing referred to as naturally the Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect, which had encircled the Dust Heart Pavilion. Once you break through to the Wong realm, the Dust Heart Pavilion shall ascend to royal level status. The individuals from the Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect shall serve as offerings for our blades. In 2 days, the forces of the Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect would arrive at the gates. Were it not for the sect's grand formation, the powerful members of the two factions would have likely stormed the mountain gate by now. From the highest elder to the lowest disciple of the Dust Heart Pavilion, they were all armed and on high alert, their eyes filled with a determination to face death. They vowed to stand with their sect until the end. This scene moved Gu Changqing slightly. Chunhyun, step forth and meet your demise. A booming voice echoed from the sky, and 3 figures materialized in the air above the Dust Heart Pavilion. Although half-Wong powerhouses could not fly like those of the Wong realm, they could briefly hover in mid-air. The 3 were none other than the Master and Deputy Master of the Golden Cloud sect, along with the leader of the Myriad Transformation sect. The appearance of these 3 half-Wong powerhouses invigorated the spirits of the Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect. Inciting a chorus of shouts, from within the Dust Heart Pavilion emerged an elder with hair as white as snow. He gazed intently at the 3 figures in the air, his expression grave, emanating an unmistakable aura of the half-Wong realm. Great Elder! The members of the Dust Heart Pavilion gasped in astonishment. The elder with white hair was not the lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion, but rather the Great Elder. The Great Elder has broken through. This is wonderful. Now we have 2 half-Wong powerhouses, yet they still felt it was insufficient and unexpected, not even the members of the Dust Heart Pavilion, that the Great Elder would achieve a breakthrough at such a critical moment. However, the despairing truth remained. Even with the Great Elder's advancement to the half-Wong realm, the tide of battle could not be turned. The Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect possessed not only 3 half-Wong powerhouses, but 2 of them were also at the late half-Wong stage. Damn it, if it weren't for that accursed Myriad Transformation sect. How could my Dust Heart Pavilion fear the Golden Cloud sect? The members of the Dust Heart Pavilion were filled with resentment that, oh, you old fool, I thought you were nearing your end, but you managed to break through to the half-Wong realm. Much to my surprise, the master of the Golden Cloud sect regarded the Great Elder, whose aura had reached the half-Wong realm, with a glint of astonishment in his eyes, if not for the alliance with the Myriad Transformation sect. The Golden Cloud sect would not have been able to contend with the Dust Heart Pavilion. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world to persuade the master of the Myriad Transformation sect. He had paid an immense price. Today, the Dust Heart Pavilion would surely perish. Great Elder, concealed within the void, the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion, Gu Changqing, and Bai Heng were also watching the unfolding scene. Though they did not rush to reveal themselves, the aura of the Lord of the Dust Heart Pavilion had already transcended that of the half-Wong realm, entering the true realm of the Xianwang. With the aid of the 3 yuan breaking barrier pill, Chunhyun had faced no obstacles and smoothly traversed the Wong realm thunder tribulation. However, the Great Elder's breakthrough to the half-Wong realm was a feat unrelated to Gu Changqing. It was a manifestation of his own unprecedented potential in the face of dire circumstances. More have arrived. Today truly is a bustling affair. As the 3 reflected on this, another powerful presence swiftly approached Dust Heart Island, heralding yet another half-Wong. No matter how many come today, we shall slay them all. You Changqing shrug. As the 3 conversed, the owner of that formidable aura had already arrived above the Dust Heart Pavilion. Ah, how lively it is! Such a bustling scene. How can my spirit-subduing sect be absent? The voice of this individual was eerily chilling, evoking discomfort in those present. His arrival caused all, including the 3 half-Wong powerhouses from the Golden Cloud sect and the Myriad Transformation sect, to furrow their brows. The spirit-subduing sect. These words were familiar to all present. The Dust Heart Pavilion and the Golden Cloud sect each had a half-Wong powerhouse at the late stage, marking them as formidable forces among the elite in the South Sea of 10,000 beasts. The master of the Myriad Transformation sect had only recently broken through to the late half-Wong stage, and with their core strength not matching that of the Golden Cloud sect and the Dust Heart Pavilion, they were slightly weaker. As for the spirit-subduing sect, they were even stronger than both the Dust Heart Pavilion and the Golden Cloud sect. Their leader was at the late half-Wong stage, and there was also a deputy leader in the mid-half Wong stage. Master Tsong, what brings you here? The master of the Golden Cloud sect gestured for his deputy master and the leader of the Myriad Transformations sect to remain calm, uncertain of the intentions of the leader of the spirit-subduing sect. Haha, I won't beat around the bush with you. The spiritual mind of the Dust Heart Pavilion on Dreaming Island is what I... The spirit-subduing sect, Desire. The leader of the spirit-subduing sect chuckled ominously and added, if the two sect masters agree, then I shall not interfere in today's matters. Dreaming Island was the largest spiritual mine of the Dust Heart Pavilion. Bar none, to claim the Dreaming Island spiritual mine was tantamount to seizing nearly 1/3 of the Dust Heart Pavilion's assets. Upon hearing this, the master of the Golden Cloud sect's complexion darkened ominously. The spirit-subduing sect had quite the audacious appetite. With a single statement, they sought to appropriate nearly 1/3 of the Dust Heart Pavilion's wealth. And what if I refuse? A single sentence from the master of the Golden Cloud sect instantly escalated the tension in the atmosphere. The leader of the spirit-subduing sect coldly laughed. If you refuse, then it seems I shall have to stand on the same side as the Dust Heart Pavilion. The Grand Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion has achieved a breakthrough to the Half-King realm. Coupled with the presence of the Pavilion Master of Dust Cloud and 2 other Half-Kings from my Vueling sect, there are now 4 Half-Kings in total. The threat posed by the Vueling sect master is palpable. Below, the faces of the members of Dust Heart Pavilion reveal their unease. After all, Dust Heart Pavilion is a significant force, one of the 2 premier sects of the Lanchi archipelago, yet it now finds itself as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Very well, I shall comply. The master of Jinxia sect almost gritted his teeth to utter these words. His fury was evident, yet he had no other options, as the Vueling sect master articulated. Should the Vueling sect truly ally with Dust Heart Pavilion, it would spell disaster. Ha! Splendid. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Rest assured, I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage without reciprocating. Leave the Pavilion Master of Dust Heart to me, he said with a laugh, having already divided the interests of Dust Heart Pavilion among them. The hearts of the members of Dust Heart Pavilion sank once more. Merely the alliance of Jinxia sect and Wanhua sect had forced Dust Heart Pavilion into a dire predicament. Now, with the addition of the Vueling sect, which is no weaker than Jinxia and Wanhua, perhaps even stronger, it felt as though the heavens were conspiring against Dust Heart Pavilion. Everyone, to shamelessly divide the interests of my Dust Heart Pavilion before my very eyes. Do you not think you are being rather dismissive of us? The figure of the Pavilion Master of Dust Heart appeared in mid-air, gazing at the Vueling sect master and the master of Jinxia with a calm demeanor. Master, the elders and disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion exclaimed in unison. Dust Cloud, I thought you were too frightened to show yourself. The master of Jinxia could not resist a taunt. Our long-standing grievances will finally reach a conclusion. The Pavilion Master of Dust Heart remarked, a hint of sentimentality in his tone. His gaze turned toward the Vueling sect master. Vueling sect master, we have no enmity between us, nor has there ever been a conflict between Dust Heart Pavilion and your sect. I offer you a choice. Leave now, and I shall overlook today's events. The Vueling sect master regarded Dust Cloud as though he were a fool. Oh, you truly believe that is a possibility? You will come to regret your words. That he nearly burst into laughter, thinking Dust Cloud must be quite deranged to misinterpret the current circumstances, just as the Vueling sect master was about to respond. An overwhelming aura of terror erupted from within the very core of Dust Heart Pavilion, enveloping all present. Simultaneously, Gu Changqing and Bai Heng appeared above Dust Heart Island, forming a triangular formation with the Pavilion Master. Encircling the Vueling sect master and the individuals from Jinxia and Wanhua, 3 formidable King Realm experts simultaneously unleashed their oppressive auras. The terrifying atmosphere caused the faces of the Vueling sect master and the master of Jinxia to shift drastically. This is the King Realm. This was undoubtedly the pressure of a King Realm expert. The Pavilion Master of Dust Heart had surprisingly broken through to the King Realm. Moreover, there were 2 additional King Realm experts. The 4 Half-King powerhouses roared internally, their eyes filled with disbelief. They were well aware that the late stages of Half-King were far from attaining perfection. So how could one suddenly break into the King Realm? This was inconceivable. And what of the other 2 King Realm experts? The three King Realm experts sealed off all possible avenues of retreat, leaving no possibility for escape. In that moment, not only the Vermilion Sect Master and the members of Jinxia and Wanhua were struck dumb, but even the elders and disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion were left in shock. The Pavilion Master actually broke through to the King Realm. Despair instantaneously transformed into ecstasy. I told you, you would come to regret this. The Pavilion Master spoke calmly before launching into action. The power of heaven and earth surged violently, coalescing into a colossal spiritual hand that came crashing down upon the four members of the Vermilion Sect. No. The four half-king powerhouses attempted to flee, but in the eyes of a King Realm expert, their speed was akin to that of a tortoise. With a thunderous clap, countless elders and disciples from Jinxia and Wanhua were reduced to a mist of blood. Not a single intact corpse remaining. To a single strike from a King Realm expert was terrifying indeed. The disparity between true kings and half-kings was monumental. Even a fully realized half-king was nothing more than a slightly larger ant before a genuine King Realm expert. Even if the Pavilion Master was merely at the initial stage of the King Realm, his realm not yet stabilized, killing several late-stage half-kings was as effortless as squashing a few ants. Are they dead? The Vermilion Sect Master and the Master of Jinxia, along with the members of Dust Heart Pavilion, were left in a state of shock. These were half-step King Realm individuals. Each one was a renowned powerhouse in the Lanchi Archipelago and the surrounding seas. Yet before the Pavilion Master, they were so easily dispatched. Is this truly the power of the King Realm? It was utterly terrifying. The members of Jinxia and Wanhua, now leaderless, began to scatter in every direction. Leave none alive. Changqing spoke slowly. He showed no mercy to his foes. Yes, Master. The Pavilion Master and Bai Heng responded in unison, launching their attacks simultaneously. In mere moments, all incoming enemies were annihilated. The utterance of Master from the Pavilion Master and Bai Heng sent a tremor through the hearts of the members of Dust Heart Pavilion below. As for Huang Yingying, Elder Wang, Elder Yang, and others, they had already recognized Changqing as the unparalleled sword cultivator who had decimated a King Realm beast above the sea. The Pavilion Master actually referred to him as Master. The members of Dust Heart Pavilion thought they must have misheard. Once everything was settled, Changqing instructed Bai Heng, pay a visit to the Vermilion Sect and eliminate them. Leaving potential threats was not Changqing's style. His principle regarding enemies was exterminate completely. I shall obey. Bai Heng replied with a fist salute before soaring away. In less than an hour, Bai Heng's figure appeared at the gates of the Vermilion Sect. At that moment, the Vermilion Sect was still oblivious to what had transpired when Bai Heng descended with a single palm strike, submerging the entire island where the sect's gates were located into the abyss of the ocean. The members of the Vermilion Sect, including the Vice Sect Master who was in closed-door cultivation at the time, had not even comprehended what was happening before that earth-shattering palm obliterated them into dust, sinking along with the island into the vast sea. Those who witnessed this scene were left utterly shocked. The Vermilion Sect was considered one of the most powerful sects in this maritime region. Even the two major sects of the Lanchi Archipelago, Dust Heart Pavilion and Jinxia Sect, were weaker in comparison. Yet this seemingly invincible sect with thousands of members was annihilated in a single strike, with none surviving. This event would surely spread throughout the entire southern seas of 10,000 demons in no time. Witnesses felt their minds reeling. The Pavilion Master of Dust Heart, Dust Cloud, had already explained everything to the Grand Elder and the upper echelons of the sect, including their subservience to Changqing. Henceforth, Dust Heart Pavilion would become a force under Changqing's banner. They had no significant objections to this. Instead, they were filled with boundless gratitude towards Changqing. If it were not for him, Dust Heart Pavilion would have likely been annihilated, and they would not have survived. Looking at the present, with Changqing's assistance, not only had the Pavilion Master broken through to the King Realm, but Dust Heart Pavilion would also rise to the status of a king-level force. This was something the Grand Elder and the upper echelons of Dust Heart Pavilion had never dared to dream of before, and now it had come to fruition. The southern seas of 10,000 demons were vast, encompassing countless sects and forces, numbering in the thousands. Even among the half-king level forces, there were many. However, king-level forces were exceedingly rare, with only about a dozen throughout the entire southern seas of 10,000 demons. Although the Pavilion Master of Dustheart was still relatively young, there remained a glimmer of hope for him to break through to the King Realm. Yet, that hope was but a fleeting chance. The challenges of the King Realm were notorious. Having claimed the lives of countless bones and souls beneath the tribulations of the King Realm, Changqing's ability to assist Pavilion Master Dustcloud in breaking through to the King Realm was nothing short of extraordinary. Adding to this, Changqing was highly likely to be a prodigy of the spirit ranking, with a high probability of ascending to the status of Emperor or Sovereign in the future. To follow such a super genius was undoubtedly a privilege for them. As for Qing'e, being Changqing's sister, she was directly designated as the Saintess of Dustheart Pavilion by the Pavilion Master. The one and only Saintess, Qing'e held her small head, feeling somewhat bewildered. Not long ago, she was merely a humble outer disciple of the Changqing Pavilion, not even a member of the inner sect. Yet now, she had astonishingly transcended to become the holy maiden of the Changqing Pavilion, directly bypassing the inner sect and the core disciples. Within the Changqing Pavilion, those disciples who were already acquainted with Qing'e could hardly contain their envy. Particularly, some core disciples of the inner sect were beset by a tumult of emotions. After the dust settled, Changqing sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough and began secluding himself within the Changqing Pavilion. The Pavilion Master commenced consolidating his realm in preparation for the influx of congratulatory visitors. In just a few days, news of the battle involving the Changqing Pavilion spread throughout the entire southern sea of 10,000 demons. The Pavilion Master's breakthrough to the King Realm, along with rumors of the presence of two other King Realm powerhouses within the Changqing Pavilion, could not be concealed and soon became widely known. In an instant, numerous prominent sects and forces from nearby maritime territories dispatched representatives to extend their congratulations. The Changqing Pavilion had officially ascended to the rank of a king-level force, becoming one of the most prestigious sects in the southern sea of 10,000 demons. The nearest king-level force to the Changqing Pavilion was a faction known as the Qingyuan Palace. The Qingyuan Palace, one of the long-standing king-level forces in the southern sea of 10,000 demons, boasts a legacy that has endured for over 10 millennia. Its current palace master is not only a king realm powerhouse, but also a fully realized Xianwang, on the verge of attaining the Tianwang realm. The vice master of the Qingyuan Palace personally arrived to convey congratulations, demonstrating their amicable intentions. This vice master is also a formidable Xianwang powerhouse, underscoring the Qingyuan Palace's regard for the Changqing Pavilion. If it were merely a newly ascended king realm powerhouse, the Qingyuan Palace might not have made such an effort. However, in the eyes of the Qingyuan Palace's master, the Changqing Pavilion bore an extraordinary significance. Originally, Chun Yun should not have broken through to the king realm, yet he had defied expectations, transcending the half-king completion stage and advancing directly to the king realm. Coupled with the two mysterious king realm powerhouses in the Changqing Pavilion, everything hinted at an extraordinary depth, shrouding the Changqing Pavilion in an air of mystery. Riding this momentum, the Pavilion Master announced that a grand ceremony would be held in 1 week to recruit disciples. The number of disciples in the Changqing Pavilion had always been limited, and with several having perished recently, it had dwindled even further. In contrast, most king-level forces boasted thousands, if not tens of thousands, of disciples. Upon the announcement, talented individuals from within and beyond the Blue Tide Islands could no longer remain idle. Although their talents may not reach the level of king-level disciples, the Changqing Pavilion, at the newly promoted king-level force, would undoubtedly have lower requirements than older, established ones. Everyone wished to take a chance. Who knows what might happen? If one were accepted as a disciple, even if only as an outer disciple, their status would elevate them significantly, garnering respect and caution from others. Outside the Gu family residence on Wanqin Island, several young members of the Gu family were gearing up for their journey, while the family head bid them farewell. These young men and women were not only Gu family members, but also among the most talented of their generation. Shir, this is your first time leaving the island. The outside world is vastly different from Wanqin Island. You must heed the words of Elder San, understood? Gu Qian, the family head, gently adjusted his second daughter's hair as he spoke softly. Gu Qian had no sons, only 2 daughters. His eldest daughter, Gu Qing'e, had joined the Changqing Pavilion a few years prior. although she was merely an outer disciple. Over 6 months ago, Gu Qing'er had sent a letter stating her intent to challenge for intersect status, leaving her father uncertain of her current situation. His second daughter, Gu Shi'er, was only 15 years old but possessed remarkable talent, perhaps even surpassing Gu Qing in the past. Entering the Changqing Pavilion would have posed no issue, even without gifts or connections. However, the current Changqing Pavilion was not what it once was. When he sent Gu Qing'er to the Changqing Pavilion, it was merely a half-king level force, whereas now it had truly ascended to a king-level force. The difference was monumental. With the elevation to king-level status, the requirements for accepting disciples would naturally rise. Hence, Gu Qian felt uncertain about his second daughter's chances of successfully passing the assessment to enter the Changqing Pavilion. Nevertheless, it was worth a try, which led to this farewell. Not only Gu Shi'er, but also several other talented young members of the clan were eager to attempt the challenge. If selected, if they passed the assessment and became disciples of the Changqing Pavilion, it would indeed be a meteoric rise. Countless aspiring talents on the Blue Tide Islands harbored similar thoughts to Jiyu Shi'er, possessing a remarkably charming appearance, with a porcelain doll-like face flushed with a rosy hue, bore some resemblance to Gu Qing'er. She nodded earnestly at her father's admonition. "Father, I understand. I will definitely heed Elder San's instructions. Rest assured, we will act with utmost discretion and avoid any trouble." The other young Gu family members echoed their agreement. Gu Qian nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard as he continued. "By the way, remember to seek out your sister first. I wonder if she has advanced to the intersect. If she has, perhaps she can provide you with some assistance. Once you arrive at the Changqing Pavilion, find a way to contact your sister Qing." "Sister? Sure, hasn't seen her for almost a year," Gu Shi'er remarked, her beautiful eyes reflecting her longing. The two sisters had always shared a close bond, with Gu Shi'er serving as Gu Qing'er's little shadow until Gu Qing'er was sent to the Changqing Pavilion a few years ago. After bidding farewell, the group, led by Elder San, slowly made their way toward the port, where they would embark on a voyage to Changqing Island for the grand recruitment ceremony. The sea vessel sailed through the archipelago for nearly 2 days, drawing ever closer to Changqing Island. Gu Shi'er and her companions remained mindful of their family head's words to avoid trouble while outside, for once they left Wangqing Island, no one would know who the Gu family was, nor would anyone extend them any courtesy. The elder responsible for escorting them, Elder San, was merely at the 8th level of true spirit, which was acceptable within Wangqing Island, but paled in comparison to the entirety of the Blue Tide Islands. Fortunately, over the past 2 days, they had maintained a low profile to avert any altercations, rarely stepping outside their quarters, thus avoiding any disputes as the ship approached Changqing Island. Elderson finally allowed the young ones to stretch their legs after 2 days of confinement in the inn. Especially for Gu Shi'er, who was experiencing the sea for the first time, everything around her was exhilaratingly novel. "Elder San, what kind of fish is that? It's so beautiful, so colorful, like a rainbow," she exclaimed. "Elder San, and what about that one? It's so big. Will it really not attack our merchant ship?" Like an inquisitive child, Gu Shi'er peppered Elder San with questions, bubbling with excitement. The elder, overwhelmed by her barrage of inquiries, could only smile wryly and shake his head. For the past few days, they had refrained from venturing out, partly due to Gu Shi'er. She had inherited the exquisite beauty of her parents, possessing a face that could bring nations to ruin, rivaling even her sister Gu Qing'er. The saying that beauty could bring disaster was not mere folklore in this realm. Countless enchanting women had been captured as concubines or worse, and such incidents were far from rare. Elder San's concerns were not unfounded, for tales of such occurrences were all too common. Only as they began to enter the domain of Changqing Island did he dare to let Gu Shi'er venture out. Sure enough, her presence soon attracted the attention of many around them, some gazes laced with ulterior motives, particularly when they realized that the strongest among them was merely Elder San, an 8th-level true spirit. Fortunately, as they entered the territory of Changqing Island, those harboring ill intentions dared not provoke trouble here. Young Master Chui has arrived. Gu Shi'er and her companions stepped into the grand hall. They sought out a tavern to indulge in some exquisite dishes and fine wines that were absent from Wangqing Island. However, they were soon enveloped by a cacophony of voices emanating from the vicinity. The gazes that had previously been fixated on Gu Shi'er quickly shifted towards the entrance of the hall. There, a dashing young man wielding a folding fan gracefully entered, flanked by a throng of sycophants eager to curry favor. "Who is he?" one of the Gu clan's younger members asked, bewildered at that moment. It seemed as though everyone in the hall recognized this young man, except for their small group. It was no wonder, as they had refrained from venturing out during their days aboard the ship. Naturally, they were unaware of the notable figures aboard. "Shouldn't you have come out after boarding? This is young Master Chui Yong from the Chui family of Changyuan Island, a lineage of considerable repute," explained a woman seated at a nearby table, her eyes glimmering with admiration as she gazed at the approaching Chui Yong. Realizing that Gu Sierra and her companions were oblivious, she took it upon herself to enlighten them. Changyuan Island? Chui family? Gu Sierra and her companions remained perplexed. Among them, Gu Sierra was a newcomer to the seas, entirely ignorant of matters beyond Wangqin Island. Although the other Gu clan members had ventured out before, their knowledge of the larger islands and powerful factions within the Blue Shi archipelago was scant. Unaware of Changyuan Island and the Chui family? How quaint, the woman thought, initially intending to showcase her own knowledge before realizing they were merely novices. Instantly, her desire to boast dissipated. What was there to flaunt before such novet? Her vanity found no satisfaction, and she deemed it a waste of her time. The Gu clan members felt a twinge of embarrassment. They genuinely lacked awareness. However, the third elder, who had heard of the Chui family and Changyuan Island, interjected to clarify for the younger generation. The Blue Shi archipelago consists of numerous islands, with the two largest being occupied by Changqing Pavilion and the once revered Jinxia sect, among 5 medium-sized islands. Changyuan Island stands out as one, and the Chui family is the most powerful clan there, boasting no fewer than 10 transcendents, with the elder of the Chui family serving as an elder at Changqing Pavilion. The younger members of the Gu clan swallowed hard, their astonishment palpable. 10 transcendents and a revered elder at Changqing Pavilion. Such a powerful family was among the elite in the entire Blue Shi archipelago, rivaled only by Changqing Pavilion itself. It was no wonder the woman referred to them as simpletons. Anyone who had sailed the seas and possessed any awareness would undoubtedly recognize the Chui family as one of the premier factions within the Blue Shi archipelago. Witnessing the shocked expressions of the Gu clan's younger members, the woman's vanity received a slight boost. With an elder at Changqing Pavilion, young Master Chui likely required no examination to gain entry, a notion that elicited envy from all in attendance. Who among them did not covet such an opportunity? The current Changqing Pavilion was a veritable royal force, demanding significant standards for entry, even if not as stringent as some other long-established royal factions. How many individuals were clamoring to join the grand recruitment event at Changqing Pavilion? Tens of thousands, at the very least. Yet, only a scant few hundred would ultimately gain admission. At last, Gu Sierra and her companions comprehended why so many sycophants surrounded Chui Yong. Given his status, winning his favor could potentially grant them an unexamined entry into Changqing Pavilion. To be frank, a hint of envy stirred within Gu Sierra and her companions. Having a family elder at Changqing Pavilion was indeed advantageous, allowing one to bypass the examination entirely. Suddenly, one of the Gu clan's younger members exclaimed, astonished at the sight of a familiar face among the sycophants surrounding Chui Yong. "Isn't that Changqing?" Wangqin Island boasted 3 prominent families: the Su family, the Chang family, and the Gu family, to which Gu Qing'er and Gu Sierra belonged. The Gu clan member recognized Changqing, the second son of the Chang family, who hailed from Wangqin Island. The other Gu clan members and Gu Sierra turned their gazes toward Chui Yong, confirming the presence of Changqing. Indeed, it was he. One of the Gu clan members scoffed. The second son of the Chang family, one of the 3 great families of Wangqin Island, reduced to a mere sycophant. His tone dripped with disdain. This remark was overheard by the woman at the neighboring table, who shot a disdainful glance at the Gu clan member, smirking. "Ha! And what of it? With someone like you, you'd be fortunate to even be given the chance to flatter. You." The Gu clan member rose in anger, only to be forcibly seated again by the third elder. This woman was evidently an admirer of young Master Chui, and although her words were harsh, they rang true. In the hall, the throng clamoring for Chui Yong's favor was extensive. It was not limited to only those in his immediate circle. Yet, even if others approached, Chui Yong might not even acknowledge them. While the Gu clan members did not escalate the situation into conflict, they certainly made a considerable stir, catching Chui Yong's attention as he cast a glance their way. That fleeting glance ensnared Chui Yong's attention, his gaze fixated on Gu Xier's exquisitely delicate visage. Such exceptional beauty. Chui Yong marveled inwardly. As the scion of the Chui family, he was never bereft of beautiful women. Yet, Gu Xier's beauty surpassed all the women he had encountered thus far. Changqing, noticing Chui Yong's sudden stillness, furrowed his brow in confusion. Following Chui Yong's gaze, he was taken aback. Gu Xier, how could he not recognize her? The enchanting sisters of the Gu family had captivated countless young talents across Wanqin Island, and the number of suitors who wished to marry her could encircle the island itself. Changqing was no exception. Unfortunately, whether it was Gu Qing'er or Gu Xier, neither had ever shown him a hint of interest. Observing Chui Yong's intense fixation on Gu Xier, Changqing's heart raced. Could it be that Chui Yong had taken a liking to her? Chui Yong broke his gaze and turned to Changqing. Is her name Gu Xier? Do you know her? Changqing nodded vigorously. Of course. We both hail from Wanqin Island. How could I not know her? Allow me to introduce you. Changqing was electrified. This might just be his opportunity. A chance to gain entry to Changqing Pavilion without any assessment. Though he harbored affections for Gu Xier, he also admired Gu Qi. Regardless, neither sister had ever regarded him with anything but indifference. If he could not attain their affection, he would at least seize the opportunity to be acquainted with such a breathtaking beauty. Let us proceed, Chui Yong said, casting a deep glance at Changqing, who felt elated by the approving look. On the other side, Gu Xier had also noticed the approaching figures of Chui Yong and Changqing, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Remain calm, she thought. They had already entered the territory of Changqing Island. Even if he was the scion of the Chui family, he should not dare to act inappropriately. The third elder furrowed his brow, attempting to reassure the group. Sir, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Changqing spoke first, feigning familiarity, though in truth they had merely exchanged pleasantries before. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Gu Xier replied coolly, while she envied Chui Yong's opportunity to enter Changqing Pavilion without assessment. That admiration did not translate into any affection for him. Though Chui Yong made efforts to conceal his intentions, Gu Xier discerned a hint of lasciviousness in his gaze. Such a look was all too familiar to her, and she found it profoundly distasteful. I shall introduce you. This is young Master Chui Yong from Changyuan Island, Changqing began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chui Yong. No need for such formalities. I am Chui Yong. May I inquire your name? Fair maiden? Changping's introduction seemed almost a display of self-importance. Moreover, who aboard the vessel was unaware of Chui Yong's esteemed lineage. Is it still necessary to introduce Changping? Such a boastful introduction might only incite the lady's disdain. I am Gu Xier, and I have met young Master Chui. With a frown upon her delicate brow, Gu Xier slowly rose to her feet. She harbored a certain aversion towards Chui Yong, yet his status compelled her to tread lightly, lest she offend him too greatly. Thus, after uttering a brief statement, Gu Xier stood up, stating that she felt unwell and would take her leave. Hoping young Master Chui would not take offense. Presently, Gu Xier wished only to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Chui Yong did not hinder her. After all, they had already entered the realm of Dust Hard Island, where, despite his esteemed identity, he dared not act recklessly. Although Gu Xier did not explicitly express her disdain, her demeanor conveyed an unmistakable message of disinterest, leaving Chui Yong feeling somewhat humiliated. His expression darkened. As the heir of the Chui family, he was accustomed to the adoration of countless women. It was rare for him to pursue a woman, only to be met with such rejection. The unexpected outcome of his courteous approach left him irritated and gradually revealing his true nature. This Gu Xier possesses quite the arrogance, disregarding even young Master Siyu. The seams her backing is rather formidable, remarked a strikingly beautiful woman beside Chui Yong, her tone laced with disdain. She had aspirations of gaining Chui Yong's favor. Yet he looked down upon her. Witnessing him engage with Gu Xier stirred a sense of jealousy within her. especially given Gu Xier's apparent desire to avoid any further interaction with Cui Yong. This ignited a flicker of indignation within her. To be favored by young Master Cui was indeed a privilege, yet she deemed Gu Xier ungrateful. The other admirers also chimed in with their mockery. Cui Yong's expression softened somewhat as he inquired of Changqing. Does she have an elder sister? I hear she's also a disciple of Dust Heart Pavilion. To disregard me so brazenly. Her sister must have given her quite the confidence boost. Surely, she is not an ordinary disciple at Dust Heart Pavilion. Changqing chuckled derisively, eager to clarify. Oh, young Master Cui, you are mistaken. She does have an elder sister at Dust Heart Pavilion, but merely as an outer gate disciple. Moreover, her entry into Dust Heart Pavilion was facilitated by her father's considerable gifts. An outer gate disciple. I thought she was someone remarkable. Is this truly the source of her audacity in rejecting young Master Cui? Hilarious. After a while, the ship carrying Gu Xier docked at Dust Heart Island. For the rest of the day, Gu Xier did not dare to step outside her quarters as soon as the vessel anchored. Several individuals hurriedly disembarked. They quickly sought out an inn on the island to stay. Although Dust Heart Island was under the auspices of Dust Heart Pavilion, it was not solely populated by its disciples. There were numerous townspeople as well. They thrived in their livelihoods, closely tied to Dust Heart Pavilion. Gu Xier recalled her father Gu Qian's admonitions and decided to visit the entrance of Dust Heart Pavilion before the grand recruitment ceremony commenced. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Xier observed the bustling disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion, their faces aglow with confidence and excitement. Not long ago, they had been mere disciples of lesser sections. While the disciples of lesser sects were not lacking in quality, they were, in the grand scheme of the myriad of demons in the South Sea, rather commonplace. It is noteworthy that certain lesser sects boasted tens of thousands of disciples, far exceeding the numbers at Dust Heart Pavilion. When traversing the outside world, disciples of lesser sects held little prestige. Encountering others from similar backgrounds often resulted in a complete lack of respect, with no fear of offending one another. However, the situation had changed dramatically. They were now part of a kingly force. In a vast expanse of the South Sea, how many kingly forces existed? The disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion had never anticipated the day they would ascend to such heights. This represented a monumental shift in status, particularly for the outer gate disciples, who had previously been overlooked by their families. Yet, following Dust Heart Pavilion's elevation to a kingly force, even their clan leaders treated them with newfound respect. Former foes now presented lavish gifts, seeking reconciliation. This exemplifies the intimidation wielded by a kingly force. Even a mere outer gate disciple could command considerable respect. This is precisely why so many were drawn to the recruitment ceremony, hoping to strike it lucky. For some, becoming a disciple of Dust Heart Pavilion was akin to ascending to the heavens. Gu Xier paced back and forth at the mountainous entrance, inadvertently drawing the gaze of several disciples. The youthful beauty of this girl was undeniable. Gu Xier wished to inquire about her sister, but felt a pang of anxiety and trepidation. Finally, with palms nearly slick with sweat, she mustered the courage to approach a female disciple of Dust Heart Pavilion who was making her way up the mountain. The disciple, eager to fulfill her tasks, was taken aback when stopped, her demeanor turning somewhat irritable upon realizing her interlocutor was not a disciple. What is it? Gu Xier was startled by the tone, momentarily flustered. She spoke softly. Excuse me, elder sister. I am searching for someone. My sister is a disciple of Dust Heart Pavilion, named Changqing. I inquire if you know her. After uttering these words, Gu Xier instinctively shrank back, anxiously awaiting the disciple's response. I don't know any Gu. Wait, who did you say? The disciple, rushing to complete her task, initially attempted to brush Gu Xier off, but soon sensed something amiss. What did you say your sister's name was? Gu Qing. Do you truly know her? Gu Xier hastily replied, Yes, my sister is Gu Qing. I am Gu Xier. It was not disbelief that clouded the disciple's mind, but rather the incredulity of the situation. Suddenly, another voice called out from around the corner. Right? The approaching figure was a woman in her 30s, exuding an air of authority. Master, the disciple exclaimed, startled. The elder, referred to as Master, furrowed her brow. her tone tinged with displeasure. "I recall instructing you to report to me immediately upon returning to the sect. Where are you off to with this girl? She doesn't appear to be a disciple of Dustheart Pavilion." Upon noticing Gu Xier's presence, the elder's dissatisfaction grew. Instead of reporting back to her and completing her tasks, she had brought along someone who was clearly an outsider. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Although this young lady is not a disciple of the Changqing Pavilion, she happens to be the younger sister of the Holy Maiden. Upon hearing this, the anger on the elder's face dissipated considerably, and she looked at Gu Xier with a hint of surprise. "You are the younger sister of the Holy Maiden? It has been many years since the Changqing Pavilion appointed a Holy Son or Holy Maiden. Now, with the re-establishment of the Holy Maiden, the disciples of Changqing Pavilion may not know the reasons behind it, but the elders are quite aware it is due to her mysterious elder brother. That individual is, in truth, the current master of the Changqing Pavilion. It is he who elevated the Changqing Pavilion from semi-royal power to a royal-level sect. Though Gu Xier is merely a holy maiden, her status is far superior to that of the elders. Even the pavilion master treats her with utmost respect. Strictly speaking, the position of the holy maiden surpasses that of the pavilion master, for she is the sister of that esteemed individual. Upon closer inspection, Gu Xier bears quite a resemblance to Gu Qing. The elder's demeanor softened instantly. "So is like this. I understand now. Please inform the holy maiden. I shall personally attend to her sister." "Yes, master." In the reception hall, Gu Xier sat nervously in the guest chair. Even now, she found it hard to believe. What if she mistook someone? But the worries of Gu Xier soon vanished in a thin air. When Gu Xier, or rather, her sister, appeared at the entrance of the reception hall, Gu Xier's rosy lips parted in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock and confusion, and she finally exhaled in relief. The elder beside Gu Xier, upon seeing Gu Xier, promptly stood up. "Holy Maiden, sister, little Xier." The two sisters embraced tightly, while Ruier and the others discreetly stepped back. "Xier, what are you doing here? Did you come alone? Where's father?" After releasing Gu Xier, Gu Xier inquired. Before Gu Changqing entered seclusion, he had mentioned that if she missed home, she need not wait for him to return and could go back first. However, Gu Xier insisted on waiting for Gu Changqing to return before heading back to the Gu family in Wangqing Island together. She never anticipated that before she could return, her sister would come looking for her. This was beyond her expectations. "You sure?" shook her head. "That I didn't come alone. There are also the third elder and the others. We are here to participate in the Changqing Pavilion's recruitment ceremony." Gu Xier was taken aback and then smiled gently. Her younger sister need not undergo any assessment or testing. It would simply require her word. "But sister, how did you become the Holy Maiden of Changqing Pavilion? Just half a year ago, you wrote a letter home saying you were striving for a position within the inner disciples." The little girl's mind was filled with profound confusion. Holy Maiden, the impact of these two words was immense for her. Outer sect, inner sect, core, true transmission, and above all, what transpired to elevate her sister from an outer disciple to a holy maiden? This matter is long and complicated. I will explain it to you slowly. Subsequently, Gu Xier patiently recounted to Gu Xier how she encountered Gu Changqing and all that transpired during their time together. After listening, Gu Xier felt as if a tempest had risen within her heart. 20 years old, King Realm. With his own strength, he established a royal-level power and aided the master of Changqing Pavilion in advancing to the King Realm. This Gu Xier felt as if she were listening to a celestial tale. This cousin of theirs, sharing the same bloodline, must truly be extraordinary. Her curiosity about Gu Changqing had reached its zenith. She longed to see this brother Longqing and wondered if he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, how could he be so astonishing? The recruitment ceremony was about to begin. "Sure, you should return and regroup with the third elder and the others. As for the assessment, you need not worry. I will find the assessment elder and ensure that you can enter Changqing Pavilion without undergoing the assessment, and on top of that, as a true disciple." One cannot deny that Gu Xier had undergone significant changes during these days. As per Gu Changqing's guidance, that he had consistently told her, "You are now the Holy Maiden of Changqing Pavilion," and in terms of status, You rank higher than the pavilion master, a holy maiden. You must embody the demeanor befitting your rank and cannot continue to be as submissive as before. Indeed, Changqing had transformed considerably since then. No need for an assessment, and immediate entry as a true disciple. Sister, is this true? How could it be that just a while ago, while aboard the ship, she envied Changqing for not having to take the assessment to enter Changqing Pavilion? Now, she need not envy him any longer. She too could. Moreover, her entry was far superior to that of Changqing, as it would be as a true disciple. Changqing understood the significance of the term true disciple. Sister, would you deceive me? Go on. I will soon set off to find the assessment elder. The recruitment ceremony is about to commence. All right. Changqing excitedly departed from Changqing Pavilion and quickly returned to the inn, sharing the news with the third elder and several Gu family disciples. Initially, they were all bewildered, even skeptical. It was not until they witnessed the elder from Changqing Pavilion, assigned by Changqing to accompany Changqing for protection, that they were compelled to believe. Meanwhile, before the recruitment ceremony began, Changqing sought out the elder from the Chui family, who held a position in Changqing Pavilion. You have already broken through to the true spirit realm. Very well, very well. This significantly increases your chances of passing the assessment, the elder from the Chui family said with a benevolent smile. However, his words left Changqing momentarily stunned. Passing the assessment? Elder, didn't I not need to participate in the assessment? The elder stroked his beard and replied, if this were before, that would indeed be the case, but just yesterday, the pavilion master issued a decree that no elder or high-ranking official may engage in favoritism. No one is to enter Changqing Pavilion through backdoor means. Though I am an elder of Changqing Pavilion, I am but one among many. Therefore, whether you can enter Changqing Pavilion, depends solely on your own merit. The elder's words darkened Changqing's expression to an extreme. How could this be? He had boasted to his followers that he, Changqing, the young master, would enter Changqing Pavilion without undergoing the assessment. But now, you have already broken through to the true spirit realm. Your probability of successfully passing the assessment is still quite high. Do not lose heart. I believe in you, the elder said helplessly. This was the pavilion master's command, and he had no other recourse. Changqing's expression was more sorrowful than tears. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he had boasted. If his followers discovered that he too had to take the assessment, where would he put his face? Elder, is there truly no other way? Changqing still felt reluctant. The elder shook his head. None. Changqing could only leave in disappointment. 18 noon. The recruitment ceremony of Changqing Pavilion officially commenced. The square at the foot of the mountain was filled with outstanding talents from Lanchi Island and even beyond. They were eager to showcase their abilities in the upcoming assessment. During the assessment, those who performed well would have the opportunity to advance directly to the intersect or even be taken in as disciples by the elders. The Gu family disciples looked around, feeling a mix of emotions. Look, isn't that Changqing, the young master? One of the Gu family disciples pointed to Changqing, whose expression was less than favorable. Although his followers still surrounded him, their enthusiasm had waned considerably. Upon learning that Changqing also had to take the assessment and could not enter Changqing Pavilion directly, they were no longer as fawning if even Changqing could not bypass the assessment. How could he help them? Not long ago, they had envied Changqing. Now, it seemed the tables had turned, and it was Changqing who would envy them. The elder from Changqing's family was merely an elder of Changqing Pavilion. Even if he could get him into Changqing Pavilion without assessment, he would only be an outer sect or perhaps an inner sect disciple. Meanwhile, they were about to enter as true disciples. Until now, several individuals still felt a sense of unreality this moment. Changqing also noticed the members of the Gu family, yet he did not pay them much heed. Initially, he had planned to pursue Changqing further after arriving on the island, for he had genuinely been captivated by her. However, upon learning that he too was to partake in the assessment, he found himself devoid of any romantic inclinations. What occupied his thoughts now was how he could successfully pass the test. As the Supreme Elder had stated, should he succeed, he would be able to take him as a disciple and grant him the status of an intersect disciple. As the clock struck 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the esteemed elder was about to announce the rules of the assessment. Suddenly, a bell tolled. Resonating throughout the gates of Changqing Pavilion, an elder stepped forth from within, proclaiming, "At this moment, all shall fall silent." With that, an air of stillness enveloped the crowd. The chief elder responsible for the assessment was the second elder of Changqing Pavilion, a formidable figure at the 9th level of tribulation. All eyes were drawn to him, eagerly awaiting his further pronouncement. However, before delving into the assessment, the elder declared, "I shall now announce several names. Those mentioned shall step forward. You need not undergo the 3 rounds of assessment. You shall advance directly." The names were called Gu Shi, Gu Yang, Gu Zichu, Gu Lingwei. This announcement sparked a commotion in the previously subdued square, as countless envious gazes fixated upon the Gu siblings. Of course, envy aside, no one dared voice any dissent. The chief elder, the second elder, provided no explanation, and the participants below shared a tacit understanding, refraining from expressing any grievances or discontent. In this world, fairness was but an illusion, and all present were acutely aware of this truth. The privilege bestowed upon the Gu siblings to bypass the assessment and enter Changqing Pavilion hinted at the immense influence behind them. It was no coincidence that all those named bore the surname Gu. Speculation abounded, yet no one would dare voice their dissatisfaction. After this brief interlude, the second elder commenced the announcement of the rules for the subsequent 3 rounds of assessment. That moment, Chui Yang's face was a portrait of disbelief, as he stared incredulously at the Gu siblings, then turned to the Supreme Elder, as if to inquire, "Isn't it you who said no favoritism or backdoor dealings would be tolerated? What is the meaning of this?" Chui Yang was indeed taken aback. The companions beside him mirrored his astonishment, particularly those who had earlier mocked Gu Shi for her perceived lack of ambition, now rendered speechless by the turn of events. This scene was undeniably a slap in the face for them. The person they had fawned over, Chui Yang, would have to participate in the assessment, and should he fail, he would return home just as they would. Meanwhile, the Gu siblings, whom they had derided, were granted an easy path. Standing beside Chui Yang, the Supreme Elder felt a tinge of embarrassment, but quickly clarified, "These individuals are exceptions. On what grounds?" Chui Yang clenched his fists. The Supreme Elder's gaze turned icy, as she retorted, "Because her sister is the current saintess of Changqing Pavilion. Is that satisfactory for you? If your sister were also a saintess, you would be afforded the same privilege." Observing Chui Yang's escalating agitation, the Supreme Elder felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. This young man was clearly blinded by rage, daring to question even the elder. "The saintess?" Chui Yang and his companions gasped in unison. "Supreme Elder, is this truly the case?" Chui Yang stared in shock at his own elder. "Otherwise, do you think they could bypass the assessment and enter Changqing Pavilion?" This was a direct order from the pavilion master. The Supreme Elder replied somewhat irritably. Chui Yang turned to Changqing, his voice low. "Did you not say that her sister was merely an outer sect disciple of Changqing Pavilion? Are you deceiving me?" Changqing was left speechless, yet in his memory, Gu Qing'er was indeed just an outer sect disciple, a fact known throughout Wangqin Island. The head of the Gu family had once gone to great lengths and incurred considerable costs for a mere outer sect disciple spot. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Changqing was equally incredulous. How had Gu Qing'er suddenly transformed into the saintess of Changqing Pavilion? On that day, deep within Changqing Pavilion, a young man clad in white emerged. 4th level of tribulation. Gu Changqing had indeed made significant gains during his retreat, advancing at an extraordinary pace. This was hardly surprising, given his Chaos Sword Body, Imperial Great Heart technique, and the numerous ancient pill formulas he had acquired from the Dan Emperor scriptures, which he had used to concoct potent elixirs. During this period of seclusion, Gu Changqing not only shattered his bottleneck, but also refined the spiritual herbs he obtained from the auction into pills. He had initially crafted 3 origin breakthrough pills, a holy medicine for breaking into the King realm, of which he had given 1 each to Bai Hong and Chen Yun, leaving him with 1 remaining. Now, Gu Changqing had refined 3 more days for other elixirs. He had produced 300 chi-boosting pills, 300 solidifying essence pills, and 50 transcendence pills that a substantial stock of elixirs sufficient for himself and his kin's cultivation awaited. Should he require more herbs in the future, he could simply have Changqing Pavilion assist him in sourcing them. Next, he would return to his clan. After his retreat, Gu Changqing, accompanied by Gu Qing'er, visited the Gu family on Wanqin Island, delivering his revised Gu family's Tai Xian heart technique to Gu Qian. After leaving some medicinal pills for cultivation, he set forth on his journey home. It had been some time since he had left. And Gu Changqing found himself yearning for Jiang Lianxin and his yet-to-be-born twins. Qing'er, focus on your cultivation and revitalize our Gu family's sacred lineage. It cannot rely solely on me. I hope that when next we meet, you will have broken through the tribulation realm. Sheer. The same goes for you. Brother Changqing, I cannot bear to part with you, Gu Qing'er said, her eyes glistening with tears. During their time together, she had grown increasingly dependent on him. This is not a life-and-death separation. You are now the saintess of a king-level sect. What is this weeping about? Gu Changqing gently ruffled her hair. I must take my leave. After comforting Gu Qing'er, Gu Changqing transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Blue Shi Islands. A.S. for Bai Hong. He had already returned to the Hanqin Gu family prior to Gu Changqing's retreat. There was no need for him to remain by Gu Changqing's side for protection. It was better for him to return and hold down the fort. Before departing, Gu Changqing instructed the pavilion master of Changqing Pavilion to inquire about the whereabouts of a fourth-tier artifact craftsman. A fourth-tier craftsman was equivalent to a king-level expert who had entered the fourth stage of cultivation, a rarity indeed. The southern sea of 10,000 beasts had been exhausted, and Gu Changqing wanted to know if any of the other major sea regions had such a craftsman. Considering the third-tier spirit sword he had acquired at the auction, Gu Changqing now possessed 4 spirit swords for the Ju Sword array, 2 third-tier and 2 second-tier. Finding a fourth-tier king weapon was no easy feat. Even third-tier weapons were hard to come by, and the Highware auction house might not have one for half a year. Even if one appeared, it might not be a spirit sword but another type of weapon. As Gu Changqing set out to return to the Hanqin Empire, Bai Hong, who had already been sent back home, had arrived at Jianglin City, where the Gu family resided. That moment, Gu Changqing's father, Gu Yuan, the head of the Gu family, was in the training grounds, instructing the younger generation of the Gu clan. Jiang Lianxin stood nearby, occasionally placing a hand on her now rounded belly, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Since becoming pregnant, Jiang Lianxin's own cultivation had stagnated considerably. With ample free time, she often came to observe the younger generation's training and offer guidance. Jiang Lianxin had now completely embraced her identity as a member of the Gu family. The descendants of the Gu family were naturally her juniors, with Jiang Lianxin, a beauty akin to a celestial being, supervising and guiding them. The Gu family's youth trained with exceptional diligence. Husband, why have you not returned yet? Lianer misses you. Jiang Lianxin gazed towards the horizon, her longing for Gu Changqing becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Buzz! At that moment, a streak of light shot across the sky, moving with incredible speed, and instantly reached the Gu family estate. What is that? This sight caused all the Gu family juniors, including Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin, to cease their movements and turn their attention toward the beam of light. Walking on air, a king-level expert. Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. Once the beam of light came to a halt, they finally discerned the identity of the individual within it, a venerable elder clad in white robes, emanating an aura so formidable that it incessantly conveyed to all present that he was a formidable powerhouse of the king realm. Within the Gu family, the senior elders also sensed the arrival of this overwhelming presence. Rushing out of their quarters, their gazes filled with trepidation as they fixated on the elder hovering in mid-air. A palpable tension enveloped the Gu family. A king realm expert had suddenly descended upon the modest Jianglin city, seemingly with intentions aimed at the Gu family. Were they friend or foe? The thought sent a wave of dread crashing over Gu Yuan. He, the strongest in the Gu family, stood at the 6th level of the Tribulation realm. Yet, even he, a mere 6th-level Tribulation warrior, would appear as nothing more than an ant before a true powerhouse of the king realm, easily crushable. Jiang Lianxin, too, felt a sense of unease, while she might not fear for her own life. There was still the matter of the child she carried within her. As the members of the Gu family watched the unexpectedly appearing king realm expert, with a mix of anxiety and apprehension. The elder in white suddenly retracted his overwhelming aura and descended gracefully, taking just a few steps to kneel before Jiang Lianxin. The sight left everyone in the Gu family, including Jiang Lianxin herself, momentarily dumbfounded. The individual who knelt was no ordinary person, but a bona fide powerhouse of the King realm. What followed next left the onlookers even more bewildered. I, your subordinate Bai Heng, pay my respects to the matriarch. What do you call me? Stammered Jiang Lianxin. Even the former pride of the Jiang family, well versed in the ways of the world, found herself at a loss for words in light of this sudden turn of events. Just call me Bai Heng, please, matriarch. Do not refer to me as senior, for that would be too much for an old man like me. If the Lord were to find out, I might not be forgiven. Bai Heng hastily replied, in the presence of the matriarch Jiang Lianxin, he dared not assume the mantle of a senior, despite her current cultivation being merely at the second level of the tribulation realm. At this moment, while Jiang Lianxin was in shock, Bai Heng was equally astonished as a King realm expert. He could see at a glance that Jiang Lianxin was extraordinary. This a spiritual body or a spiritual bone? He pondered, astonished, but he quickly regained his composure. What was he thinking? What kind of existence was the Lord? How could his wife be an ordinary woman? This was a spiritual bone or spiritual body. She held the potential to ascend to the Emperor realm in the future. After casting a glance at the bewildered members of the Gu family and Jiang Lianxin, Bai Heng suddenly remembered that he had yet to introduce himself properly. My lord, Gu Changqing. The Lord is currently in secluded cultivation at the South Sea of 10,000 demons, and he instructed me to return to the Gu family ahead of time to oversee matters. Qing'er is your lord? Gu Yuan and Jiang Lianxin exclaimed almost simultaneously, if that were the case. Then this title of matriarch indeed seemed fitting. Yet how could a King realm expert willingly serve as a subordinate? How had Qing'er managed such a feat? Jiang Lianxin was somewhat more at ease, aware that her husband was a figure of great mystery, unlike anyone else. However, that only alleviated her concern slightly. This was a King realm expert. Even within the Jiang family, a King realm individual held a status akin to that of a clan elder, an undeniable upper echelon. Now, however, he was merely a servant to Gu Changqing, seeing that the Gu family members and Jiang Lianxin might still harbor doubts. Bai Heng presented the recording talisman bestowed upon him by Gu Changqing. After listening, all skepticism dissipated. In truth, even before Bai Heng produced the talisman, Gu Yuan and the others had already believed to a significant extent. A dignified King realm expert would have no need to deceive the Gu family. Given their current collective strength, they were no match for even a half-step king, let alone a true powerhouse. There was simply no motive for malice. A week later, Gu Changqing returned to Jianglin City. Husband, you're back, Jiang Lianxin exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears as she dashed into Gu Changqing's embrace. Qing'er, my lord, Gu Yuan and Bai Heng approached in turn. Subsequently, Gu Changqing had a private conversation with his father, Gu Yuan, where he provided him with various elixirs aimed at nurturing and enhancing the family strength. These are vitality pills and foundation pills, all of which are at the Danlin level. This tribulation pill is for you, father. After handing over some elixirs, Gu Changqing produced a tome of martial arts. This is the revised Gu Family Heart Technique, which I have named the Gu Family Taixian Heart Technique. The IT is classified as an imperial level technique, and all clan members may cultivate it. However, when imparting this technique, be sure to refrain from discussing it with any outsiders, as so many vitality pills and foundation pills, an imperial level technique. Gu Yuan gaped in astonishment. I understand now. Qing'er, your strength has far surpassed mine. Perhaps it is time to pass on the position of family head to you. Gu Yuan did not inquire further, but contemplated passing the family head position to Gu Changqing. Under Gu Changqing's leadership, the Gu family would surely thrive and potentially reclaim its former glory. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's expression turned melancholic. Father, I have no interest in the position of family head, and I certainly won't remain in the clan for long. Therefore, it is best to leave the management of the family to you. Yu Changqing decisively declined. Compared to being the family head, he preferred to take a more relaxed approach, enjoying a carefree existence. But your father's strength? Who says the strongest must always be the family head? Is Jiang Tianwang the head of the Jiang family? Gu Changqing's remark left Gu Yuan speechless. Moreover, father, your strength will improve. Even if it requires elixirs, I will elevate your power, as the head of a clan. Your strength must not be weak. Will not be frugal with the spiritual elixirs I have given you. If you run out, I can provide more. Once your realm reaches the perfection of the tribulation realm, I will give you an item that will ensure you pass through the king realm tribulation with ease. Gu Changqing smiled. Pass through the king realm tribulation with ease? Qing do not jest. I have never heard of such an elixir. Hee. Father, do you know that Bai Hong was merely a perfected half-king a few months ago? Without me, he would never have stepped into the king realm, but if I can help him ascend, naturally, I can assist you as well. Ji Yuan was taken aback once more. What? Elder Bai, he broke through to the king realm with your assistance. Bai Hong now held the position of guest elder within the Gu family. Of course. Otherwise, how could a dignified king realm expert willingly recognize me as his master? After discussing various matters, Gu Changqing took his leave. Before departing, he added, by the way, Father, do not publicize these matters for now. For the current Gu family, developing quietly is the correct approach. That it is not yet the time to be ostentatious. We shall act gradually. Once our clan truly becomes powerful, we will deliver a small shock to the world. That day is not far off. Gu Changqing departed, yet his words were etched indelibly in Gu Yuan's mind. Watching Gu Changqing's retreating figure, Gu Yuan sighed. Qing has truly grown up. As night fell, the long-separated couple naturally indulged in a tender reunion. Afterward, Gu Changqing examined Jiang Lianxin's condition and furrowed his brow slightly. Qing, you seem quite frail. Jiang Lianxin's current physical state was indeed concerning. It was not due to any injury, but rather a depletion of spiritual energy and insufficient vitality. Her complexion pale, as if she had suffered a severe illness. Yet, how could someone with sacred bone like Jiang Lianxin fall ill? Furthermore, even in her pregnant state, her body should not be this weak. She possessed sacred bone. Her physical constitution was even stronger than that of numerous body cultivators. Moreover, the spiritual energy within you. Gu Changqing's furrowed brow deepened as he probed further with his consciousness. As for this, Jiang Lianxin was equally puzzled. That I've been feeling unusually fatigued lately, but I've hardly moved at all. Yet at night, I feel overwhelmingly exhausted, as if I had battled my husband for 300 rounds. Cough, cough. Gu Changqing felt a bit awkward. The spiritual energy within you has inexplicably been depleted. That I mentioned this to Father, and he provided me with some elixirs to replenish my spiritual energy, which has helped somewhat. This moment, Gu Changqing had already regained his composure. He was beginning to grasp the situation. My dear, there is no need for concern. I have a general understanding of what is happening. The spiritual energy within you has not dissipated into thin air, but rather has been absorbed. Absorbed? Jiang Lianxin was taken aback. Indeed, it is our yet-to-be-born precious child who is absorbing your spiritual essence. Jiang Lianxin was unaware, but Gu Changqing was acutely aware. The child she carried was not an ordinary one, but rather two extraordinary prodigies. Particularly the daughter, the Zixiao Chile body, was an unparalleled divine physique of the highest caliber. However, what Gu Changqing did not anticipate was that these two little ones had already begun to cultivate using their mother's spiritual energy even before their birth. As the day of their arrival drew nearer, Jiang Lianxin's daily consumption of energy grew increasingly significant. Fortunately, Gu Changqing had traveled overseas to concoct a substantial quantity of elixirs to replenish her spiritual power. Otherwise, Jiang Lianxin might have been completely drained by the two little ones. Gu Changqing, too, found himself increasingly eager for the birth of these two children. Have you ever witnessed a 7- or 8-year-old child effortlessly defeating those on the spirit ranking? No. Well, after the birth of his two little ones, you shall have the opportunity to witness such marvel. In the final month before their arrival, Gu Changqing deliberately took Jiang Lianxin away from Jianglin City, seeking a desolate place where they could be undisturbed and personally set up a concealed formation. The birth of his children would undoubtedly invoke celestial phenomena, and in a bustling city, there would be too many prying eyes. Gu Changqing personally constructed a wooden cabin in the woods for Jiang Lianxin and invited the best midwife from their clan. They were now merely waiting for the moment of the twins' birth. On that day, the clear skies unexpectedly stirred. Just a moment ago, the sun blazed overhead. In the next instant, the sky darkened abruptly, resembling the depths of night, and a strange crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the wooden cabin where Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing resided, yet caused no harm. The next moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and a towering, divine silhouette gradually materialized in the clouds. The apparition was solemn and sacred, reminiscent of an unparalleled empress, compelling one to prostrate in reverence. "My husband," Jiang Lianxin uttered, while Gu Changqing held his beloved wife's hand tightly, signaling her to remain calm. For he was there to protect her. Jiang Lianxin initially believed that her husband had brought her to this secluded place merely for tranquility. However, it appeared that this was not the case. The celestial phenomena left Jiang Lianxin in a state of astonishment. Was she merely giving birth to a child? How could it provoke such a grand commotion? The midwife, summoned from their clan, instinctively knelt and began to worship the empress-like figure in the sky. Her body completely beyond her control. Gu Changqing, however, remained unaffected due to his chaos sword body. Fortunately, the phenomenon did not linger for long. After a brief incense stick's length of time, the celestial spectacle dissipated, restoring the previous clear skies. At that moment, Jiang Lianxin began to experience intense labor pains. It is time to give birth. The midwife hurried over, disregarding the earlier events, and began to assist Jiang Lianxin with the delivery. After a while, thanks to the midwife's diligent efforts, Jiang Lianxin and her children emerged safely. "Xiner, you have worked hard," Gu Changqing said softly, holding the two children in one arm and gently squeezing Jiang Lianxin's delicate hand. "It was not arduous. Xiner is very happy. Quickly, let me see our little ones," Jiang Lianxin urged. Gu Changqing knelt down, placing the two wailing infants beside her. "First layer of true spirit, third layer of true spirit." Upon seeing them, Jiang Lianxin was utterly dumbfounded. The two little ones had just been born, and yet they were already at the true spirit realm. What kind of prodigies had she given birth to? How could she describe her children in such a manner? It was no wonder Jiang Lianxin was so astonished. After all, even a genius like her had only reached the true spirit realm at the age of 10. As for Gu Changqing, he had struggled to break through to the true spirit realm just before adulthood. Truly, the comparison was infuriating. Thankfully, they were his children. Otherwise, the couple might have felt a twinge of envy. Even Gu Changqing, who had been somewhat prepared, was taken aback by these two little ones that it was evident they had been cultivating in the womb. The extensive resources he had expended were not in vain. Fortunately, he possessed the Chaos Sword Body with a red fate, or he might have been overwhelmed by the two little ones, pushed down by the waves of the Yangtze River. After a few days of recuperation in the wooden cabin, Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin returned to their family. Upon seeing the two little ones, Gu Yuan, Gu Changqing's father, was overjoyed and carried them around the Gu family estate several times as for the matter of the celestial phenomena. Gu Changqing only confided in his father, revealing nothing to anyone else. The fewer who knew, the better that a prodigy capable of invoking celestial phenomena would surely attract the attention of even the most powerful beings. If it were merely a matter of accepting a disciple, it would be one thing, but if there were malicious intent, Gu Changqing's current strength would be insufficient to fend off any threats. Thus, it was prudent to keep this matter under wraps. As for the midwife who assisted in the delivery, Gu Changqing erased her memory of that part of the event. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Gu Changqing was now 19 years old. Meanwhile, the two little ones, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun, had also reached the age of 2, that though they were only 2 years old, their physical development was rapid. And they appear to be 4 or 5, that over the course of 2 years, Gu Changqing dedicated the majority of his time to cultivation, with the remainder spent accompanying Jiang Lianxin and nurturing their 2 children. In this time, Gu Changqing advanced from the 4th layer of the tribulation realm to the mid-level of the profound king realm. Such a speed of cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. As one ascends in power, the challenges of advancing through the ranks only intensify. Typically, it takes a year or even several years to advance a single realm in the tribulation realm. Yet Gu Changqing had not only broken through to the king realm in just 2 years, but had also reached the peak of the mid-level profound king realm. A mere step away from the late-level profound king realm. And this was merely in terms of realm. In terms of strength, although Gu Changqing had not yet found a 4th-level artifact master, he had managed to gather 4 3rd-level spirit swords, significantly enhancing the power of the Zhuxian sword formation. Moreover, he had cultivated the Taishian scripture to its 2nd volume. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy was astonishing. Gu Changqing's rapid cultivation would surely leave those so-called spirit-ranking prodigies in shame. Even Jiang Lianxin, who possessed sacred bones, could scarcely keep pace. Over the past 2 years, Jiang Lianxin's growth had been remarkable as well. Rising from the 3rd layer of the Tribulation Realm to the Half-King Realm. While she could not compare to Gu Changqing, this was still an extraordinary achievement. In addition to her sacred bones, she also benefited from cultivating the 1st volume of the Taishian scripture that Gu Changqing had provided. Jiu Changqing maintained a degree of restraint with ordinary clan members, yet he directly imparted the true imperial-level heart method. The Taishian scripture, to his closest kin, his wife Jiang Lianxin, his father Gu Yuan, and their 2 children. As for the 2 little ones, their daughter Gu Yunxi had reached the 6th layer of the Tribulation Realm. Nearly catching up to her mother. One could only marvel at the prowess of the supreme divine body of the highest caliber. Their son Gu Qingshun, on the other hand, was at the 1st layer of the Tribulation Realm. At birth, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun's realms were not vastly different. One at the 3rd layer of true spirit, the other at the 1st layer. However, as they grew older, the disparity in their talents became increasingly evident. Was their son Gu Qingshun's talent lacking? Certainly not. He possessed an orange fate, akin to the stature of a heavenly sovereign. However, he was overshadowed by his even more monstrous sister, Gu Yunxi, during these 2 years. The Zhang family seemed to have forgotten about their daughter marrying into the Gu family, as they had not visited in quite some time. Meanwhile, the Changqing Pavilion, with Gu Changqing's assistance, had developed rapidly and established a firm foothold. Not only that, but the Changqing Pavilion had recently welcomed a new King Realm expert, none other than the Grand Elder of the Pavilion. Currently, the Changqing Pavilion boasted 2 powerful King Realm practitioners. Even among the myriad royal forces of the Southern Sea of 10,000 demons, one would not consider it to be at the very bottom. On this day, Gu Changqing emerged from his seclusion, having thoroughly solidified his position at the mid-stage of the Xianwang realm. His next step would be to strive for the late stage of Xianwang. Casting a glance at his storage ring, he noted the abundance of medicinal materials within. However, most of them were merely 2nd and 3rd-grade herbs, with only a few 4th-grade ones, which had been gifted by the Lord of Changqing Pavilion. For Gu Changqing, who had now attained the peak of mid-stage Xianwang, the utility of 2nd and 3rd-grade elixirs was negligible. As for the materials for high-grade elixirs, it was not that he lacked spirit stones to purchase them. Over the past 2 years, Gu Changqing had earned a substantial amount of spirit stones through his alchemical prowess at the Danhuang level. Yet, the primary and auxiliary materials for high-grade elixirs were, for the most part, available only at exorbitant prices and rarely auctioned off. Put it simply, the Han Empire and even the Southern Sea of 10,000 demons were simply too small. Many high-grade spiritual herbs were simply non-existent here. Upon exiting his seclusion, Gu Changqing discovered that the Gu family was unusually festive today, adorned with lanterns and ribbons, bustling with excitement. He casually stopped a maid and inquired, "What festival is it today? Or is there some joyful occasion that makes the clan so lively?" The maid respectfully bowed to Gu Changqing and replied, "Young master, indeed there's a joyous event. Miss Gu Inkai is to be engaged today to the eldest son of the family from Yuowu City. And Yang, the clan leader, and others have already gone to the reception hall to await the arrival of the family members. Since you were in seclusion, the elder instructed that no one disturb you. Thus we did not come to inform you." Inkai, with the Gu family comprising only about 100 members, Gu Changqing knew each of them well. Jiu Inkai, the daughter of the 2nd elder of the Gu family, had an unremarkable appearance but possessed considerable talent, ranking among the top 10 in the younger generation of the Gu family. Think that Inkai was getting engaged. When did this happen? It was during the few months he had been in seclusion. After the maid's explanation, Gu Changqing finally understood the context. It turned out that a few months ago, during an outing for training, Gu Inkai had met the heir of the family from Yuowu City, and the two had fallen in love at first sight, swiftly establishing their relationship. The Han Empire was divided into 21 states, with Jianglin City, where the Gu family resided, being located in one of them, namely Wangzhou. Jianglin City was merely a small town in Guangzhou, while Yuou City served as the main city of Guangzhou, akin to the provincial capital of Gu Changqing's previous life on Earth. The Yin family was one of the four great families of Yuou City, a legitimate semi-royal force. From maid, Gu Changqing learned that this relationship had initially not received support. More accurately, it had not garnered the backing of the Yin family. The greater the power of a clan, the more they emphasized social standing. The Yin family, being one of the four prominent families of Yuou City and a semi-royal force, expected that their heir's future wife should at least not be of much lower status. However, the Gu family was merely a family of the Jie realm, situated in the remote Jianglin City, and this soon encountered fierce opposition from the parents of the heir as well as from their clan. Particularly, Yang's mother had already chosen a suitable match for her son, a family whose background was not inferior to that of the Yin family. Yet, Yang was genuinely in love with Gu Yingkai and declared he would marry no one but her. It is said that he even threatened to take his life in a fit of desperation, causing quite a commotion in the Yin family before they finally relented. This led to the current engagement. Gu Changqing smiled, surprised to learn of such a story. Yang seemed to be quite the passionate individual. What astonished Gu Changqing even more was that the Yin family had indeed yielded. This was somewhat different from the melodramatic plots he had encountered in his previous life. "Little girl, you seem to know quite a bit," he remarked. The maid's cheeks flushed. Was the young master praising her or mocking her? "Let us go. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I wish to see for myself this moment outside the Gu residence." A lengthy, welcoming procession had formed. The second elder was personally at the entrance to greet the guests, while the family head, Gu Yuan, was not among them. The second elder's presence was already a significant gesture of respect towards the Yin family as the head of the Gu family, if he were also to greet them at the entrance. It would imply a lowering of status, suggesting that the Gu family was beneath the Yin family. The outside world believed that the Gu family was merely attempting to climb the social ladder by allying with the Yin family. Yet in Gu Yuan's eyes, it was uncertain who was truly seeking whom. The Gu family had long ceased to be the Gu family of old. Now, with two powerful Xianwang realm experts, and Gu Yuan himself having recently broken through to the semi-royal realm, along with his daughter-in-law Jiang Lianxin, who, despite only being at the 8th level of the Jie realm, was significantly stronger than him, and his precious granddaughter Gu Yunxi, at merely 2 years old, already at the 6th level of the Jie realm, whose combat prowess was comparable to that of a semi-royal, with 2 Xianwang and 3 semi-royals, who was truly seeking to elevate their status. Now, Gu Changqing's strength was immeasurable, although the Gu family did not intentionally flaunt their power. There was no longer any need to conceal it. Outside the Gu residence, the family members who had waited for a long time finally saw the arrival of the Yin family, though few in number. Those who came were significant figures, led by the patriarch of the Yin family, and Yang's father, alongside a beautiful woman, likely Yang's mother. Following them were several elders from the Yin family, all of whom were formidable in strength. Color. Yang immediately spotted Gu Yingkai beside the second elder and eagerly rushed over to embrace her tightly. After a brief separation, the two, in the throes of love, felt as though they had been apart for an eternity. "Yang Gu," she responded, "I told you I would marry you. Now, I have come." "Yes, I know." The second elder, observing the affectionate couple, cleared his throat to remind them that they were in the presence of many onlookers. "In-laws, you must be weary from your journey. Please, allow me to escort you inside." The second elder warmly led the Yin family members, recognizing in Yang's deep affection for Yingkai, even to the point of causing a ruckus in the Yin family to be with her. Naturally, he was pleased for his daughter to marry someone who loved her so dearly. However, Yang's mother was less than pleased as she observed the couple oblivious to their surroundings, locked in their embrace. She was the most vehement opponent of this union. Had it not been for Yang's desperate pleas, would she have ever allowed her son to wed a girl from such a small family? The second elder was merely at the 2nd level of the Jie realm, and Yang's mother looked down upon him with disdain. At the 2nd level of the Jie realm, such strength was barely sufficient to serve as a steward in the Yin family. To think that he could hold the position of second elder in such a small family, the Gu family, sending just one second elder to greet them. Where was their clan leader? Why had he not come out to welcome them? and Yang's mother surveyed the Gu family's leadership and found only the second elder had come to greet them, intensifying her dissatisfaction and kindling a hint of anger. The Gu family seemed to be showing blatant disregard for the Yin family. The Yin family had come for an engagement, and even the clan leader was present, yet the Gu family had only dispatched a mere second elder to welcome them. Who did they look down upon? The second elder furrowed his brow, sensing that his future mother-in-law might not be in a generous mood. The Gu family head certainly has a grand sense of pride, and Yang's mother opened her mouth to speak further, but was silenced by Yang, whose expression had darkened. Today was a day of celebration. He did not wish to spoil it. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of resentment towards the Gu family, regardless of the circumstances. The disparity between the Un and Gu families was evident. Point one was a semi-royal family, while the other was just a small-town family. For the sake of this engagement, he had persuaded his parents to come in person. Yet the Gu family, and Yang's mother scoffed, but refrained from further comment. Under the guidance of a second elder, they slowly made their way into the Gu residence. Soon, they arrived at the reception hall, where Gu Yuan and the elder, along with other high-ranking members of the Gu family, had been waiting for quite some time. As the Yin family entered the hall, they were met with the sight of Gu Yuan seated at the head of the table. A faint smile gracing his face, Yang's mother felt a surge of indignation. They had come to establish a betrothal, yet it felt as though they had come merely to endure humiliation. From a moment she entered until now, she has not felt any semblance of respect, which has further fueled her discontent regarding this marriage proposal, one she was already hesitant about. This sentiment is somewhat influenced by the preconceived notions held by the members of the Yin family. In their minds, they have already acknowledged the imbalance in this union. From the very beginning, they have looked down upon the Gu family, believing it was the Gu family that sought to elevate themselves by associating with the Yin family. Hence, they perceive the Gu family's hospitality as lacking and their etiquette as insufficient. In reality, this is entirely reasonable. After all, it is not Gu Yuan's daughter who is being married off, and as the head of the Gu family. If he were to display excessive humility, where would the dignity of the Gu family lie? As the family head, he embodies the family's prestige. Moreover, in Gu Yuan's view, it is the Yin family that seeks to associate with the Gu family, not the other way around. In oversight and welcoming, Gu Yuan chuckled lightly, rising slowly, his demeanor poised and respectful. Yang's mother scoffed internally, perceiving Gu Yuan as utterly hypocritical. The Gu family had no intention of extending a warm welcome. Did they? Meanwhile, and Patriarch's gaze swept over Gu Yuan, momentarily stunned, his astonishment quickly morphing into shock. He initially thought there was a mistake in his perception. Shaking his head, he looked again at Gu Yuan. Yet the result remained the same, a half-king. Although an Patriarch was not a half-king himself, he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. He had assumed that under his perception, he would see the cultivation levels of the entire Gu family clearly. Yet to his bewilderment, he sensed an aura emanating from Gu Yuan that was akin to that of the ancestral elders of the Yin family, an aura belonging to a half-step king. The head of the Gu family is a half-king. This revelation startled an Patriarch greatly. Isn't the Gu family merely a small clan from a town? Logically speaking, there should be scarcely a few individuals even at the tribulation level. The second elder he had encountered earlier was merely at the third level of tribulation, barely qualifying to serve as an attendant in the Yin family. Scanning the others, the third elder and the eldest elder were also at the tribulation level, but only at the first or second level, with the strongest elder barely reaching the fourth level. Yet there stood Gu Yuan, the head of the Gu family. Wait, and Patriarch suddenly sensed something amiss. This slight unease sent a shiver down his spine, and his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Bai Hong, who stood next to Gu Yuan, if he had been merely shocked upon learning that Gu Yuan was a half-king now. As he looked at Bai Hong, a hint of fear crept into his expression. The aura emanating from Bai Hong felt as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. A perfected half-king. No, a sealed king-level expert. When a Patriarch looked at Bai Hong met his gaze and nodded slightly. Just a mere exchange of glances made an Patriarch's internal energy come to a standstill, as if he had encountered an ancient beast. His scalp tingled. A king-level expert? The Gu family actually harbors a being of king-level status. This thought almost erupted from a patriarch's heart in a furious roar. He could see this moment. Tumultuous waves surged within him. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Thus, when he noticed his wife's displeasure and was about to retort, he hurriedly stopped her. In that instant, and Patriarch found Gu Yuan's failure to personally greet them utterly justifiable, the head of the Gu family. A dignified half-king, personally welcoming them, mere tribulation-level individuals, even though he, as the Patriarch of the family, was at the pinnacle of the tribulation realm. That mere step separating him from a half-king was a chasm many could never cross in their lifetime. At the pinnacle of the tribulation realm, before a half-king, it was insignificant. Moreover, with that king-level expert beside Gu Yuan, let alone him, even the ancestral elder of the family would lack the qualification to warrant such a personal reception. Taking a deep breath, and Patriarch suppressed the shock within him. Indeed, they had overreached, but it was not the Gu family that sought to elevate themselves by associating with the family. Rather, it was the family that aspired to connect with the Gu family. Initially, he had entered with a cold demeanor, but his tone and attitude underwent a complete transformation. "Oh no, Gu family head, you flatter me." The sudden shift in demeanor left his wife, and Yang's mother, momentarily taken aback, gazing at her husband in confusion. Yet, and Patriarch was frantically signaling to his wife. Soon, the members of the family fell silent. Bai Hong observed this unfolding scene with a smile. Earlier, he had intentionally revealed a hint of king-level aura. Otherwise, the family would have truly believed that the Gu family was merely a typical border town clan. They should not overestimate themselves. The family was merely a half-king family, easily extinguishable in the eyes of the Gu family. As Patriarch thought he had grasped the general understanding of the Gu family, the arrival of Gu Changqing and his wife left him utterly astounded, nearly dropping his jaw. Another half-king, and a king-level being? Jiang Lianxin's cultivation had not yet reached half-king level, but her strength undeniably surpassed that of ordinary half-kings. The aura she exuded was at least equivalent to that of a half-king, if not stronger. And she was so young. At this moment, the shock on Patriarch's face was impossible to conceal, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Gu Changqing, Jiang Lianxin, and their two children entering the hall. Wait, the children... And the Patriarch's gaze suddenly shifted from Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin to the two little ones they each held by the hand. They appear to be around 4 or 5 years old. Resembling porcelain dolls, exquisitely crafted, perfectly inheriting their parents' fine genes, they would undoubtedly grow into handsome young men and beautiful young women. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the cultivation levels of these two little ones. A little boy at the first level of tribulation, and a little girl at the 6th level. And Patriarch nearly rolled his eyes back in disbelief, on the verge of fainting. Surely, this could not be a dream. Absurdities kept unfolding, each more shocking than the last. And no words could adequately describe the astonishment surging within him. 2 half-kings and 2 king-level beings would have sufficed, but 2 4- or 5-year-old children. One at the first level of tribulation and the other the 6th. Was this some kind of madness? And Patriarch's mind erupted with curses that he found himself a loss for words to articulate his current emotions. The Gu family was indeed a collection of anomalies. A king-level being in their 20s, a 4 or 5-year-old at the first level of tribulation, and another at the 6th level. It was utterly preposterous. Fortunately, and Patriarch was unaware of the true ages of the two little ones. Otherwise, he might have truly spat out a mouthful of blood. These children developed rapidly, appearing to be 4 or 5 years old. Yet in reality, they were barely over 2 years old. After some discussions, the members of the family did not depart, but instead remained at the Gu family residence to continue deliberating the details of the wedding in the following days. Even after the banquet concluded and they returned to the small courtyard arranged by the Gu family, and Patriarch still felt as though he were in a surreal dream. He had never witnessed such outrageous events in his entire life. In contrast, his wife, and Yang's mother, returned feeling dissatisfied, perplexed as to why her husband had undergone such a drastic change in attitude. Not only that, but during their time in the living room, her husband had displayed an almost subservient demeanor, leaving a mother feeling as though she had lost face. She could neither comprehend nor understand. Therefore, upon returning, and mother began to question her husband. Confused, "Are you? Ha! Wait until I finish, and you will understand." And the patriarch swiftly relayed all the astonishing revelations he had encountered that day to his wife. The head of the Gu family is a half-king, just like the ancestral elder. What? There are even king-level beings. Those two little ones are at the tribulation level. One at the first level and the other at the sixth. My husband, are you ill? Why are you speaking such nonsense? It was no wonder and mother found it hard to believe. The extraordinary events recounted by a patriarch were simply too outrageous, especially the part about the 2, 4, or 5-year-old children being at the tribulation level, with the little girl at the 6th level, surpassing her own cultivation. What kind of joke was this? I know this is hard to believe, but every word I say is the truth, that we have greatly underestimated the Gu family. Far more than we realized. This is no ordinary small-town clan, even if one were to call it a royal family, and patriarch would believe it. Incorrect, but a royal family cannot possibly nurture two such extraordinary beings. Can they? After a considerable time, En's mother finally recovered from her shock, yet she still found it utterly absurd. The Gu family must be a secluded, prominent clan. Tomorrow, your demeanor must not resemble today's. Do you understand? The wife nodded repeatedly. In essence, it is not the Gu family that has elevated my family, but rather, indeed. The head of the clan spoke with conviction, tinged with a hint of excitement. This presents a significant opportunity for us, an opportunity to connect with a distinguished clan like the Gu family. The wedding of Gu Inkai was initially scheduled for half a month later. However, an unforeseen event necessitated its postponement. It is said that the Xianhuang secret realm has exhibited unusual activity. The Xianhuang secret realm is set to open. This news has already spread throughout the 10,000 BC, and it cannot be false. The Xianhuang secret realm is familiar to practitioners of the Han Empire and the 10,000 BC alike. Xianhuang, a supreme sovereign from 1,000 years ago, established the dominant force known as Xiantian Palace in the 10,000 BC. During that era, Xianhuang was undoubtedly the foremost emperor, instilling such fear in the great beast emperors of the inner sea that they dared not venture into the outer seas. The 10,000 BC consists of 5 distinct regions, with the 4 outer seas encircling the central inner sea. The inner sea is the domain of demonic beasts, a forbidden zone for human practitioners. Even those at the king realm or emperor level among humans would not dare to tread lightly. The circumstances surrounding Xianhuang's death remain mysterious, as if she vanished in a thin air, along with the complete disappearance of the Xiantian Palace from the 10,000 BC. Shortly after Xianhuang's disappearance, entrances to various secret realms began to appear at the junction of the inner and outer seas. Initially, people were unaware of the connection between these secret realms and Xianhuang. It was only when remnants of the Xiantian Palace and even Xianhuang's relics were discovered within these realms that it became clear that this was the site of Xianhuang's demise. Subsequently, it was definitively established that Xianhuang was not merely missing, but had indeed perished. This revelation caused a tremendous uproar at the time. Particularly, the great beast emperors of the inner sea, upon learning of Xianhuang's fall, surged out of the inner sea, leading to a cataclysmic battle with humanity. In that conflict, the casualties among the human race in the outer seas were staggering, with several emperors meeting their end. The South Sea suffered the most devastating losses, with nearly all participating emperors perishing, rendering the South Sea the weakest among the outer seas for the next millennium. Today, the South Sea remains the only outer sea devoid of an emperor. Following the opening of the Xianhuang secret realm, the Gu family convened a family meeting. Seated at the main table were 2 individuals, Gu Yuan and Gu Changqing, although Gu Yuan is the head of the Gu family. In the hearts of all the Gu clan members, including Gu Yuan himself, Gu Changqing is regarded as the true backbone of the family. How many years has it been since the last opening of the Xianhuang secret realm? Gu Changqing inquired, as his knowledge of the Xianhuang secret realm was limited. After all, the last opening occurred several decades ago, long before his birth 37 years ago. The timing of the Xianhuang secret realm's openings is irregular, with the longest gap reportedly spanning a full 50 years. Nevertheless, each opening attracts countless forces and formidable individuals, especially those seeking breakthroughs or running short on lifespan, who will personally embark on a quest for a fleeting chance at advancement. Each time the Xianhuang's secret realm opens, it gives rise to a new cohort of powerful beings. This realm only prohibits those above the Emperor level from entering, posing no restrictions on lower levels. Therefore, even those at the body refinement stage may enter. Naturally, typically, only those at least at the true spirit stage would venture forth, as those at the body refinement level would be easily torn apart by any passing demonic beast. The Xianhuang's secret realm is rife with opportunities, yet it is equally fraught with peril. Even those at the king realm cannot guarantee their safe return, as many king-level practitioners have perished within. Moreover, regardless of whether they enter together, they would be randomly scattered throughout the realm upon entry. Jiu Yuan patiently explained this to Gu Changqing. Although it was also his first visit, he possessed more knowledge than Gu Changqing. Who among us wishes to go? Gu Changqing surveyed the hall, which was filled with senior elders of the Gu family, as well as several outstanding members of the younger generation. Brother Qing, I wish to go as well. Sierra wants to go too. Sierra is already quite strong. Even grandfather is no match for Sierra. The two little ones tugged at Gu Changqing's hands playfully. However, Gu Yuan's expression darkened at Gu Yunqi's words. What do you mean? Even grandfather is no match. While it may be true, it shouldn't be voiced aloud. Oh well, children speak without restraint. As a grandfather, I shall endure it. Nonsense. You two are not going anywhere. This is not a game. The secret realm is fraught with danger. Stay home and behave. Before Gu Changqing could speak, a voice of reprimand emerged from behind Jiang Lianxin. Although the two little ones were not weak. One at the first level of the calamity stage, and the other at the 6th level, particularly Gu Yunqi, whose 6th level prowess made her a match even for Gu Yuan, a powerful figure at the initial king level. Jiang Lianxin could not possibly allow them to go. Indeed, wait until you are older, and then I will let you out. All right, focus on your training at home. Once you reach the king realm, you can go wherever you wish without my interference. Is that acceptable? Gu Changqing concurred. The two little ones appear to be 4 or 5 years old, but in reality, they were only a little over 2 years old. Indeed, still too young. Fine then. We will wait at home for father and mother to return. Jiu Yunqi obediently planted a kiss on Gu Changqing's face. The two little ones felt a twinge of disappointment. However, within the depths of Gu Changqing's dark eyes lay a glimmer of mischief. After Gu Changqing and Jiang Lianxin departed, they were to lead their kin across the vast South Sea of 10,000 monsters to reach the entrance of the Xianyuan's secret realm. In the Gu household, following the departure of Gu Changqing and the others, Gu Qingshun and Gu Yunqi, the two little ones whispered conspiratorially, "Sister, do you wish to venture into the Xianyuan's secret realm?" "Of course I do. But father said we were still too young to go. Oh, come on. We have the life-saving jade talismans that father gave us. What is there to fear? We can sneak away and come back without him ever knowing. I've heard that once you enter the Xianyuan secret realm, everyone gets scattered. It's so vast, we certainly won't run into father and mother." But the obedient Gu Yunqi hesitated, as she had always been the one to heed her parents' words. While Gu Qingshan was the little rascal. "Humph, sister is a coward. If you won't go, then I shall. Are you really going? If father finds out, we will be in big trouble. It doesn't matter if he knows. Father and mother love us dearly. They wouldn't dare punish us at 18 most. They'd give us a good scolding. And no worries. Just say it was all my idea." "You little rascal, wait. Then I shall go too," Jiu Yunqi reassured herself, thinking that she was merely concerned for her younger brother, unwilling to let him go alone. Yes, that was it. Thus, the two little ones set off for the Xianyuan's secret realm, unbeknownst to anyone. Meanwhile, the Jiang family had summoned all those who were to embark on the journey, preparing for departure. This time, the Xianyuan secret realm was of utmost importance to the Jiang family, and even King Jiang had joined the expedition. King Jiang had reached the pinnacle of the king realm several decades ago, standing merely a step away from the divine king realm. Yet that step had proven insurmountable. After years of seclusion without any progress, he had not sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. With the opening of the Xianyuan's secret realm, he certainly would not let this chance slip away. This was not King Jiang's first foray into the Xianyuan secret realm. He had previously entered when it last opened. His rise to prominence was closely tied to the secrets he unearthed within. It was only after returning from the last expedition that he broke through to the Qing realm. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei stood at the forefront. Now, Jiang Baiwei was considered the pinnacle of the young talents within the Han Empire. Unmatched by any other, her cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Tribulation realm. Since awakening her spiritual body, she had broken through multiple realms in just 2 years, surpassing even Jiang Lianxin of Ur. As for her half-sister, Jiang Baiwei had nearly forgotten her. Since Jiang Lianxin married into the Gu family, all ties had been severed. Their father had never mentioned her, as if she did not exist. Although her sister resided in a small border town, she was still within the Han Empire, and surely she had heard whispers of Jiang Baiwei's exploits over the past 2 years. After all, Jiang Baiwei had made quite a name for herself, challenging all the so-called prodigies of the Han Empire. Nowadays, when people spoke of the Jiang family, the first name that came to mind was King Jiang, followed closely by Jiang Baiwei, A.S. for Jiang Lianxin. How many still remembered her? Never mind. Why dwell on such thoughts? We are no longer of the same world. With a smile, Jiang Baiwei cast the matter aside. At the South Sea of 10,000 monsters, within the Changqing Pavilion, preparations were underway for the expedition to the Xianyuan secret realm, but a colossal flying ship was docked at the entrance of the Changqing Pavilion. Adorned with the banner of the Qingyuan Palace, this moment, the entrance of the Changqing Pavilion was bustling, not only with its own disciples, but also with elders and disciples from the Qingyuan Palace. Since the Changqing Pavilion had ascended to a royal-level power, the Qingyuan Palace had consistently shown goodwill, fostering a friendly relationship. Over the past 2 years, the ties between the two royal powers had grown increasingly intimate, with exchanges among disciples becoming ever more frequent. Jiyu Qing'er had already broken through to the Tribulation realm and was now a prominent figure among the younger generation of the South Sea. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, she had countless admirers. Yet, to this day, Gu Qing'er had not expressed any affection for anyone in her heart. These so-called suitors paled in comparison to her elder brother, Changqing. After 2 years of separation, Gu Qing'er missed Gu Changqing dearly. During this time, she had been diligent in her cultivation, striving not to disappoint her brother, longing to hear his praise upon their reunion. Jiyu Fairy, what are you thinking about? We are about to set off. Let us go. By her side stood a dashing young man, not a disciple of Changqing Pavilion, but one of the Qingyuan Palace, holding a notable position as one of their holy sons. Named Yuan Fei. He was also among Gu Qing'er's admirers. Yu Qing'er nodded and boarded the flying ship. This vessel belonged to the Qingyuan Palace, as the leaders of both sects had agreed to travel together to the secret realm's entrance for mutual support. They had instructed their disciples to team up and explore the secret realm should they encounter members of either faction. Naturally, the disciples of Changqing Pavilion were pleased, but the Qingyuan Palace held a different view. As a newly ascended royal power, the disciples of Changqing Pavilion were still not strong enough, while the Qingyuan Palace, being an established royal faction, boasted disciples and elders whose prowess far surpassed that of Changqing Pavilion. The secret realm was fraught with danger, and bringing along the burdens from Changqing Pavilion would only hinder their efforts. However, if it were Gu Fairy who were to accompany them, the male disciples of Qingyuan Palace would gladly welcome her. Days later, as Gu Changqing led the Gu family past the Changqing Pavilion, he used his divine sense to probe the surroundings and discovered that the pavilion's master, Gu Qing'er, and the others had already departed, presumably heading to the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm ahead of time. Thus, Gu Changqing chose not to linger and continued onward toward the inner sea. There were 4 entrances to the Xianyuan secret realm, located at the convergence of the 4 great outer seas and the inner sea. Near the inner sea lay a small island known as Tianbi Island. Reached the Xianyuan secret realm from the South Sea. Tianbi Island was an essential waypoint. Once they arrived at Tianbi Island, the entrance to the Xianyuan secret realm would be just around the corner, as would the inner sea. Consequently, the beasts inhabiting this region possessed formidable strength, far surpassing those found elsewhere. For major powers and sects, such as Changqing Pavilion and Qingyuan Palace, with king realm protectors in tow, traversing this perilous sea was a matter of course, allowing them to reach the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm with ease. However, There were only a handful of royal powers throughout the South Sea of 10,000 monsters. Without the escort of a king realm expert, traversing this treacherous expanse was far from safe. Even half-king experts faced the risk of falling .as for those cultivators below the half-king level, such as those in the True Spirit realm or the Tribulation realm. Most would take refuge on Tianbi Island, seeking companions for the journey or protection from stronger individuals, thus increasing their odds of safely crossing this perilous sea to reach the Xianyuan secret realm entrance. While king realm experts scoffed at this, some half-king experts seeking to augment their spiritual stone income would take along lower-tier cultivators. After all, they were all headed to the Xianyuan secret realm. Bringing along some lower-tier cultivators to earn a few spiritual stones was a win-win situation. However, while a few spiritual stones were trivial for half-king experts, for low-tier cultivators and wanderers lacking ties to major powers, they represented a small fortune. As dawn approached, the port of Tianbi Island bustled with activity. The Qingyang ship, led by a half-king elder, charged a ticket fee of 600 spiritual stones, and spots were limited. "This young man, I see your strength is commendable. Would you like to join our team?" Everyone in the group is a Tribulation realm expert. "What do you think, miss? Have you made a decision?" 500 spiritual stones, fair and square, with a half-king elder leading the way. Safety is guaranteed. At the port of Tianbi Island stood a woman clad in purple, appearing to be in her 30s, hesitating with a pouch of spiritual stones in hand. If Changqing were present, he would surely recognize this purple-clad woman as Mu Zi, one of the proprietors and auctioneers from the Haigui auction house, whom he had encountered during the auction on Haigui Island. At this moment, Mu Zi has undergone considerable changes compared to her 2 years ago. She appears significantly haggard, and the air of nobility that once surrounded her has completely vanished. This transformation is undoubtedly linked to the experiences and tribulations she has faced over the past 2 years. 2 years, though not excessively long, have seen considerable upheaval on Haigui Island of the 5 prominent semi-royal families. Only 4 remain. The Mo family, which once had conflicts with Changqing, has been utterly annihilated. This destruction was not caused by external forces, but by the Duan family, one of the 5 semi-royal families. The Duan family, once the weakest among the 5, inexplicably returned from an outing with greatly enhanced strength, reaching the pinnacle of semi-royalty, no longer content to share the profits of the Haigui auction house with the other 4 families. The Duan family sought to monopolize it, expelling the remaining 4 families from Haigui Island. Naturally, the other 4 families resisted, uniting to confront the Duan family. However, the might of a semi-royalty pinnacle is formidable. Even in alliance, the other 4 families proved no match, ultimately leading to the total destruction of the Mo family. As for the Mu family, it now stands on the brink of peril, with the potential for annihilation looming. Among the 2 semi-royalty experts of the Mu family, one has fallen, leaving only Intai alive, albeit gravely wounded, with nearly half of the clan's higher-ups also perished. Fortunately, amidst the siege by the 4 families, the semi-royalty pinnacle ancestor of the Duan family also sustained injuries. After all, he had just ascended to that level and was overly eager. Had he waited to solidify his realm before confronting the 4 families, he likely would not have been harmed. Currently, both sides have injured semi-royalty experts, leading to a stalemate. The next phase hinges on which side recovers first. Treating Tai's injuries, the Mu family has nearly exhausted its resources. This explains why even a mere 500 spirit stones pose such a challenge for Mu Zi. The circumstances today are vastly different. 500 spirit stones are no trivial sum for her. Her journey to the Xianhuang secret realm serves dual purposes: to address Intai's injuries and to ensure the survival of her family. 500 spirit stones. Could it be possible to reduce that amount? Mu Zi contemplated negotiating the price. Her own strength is meager. Traversing the perilous waters alone would likely result in her demise. Accompanying a semi-royalty expert would significantly enhance her safety, while the amount could be lessened. The man's gaze swept over Mu Zi, revealing a hint of lewdness. Although she appears considerably haggard now, her remarkable figure and beauty remain undeniable. The subtle allure she exudes stirs the hearts of those around her. Furrowing her delicate brows, Mu Zi was about to turn and leave when a streak of light suddenly darted through the air, prompting many to look up in awe. A King Realm expert. This venerable figure in the King Realm appeared remarkably youthful, soaring through the sky, a hallmark of those at that level. Everyone present was filled with envy. Such a being could traverse the treacherous waters without a care. After all, this area does not entirely belong to the inner S. UZ2. Notice the streak of light. Upon looking up and recognizing the leading figure, she was momentarily taken aback. Gu Sr. In midair, Gu Changqing also sensed a somewhat familiar aura below and looked down. Their gazes met, and Gu Changqing recognized Mu Zi, the former beautiful auctioneer of the Highway Auction House. Initially, Gu Changqing had no intention of lingering at Tianbi Island, yet now he found himself halted. "Husband, do you know this young lady?" inquired Jiang Lianxin, smiling. She bore no objection to Gu Changqing taking a concubine or a second wife, and even supported it wholeheartedly. After all, Gu Changqing's strength had only grown over the years, and his prowess in other aspects was astonishing. She felt somewhat overwhelmed that if he could take a concubine or a second wife to alleviate her pressure, that would be splendid. This was not the first time she had brought it up to him. Gu Changqing nodded and looked down. "Miss Mu, shall we go together?" He wondered why Mu Zi was here. Should she not be on Highway Island, managing his auction house? Had the Mu family been decimated? It seemed implausible for her to venture to the Xianhuang secret realm. Uncertain of the circumstances, he noted that Mu Zi appeared quite unwell, lacking any strong escorts, not even a bodyguard, and her expression was exceedingly haggard, a stark contrast to the woman she had been 2 years prior. Gu Changqing's invitation drew the attention of many, their gazes filled with envy, including that earlier man who had harbored ulterior motives towards Mu Zi, now rendered speechless. This purple-clad woman knows that King Realm Sr. Cold sweat cascaded down his back. Gu Sr. May I? Mu Zi had not anticipated encountering Gu Changqing here, and to her surprise, he seemed to remember her. This insignificant individual. Of course. Gu Changqing replied with a warm smile. It was no significant matter. Whether he took one more person or one less made little difference to him. Since they were acquainted, why not bring her along? Under the envious gazes of countless onlookers, Gu Changqing took Mu Zi and soared into the air. "This is my father. This is my wife." Jiang Lianxin. Gu Changqing introduced Mu Zi in turn, and when he reached Jiang Lianxin, Mu Zi's eyes dimmed imperceptibly before quickly returning to normal. Gu Sr.'s wife is quite beautiful. Though Mu Zi had seen many beauties and considered herself not lacking, compared to Jiang Lianxin, she felt woefully inadequate. It was her first encounter with someone who could overshadow her in beauty. A bittersweet sensation washed over her. In comparison, she felt diminished. After some discussion, Gu Changqing finally grasped why Mu Zi was at Tianbi Island and seeking the Xianhuang secret realm. He was taken aback to learn of the dramatic changes that had transpired on Highway Island and within the Mu family over the past 2 years. "I prefer to collaborate with familiar faces at the Highway Auction House," Gu Changqing remarked after listening to Mu Zi's account, a statement that left her somewhat perplexed. "You should not go to the Xianhuang secret realm. Your strength is too weak. Instead, visit the Dust Heart Pavilion and seek out the Grand Elder there. He will assist you in resolving the crisis facing the Mu family." Gu Changqing continued, though the head of the Dust Heart Pavilion has gone to the Xianhuang secret realm. The Grand Elder remains at the pavilion. Mu Zi felt increasingly bewildered. Seeking the Dust Heart Pavilion, resolving the Mu family crisis. She was no stranger to the Dust Heart Pavilion, a newly ascendant royal power in the South Sea, which had birthed the King Realm expert less than a year after achieving royal status. The Dust Heart Pavilion now stood at the zenith of power in Wanyao South Sea. However, Mu Zi did not know the Grand Elder personally. Yet Gu Changqing's next words left her astonished and amused. "The Dust Heart Pavilion is one of my forces." "What?" Mu Zi gasped. The Dust Heart Pavilion, that newly ascendant royal sect, was actually under Gu Sr.'s command. This news was profoundly shocking to her. Such a royal power. Yet upon reflection, given Gu Changqing's demonstrated talent and strength, it suddenly seemed entirely reasonable. Gu Sr., your great kindness will be forever etched in my heart. From this day forth, I wish to follow you, to serve as your servant or slave. Overwhelmed with emotion, Muzi knelt before Gu Changqing. His words instantly alleviated the crisis currently plaguing the Mu family. No matter how powerful the Duan family, they were still merely a semi-royal clan. Even with a pinnacle semi-royalty, in the face of a royal force like the Dust Heart Pavilion, they were nothing more than ants. The Dust Heart Pavilion need not even intervene. A mere word would suffice to deter the Duan family from daring to harm the Mu family in the slightest. Such is the power of a royal force. As for servitude, it was unnecessary. However, if the Mu family wished, they could join the Dust Heart Pavilion as well. Yu Changqing shook his head. He had no need for mere servants. However, should the Mu family be brought under one's wing, it would indeed be a commendable choice, capable of yielding precious spirit stones for oneself. This would alleviate the burden of acquiring spirit stones through the tedious process of alchemy and subsequent sale. Before Muzi could respond, Gu Changqing continued, "Do not be hasty in your agreement. Return and confer with your ancestor first. I shall not impose this matter upon you, even if you are unwilling. My promise remains valid. Changqing Pavilion will assist you in resolving your crisis." Yu Changqing produced a flying beast from his storage ring and handed it to Muzi. The creature, known as the Feiyun Eagle, is a calamity-level beast that will carry you to Changqing Pavilion. Yu Changqing raised these flying beasts not for his own use, but as pets for his two children. Though they are mere pets, he diligently fed them spirit pills, endowing them with considerable strength, albeit not overly formidable. Yet still at the calamity level, Muzi mounted the Feiyun Eagle. She cast a deep glance at Gu Changqing before departing. "Thank you, Senior Gu." She understood that the assistance Gu Changqing extended to her could not be repaid with mere words of gratitude. Nevertheless, she vowed to strive earnestly. She recognized the value Gu Changqing saw in her, the potential for profitable commerce. Muzi swore she would not disappoint him. The Feiyun Eagle flew swiftly. Days later, they arrived at the Changqing Pavilion. Upon presenting the voice message token given by Gu Changqing to the pavilion's Grand Elder, the Elder was taken aback. Within the Changqing Pavilion, Gu Changqing's word held more weight than that of the pavilion master. Consequently, Muzi was treated as an esteemed guest. "Miss Mu, fret not about Highway Island. I shall personally accompany you there. Highway Island is not far from the Lanchi Archipelago. A strong warrior can traverse the skies and reach it in just 2 or 3 days." The Grand Elder intended to take this journey with Muzi, for it was a directive from Gu Changqing, and the Elder dared not take it lightly. 3 days later, Muzi and the Grand Elder returned to Highway Island. The once bustling High West City was now a shadow of its former self, eerily desolate. The internal strife among the 5 major half-royal families had driven many cultivators to shun Highway Island, with numerous natives even beginning to evacuate to avoid being caught in the turmoil. It was evident that until the conflict among the 5 families was resolved, High West City would struggle to regain its previous vibrancy. "Miss Mu, shall we destroy or preserve the Duan family?" The Grand Elder, hovering in mid-air, had already locked onto the Duan family. That moment, the Duan family's ancestor, a consummate half-royal expert, remained in seclusion to heal. "Please, Grand Elder, obliterate the Duan family." Muzi's gaze was frigid as she slightly cupped her fists in respect. The Duan family had slaughtered many of her Mu family members. How could she possibly let this go unpunished? Very well. Without further ado, the Grand Elder unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the Duan family's location. The impact of a king-level attack was earth-shattering. A colossal hand of spirit energy, forged from the essence of the heavens and earth, rapidly took form above the Duan family. Moments later, it descended with tremendous force upon their estate. Inside the Duan residence, the ancestral patriarch suddenly opened his eyes and burst forth from his chamber. At this moment, everyone within the Duan family sensed the gathering spirit hand above and were filled with terror. A king-level expert, summoning the powers of heaven and earth, this was indeed the work of a king-level warrior. At that moment, not only the Duan family but the entirety of High West City beheld this spectacle. The Duan family patriarch was equally filled with dread. "May I ask which esteemed king-level senior dares to strike against my Duan family? While we may not be a great clan, if you seek to destroy us without cause, the kings of the South Sea will surely not stand idly by. In a moment of desperation, the Duan patriarch invoked the names of the southern domain's kings. However, his words only amused the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion. In his death throes, he resorted to nonsensical bluster. What connection do the southern kings have with you? Do you think invoking their names will intimidate me? Naive, the colossal hand struck down with fury. In one fell swoop, the Duan family was reduced to ruins. The patriarch and hundreds of family members perished without a single survivor. Within the Mu family, the reclusive Yin Taishang abruptly opened his eyes. As he stepped out of his chamber, a clan member came rushing in, tumbling over themselves. Taishang! Taishang! What has transpired? What was that tremendous explosion? Did the Duan family attack? Yin Taishang's heart sank that no, it is not the Taishang. It is the Duan family. They have been annihilated. One strike has decimated the entire Duan family along with their patriarch. What? Yin Taishang's eyes widened in disbelief. Point one attack, and the Duan family was no more. This must be the work of some king-level elder. When did the Duan family offend a king-level expert? Ha ha ha, truly, the heavens have favored my Mu family. The usually stern and humorless Yin Taishang burst into laughter. He could hardly believe that the conflict among the three major half-royal families and the Duan family had concluded in such a manner that he felt genuine gratitude towards the unknown king-level elder. Otherwise, once the Duan family patriarch recovered, the three major half-royal families would undoubtedly be in peril. Taishang, the young lady has returned. Dado, Xiaoyi has returned. Perfect. Let me inform her that she need not anxiously seek healing items any longer. Mu Zi had previously intended to venture to the Xianyuan secret realm in secrecy, without informing any clan members, including Yin Taishang. She understood that if she were to disclose her intentions, Yin Taishang would surely prevent her from going. Deeming her too weak, the risks of venturing to the Xianyuan secret realm were far too great, and the likelihood of survival was exceedingly low. It would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, upon her return, Yin Taishang only perceived her as having gone out to procure healing elixirs. Before long, Mu Zi appeared in the Grand Hall, accompanied by the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion. Ha, Xiaoyi, your timing is impeccable. Our Mu family's crisis has been averted. The Duan family, it seems, offended a certain king-level expert, who with a mere palm strike reduced their estate to ruins. At this moment, Yin Taishang was exceedingly pleased, eager to relay the news to Mu Zi the moment she returned. However, upon hearing this, Mu Zi cast a peculiar glance at the Grand Elder beside her. Taishang, she stated, the one who destroyed the Duan family is not some nameless king-level expert, but rather this esteemed elder beside me. Mu Zi's revelation left Yin Taishang's smile frozen on his face. Only then did he notice the Grand Elder beside Mu Zi, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What did Xiaoyi say? The one who annihilated the Duan family is this elder beside you. Taishang, allow me to introduce you. This is the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion. The Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion? At this moment, Yin Taishang remained in a state of shock that he was well aware that Changqing Pavilion was a king-level force. However, why would they assist the Mu family? Mu Zi perceived the confusion in Yin Taishang's eyes and promptly began to explain. Including her clandestine journey to Qianbi Island in pursuit of the Xianyuan secret realm. It was Gu Changqing after all. Initially, he had thought the Duan family had provoked some opposing force, leading to their annihilation by a king-level expert. Now it seemed that was not the case. Thank you, Grand Elder, for saving my Mu family from peril. Upon concluding, Yin Taishang bowed deeply to the Grand Elder of Changqing Pavilion. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's intervention to eliminate the Duan family, it was highly probable that the three major half-royal families, including the Mu family, would have been obliterated by them. Do not mention it. I merely acted on orders. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, had it not been for Gu Changqing's instructions, he would not have intervened in the conflict on Haiwei Island. Afterward, Mu Zi discussed the prospect of joining Gu Changqing's faction with Yin Taishang. Without hesitation, he agreed. There truly was no reason for hesitation. Not to mention that had it not been for Gu Changqing, the Duan family would have posed a grave threat. Furthermore, to be able to serve under someone of Gu Changqing's caliber was a stroke of fortune for the Mu family. Changqing Pavilion served as the finest example. Once it had been merely a half-royal sect, not much different from the Mu family. But now, Changqing Pavilion had ascended to the ranks of a king-level force, and not only that, but it was also fortified by 2 king-level experts. The existence of Gu Changqing is bound to attract numerous followers. This presents an opportunity for the Mu family. And how could Intai Shang refuse? On Tianbi Island, above the treacherous waters leading to the entrance of the Shuangguang secret realm, a small maritime vessel, accommodating around 100 individuals, is hastily navigating through these perilous waters. The cultivators aboard the ship predominantly possess the strength of the true spirit realm, though there are a few who have attained the tribulation realm. Yet they are all in the early stages. These individuals are all loose cultivators. Lacking sufficient spirit stones, they are unable to join those ships manned by half-kings or higher-tier tribulation realm experts, thus banding together for mutual support to form this temporary team. While their collective strength may not be formidable, it is sufficient to ensure that they are not entirely helpless in the face of beastly assaults. Such makeshift teams are indeed plentiful. After all, among those journeying to the Shuangguang secret realm, most are cultivators below the tribulation realm, with many being loose cultivators. The legends surrounding the Shuangguang secret realm are numerous and varied. For instance, a certain elder from the Xianyue sect, who was initially merely an outer disciple of the sect and at the true spirit realm, encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck by discovering the legacy of a powerful Wang realm expert within the Shuangguang secret realm. Since then, he has risen meteorically to become a Wang realm expert himself, and is now one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Xianyue sect, from an outer disciple to a senior elder, from the true spirit realm to the Wang realm, all due to a single expedition to the Shuangguang secret realm in pursuit of fortune. There are countless similar tales that it is these legends and stories that draw countless cultivators and loose practitioners from distant seas. Who wouldn't desire to emulate that elder from the Zhenwu sect, to acquire a legacy and embark on a path of ascendance, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the South Sea, the tribulation realm expert, specializing in spiritual perception, stand with eyes tightly shut, skillfully maneuvering the vessel to evade monstrous beasts. This location marks the boundary between the inner and outer seas, while it does not teem with tribulation realm beasts as the inner sea does. There is still a significant number that if they were to encounter merely ordinary tribulation realm beasts, the combined strength of their 100-odd members, along with a few tribulation realm experts, could barely suffice. However, should they face beasts of the mid to late stages of the 4th layer of the tribulation realm, their fate would be sealed. Thus, the expert, adept in spiritual perception, remains vigilant. Suddenly, a fierce wind sweeps in, and the aforementioned expert instantly opens his eyes, his expression grave as he gazes toward the rear of the sea. Within his perception, a powerful beast is rapidly approaching. No, not 1, but 2. His expression shifts from grave to one of sheer terror as he senses yet another beast entering his spiritual awareness. Soon, 2 sea monsters come into view, one behind the other. Wait, something is amiss. How could there be riders on the backs of these 2 tribulation realm sea monsters? As someone peers closer, they are left utterly dumbfounded. Not just 1, but 2. A small boy and a small girl, appearing to be no older than 4 or 5 years. This bizarre scene leaves everyone in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Sister, look how fast it's swimming. Let us catch up. We can ride them to the entrance of the secret realm. The little boy exclaims, gripping the fur on a monster's back, bouncing with glee. Could these beasts truly be spirit pets? Someone aboard the ship suddenly posits, and others nod in agreement, as this notion is the only way they can somewhat rationalize the situation. However, the expert proficient in spiritual perception shakes his head. No, these 2 beasts are not spirit pets. The malevolent aura and wild energy they exude clearly indicate otherwise. Though he is reluctant to accept it, the reality is undeniable. There is only one possibility left. But it is so astonishing that they are loath to believe at point 2 children, merely 4 or 5 years old, have tamed 2 tribulation realm sea monsters. Everyone's gaze shifts toward Gu Qingchen and Gu Yunqi, as if they were looking at 2 monsters. Be able to subdue 2 tribulation realm sea monsters means that these little ones possess strength at least at the tribulation realm. What has become of this world? Were it not for their own eyes witnessing this, they would never accept it. Roar! Finally, the sea monster ridden by Gu Qingshun can no longer endure it and, seizing the opportunity, violently shakes its body in an attempt to throw the little rider off. Hey! Yet, Gu Qingshun clings tightly to the monster's fur, unable to be dislodged. You're such a good boy. Gu Qingshun, nearly thrown off, feels a surge of annoyance and retaliates with a punch to the monster's head. Bang! Roar! This punch, equivalent to a full-force strike from a Tribulation Realm expert of the 3rd or 4th layer, lands squarely on the beast's head, which is merely at the 2nd layer of the Tribulation Realm. In an instant, it meets its demise. Gu Qingshun leaps onto the back of the monster that Gu Yunshi is riding, grinning as he pats it. You're still obedient. This scene utterly stuns the loose cultivators aboard the ship. Those who had harbored doubts and disbelief are left speechless in this moment that a Tribulation Realm sea monster, killed with a single punch. This little creature is indeed a Tribulation Realm expert, and not just any ordinary one. At this moment, everyone recalls the words of the expert skilled in spiritual perception. The two sea monsters, one behind the other, are the weakest. In unison, everyone's gaze shifts to the slightly older little girl. They notice that she does not hold onto the fur of the sea monster beneath her. Yet that very beast dares not display any sign of defiance. This little girl is formidable indeed. This scene becomes deeply etched in their minds. What they witnessed today, should they recount it in the future, few would believe it. They would merely think they were spinning tales. The sea monsters do not attack the small vessel, but instead veer away, swiftly swimming toward the entrance of the Shuangguang secret realm. Little Qinzi, remember, once we enter the Shuangguang secret realm, you must not let anyone know your true name. Understand? Why? Gu Qingshun replies, puzzled that to avoid causing trouble for father. What should I be called then? You, Gu Yunshi furrows her adorable brows in thought. Shall be called Chun Wang. Chen Wang? Gu Qingshun ponders, finding it somewhat satisfactory. Then what about you, sister? I shall naturally be Su Huang. Gu Qingshun instantly frowns. Why must I be Chen Wang while you are Su Huang? The little one protests indignantly. Gu Yunshi swiftly taps her brother's head, causing him to wince in pain, nearly bringing him to tears. Because I am stronger than you. Because I am your elder sister. What now, little Qinzi? Are you dissatisfied? Gu Yunshi threatens, her fist clenched as she glares at her brother, as if to say, do you dare to disagree? Do you forget who the elder is? Throughout their lives, Gu Qingshun has often found himself at the mercy of Gu Yunshi, not just because she is the elder sister, but also because he cannot outmatch her strength. Gu Yunshi's power far exceeds his own, nearing that of Jiang Lianxin. Above, streaks of light traverse the sky, capturing the attention of the two little ones. Wang realm experts, and not merely one. Little Qinzi, quickly conceal your aura. As Gu Yunshi and Gu Qingshun notice each other, so too do the others, who have spotted the siblings riding on the sea monsters' backs. How could there be children here? Jiang Baiwei is taken aback upon seeing the two. These little ones appear to be no older than 4 or 5. How did they end up in these perilous waters? This area is already approaching the depths of the ocean. The hearts of their parents are indeed vast. Indeed, the figures soaring across the heavens are none other than the members of the Jiang family, who are en route to the Su Inhuing secret realm. Jiang Baiwei's words prompted Jiang Tianwang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, to slightly open his eyes and cast a glance below. Upon seeing, Jiang Tianwang's figure suddenly halted. Even a seasoned observer like Jiang Tianwang was taken aback by the cultivation levels of these siblings. Although the siblings immediately concealed their presence upon noticing Jiang Tianwang and his entourage. He, being a king-level powerhouse, could not be deceived by their efforts at concealment. In a mere glance, the siblings' cultivation realms were laid bare. What is it, ancestor? Jiang Baiwei asked, somewhat confused by the astonished expression on Jiang Tianwang's face. After all, they were merely 2 children around 4 or 5 years old. It seemed unlikely that they would provoke such a reaction from someone of Jiang Tianwang's caliber. Jiang Tianwang shot a glance at Jiang Baiwei and replied in a calm tone. These 2 little ones are not to be underestimated, though. In what way are they extraordinary? Jiang Baiwei looked again, failing to discern anything particularly remarkable about Gu Qingshun and Gu Yunshi. If anything, she pondered why these 2 children were present in such a perilous maritime region. Upon our arrival, they concealed their presence, making it understandable that you could not perceive them. Jiang Tianwang continued. Among the two, the young boy possesses a cultivation level of the first stage of the Tribulation Realm. What? Jiang Baiwei shuddered, and the next word from Jiang Tianwang's mouth cast a shadow of astonishment across her beautiful features. The young girl is at the 6th stage of the Tribulation Realm. The 6th stage of the Tribulation Realm? Jiang Baiwei's voice was thick with disbelief. These two little ones appear to be merely 4 or 5 years old. One at the 1st stage and the other at the 6th stage? What a jest! Yet, as the words came from Jiang Tianwang, she had no choice but to believe them, especially considering the little girl, at just 4 or 5 years old, was at the 6th stage of the Tribulation Realm. It was worth noting that Jiang Baiwei herself was already 20 and, after awakening her spiritual body, prided herself on being no less than the illustrious Jiang Lianxin of yore, perhaps even surpassing her. Yet even so, she had only reached the 5th stage of the Tribulation Realm. Oh wonder, even the ancestor was taken aback. These were not merely 2 children. They were veritable little monsters. Jiang Baiwei suddenly felt as though she had been living like a dog all these years. Having cultivated for so long, yet achieving less than a 4 or 5-year-old child. This was indeed a considerable blow to her. Let us proceed. The forces backing these 2 children are likely extraordinary. In all my years, I have never encountered such prodigious beings, Jiang Tianwang remarked, shaking his head as the group passed by the siblings and continued towards the Su Inhuing's secret realm. However, before departing, Jiang Tianwang cast one last glance at Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingqian. For reasons unknown, these 2 little ones evoked a peculiar feeling within him, yet he could not quite articulate what was strange about them. How odd, how strange. The entrance to the Su Inhuing's secret realm was a spatial rift towering over Tianzhong, situated upon an island at the junction of the inner and outer seas. Upon arriving, Gu Changqing and his party were taken aback by the scene before them. People. Everywhere were people. Hailing from all corners, there were not only cultivators from the WNYO South Sea, but also countless forces from the 7 or 8 empires bordering it. There are simply too many people, Gu Ling exclaimed, having never before encountered so large a crowd. The population of the small city of Zhonglin, where the Gu family resided, did not even amount to a fraction of this gathering, not accounting for those who had already entered. Once inside, try to stay close to our kin, and if you encounter anyone from the Changqing Pavilion, feel free to seek their protection, Gu Changqing advised before they entered. The existence of the Changqing Pavilion, a faction under Gu Changqing's command, had only recently come to the attention of the Gu family, as he had never mentioned it before. Understood. Let us proceed, Gu Changqing declared. And as he moved to step into the rift, he suddenly halted and turned his gaze toward a certain direction. There, 2 young women stood gracefully. The one in front possessed beauty rivaling that of Jiang Lianxin. She was the second most beautiful woman Gu Changqing had ever seen, next only to Jiang Lianxin. If Jiang Lianxin were rated a perfect score of 100, this woman would earn a commendable 98. Of course, Gu Changqing's attention was primarily drawn to their formidable strength, particularly that of the young woman in the green robe, who appeared to be of similar age to him and was also at the Xianwang realm. How intriguing. This young woman must be a prodigy listed on the spirit ranking, though he wondered what her exact rank might be. Gu Changqing scrutinized them. They too were observing him. Miss, what are you looking at? Is your heart fluttering? The girl behind the green-robed woman chuckled. The green-robed woman shot her a glance and softly replied, This person is beyond my comprehension. I never expected such a figure to emerge from this small WNYO South Sea. Even you cannot see through him? The girl behind her expressed surprise, eyeing Gu Changqing closely. Yet after a prolonged examination, she found nothing particularly remarkable, only that Gu Changqing was quite handsome to the entrance to the Su Inhuing's secret realm. Waves of people entered one after another. After some time, 2 little ones riding sea demons finally arrived. Oh, this is the Su Inhuing's secret realm. So many people. Gu Qingqian exclaimed, his large, dark eyes wide with wonder as he gazed at the throngs of people, his mouth forming an Ah shape. Once we enter, you must stick close to me, understood? Gu Yunxi grasped her brother's hand and stepped directly into the rift. As the scenery swiftly transformed, a blinding light enveloped them, forcing the siblings to shut their eyes. When Gu Qingchun finally reopened his eyes, everything around him had changed. They were no longer on that barren island, but in the midst of a dense jungle. Is this really the Su Enhuing's secret realm? Sister, Gu Qingchun suddenly realized that Gu Yunxi, who had been holding his hand, was no longer at his side. Looking around, he found himself utterly alone. Sister? Gu Qingchun's voice rose in pitch, revealing his growing anxiety and fear of the unknown. Wah! Gu Qingchun plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears as he called out for his sister, Tea that moment. He was genuinely frightened. After crying for a while without summoning Gu Yunxi, a girl of around 16 or 17 approached, drawn by the sound of his sobs, upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Gu Qingchun. She paused for a moment. That a child? The girl, named Yin Mingqi, was a disciple of the Lanyu Palace. The Lanyu Palace was a semi-royal sect within the WNYO South Sea, boasting thousands of members. With the opening of the Su Enhuing's secret realm, not only the core inner disciples, but also numerous outer disciples had come, and Yin Mingqi was one of them. Her cultivation talent was average, and her family had arranged a marriage for her with someone she did not like. Though unwilling, she felt powerless to resist. The sudden opening of the Su Enhuing's secret realm presented her with an opportunity. If she could obtain fortuitous encounters within, even a minor one could elevate her to the inner sect. Thus, she possessed the confidence to reject her family and this arranged marriage, taking control of her own destiny. Yin Mingqi had only just arrived and was preparing to explore the secret realm when she heard the sound of a child crying. Following the sound, she discovered a small boy, seemingly only 4 or 5 years old. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of reproach towards his parents. What kind of heart must one possess to send such a young child into the Xianyuan secret realm? Truly, it was an act of great irresponsibility. Yin Mingqi hurried over to him. Gu Qingchun, noticing someone approaching, initially thought it was his sister and wiped his tears, running towards Yin Mingqi. However, halfway there, he realized that the newcomer was not his sister Gu Yunxi, but rather a stranger he did not know, which caused him to burst into tears once more, this time even louder. Yin Mingqi quickly scooped Gu Qingchun into her arms. Do not cry, little one. Are you looking for your sister? Your sister is also within this Xianyuan secret realm. Shall I take you finer? Gu Qingchun was inherently adorable, and seeing him cry melted Yin Mingqi's heart. As she comforted him, his sobs gradually subsided until he finally stopped crying. With his slightly reddened eyes, he stared intently at Yin Mingqi, sniffing as he asked, Big sister, can you really help me find my sister? Of course, little brother. What is your name, and what is your sister's name? How old is she? I shall take you to find her right away. Yin Mingqi gently set Gu Qingchun down, wiped his tears, and smiled as she inquired, My name is Chun Wang, and my sister's name is Shi Huang. That we're the same age. We are twins. That Gu Qingchun began to speak, but suddenly recalled his sister's warning not to reveal their true names to anyone. Chun Wang, Shi Huang. Yin Mingqi's mouth fell open in surprise at the peculiar names. Your sister is the same age as you. What about your parents? This was entirely different from what Yin Mingqi had imagined. She had thought the boy's sister would be closer to her own age, yet she too was just a child. As for my parents, they're also in the secret realm. Well then, for now, you can stay with me. I will help you look for your sister and your parents. By the way, my name is Yin Mingqi, but you can call me Sister Yin. Though she said this, Yin Mingqi was acutely aware that finding the boy's sister and parents within this vast secret realm was nearly an impossible task. The realm was immense, and unless they were extraordinarily lucky, the chances of encountering them were exceedingly slim. Yet, she could not bring herself to abandon this little one. Therefore, she resolved to take him along, and if they truly could not find them, they would figure something out after the Xianyuan secret realm concluded. Thus, the two of them, one big and one small, formed a little duo as they began their adventure within the Xianyuan secret realm. Sister Yin, look, I found some spirit herbs for you, Gu Qingchun exclaimed, presenting a handful of freshly uprooted spirit herbs with his chubby little hands. Several hours had passed since the pair entered the Xianyuan secret realm. Thanks to Yin Mingqi's careful navigation, they had managed to avoid any encounters with demonic beasts thus far. Prior to entering the secret realm, Yin Mingqi had devised a plan: avoid demonic beasts whenever possible and refrain from engaging in disputes with any cultivators. After all, with her mere true spirit first layer cultivation, she was at the bottom of the hierarchy within the Xianyuan secret realm. Competing for treasures or relics was beyond her means. Her goal was solely to gather the medicinal herbs and spirit fruits scattered throughout the realm. She did not disdain lower-tier herbs, for if luck favored her, she might stumble upon some higher-tier ones, thus paving her path to advancement within the inner sect. Little Chun, the herbs you picked are yours. You need not give them to me. Jiu Qingshan possessed an impressive spiritual sense and had gathered many more spirit herbs than Yin Mingqi along the way. However, he showed little interest in these lower-tier herbs. Aside from consuming a few spirit fruits, he had gifted the rest to Yin Mingqi. Throughout their journey, Yin Mengqi took great care of Gu Qingshan, treating him as if he were her own younger brother, which endeared her to him immensely. I don't want them. They're all for you, sister. Gu Qingshan shook his head. These spirit herbs were too lowly for him. Usually, Gu Changqing would casually provide him with third or fourth-tier spirit fruits. He had little regard for these first or second-tier herbs. Very well. I shall keep them for you, and when we leave, I will return them to you. Yin Mengqi accepted them and then squatted down to gently pat Gu Qingshan's head. Also, little Chun, you must keep your voice down, understand? My strength is limited, and if we attract demonic beasts or ill-intentioned cultivators, we will be in grave danger. Oh, I understand. Jiu Qingshan wanted to assert that he was not afraid. But upon meeting Yin Mengqi's gentle gaze, he lowered his head as if he were a child who had done something wrong. All right, let us proceed. After ruffling Gu Qingshan's hair, she was not scolding him. Rather, this was simply the survival rule of the weak. Sister Yin, someone is coming. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to leave with Yin Mengqi, he suddenly halted, looking towards the right front. There, several auras were rapidly approaching. Yin Mengqi furrowed her brows. She too sensed it and quickly pulled Gu Qingshan to hide behind a large rock, concealing their presence. Brother Lan? Brother Lu? As Yin Mengqi crouched behind the boulder, her eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing the newcomers. The tension she felt dissipated instantly. These individuals were disciples of the Lanyue Palace, and among them, two, Brother Lan and Brother Lu, were true disciples of the Lanyue Palace, each possessing cultivation levels above the true spirit 7th layer. Seeing that they were fellow disciples, Yin Mengqi no longer concealed herself and stepped out from behind the rock with Gu Qingshan. Brother Lan, Brother Lu. The group noticed Yin Mengqi, yet they did not recognize her. As an outer disciple of the Lanyue Palace, she was just one among many, and it was entirely normal for them not to know her. However, upon seeing the moon character embroidered on her chest, they recognized her as a fellow disciple, and their wariness immediately dissipated. Oh, it's an outer disciple. Since we've met, let us proceed together. Brother Lan, clad in splendid attire, smiled lightly. Then suddenly sensing something, he turned his gaze to Gu Qingshan beside Yin Mengqi, momentarily taken aback. Who is he? This little brother is someone I found in the secret realm. Yin Mengqi quickly explained how she and Gu Qingshan had encountered each other and decided to travel together. Upon hearing this, Brother Lan said nothing, but the nearby Brother Lu spoke up that a little brat like him is just a burden. You have no ties to him. Leave him behind. You can accompany us. But he cannot. Brother Lu glanced at Gu Qingshan, then looked back at Yin Mengqi, a hint of reproach in his voice. You really do have a big heart. This is the Xianyuan secret realm. Fraught with dangers, not the outside world. Bringing along such a little one could very well lead to your demise, understand? Suddenly reprimanded, Yin Mengqi felt somewhat at a loss. Yes, sister, hurry and leave him behind. Come with us. Brother Lu's words were harsh but truthful. This was no place for a young child. Bringing him along would only weigh her down. Many of the Lanyue Palace disciples echoed his sentiments, while Brother Lu's words were blunt. They were grounded in reality. This was not the outside world, and having a small child with her would serve no purpose other than to hinder her. Yin Mengqi understood this, yet she could not bring herself to abandon Gu Qingshan. Gu Qingshan seemed to sense something, clutching Yin Mengqi tightly, fearful that she might also cast him aside. With his sister absent, Yin Mengqi was now his only support. This gesture softened Yin Mengqi's heart even further. Brother Lu, I understand everything you are saying, but I simply cannot do it. I have gathered plenty of spirit herbs along the way, and I am willing to share them with you. But please allow me to bring little Chun along. Very well, take him with you. It was Blue Senior Brother who waved his hand, refusing to accept the spiritual herb from Yin Mengqi's grasp. Blue Senior Brother was indeed a kind-hearted individual, highly esteemed by his junior disciples within the sect. Faced with Yin Mengqi's earnest pleas, he felt a twinge of compassion. Blue Senior Brother frowned, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. "If you wish to proceed, then I shall take my leave. I have no desire to indulge in your charade of being the good-hearted one." Blue Senior Brother, the other disciples called out in unison. "Those who wish to follow me, come along. Those who do not, may remain here and keep company with your kind-hearted Blue Senior Brother." This, over a dozen disciples from the Lanyu Palace exchanged glances. Torn between their options. "I apologize, Blue Senior Brother," one disciple finally said, choosing to follow Blue Senior Brother. Blue Senior Brother, including both Blue Senior Brother and Blue Senior Brother, there were a total of 12 individuals, among whom 7 chose to follow Blue Senior Brother, leaving only 3 behind. The disciples who followed Blue Senior Brother did so not only because they agreed with the sentiments, but also due to the undeniable fact that Blue Senior Brother was far stronger than Blue Senior Brother. While Blue Senior Brother enjoyed a favorable reputation within Lanyu Palace, he was merely at the 7th level of True Spirit, whereas Blue Senior Brother had achieved the complete 8th level of True Spirit. In the treacherous Xianyuan secret realm, it was only prudent to align oneself with the more formidable Blue Senior Brother for greater security. "Are you not coming along?" Blue Senior Brother offered a self-deprecating smile as he glanced at the 3 who remained. These 3 were not particularly powerful, hovering around the 1st or 2nd levels of True Spirit. 2 were from the outer sect, and 1 from the inner sect. They wore expressions of bittersweet resignation. "We wish to join, yet Blue Senior Brother may not welcome us." Throughout this journey, though he has not spoken it outright, his demeanor has consistently displayed disdain for our meager abilities, and it is clear he considers us a hindrance. Blue Senior Brother has likely sought an opportunity to rid himself of us, and this presents him with the perfect excuse. Blue Senior Brother nodded in agreement, acknowledging the astuteness of these 3 disciples. "Come with me. Although my strength does not rival that of Liu Yang, I, Lan Wang, shall never abandon any disciple who chooses to follow me." Blue Senior Brother smiled gently at Yin Mengqi and encouraged. "Sister, you should join us as well, along with that little fellow by your side." "Thank you, Blue Senior Brother." Yin Mengqi's voice was filled with excitement. Thus, what began as a duo transformed into a team of 6. Over the course of several days, the group gradually accepted Gu Qingquan. This adorable little fellow, Gu Qingquan, was well-behaved and considerate. He complied with Yin Mengqi's every instruction, causing no trouble whatsoever. However, despite their efforts, the group's luck had not been particularly favorable. Aside from discovering some low-tier spiritual herbs, they had yielded no other gains. Finally, one day, as they traversed the terrain, they sensed a location rich in spiritual energy. Suggesting the presence of a great treasure, they hurriedly made their way there. Upon arrival, all were left astounded that it was a medicinal garden. One disciple from Lanyu Palace swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over an expanse filled with medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits. All of commendable quality, 2nd-tier soul spirit fruits, 3rd-tier Sun Yuan grass, 3rd-tier Ziyang roots. Excitement coursed through the group. This garden of spiritual herbs is a windfall if we present this to the sect. Who knows how many points we could exchange for? It would suffice to alleviate our worries regarding cultivation resources for the next several years, even a decade. Quickly, gather them before others discover this medicinal garden. Blue Senior Brother was equally elated, swiftly rallying his junior disciples to commence the collection. "I'll help too." Gu Qingquan rolled up his sleeves and joined in the effort. Half an hour later, thanks to their collective labor, the medicinal garden had been thoroughly stripped of its herbs and fruits. As they gazed at the contents of their storage bags, smiles illuminated their faces. However, before they could revel in their joy, a sudden aura descended upon them. The newcomer was a gray-clad cultivator. Nearing 50, he surveyed the now barren medicinal garden with a glint of excitement in his eyes. What a grand medicinal garden! Then he turned his gaze to Blue Senior Brother and the others, chuckling ominously. "Hand over your storage bags, and I shall allow you to leave. Otherwise, you shall face death." The mere utterance of the word death unleashed a pressure of the tribulation realm, instantly enveloping Blue Senior Brother and his companions. The spiritual energy surged like a tempest, causing their faces to sting at a tribulation realm expert. A wave of despair washed over Blue Senior Brother and the others. They had just completed their harvest. Could their timing be any worse? Had they known, they would have refrained from greed and departed halfway through their collection. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Refused to comply. And you shall die. Though they were reluctant, Blue Senior Brother and his companions dared not defy the command that a Tribulation Realm expert was far beyond their capabilities. The elation that had previously filled the disciples of Lanyu Palace now turned to anguish. They had believed that with this bounty, they would not have to worry about cultivation resources for years to come. Yan Mingqi shared a similar sentiment, envisioning her ascension to the inner sect and the dissolution of her arranged marriage. Little did she expect such an outcome. Why should we? A sudden voice interjected, prompting everyone to turn in unison to the speaker. It was Gu Qingchun. The little fellow, indignant, glared at the gray-clad cultivator. Yan Mingqi attempted to intervene. But it was too late. The child's words cast a heavy pall over all present. In such dire circumstances, provoking a Tribulation Realm cultivator was hardly a wise choice. Blue Senior Brother frantically gestured at Gu Qingchun, silently pleading, "Little ancestor, no. Your actions could cost us our lives." But Gu Qingchun paid him no heed, fixated on the gray-clad cultivator with righteous fury. Why should he relinquish the spiritual herbs he had labored to collect? At that moment, the gray-clad cultivator finally noticed the small figure of Gu Qingchun, appearing no older than 4 or 5 years. Where did this little brat come from? Why should I care? Just because I'm stronger than you all. With that, the gray-clad cultivator made his move, impatience evident in his demeanor. Targeting Gu Qingchun first, he held no mercy for those who dared to defy him. It would only end in death. Not good. Little Chun, Yan Mingqi's instinctive reaction was to shield Gu Qingchun. Yet before she could act, Gu Qingchun surged forward like a nimble leopard. With a single strike, the gray-clad cultivator was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His eyes wide with shock. In that instant, as the gray-clad cultivator was propelled away, Gu Qingchun seized his head and slammed him into the ground with tremendous force. A dull thud resonated as the cultivator seemed to embed himself into the earth. Old fool, who do you think you're dealing with? The unfolding scene transpired in a heartbeat. By the time Blue Senior Brother and the others regained their senses, the gray-clad cultivator lay lifeless, his demise a gruesome spectacle. His head sunken into the ground. The sight sent shivers down their spines. All eyes turned to Gu Qingchun, as if gazing upon a monster. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? This scene was simply too astonishing. A mere child 4 or 5 years of age had effortlessly slain a Tribulation Realm cultivator. What kind of prodigy was this? What kind of monster? Yan Mingqi, little sister, are you sure the child you found is merely a boy and not some little monster? Little Chun. Yan Mingqi's voice trembled. Disbelief etched across her features. She had never anticipated that the little one she had rescued could so easily vanquish a Tribulation Realm expert. How old was he? After all, reflecting on the recent past, when she had to hide with him from even a true spirit realm beast, she felt a wave of foolishness wash over her. Now, she realized that Gu Qingchun likely thought the same. If he could dispatch a Tribulation Realm cultivator with a single blow, then a true spirit realm beast would surely fall to a mere punch. Why didn't you say you were this strong earlier? How foolish of me to worry about your safety in the Xianhuang secret realm. This moment, Yan Mingqi felt a sudden wave of grievance. But you didn't even ask, Sister Yan, Gu Qingchun replied innocently. Yan Mingqi was momentarily speechless. It seemed she had indeed neglected to inquire, as she subconsciously regarded the 4 or 5-year-old Gu Qingchun as a mere child, yet to embark on the path of cultivation. However, could she really blame herself? Who would have anticipated that a child of such tender age would possess strength at the level of a Tribulation Realm master? Not only had she never encountered such a phenomenon, but she had never even heard of it. Suddenly, she recalled the recently departed Senior Lu and his companions a liability. How could they consider someone who could effortlessly annihilate a Tribulation Realm expert as a burden? How absurd! You are so powerful, your twin sister. Yan Mingqi's thoughts drifted to Gu Qingchun's mention of his twin sister. My sister is far superior to me. Even 100 of me would not stand a chance against her. Gu Qingchun confessed honestly. Though he had understated his own abilities that in truth, not even hundreds of him would be a match for Gu Yunqi. Yan Mingqi and the others were left in astonishment. What kind of monster is this? They wondered. Moreover, if he claimed to have a sister even more extraordinary than himself, what level of strength could she possibly possess? Perhaps she was at the 5th or 7th layer of the Tribulation Realm. Never mind, they decided. They could not afford to ponder such matters further. The group had never experienced such shock in their lives. From that moment on, they ceased to regard Gu Qingchen as a mere child. Yan Mingqi's attitude towards him underwent a significant transformation, which left Gu Qingchen feeling somewhat troubled. He preferred the previous demeanor she had shown him, with their storage bags filled to the brim. The group departed the medicinal garden, but they had not ventured far when they sensed an intense surge of spiritual energy approaching from a distance to know it was not just one wave. Soon, dozens of powerful auras were racing toward their location. What is happening? Blue Senior was taken aback. In his perception, the numerous auras were formidable, predominantly belonging to Tribulation Realm cultivators, and he even sensed a few that far surpassed them. Those were the auras of King Realm experts. Moreover, they seemed to be fleeing. What could possibly compel King Realm experts to retreat? Something ominous was afoot. We must withdraw. Just as they took a step back, several auras tore through the air. Their eyes were filled with terror, desperation, and horror, as if they had witnessed a nightmarish entity. It's the Third Elder. I see the Third Elder and Senior Lu. Suddenly, several disciples of the Lan Yu Palace pointed toward a figure approaching rapidly, an aged and disheveled silhouette drawing near, accompanied by a few others, who were none other than Senior Lu and his companions, with whom they had parted not long ago. The Third Elder of the Lan Yu Palace, in a frantic escape, noticed his disciples. Damn it! With a glance over his shoulder, he realized the pursuers were closing in far too quickly to escape. If escape was impossible, they could only hide. Thankfully, although the silver-armored stone statue possessed immense combat prowess, its perception was not particularly acute. Quickly, conceal your presence. As disciples of the Lan Yu Palace, especially with Blue Senior being a true disciple, the Third Elder could not abandon them. After retreating into a stone cave, he instructed Blue Senior and Yan Mingqi to join him and suppress their auras. Although Blue Senior and the others were unaware of the unfolding events, they dared not question it and rushed into the cave to unite with the Third Elder. Hush! Remain silent. They are coming. The Third Elder's voice dropped to a whisper, signaling everyone to quiet down. His gaze shifted skyward. Following his line of sight, Blue Senior, Yan Mingqi, and the others looked up to see a silver-armored stone statue wielding a long spear. With each swing, it claimed the lives of countless cultivators as a flash of blood arced down from the heavens, causing the group to widen their eyes in disbelief that IT was a King Realm expert. Shock rippled through their hearts. In the presence of the silver-armored statue, how could a King Realm expert appear so utterly powerless? What kind of overwhelming terror was this? In an instant, the silver-armored statue had slain dozens. As it paused, surveying the area devoid of any remaining foes, a chill ran through the hidden cultivators. They dared not even breathe. The Third Elder and his disciples shared in their trepidation. To slay a King Realm expert, as if they were mere insects. The might of this silver-armored statue was utterly terrifying. Discovery meant certain death. In that moment, even Gu Qingchen's expression grew grave. This was no jest. The silver-armored statue was horrifyingly powerful, far surpassing a Changqing, perhaps even reaching the level of a celestial king or even a divine king. The silver-armored statue slowly scanned the vicinity, and suddenly it thrust its spear, striking down several hidden Tribulation Realm cultivators in an instant, silencing their cries before they could even escape. With a single step, the statue appeared before the stone cave where the Third Elder and his companions were hiding. The Third Elder's heart raced, filled with despair. Who could have foreseen such a terrifying silver-armored statue lurking within the sacred temple? Initially, the Third Elder and the other cultivators had discovered a sacred temple, their excitement leading them to breach its confines. They had indeed acquired treasures, and the Third Elder had reaped considerable benefits, but unbeknownst to them, a foolish individual had activated the temple's mechanisms, unleashing this invincible silver-armored statue. the statue began its massacre of those who had intruded upon the sacred space. Had the third elder and his companions not exited the temple in time, having shown restraint, they would likely have perished within its depths. Thud, thud. The sound of the silver-armored statue's footsteps echoed ominously, causing their hearts to tremble. Yu Qingshan gripped tightly onto a jade talisman hanging from his neck. Suddenly, the statue's gaze locked onto the cave where the group was concealed, with a fierce throw of its spear. It hurled it toward the direction of the Lan Yu Palace disciples. It's over. The third elder sighed deeply, resigned to his fate. Would they truly meet their end? However, Gu Qingshan reacted swiftly, the moment the silver-armored statue detected their presence. He shattered the jade talisman around his neck, that a white light materialized, swiftly coalescing into a phantom resembling Gu Changqing, his father. This talisman had been crafted from Gu Changqing's blood, a life-saving measure bestowed upon his daughter. Sun and Jianglianxin. Upon shattering it, it summoned a projection of Gu Changqing, possessing roughly 10% of his original strength. The instant the projection appeared, it grasped the incoming spear. Bang! The spear, fierce as it was, could not advance an inch further once held by Gu Changqing's projection. What is that? Who is that phantom? How could it withstand an attack from the silver-armored statue? Those who witnessed this scene were left in awe, particularly the Tribulation Realm and King Realm experts who had just escaped from the temple. None understood the terror of the silver-armored statue better than they did. Xiaochun, what is that? Yan Mengqi stared in shock at Gu Qingshan, fully aware that the projection had emerged from his jade talisman. Not just her, but the third elder, Blue Senior, and other disciples of the Lan Yu Palace were equally astounded. This is my father, Gu Qingshan replied candidly, though a sense of melancholy washed over him. His father had warned him that the creation of this talisman was exceedingly arduous, requiring the use of his blood, and should only be employed in dire situations. Gu Qingshan felt a pang of fear, worried that his father would chastise him for this choice. If only he had not ventured into the Xianhuang secret realm, he would not have had to resort to the talisman. What? Your father? The group was left dumbfounded. The phantom that had withstood the silver-armored statue's spear was the father of this child? Especially Senior Lu and his companions, who were completely bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. However, Blue Senior and Yin Mengqi understood the magnitude of Gu Qingshan's capabilities. Thus, he maintained his composure, unlike Elder San and Brother Lu, yet within his heart, tumultuous waves roiled. After seizing the long spear, Gu Changqing casually flicked it, returning the weapon to the silver-armored stone statue. Simultaneously, for ethereal swords descended from the heavens. Activate the pseudo-Zhuxian sword array. At that moment, everything about Gu Changqing was merely a projection, including the Zhuxian sword array, which, while formidable, was not as potent as the manifestation of the true array. Nevertheless, it was still terrifying. Empowered by the Zhuxian sword array, the long spear seemed poised to pierce the void, striking the silver-armored stone statue with a resounding impact. With a thunderous crash, the silver-armored statue was forced back, its silver armor fracturing. Die. A single word escaped Gu Changqing's lips as a spirit sword appeared in his hand unbeknownst to anyone, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was already before the silver-armored statue. With a single stroke, whum! The silver-armored statue was cleaved in two, shattered into countless fragments. Following the statue's destruction, Gu Changqing gradually dissipated, transforming into a white light. Returning to the jade talisman around Gu Qingshan's neck, which now bore signs of damage. Had the silver-armored statue truly perished? Many stood in a daze, as if caught in a dream. The being that had pursued them so relentlessly, possessing strength comparable to that of a deity, was simply gone. Reflecting on the earlier scene, all present were left in merely 2 moves. The shadowy doppelganger had reduced what appeared nearly invincible to mere rubble. What kind of power was this? And this was merely a projection. What must the true form be capable of? Elder San and the others regarded Gu Qingshan with expressions akin to gazing upon a monster. Not only was he a monster, but his father was one as well. Though the appearance was somewhat unclear, it was evident that the projection depicted a young man, seemingly no more than 20 years of age. Somewhere nearby, a young girl lightly patted her chest, still shaken by the earlier encounter with the silver-armored statue, nearly believing she was destined for death. Had Gu Changqing's true form been present, he would have recognized this girl as the attendant of the blue-clad woman he had encountered before entering the Xianyuan secret realm. Miss, the individual you mentioned is not merely extraordinary. He is a veritable monster among monsters. As her lady's attendant, she knew her mistress's talent intimately and had never considered her inferior to anyone, even those ranked among the top prodigies. Yet now, having witnessed Gu Changqing's horrific prowess, she felt her lady truly could not compare to him. It was hard to imagine the impact on someone as proud as her mistress upon learning of this man's strength. The blow to her ego would surely be significant. Jiu Qingchen, in a small leap, bounded to the shattered remains of the silver-armored statue, eager to assess his spoils. This monster was so powerful. The stones it bore must be precious. He set about collecting the remnants to present to his father. Though he appeared brave, sneaking out, fear of Gu Changqing lingered in his heart. If his father were to discover his clandestine venture into the Xianyuan secret realm, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. Perhaps offering these precious stones could spare him a beating. Observers around could not help but feel envy, while Gu Qingchen remained oblivious to the nature of the stones. Others recognized them immediately. Crimson silver stones. The entirety of the silver-armored statue was crafted from crimson silver stones. These stones were an exceedingly rare fourth-tier ore, suitable for forging fourth-tier royal weapons. Even a small fragment could fetch nearly 10,000 spirit stones in the outside world. The sheer quantity of crimson silver stones was beyond their imagination, representing an astonishing value. Yet, no one dared to seize them. The memory of Gu Changqing's earlier strike that had slain the silver-armored statue was still fresh. To attempt to rob Gu Changqing, that would be courting death. After summoning a projection of Gu Changqing, though the jade talisman around Gu Changqing's neck bore cracks, it had not shattered, indicating it was not a disposable item. Thus, despite their envy, none dared to act. After collecting the crimson silver stones, Gu Qingchen departed with the group from the Lanyu Palace. However, not long after leaving, he retrieved a few pieces of crimson silver stone from a storage ring, tossing the largest to Yin Mingqi and the smaller ones to Brother Lan and others. Earlier, amid the throng, Gu Qingchen, though small, was astute. Those present might not dare to rob him, but Yin Mingqi and her companions could not be guaranteed the same safety. Should he depart, those individuals would likely not spare them. In a place where possessing treasures could invite danger, especially within the Xianyuan secret realm, if they were not aware of his protective measures, they might not hesitate to act against him. Even knowing his background was formidable for Elder San and Brother Lu, not a single piece was granted to them. Elder San was irrelevant, as Gu Qingchen did not know him. Meanwhile, he held no fondness for Brother Lu and had taken note of those disciples who had left with him. Though young, he discerned clearly whom to befriend and whom to remember with resentment. Sister Yin, thank you for accompanying me, but we must part ways now. I sense the presence of my kin and may need to seek my sister. Gu Qingchen spoke truthfully, having sensed a faint bloodline aura lingering in the area, indicating that a member of the Gu family, sharing his lineage, had passed through here and departed. While he was unsure if it was indeed his sister, he felt compelled to investigate for Yin Mingqi. She had already reunited with the elders of her sect, so there was no need to worry about her. Meanwhile, Brother Lu and his companions watched with envy as Gu Qingchen tossed several pieces of crimson silver stone to Yin Mingqi and Brother Lan. Their jealousy was palpable. Those were fourth-tier ores. The disciples of Lanyu Palace beside Brother Lu were even more envious. Their eyes aflame with unspoken regret. They were not resentful towards Gu Qingchen for not sharing, but rather towards themselves. Why had they been so foolish as to leave with Brother Lu? Had they stayed, they too might have claimed a piece of crimson silver stone, though they might not have needed the stones. Turning them into the sect could yield significant points, or selling them could easily fetch several thousand spirit stones that amounted to a formidable sum. No, little Chun, this is far too precious. I cannot accept this. This is a fourth-tier ore. Yin Mingqi shook her head, attempting to return the crimson silver stone to Gu Qingchen. This was too valuable. The single piece she held was worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Previously, as an outer disciple of Lanyu Palace, The total resources she received in a month amounted to only a handful of low-grade spirit stones that a single piece of crimson silverstone, valued at over 10,000 spirit stones, was astronomical for her. This is too much. I cannot accept it. If it weren't for Sister Yin, I'd still be wandering aimlessly. Please accept it. I will come to visit you in the future. I remember Lanyu Palace. Gu Qingqian's words were directed not only at Yin Mingqi, but also carried a veiled warning to Elder San and Brother Liu. The implication was clear: do not covet the crimson silverstones in Yin Mingqi's possession, as he would undoubtedly visit Lanyu Palace again. Should he learn that any stones belonging to Sister Yin had been taken from her, he would not tolerate it. Gu Qingqian departed, leaving Yin Mingqi watching his diminutive figure with a twinge of reluctance. Though their time together had been brief, spanning only a few days, it had left a lasting impression. Yet she harbors a fondness for this adorable and obedient little creature, as if it were her own younger brother. Meanwhile, Gu Changqing, having just exited an ancient palace, feels somewhat disheartened. Not long ago, he was drawn here by a towering beam of light, anticipating the emergence of a great treasure, only to find nothing of the sort. The ancient palace behind Gu Changqing emanates an exceptionally intense aura of spiritual energy, and at its entrance stands a formidable guardian. Given this scene, anyone would assume that treasures of extraordinary nature lie within, perhaps even of the 4th or 5th tier. Yet, it turns out to be all an illusion. There are indeed many treasures inside, but they are mere phantoms, utterly devoid of reality, inside the vast palace. Not a single genuine item remains. Casting a glance at the guardian station at the entrance, Gu Changqing decides to leave that it is of no consequence. After all, this expedition into the secret realm has not been entirely fruitless. Although he failed to uncover any treasures within the palace, indeed, there are none to find. Given Gu Changqing's prowess, it would have been impossible for him to overlook them had they truly existed. Everything within the palace is illusory, including the guardian at the grand door, which is not a living being, but a projection of a powerful figure long deceased. This projection possesses considerable strength, reaching the king level. Were it a typical individual, they would have perished long ago, but unfortunately for them, they encountered Gu Changqing. Prior to entering, Gu Changqing had already vanquished it to his surprise upon his exit. It reappeared, suggesting it cannot be easily slain or perhaps is simply immortal. This place appears to be a hunting ground, designed specifically to ensnare outsiders who venture into the Xianyuan's secret realm. It emits the aura of treasures to attract cultivators, only to hunt them down. Who could have set this trap? Gu Changqing has no interest in pondering this. There are no treasures here, and lingering would only squander his time. I shall take my leave. Despite the lack of discovery within the palace, Gu Changqing's recent days have not been entirely devoid of gains. Beneath an underground chamber, he has unearthed a 4th-tier spiritual sword, a royal weapon. The mere possession of this 4th-tier royal weapon is enough to validate his journey. Such a weapon could elevate the quality of Gu Changqing's Zhuxian sword array significantly. Naturally, should he be fortunate enough to find 3 more royal weapons to form a complete array based on 4th-tier royal weapons, he estimates that his strength would experience a profound transformation. Alas, royal weapons are notoriously elusive. Previously, he had sought assistance from the Changqing Pavilion to gather intelligence. Yet 2 years have passed with little result. The pursuit of royal weapons is fraught with difficulty, and finding a 4th-tier blacksmith is even more arduous. Even if one manages to locate a 4th-tier craftsman, the materials required for forging royal weapons remain scarce. It is indeed challenging. Gu Changqing departs. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit, the guardian at the palace entrance begins to blur. Eventually, it transforms into an exact replica of Gu Changqing. Aside from the lack of expression on its face, it is indistinguishable from him. The treasures lie here, an ancient palace, radiating such intense spiritual fluctuations, must harbor significant riches. Shortly after Gu Changqing's departure, waves of cultivators arrive. Jiu Changqing was the first to discover this place and the quickest to reach it. Among these newcomers, while several had witnessed the towering beam of light alongside him, their speed pales in comparison to his. Thus, by the time they arrive, Gu Changqing has already explored the palace and departed. It is only after his exit that they make their delayed appearance. Gu Changqing is aware that there is nothing within, only illusions. Yet for these newcomers, having never entered the palace, this knowledge eludes them. Observing the Gu Changqing guarding the palace, they refrain from rash actions, instead scrutinizing the figure at the grand entrance. In their view, Gu Changqing must be the guardian of this extraordinary treasure, and to enter, they would first need to defeat or even slay this sentinel. As more and more individuals gather, some can no longer contain their impatience. With increasing numbers, competition intensifies. It would be wise to seize the treasure before others arrive, swiftly taking what they can and departing. Otherwise, as more cultivators arrive, including those of the king level, they may end up with nothing. Finally, one individual can no longer restrain himself, a middle-aged man in blue robes, wielding a long sword, charges directly towards the palace's grand entrance. Swish, swish. The sound of slicing air follows as several others, inspired by the blue-robed man, also rush forward. Humph. A cold snort escapes from the lips of the Gu Changqing. Faced with the prey entering the hunting ground, he brandishes his sword and sweeps it outward. An invisible sword light, moving with an uncanny speed, slices through the air, cleaving the charging cultivators in two, reducing them to lifeless corpses in an instant. What? Numerous gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd that a cultivator of the tribulation realm could not withstand a single strike from the guardian. Many witnesses' pupils constrict, particularly those who, after observing the blue-robed man's charge, had begun to contemplate joining the fray. Now come to a halt point. One sword stroke has quelled the fervor of the gathered crowd. In that moment, none dare to act recklessly. To slay several tribulation realm cultivators in an instant signifies strength that, while not reaching the king level, is at least half king. Yet this does not diminish their covetousness for the palace. Some even grow more excited. The greater the strength of the guardian, the more it indicates that the treasures within are extraordinary. Though the presence of Gu Changqing prevents them from rashly entering, they do not retreat, instead contemplating how to claim their share once the guardian is defeated. As time passes, the number of gathered cultivators swells, including several half-king level individuals. Even a king-level presence has arrived. A man in splendid garments, appearing to be in his 30s, draws the attention of all upon his arrival. The king-level cultivator has come. I recognize him. He is Changqing, an elder of the Xuanjiao Palace. In his youth, he was one of the prominent figures of the Eastern Sea. Though Changqing has only recently ascended to the king level, he possesses extraordinary strength, having once endured for dozens of exchanges against a king-level opponent, while still at the peak of the half-king realm. To withstand 10 exchanges against a king-level cultivator is an impressive feat. It is essential to note that the chasm between the king and half-king realms is challenging to bridge. If I were to wager, I would say that Changqing is not far off from the prodigies on the spirit ranking. The Xuanjiao Palace, that is a royal-level sect. Many present hail from the Eastern Sea. And upon recognizing the man hovering in mid-air, a buzz of excitement erupts. The royal-level sect. Many cultivators from the Southern Sea are especially shaken. Among the 4 great outer seas of the Wanyao Sea, only the Southern Sea lacks a royal-level force. The Eastern Sea, being the mightiest among them, boasts 2 royal-level sects, one of which is the Xuanjiao Palace. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle point. One wonders how many strikes the Guardian can withstand against Changqing. 3 strikes? No, I believe it will take only 1. Many are filled with confidence regarding Changqing, especially those from the Eastern Sea, who are all too familiar with his reputation. Faced with elder half-king cultivators, he had nearly crushed them, and even against true king-level cultivators, he could endure 10 exchanges without defeat. The flattery directed at Changqing does not concern him, as a former super prodigy of the Xuanjiao Palace. He has heard such praise far too often. He gazes at the Gu Changqing guarding the ancient palace doors, his expression slightly grave. The Xinyuan secret realm is fraught with peril. He would not allow himself to become arrogant due to the hollow praises of others. With a single step, Changqing's figure vanishes from sight, only to reappear within the attack range of the guardian Gu Changqing. Only then did Gu Changqing slightly raise his head, his gaze piercing directly into Changqing's. In that fleeting moment, Changqing felt as though he were being scrutinized by the specter of death, a chill running through his heart. Not far ahead, Gu Changqing's figure began to blur gradually. This is bad, Sheng thought to himself, a sense of impending doom flooding his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed the life-preserving jade slip, and a massive golden shield materialized instantly before him. Clang, a sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as Gu Changqing's sword thrust forth the instant the golden shield appeared, its speed uncanny and otherworldly. Bang! The sound of the golden shield shattering resonated. At that very moment, as the shield splintered, Sheng transformed into a streak of light, escaping from Gu Changqing's lethal range. Failing to eliminate Sheng with a single strike, Gu Changqing did not pursue, but instead returned to the entrance of the ancient hall. Meanwhile, the fortunate Sheng stared in terror at Gu Changqing before the grand hall, gasping for breath. Having exhausted 2 of his trump cards, he barely preserved his life in an instant, had he been even a heartbeat slower in shattering the life-saving talisman. His fate would have been sealed. Silence. The atmosphere around the ancient hall was so quiet it was almost eerie, as those who witnessed the scene were rendered speechless, evidently shaken by the brief yet intense confrontation. Particularly, those who had boasted earlier that Gu Changqing could not withstand even a single strike from Sheng now wished they could sink into the earth out of sheer embarrassment. One strike. Indeed, he had not lasted a single strike. Yet, the roles had reversed that it was not Gu Changqing who faltered before Sheng, but rather Sheng who could not withstand a single blow from Gu Changqing. Had it not been for the 2 life-saving talismans, this outstanding prodigy of Xuanjiao Palace would have surely perished here. Many inhaled sharply, stunned. The guard was not merely strong. He was absurdly powerful. Even the unparalleled prodigy of Xuanjiao Palace was no match for him. Narrowly escaping death. Sheng, you truly are in a pitiable state. Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery rang out from not far away, and a flash of purple light streaked across the sky, ultimately halting at this location. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld a man in purple robes, who regarded the panting, pallid, and still somewhat dazed Sheng with a face full of derision. It was Jian Nanxing of the Heavenly Sword Sect. The cultivators of the Eastern Sea immediately recognized him. The 2 dominant forces of the Eastern Sea, Xuanjiao Palace and Heavenly Sword Sect, had now both arrived. Jian Nanxing, like Sheng, was a prodigy of the previous generation. Yet he was even stronger. Sheng was one of the top prodigies of the Eastern Sea, while Jian Nanxing was without question the foremost among them. Since their emergence, Jian Nanxing had consistently overshadowed Sheng, rendering the younger generation of Xuanjiao Palace unable to hold their heads high in the presence of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Furthermore, as the years passed after the age of 30, the gap between them only widened. Sheng had just recently broken through to the Xianwang realm, while Jian Nanxing had surpassed that threshold several years prior. Today, Sheng was no longer regarded as a rival by Jian Nanxing. However, as one of his former adversaries, and given the strained relationship between their 2 royal factions, Jian Nanxing could not resist the urge to mock him upon seeing him. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Sheng's eyes. Jian Nanxing clearly had not witnessed the earlier scene where Sheng had narrowly escaped death despite using 2 of his trump cards. Moreover, compared to Sheng, Jian Nanxing's arrogance bordered on disdainful ignorance. This was understandable. After all, he had once been the top prodigy of the Eastern Sea youth. It's easy for you to say that. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Sheng provocatively challenged Jian Nanxing. Many around them exchanged peculiar glances, their hearts racing in anticipation, realizing that Sheng was cornering Jian Nanxing. No one dared to warn Jian Nanxing, as that would undoubtedly offend Sheng. Step up? Of course I will. I'm certainly no waste like you. With a scathing retort, Jian Nanxing, armed with his sword, charged directly into the fray. Watch closely, waste. Jian Nanxing's insult was abruptly cut short. The Jiyu Changqing, who had previously maintained a distance, had inexplicably appeared at his side, leaving the crowd bewildered as they failed to perceive how Gu Changqing had drawn his sword at a faint line of blood traced down from Jian Nanxing's forehead. Thud! The light of life in his eyes rapidly dissipated. Confusion, disbelief, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. This was the final thought process of Jian Nanxing before his demise. Jian Nanxing, the super prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, had once dominated all the young talents of the Eastern Sea, rendering countless geniuses unable to raise their heads. And just like that, he fell beneath Gu Changqing's blade, having been vanquished with but a single strike. Jian Nanqing is dead. The crowd was utterly astonished. The former top prodigy of the Eastern Sea had perished just like that. Yes, your talents and abilities may surpass mine, but what use is that? Have you lived longer than I? Gazing at Jian Nanqing's lifeless body, Sikong Sheng scoffed. Even one as cautious as Sikong Sheng had nearly met his end at Gu Changqing's hand. It was inconceivable that Jian Nanqing, as a super prodigy of the Heavenly Sword sect, would lack means of self-preservation. Unfortunately, he had not even had the chance to employ his defensive measures before being slain by Gu Changqing. The architect of his demise was none other than himself. His own arrogance had led to his downfall. Effortlessly eliminating a potential future threat to Xuanjiao Palace, Sikong Sheng could hardly contain his laughter. The more boastful he had been earlier, the more tragic his end became. Casting a glance at the ancient hall and the unwavering Gu Changqing at its entrance, Sikong Sheng showed no signs of hesitation. Transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the scene, Sikong Sheng. With Gu Changqing as the sentinel, the prospect of seizing treasures from the ancient palace seemed nearly impossible. Rather than waste time here, it would be wiser to seek opportunities elsewhere. Time passed swiftly as throngs of people arrived and departed from outside the ancient palace. Many sought to test their luck, but upon seeing Jian Nanqing's corpse, they promptly abandoned their intentions. That if even a genius of Jian Nanqing's caliber had met his end, what hope did they have? Before long, news of the ancient palace spread throughout the vicinity, drawing numerous onlookers not in search of treasures, but merely to catch a glimpse of the legendary invincible sentinel. Surely, there must be treasures within this ancient palace. Yet, no one dared to enter, left only to gaze in longing. The invincible guard outside the hall could annihilate even those of the Wang realm in an instant. The corpses before the hall served as a constant reminder to those who coveted the treasures within the palace. Without the requisite strength, do not dare to venture forth, lest they join the ranks of the fallen. While many corpses bore storage rings and bags, no one dared to retrieve them. Once within the guard attack range, the only fate awaiting them would be death. On this day, a peculiar group of guests arrived outside the palace. Fortunately, this sentinel was merely a replica of Gu Changqing and not the true Gu Changqing himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly recognize that among this group were several clad in the garb of the Changqing Pavilion disciples. Old man, you've spoken so mysteriously. Is that sentinel guarding the hall truly that formidable? The third elder of the Changqing Pavilion inquired slowly if what this elder of Qingwan Palace claimed were true. Then that sentinel was not just an ordinary powerhouse, able to instantly slay even those of the Wang realm. What level of strength was that? Perfected Qianwang, or perhaps a Tianwang level expert. In the midst of a gathering, there were disciples from the Dust Heart Pavilion, led by the third elder, alongside disciples from the Qingwan Palace, under the guidance of the ninth elder of the same. Prior to their entrance, both sects had reached an understanding. Should they encounter elders or disciples from the opposing sect, they would act in concert, providing mutual support. While this was ostensibly a matter of mutual aid, the disciples of Qingwan Palace were acutely aware that the Palace Master's words were meant to encourage them to offer protection and care to the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion whenever they encountered them in the secret realm. As for any support from Dust Heart Pavilion, that seemed unlikely. Although Dust Heart Pavilion was classified as a royal-level power, its foundation was insufficient. It merely met the standards of a royal-level force in terms of the King realm. While its elders and disciples were even inferior to those of ordinary royal-level sects, let alone when compared to a venerable establishment like Qingwan Palace. For instance, the ninth elder of Qingwan Palace and the third elder of Dust Heart Pavilion. Despite being a ninth elder, the former was a genuine half-king level powerhouse, whereas the latter was merely at the ninth layer of the Calamity realm, not even a half-king. Thus, while they professed mutual support, it was, in truth, a directive for the disciples of Qingwan Palace to extend their care and protection to those of Dust Heart Pavilion. The disciples of Qingwan Palace harbored a certain discontent in their hearts. Yet they all understood that the palace master sought to foster good relations with Dust Heart Pavilion for reasons unknown. As mere disciples, they could only comply. However, along the way, their inadvertent displays of disdain or disdainful sentiments were unavoidable. This was not lost on the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion, who felt powerless in the face of the significant disparity in strength between the two sects. It was only natural for the latter to harbor contempt at that moment. The ninth elder of Qingyuan Palace, known as Elder Man, nodded slightly, his pace quickening as they approached their destination. "Look, we have arrived." Before them stood the ancient palace, guarded by an invincible sentinel. Soon, the venerable structure emerged before the gathered members of Qingyuan Palace and Dust Heart Pavilion. At a glance, they beheld a figure standing before the ancient palace. Devoid of any sign of life, clearly not a living being, he was strikingly handsome, a quintessentially attractive man, yet his eyes were tightly shut, indifferent to any who approached, as long as they did not intrude upon his range of attack. The third elder followed his line of sight and quickly discerned the youth guarding the entrance of the ancient palace. Upon seeing the sentinel for the first time, the third elder suddenly froze. Shifting his gaze to scrutinize more closely, the third elder's mouth fell slightly agape, disbelief evident in his eyes, and he halted in his tracks. "What is wrong? Third elder, why have you stopped?" Elder Man of Qingyuan Palace cast a quizzical glance at the stunned third elder. Not only the members of Qingyuan Palace, but even the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion, who were newcomers and unfamiliar with Changqing, turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Why did the third elder appear as if he had seen a ghost? "Elder Man, is this the sentinel you mentioned?" Elder Man followed the direction of the third elder's pointing finger and saw Changqing standing quietly at the palace's entrance. He nodded. "Yes, it is he." "What seems to be the issue?" "He is our supreme elder from Dust Heart Pavilion." The third elder's voice trembled slightly. He had never anticipated that the invincible sentinel, as described by Elder Man and others, would actually be their supreme elder. No, not merely the supreme elder. At that moment, the third elder was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why this sentinel bore an identical visage to that of the supreme elder. Changqing held a position in Dust Heart Pavilion as the supreme elder. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Man, along with the disciples of Qingyuan Palace and those from Dust Heart Pavilion, displayed expressions of shock. This sentinel was their supreme elder. What a preposterous jest. "No, third elder, such a joke cannot be made lightly. Are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else? He cannot merely resemble the supreme elder." Elder Man could not help but inquired. No, I cannot possibly be mistaken. This sentinel may not be the supreme elder, but his appearance is undoubtedly that of the supreme elder. The impression Changqing left on the third elder was too profound for any misidentification. This was no mere resemblance. It was an exact likeness, akin to a duplicate of the supreme elder. At that moment, as they were all engulfed in shock, a vast and formidable pressure suddenly descended upon the area. A powerful being had arrived. In that instant, all eyes turned toward the source of the oppressive force. This aura was unmistakably that of a heavenly king-level powerhouse. A heavenly king had descended. The king realm comprises 3 tiers, with the Xian King representing the first tier. Above the Xian King is the heavenly king. Achieving this level is sufficient to command the respect of a great power. Such beings in any imperial domain stand at the pinnacle of existence. Yuanyang sacred sect King Shao. Some gazed at the elegantly dressed middle-aged man in the heavens, exclaiming in astonishment, "What? The Divine King." While some may not be familiar with the Yuanyang sacred sect, the name Xiao Shan Wang was unmistakably clear to them. This formidable being did not merely belong to the heavenly king level. He was a divine king. The hearts of the crowd surged with astonishment. A divine king, when the emperor is absent, is an invincible force. Yet, how many emperors are there across the vast expanse of the myriad seas? Moreover, they remain in seclusion for extended periods. It could be said that the divine king realm represents the most formidable visible forces among the 4 great outer seas. The Yuanyang sacred sect stands as the foremost sect beneath the royal powers of Beihai, and King Shao has attained the divine king level for many years, although he appears to be in his 40s. His true age exceeds 2 centuries. Seeing that many around him were unacquainted with this powerful figure, some cultivators from Beihai began to explain. With the arrival of the divine king, Surely this ancient palace's gates would be breached. Right? Anticipation filled the air. Those who previously clashed with the Sentinel, regardless of their talents, were ultimately at the Changqing level, not even approaching the Heavenly King tier. Yet now, they were faced with a being who had reached the third tier of the King realm. A Divine King level powerhouse. The appearance of the Divine King, while they dared not covet the treasures within the ancient palace, piqued their curiosity regarding the extraordinary artifacts that resided within, without uttering a word. After descending, King Xiao directed a palm strike towards the Gu Changqing before the palace. A vast palm imprint blotted out the sky, and the cultivators present had already retreated far back. A strike from a Divine King. Even its residual force was beyond their capacity to withstand. The Sentinel, Gu Changqing, seemed to sense the impending danger, lifting his gaze towards the colossal palm imprint descending upon him. At that moment, his expression remained unchanged. With a single sword, he soared into the sky. The sword in his hand pointed skyward, and the earth trembled violently. A colossal sword, shimmering with resplendent azure light, erupted from the fractured ground. Boom! The giant sword collided with the palm imprint, and the onlookers felt the very heavens tremble. The resounding roar was deafening. No one believed that Gu Changqing stood any chance of victory. After all, he faced a Divine King. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. As the giant sword and palm imprint clashed, they held each other at bay for but a moment before the vast palm imprint swiftly fractured and shattered like a spider's web. What? Those who witnessed this moment stood agape, unable to utter a sound. All were left in a state of shock. Initially expecting a swift and overwhelming defeat, they were taken aback to see that in the first clash, the Sentinel had gained the upper hand. That was a strike from a Divine King. Even a casual blow would be sufficient to obliterate countless Xian Kings and Heavenly Kings that I in this moment. All comprehended, they had severely underestimated the Sentinel's strength. To swiftly eliminate a Xian King was within the realm of possibility for a perfected Xian King, and even more so for a Heavenly King. Originally, they had estimated the Sentinel's strength to be roughly that of a perfected Xian King, with little chance of being a Heavenly King. But now, a Heavenly King? Even the Divine King found himself at a distinct disadvantage in direct confrontation. As the palm print shattered, the King of the Xiao God, suspended in the heavens, experienced a backlash, causing him to slowly retreat 2 steps before halting his movement. The King of the Xiao God did not anticipate that his strike would be so effortlessly severed. Although he had not exerted much strength in that palm, it nonetheless represented the power of a Divine King. Interesting, he mused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and in the next moment, he was already before Gu Changqing. The battle commenced. In the air, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. The terrifying shockwaves from their clash were so intense that even from a distance, they stung the faces of onlookers. Yet none were willing to miss a single moment that a battle at the Divine King level was not a sight one could easily witness. At this tier, combatants were almost exclusively the leaders of major factions, rarely taking action unless absolutely necessary. Was this truly a clash of Divine Kings? The very space where they fought began to exhibit instability. Suddenly, the King of the Xiao God found himself retreating hundreds of steps after Gu Changqing unleashed a breathtaking sword light. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura becoming noticeably weakened. What was expected to be a grand battle turned out to be a mere skirmish, with the King of the Xiao God completely subdued and injured within moments. Witnessing the blood spill forth, the onlookers felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. This sword not only wounded the King of the Xiao God, but also sent him flying out of the ancient palace's confines. Once outside the boundaries, the palace guardian Gu Changqing made no attempt to pursue, but instead returned to the palace entrance and closed his eyes. Invincible. At that moment, the only words resonating in the hearts of the crowd were those two. Invincible. Even a Divine King was no match for this palace guardian, and to be defeated so swiftly raised questions about who else could potentially challenge him within the vast Xianyuan secret realm. A sovereign? That was laughable. A sovereign could not enter this place. This indicated that the ancient palace was utterly inaccessible. One must wonder, with a guardian who could easily overpower even a Divine King station here. Who could possibly breach this sanctuary? And since sovereigns could not enter the Xianyuan secret realm, it seemed utterly hopeless. Elder San, are you truly certain that this palace guardian resembles your sect's supreme elder to such an extent? The ninth elder of Qingyuan Palace could not help but ask again. At this moment, even Elder San found himself uncertain. He had never anticipated such a formidable existence within the Xianyuan secret realm, one that even he could not contend with. The king of the Shao god cast a deep glance at Changqing, reflecting on how many years it had been since he had tasted defeat. Without lingering further, he gradually became indistinct. While his injuries were not particularly severe, they were not light either. He needed to find a place to heal. Soon after, the cultivators surrounding the palace began to disperse. With even the divine king unable to find a solution, it was clear that entry was impossible here. Unless one day a sovereign could enter this secret realm, the cultivators outside the ancient palace had mostly departed. Although they had not found any treasures, it was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, if even a divine king could not enter, how could they? Moreover, there was still ample time before the secret realm closed, allowing them to continue their explorations within the Xianyuan secret realm. The third elder of Qingyuan Palace and the others from Changqing Pavilion opted to remain together. The uncertainties in the third elder's mind had yet to dissipate, and he had resolved to clarify matters when he next encountered the Supreme Elder. What connection did this palace guardian have with him? Why do they bear such an uncanny resemblance? Almost identical. Look, Elder Jiao, the clouds are gathering ominously. Does it not seem like rain is approaching? A disciple of Qingyuan Palace suddenly pointed towards the distant horizon after leaving the ancient palace. What nonsense! Though it is daytime within the Xianyuan secret realm, there is neither sun nor clouds. How could it possibly be? The ninth elder, who had been reprimanding the disciple, abruptly fell silent. Following the disciple's gaze, he indeed observed a thick mass of dark clouds drifting toward them. This shouldn't be, he muttered. They had been within the Xianyuan secret realm for several days without encountering any clouds, let alone ominous ones. Wait, something feels off. Suddenly, the ninth elder furrowed his brow, closing his eyes as he expanded his divine sense to its maximum. When he opened his eyes again, the light within them was replaced by sheer terror. No, that is not a cloud. It is a horde of demon beasts. The last two words he nearly shouted in alarm. His agitation was justified, for within the range of his divine sense, an overwhelming presence of countless demon beasts had emerged. In that moment, not only the members of Qingyuan Palace and Changqing Pavilion, but also many cultivators who had recently departed from the ancient palace became acutely aware of the situation. Demon beasts thought, so many demon beasts. A glance revealed a dark mass blotting out the sky, and that was merely what was above. Standing upon the earth, they could feel it tremble beneath them. Heavens, how many demon beasts could there be? Some individuals stammered, struggling to find their words. These demon beasts range from the weak, merely at the true spirit realm, to the strong, whose presence hinted at demon kings, and not just one but many. In that instant, all cultivators present in the area turned pale with fear. Damn it, this is a beast tide, and its scale exceeds all imagination. How could this be? Could it have been triggered by the earlier battle between the king of the Shao god and the palace guardian? It is highly likely. Panic set in. Had they been foolish to watch the fight unfold? How could they forget that the Xianyuan secret realm was home to innumerable demon beasts? Who could have foreseen this? Terror and despair flooded the hearts of all. Roar, especially among the beast tide. Many were demon kings of the Xian level, and even numerous heavenly demon kings were present. This had undoubtedly alarmed every demon beast in the vicinity. Countless demon beasts surged toward this location. It would not be long before the panicked horde would trample them underfoot. In that moment, not just the third elder and ninth elder, but even those at the king level found themselves gripped by fear. Faced with such a colossal beast tide, scarcely anyone in the area could hope to escape, save for the king of the Shao god. They would soon be ground to dust, with not even their bones left behind. What should they do? What should they do? I do not wish to die. Wait, the ancient palace. Let us seek refuge there behind the guardian. However, could such a vast beast tide be withstood by the palace guardian? They were all acutely aware of the guardian's prowess. Even the king of the Shao god had faltered before him. Yet, The scale of this beast tide was too immense. Even the king of the Shao God would have to avoid confrontation. Escape was possible, but to face such a tide head-on would spell disaster. Not even the king of the Shao God could withstand such overwhelming force. Too many, and among them were numerous demon kings. Even heavenly demon kings. There was no time to ponder further. Remaining here meant certain doom. They would return to the ancient palace, where a glimmer of hope might still exist. No one hesitated any longer. The third elder of Qingwan Palace and the ninth elder of Changqing Pavilion shared the same resolve. All began to retrace their steps back to the ancient palace. Upon their return, Changqing stood steadfastly at the palace entrance, unmoving. Yet, should anyone dare to cross the threshold of the palace, he would unleash his wrath indiscriminately. Everyone, follow me. We shall position ourselves behind the palace and let this guardian shield us from the beast's tide. Remember, do not enter the palace's confines. Only in this manner could they hope for survival. A Xian-level cultivator voiced these commands, knowing that at this juncture they must unite and spread out, for to remain clustered together would invite certain death. Hearing this, everyone gathered in a clear space behind the palace, just beyond the reach of the guardian's attacks. From this point forward, they could only pray, praying that the palace guardian would withstand the oncoming beast tide. Before such an overwhelming force, every action they took felt futile, and their only hope rested upon the invincible palace guardian. All they could do was pray. Darkness was swiftly consuming the land, and as far as the eye could see, a shroud of black loomed ahead, while behind them lay a clear sky. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, silently awaiting the impending tide of beasts. At last, the beast horde clashed with the palace guards. Countless monstrous creatures began to surge into the palace's domain. It was precisely at that moment, as the throngs of beasts poured into the palace, that Changqing, stationed before the palace gates, suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of coldness shot forth from his pupils. Changqing sprang into action. .4 spirit swords, embedded at the 4 cardinal points, erupted with a fierce crimson light. With a single step forward, Changqing unleashed a sweeping strike with his sword. The crescent-like blade of light, cleaved by Changqing, obliterated everything in its path. Countless beasts were reduced to a sky full of corpses beneath this awe-inspiring sword light. Yet the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. They continued to charge relentlessly, with one wave falling only to be replaced by another. The thick stench of blood further ignited the primal instincts of the beasts, sending the already frenzied horde into a more violent frenzy. However, in the face of this relentless tide, Changqing remained impassive, wielding his longsword with unyielding precision. With each swing, he claimed the lives of thousands of beasts. At that moment, Changqing resembled a merciless machine of slaughter. Indifferent to the number of beasts that approached, he had but one command: kill. No matter how many came, he would slay them all. Not even the Xuanwang-level beast kings nor the Tianwang-level beast kings were exceptions. In Changqing's hands, regardless of whether they were Xuanwang-level or Tianwang-level, one sword stroke was all it took, and with that stroke a vast expanse of beasts would fall. The mountain of beast corpses sent shivers down the spines of all who stood behind the palace. Such power! This palace guard was utterly invincible. In the face of this innumerable horde, he carved out a sanctuary where no beast could tread alive. One man, one sword, piercing through the tide of beasts. For reasons unknown, a flicker of gratitude toward the palace guard arose in the hearts of the onlookers. Though he possessed no emotions or consciousness, only hunting down any intruders to the palace. He had indeed saved them. Were it not for the palace guard, they would have been torn to shreds by the beast tide in an instant. Time passed, and the sky gradually brightened. This signified that the tide of beasts had receded. Ultimately, they had survived. Some even began to chuckle foolishly. The experiences of the recent past would be etched in their memories for eternity. Many turned to bow slightly in the direction of Changqing. As a gesture of gratitude, despite Changqing's lack of autonomous awareness, he had saved them, and thus, they felt he was worthy of their respect. Not far from this place, a young man clad in white slowly appeared. If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this white-clad youth as the very guard of the ancient palace. Was the beast tide a consequence of the previous battle at the level of the divine king? Gu Changqing cast a glance at the beast tide that had just passed and was momentarily taken aback. Over the past few days, Gu Changqing had not ventured far, instead continuing to search for treasures in the surrounding area. However, he had found nothing of worth. Only some 3rd and 4th tier spirit herbs, with no 5th tier items in sight. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly sensed a wave of divine, king-level spiritual energy emanating from this place, prompting him to investigate. As he drew closer to the source of the spiritual energy, Gu Changqing felt somewhat speechless. Wasn't this the location he had visited before? Not far ahead lay the ancient palace he had previously entered, which contained nothing but illusions. What had transpired after his departure? Why was there still a divine king-level presence engaged in combat here? Pondering these questions, Gu Changqing continued onward toward the location of the ancient sanctuary. Soon, the ancient sanctuary came into view. Meanwhile, the surviving cultivators were regaining their spiritual energy, having expended considerable amounts during the recent wave of beasts. Suddenly, a flash of white light soared overhead, hovering above the palace. Everyone was momentarily stunned before looking up. Upon this sight, their hearts nearly ceased to beat. Gu Changqing, suspended in midair, was also left utterly dumbfounded, for before the ancient palace gates he beheld himself. Oh no, not exactly. More accurately, he saw another Gu Changqing who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Gu Changqing was at a loss for words. He distinctly recalled that the guard stationed at the gates had not looked like this, and his strength had been pitifully weak, merely at the Xianwang level. Yet the Gu Changqing before him appeared to possess the strength of a divine king, approximately 1/10 of his own power, perhaps even less. Was the wave of divine, king-level energy earlier the result of this Gu Changqing's battle? Gu Changqing began to scrutinize this palace guard closely. Meanwhile, the cultivators recovering their strength behind the palace were utterly bewildered. 2 identical individuals, the only difference being that the latter Gu Changqing was a living being, while the guard at the palace gates exuded no life whatsoever. He was not a creature of flesh. What on earth was happening? Confusion filled their minds. Supreme Elder, at that moment the 3rd Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion, standing beside the 9th Elder of the Qingwan Palace, suddenly spoke up. The guard at the palace gates was not the Supreme Elder, but the 3rd Elder was certain that this later Gu Changqing was undoubtedly their sect's Supreme Elder. Gu Changqing, this was for real. Hearing his name called, Gu Changqing shifted his gaze from the palace guard to the 3rd Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion. 3rd Elder, what brings you here? Gu Changqing recognized the 3rd Elder, having met all the elders of the Dust Heart Pavilion. It was indeed the 3rd Elder under his command. This was the first acquaintance Gu Changqing had encountered since entering the secret realm. Supreme Elder, is it really you? The 3rd Elder was somewhat agitated. The younger disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion also turned their curious gazes toward the Gu Changqing hovering in the air. These disciples had joined the Dust Heart Pavilion later and did not recognize Gu Changqing, but they were aware that there was another Supreme Elder in the Dust Heart Pavilion whom they had never seen. This Supreme Elder was almost a figure of legend. They were astonished to find him here in the secret realm. The IT is like this. We arrived here not long ago, and the ancient palace was radiating a powerful wave of spiritual energy, seemingly containing a supreme treasure within. However, there was a guard, this individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to our Supreme Elder. The 3rd Elder pointed at the palace guard, who remained in a meditative state. Quickly, the 3rd Elder recounted the events that had transpired. I've been inside that palace. There is nothing there. Gu Changqing responded, somewhat dumbfounded. So, many lives were lost here, all due to their coveting of a non-existent supreme treasure within the ancient palace. If that were the case, Gu Changqing could only say that these individuals had died unjustly. Would they not rest in peace if they knew that the palace they sacrificed their lives for contained no treasures? What? You have been inside. The absence of any treasures in Gu Changqing's words startled everyone present. Senior, you truly entered? Is that so? All eyes were on Gu Changqing, who had witnessed the immense power of the palace guard. How had he managed to enter? Of course, there was nothing inside. If they did not believe him, they could see for themselves that Gu Changqing declared as he landed and approached the ancient palace. Senior, halt. Supreme Elder. No. The 3rd Elder was instantly alarmed as Gu Changqing approached the lethal range of the palace guard. That palace guard executed indiscriminate attacks on anyone who dared to step within his domain. Although Gu Changqing bore the same appearance, this mindless palace guard was no different. Point one would not spare the life of Gu Changqing simply because he bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Yet, Gu Changqing, undeterred, strolled leisurely into the palace, as fate would have it. The moment Gu Changqing stepped within the palace grounds, the guards opened their eyes, and he made his move that "It's over." The third elder lamented inwardly. However, the scene that unfolded next left them utterly dumbfounded. With a mere flick of his hand, Gu Changqing summoned a spiritual sword and struck at the approaching palace guards. There was no grand battle to behold. This straightforward yet resolute strike obliterated the palace guards, scattering their essence into the ether that a swirl of azure flames ignited at Gu Changqing's fingertips to go. With a resounding bang, the dispersed essence was instantly reduced to nothingness. Regardless of the circumstances, the impersonation of oneself must be eradicated. Gazing upon a person who bore his likeness, Gu Changqing felt an unsettling chill. Even though the entity was not alive, this palace was indeed peculiar. He had not anticipated it could replicate him. Albeit the imitation possessed less than a tenth of his original power, Gu Changqing mused. Little did he know, the shockwaves a strike had sent through those present were monumental. At that moment, the sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. What had they witnessed? The palace guards, once thought invincible in their eyes, who had defeated the god King Shao and slaughtered beast hordes, were now perceived as unbeatable unless a monarch intervened. And yet, they had been effortlessly slain by Gu Changqing's single strike. The disparity was staggering. All gazes turned to Gu Changqing, as if beholding an entity of supreme terror. Was it that the palace guards were simply too weak? Doubts flickered in their minds. Yet they soon shook their heads. No, it was not that the palace guards were weak. The astonishment within the hearts of the onlookers was immeasurable. It was this later incarnation of Gu Changqing who was exceptionally powerful, a monarch. The notion surfaced in many minds. Could Gu Changqing truly be a monarch? However, was it not the case that monarchs were forbidden from entering the Xianyuan secret realm? If it were otherwise, the monarchs from the three great outer seas would have entered long ago. Go inside. There truly is nothing of value, Gu Changqing declared, sweeping his hand to collect the storage rings and bags scattered on the ground. I shall take these storage rings. Do you have any objections? No. Senior may take them, they stammered in response. Did they dare voice any objections? They had witnessed Gu Changqing annihilate the palace guards with crystal clarity. At that moment, the ninth elder of Qingyuan Palace was equally astounded. He suddenly comprehended why the palace master had insisted on fostering goodwill with the Changqing Pavilion. The Changqing Pavilion harbored such a transcendent existence. This esteemed Gu, it seemed, was likely a monarch. A monarch. It was worth noting that before Gu Changqing, the South Sea had not seen a monarch emerge in a considerable time, somewhere within the Xianyuan secret realm. Gu Qing'er was currently at odds with a group of blue-robed cultivators. Gu Qing'er's party was not small in number, comprising several disciples from the Changqing Pavilion, alongside members from Qingyuan Palace. Leading the Qingyuan Palace contingent was none other than Yu Wenfei, one of Gu Qing'er's suitors. They had encountered each other on the third day after entering the secret realm and had since traveled together. However, Gu Qing'er preferred to explore the secret realm independently. Yet, Yu Wenfei, upon laying eyes on her, refused to leave her side, trailing behind her with a throng of Qingyuan Palace disciples, seemingly inseparable. He claimed it was to protect Gu Qing, but did she truly require his protection? Though Yu Wenfei was the saint's son of Qingyuan Palace, he was not the strongest among them, and his strength paled in comparison to Gu Qing's. In a real confrontation, it was uncertain who would protect whom. Moreover, Gu Qing'er harbored little fondness for Yu Wenfei or the Qingyuan Palace members, and even felt a degree of aversion towards them. Perhaps it was because Qingyuan Palace, as an established royal-level force, was significantly stronger than the recently ascended royal-level Changqing Pavilion that in encounters with the disciples of Changqing Pavilion. The Qingyuan Palace members exhibited a subtle arrogance, considering themselves superior, which was rather unpleasant. Not long ago, Gu Qing'er and her group discovered another mining site rich in third-tier azure gold, a treasure of considerable worth, together with several disciples from Changqing Pavilion and a dozen or so from Qingyuan Palace led by Yu Wenfei. They toiled for half a day to extract a significant portion. Just as they were about to finish, a group of uninvited guests arrived. It was the 4 blue robe cultivators now confronting Gu Qing'er and her companions. Their numbers were few, merely 4. Yet they were all formidable robbers. In contrast, Gu Qing'er's group had only 2 robbers, herself and Yu Wenfei, while the rest were disciples from Changqing Pavilion and Qingwan Palace. Numbering around 10, yet all were at the true spirit level and offered little assistance to the 2. Fortunately, both Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei were prodigies, their strengths far exceeding their ranks. Thus, in a true battle, they would not necessarily fear the 4 blue-robed cultivators. Gentlemen, there is a proper order to things. We have been mining this azure gold site for half a day. Now you come demanding we surrender 80% of our haul. Is that not a bit excessive? Gu Qing'er furrowed her brows. Ha! What order? I only know that in this world, the one with the mightiest fist dictates the law, the leader of the blue-robed cultivators. A youth somewhat older than Gu Qing'er seemed to command the others. Upon hearing her words, Gu Qing'er slowly placed her hand on the hilt of her white jade sword. It appeared negotiations were futile. If they were to relinquish the remaining azure gold yet to be mined, perhaps it could be considered, as they had already extracted the bulk, leaving only about 1/5. But 80%, that was far too much. They were being blatantly robbed and expected to labor for free. Seeing Gu Qing'er and her companions poised for combat, the blue-robed youth smirked. I'm being exceedingly generous by allowing you to keep 20%. Don't say I didn't warn you. My sect's elder is en route to this location, that he is a king-level powerhouse. Once he arrives, don't even think about getting 20%. Perhaps not even 1%. You may even lose your lives. The time for you to choose is running out. His temper is not as lenient as mine. Before he could finish, a streak of light sped through the sky. The blue-robed youth wore a faint smile. Now you wish to leave. It's too late. A streak of light swept across the heavens, appearing above their heads, causing Gu Qing'er and Yu Wenfei's pupils to constrict. A king-level powerhouse. When the blue-robed youth had mentioned it earlier, Gu Qing'er had been skeptical. After all, it was not uncommon for adversaries to fabricate stories to coerce them into surrendering the azure gold. Yet now, it seemed he had not lied. Elder Bien, the blue-robed youth and his companions bowed deeply to the elder hovering in the air. Elder Bien nodded, fixing his gaze upon Gu Qing'er and her group. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them, making it difficult for Gu Qing'er and the others to breathe. Senior, I'm the saint son of Qingwan Palace, a royal-level sect in the South Sea. Might I implore you to spare us for the sake of Qingwan Palace? We are willing to surrender all the azure gold we have mined to Senior Yu Wenfei. He stammered at this juncture. He could only invoke the name of Qingwan Palace in a bid to intimidate this king-level figure. Qingwan Palace was no ordinary royal-level force. Its master was on the verge of ascending to the heavenly king realm. Once that happened, Qingwan Palace would rise among the top ranks of the myriad beasts of the South Sea. Qingwan Palace? Elder Bien let out a cold sneer, dismissing the mention of Qingwan Palace as something he had never even heard of before. He belonged to the Ingio sect, situated in the North Sea, far removed from the South Sea. Moreover, although the Ingio sect was not a royal-level power, it was still among the foremost top sects in the North Sea, with its leader being a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. While he was unaware of the origins of Qingwan Palace, he surmised it was likely not a particularly formidable sect. Otherwise, he would have at least heard of it. He was well aware of the powers in the 4 seas that one should not provoke, and it was evident that Qingwan Palace was not among them. Upon realizing that the sect behind Yu Wenfei and his companions was not one he needed to fear, Elder Bien chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. Just as he was preparing to strike down a few of them, he suddenly froze. This attire, Elder Bien's gaze was drawn to Gu Qing'er, who stood beside Yu Wenfei. This glance momentarily caught him off guard. While he did not recognize Gu Qing'er, the sect attire she wore struck him with a sense of familiarity. Where had he seen it before? As he recalled. Elder Bien's eyes widened in realization that it was before the ancient palace. Elder Bien finally remembered where he had seen this attire, among those who accompanied that extraordinary youth before the ancient palace. They wore the same sect garments as this young woman. It turned out that Elder Bien of the Ingio sect was one of the Xianwang realm experts who had narrowly survived the beast tide. Remembering the scene of Gu Changqing effortlessly slaying the palace guards with a single sword stroke sent a chill down Elder Bien's spine. Those individuals referred to that extraordinary youth as the Supreme Elder, clearly indicating that they hailed from the same sect. This meant that the young woman before him caused a shiver to run down Elder Bien's spine. Thank goodness he had refrained from acting. Otherwise, it would have led to grave trouble. While the Ingio sect was not weak, it paled in comparison to a deity-level powerhouse. Moreover, that individual was likely not merely a deity. Elder Bien exhaled a deep breath, gesturing for the four Ingio sect disciples to follow him as they transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the scene. Upon witnessing this, Yu Wenfei and Gu Qing'er breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had thought they were doomed. Just moments. 8G.O.IT seemed that the mere mention of Qingwan Palace held significant deterrent power. I was truly frightened just now. Thankfully, Brother Wen invoked the sect's name in time. One of the Blue Robe cultivators had been quite arrogant earlier, yet upon hearing Brother Wen's identity as the Holy Son of Qingwan Palace, he had left in dejection. The expressions of pride were evident on the faces of the Qingwan Palace disciples behind Yu Wenfei. In their eyes, it was clear that Elder Bien and his companions had been frightened away after Brother Wen mentioned Qingwan Palace. Their glances occasionally flickered towards the members of Changqing Pavilion, as if to say, "Look, this is the deterrent power of our Qingwan Palace." Just moments ago, Gu Qing'er had appeared disdainful towards Brother Wen, unwilling to team up with them. However, had it not been for Brother Wen and their presence, those earlier individuals would have likely shown no mercy in their pursuit. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here that a proud smile adorned Yu Wenfei's face. The recent events would surely make Gu Qing'er regard him with newfound respect. The significance of being the Holy Son of Qingwan Palace was not something that an ordinary royal-level power could compare with. Though both were holy sons and holy maidens, it was evident that Yu Wenfei, the Holy Son of Qingwan Palace, and Gu Qing'er, the Holy Maiden of Changqing Pavilion, were not comparable entities that Yu Qing'er furrowed her brows, but she paid little heed to Yu Wenfei's words. Were those individuals truly intimidated by the Qingwan Palace that they retreated? However, Gu Qing'er had clearly noticed the fleeting glimmers of doubt and mockery in Elder Bien's eyes when Yu Wenfei had proclaimed his identity as the Holy Son. Yet, why did his expression suddenly change so drastically? It was hard to believe that his reflexes were that slow. Nonetheless, aside from a notion that they were frightened away by the fame of Qingwan Palace, she could find no better explanation. With a hint of doubt lingering in her heart, Gu Qing'er and the others decided not to continue mining the remaining fifth of the azure gold, and left with Yu Wenfei and the Qingwan Palace disciples. Meanwhile, the four blue-robed disciples who had been abruptly taken away by Elder Bien were left bewildered. What had just transpired? Why had the elder left so abruptly? What sort of force was Qingwan Palace that even Elder Bien held such trepidation? Even the four blue-robed cultivators of the Ingio sect shared this sentiment. Elder, one of the blue-robed youths, could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to speak, but he was swiftly interrupted by Elder Bien. "I understand your confusion. Previously, I passed by an ancient palace and nearly met my demise." Elder Bien began recounting his harrowing experiences at the ancient palace, and as he spoke, the disciples grew increasingly alarmed. The beast tide, the palace guards, the extraordinary youth. There was a high likelihood he was a royal. Upon finishing his tale, the disciples were profoundly shaken. However, what did this have to do with letting those individuals go? Elder Bien had shared a plethora of information, yet it seemed disconnected from the recent events. Casting a sidelong glance at one of them, Elder Bien remarked coolly, "The individuals accompanying that mysterious youth wore attires identical to that of the young woman we encountered." At this revelation, the disciples' minds buzzed. In that instant, everything clicked into place. That was it. What Qingwan Palace? It was nothing of consequence that it turned out that what truly instilled fear in the elder was the young woman beside the Holy Son of Qingwan Palace. With this realization, the disciples felt a chill of apprehension. Thankfully, the elder had refrained from taking action. Otherwise, the entire Ingio sect could have faced catastrophic consequences. Half an hour later, Yu Wenfei, Gu Qing'er, and their party had completely vacated the azure gold or vein and arrived at an expanse of plains. Suddenly, a fierce roar of a demon beast echoed from the distance. The group turned their gazes, their hearts sinking. A half-king level demon beast! Quickly, hide! Guqinger called out with a crisp voice, darting behind a rock. Followed closely by Yuan Fei and the others, that a demon beast would not care about one's identity as the holy son of Qingluan Palace. Even if one were a disciple of a royal-level power, they would be mercilessly slain. No, this half-king level demon beast was being pursued. As the half-king level beast drew nearer to Guqinger and the others, they soon spotted two small black figures behind it. What? Two children? Upon realizing who was chasing the half-king level demon beast, Guqinger and Yuan Fei were left in shock. Before their eyes were two children, a little boy and a little girl, both around 4 to 5 years old. Indeed, they were Gu Qingchun and Gu Yunqi. After parting ways with Yan Mingqi and the others, Gu Qingchun had swiftly followed the bloodline aura to locate his kin, and coincidentally, it was his sister Gu Yunqi. Gu Qingchun eagerly displayed a vast collection of 4th-grade red-silver stones he had gathered for his sister to see. For a moment, Gu Yunqi found it hard to accept as an elder sister. She had managed to find quite a few treasures since entering the secret realm. Yet collectively, they paled in comparison to the precious red-silver stones her younger brother had acquired. Not even 1/10 of their worth. This left Gu Yunqi feeling somewhat unbalanced. Her younger brother Gu Qingchun had earned an exemption card, while she had not yet received one. However, opportunities could not be hastened. Unable to find treasures, Gu Yunqi resorted to frantically hunting demon beasts. And they were all half-king level beasts. If treasures were elusive, then she would take down the demon beasts within this secret realm. This led to the current scene of the two little ones pursuing a half-king level demon beast. While it appeared as though they were both chasing, the half-king level beast truly feared only Gu Yun11, A.S. for Gu Qingchun. Without Gu Yunqi's presence, a single paw swipe could easily take him out. The half-king level demon beast was swift, yet Gu Yunqi was swifter. As the distance closed, Gu Yunqi unleashed a radiant sword strike. The sword light streaked across the sky, instantly cleaving the half-king level demon beast in two. Yay, sister is amazing. Gu Qingchun instantly burst into applause. A beast of this caliber was beyond his involvement, relegating him to the role of a mere cheerleader for his sister, but Yuan Fei and the others looked on in astonishment. Their hearts churning with tumultuous waves, the impact of this scene was indeed substantial for them. Confronted with a half-king level demon beast. No, not merely a half-king. Even a demon beast of the 4th or 5th tribulation level would leave them with nothing but the option to flee. Yet, two children of merely 4 or 5 years effortlessly dispatched a half-king level demon beast as if it were a mere chicken or dog. What on earth was happening in this world? Were they not allowed to live, skillfully storing the corpse of the half-king demon beast in her spatial ring? Gu Yunqi cast a glance at Gu Qinger and the others, who were hiding behind the rocks. With her spiritual sense, she perceived that Gu Qinger and her companions were barely at the 1st level of tribulation. How could they escape her notice? Is this sister truly a member of the Gu clan? Gu Yunqi distinctly sensed that the bloodline power within Gu Qinger was identical to her own, yet she had never encountered Gu Qinger before. The Gu family in Zhonglin City was not large. There were not many members, and Gu Yunqi was familiar with each one. However, she was certain that she had never seen the Gu Qinger standing before her. Furthermore, regarding the matters of the Gu family on Wanqin Island, Gu Changqing had only mentioned it to her father in passing. Therefore, Gu Yunqi was unaware that the Gu family extended beyond merely Zhonglin City. How peculiar, on the other hand, Gu Qinger, oblivious to any anomalies due to Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingchun concealing their bloodline auras, remained unaware of anything unusual. The two little ones were merely concerned about encountering their kin. Should their parents discover that they had ventured into this Xianhuang secret realm, they would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. As Gu Qinger observed the extraordinarily powerful little girl gazing in her direction, she instinctively took a couple of steps back. Suddenly, an astonishing fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from a nearby location. Gu Yunqi and her brother, along with Gu Qinger and the others, all turned their gazes toward the western direction where the energy surge originated, that a treasure had emerged. Joy instantly illuminated Gu Yunqi's face. Her brother already possessed a no-beating gold card, but she had yet to acquire one. If, by any chance, their parents truly discovered that she and her brother had entered this Xianhuang secret realm, they would assuredly suffer a beating. Although, to be fair, her father had never struck her. With the urgency of securing her own no-beating gold card, Gu Yunqi felt a surge of anxiety. Now, wasn't the no-beating gold card arriving? Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingchun swiftly darted toward the direction from whence the spiritual energy emanated. These two little monsters must have an extraordinary origin that Yu Wenfei even speculated about the imperial palace of the divine court. Only such transcendent forces could possibly nurture beings of this caliber, right? Let us go. We must see for ourselves. Naturally, Yu Wenfei and his companions also wished to try their luck, hoping to partake in the spoils. With that, the group hurriedly followed in pursuit of Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingchun. By the time Gu Yunqi and her brother arrived at the site, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Was this a subterranean palace? Indeed, the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy were emanating from within this underground palace. The arrival of Gu Yunqi and her brother immediately stirred quite a commotion. That it was those two little monsters, Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingchun. Their notoriety in this region had become quite pronounced. One proclaimed himself the King of Dust, while the other referred to herself as the Emperor of Dawn. Although they appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, they possessed strength comparable to that of a half-king in the Tribulation Realm, particularly the young girl. Being able to effortlessly annihilate half-king level demon beasts truly opened the eyes of many. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would never have believed that a child of merely 4 or 5 years could wield power akin to that of a half-king. This was utterly absurd. It was not only the demon beasts that found this place unbearable. Many cultivators present also lamented their plight. Whenever any treasure was discovered, if these siblings were to notice, well, that treasure would inevitably belong to them. This pair of little calamities prompted everyone to steer clear, fearing the attention of these two little rascals. Close to the underground palace, Gu Changqing sensed the intense fluctuation of spiritual energy after leaving the ancient palace. He had soon parted ways with Elder Jiao and the others. Giving Gu Changqing strength, he did not require a team. Having anyone follow him would only be a burden, so he preferred to work alone for his own convenience. Brother Changqing, just as Gu Changqing approached the vicinity of the underground palace, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind, the voice strikingly familiar. Turning around, he was astonished to find it was Gu Qing'er. Gu Changqing did not expect such a coincidence. The Xianhuang secret realm was vast. He had been inside for several days and had only encountered Elder San, a familiar face. Beside Gu Qing'er, he noticed several disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion, as well as disciples from Qingluan Palace. Brother Changqing, it's really you. Gu Qing'er had initially thought the figure from behind resembled her longed-for brother, so she had tentatively called out to her astonishment. It truly was him. Gu Qing'er excitedly rushed toward Gu Changqing. This scene, however, left the disciples of Dust Heart Pavilion and Yu Wenfei utterly dumbfounded. Them. Gu Qing'er had always been an icy beauty, treating everyone with a cold demeanor. But now, witnessing her blushing and submissively allowing Gu Changqing to ruffle her hair, they began to doubt whether this was indeed the same person as their revered princess. Yu Wenfei's expression darkened. It turned out that Gu Qing'er was not cold, nor haughty, and certainly not an icy beauty. She merely acted that way toward them in the presence of this exceptionally handsome young man in white. Gu Qing'er revealed her youthful innocence. This place belongs to my sister and me. You all should leave. Yet before Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er could reminisce, a somewhat childish male voice rang out from ahead. The voice likely belonged to a little boy. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was, this voice sounded somewhat familiar. Gu Changqing turned to look. What? In that moment, even someone as composed as Gu Changqing could not maintain his calm. What did he see? Who did he see? That little brat, full of bravado and relying on his invincible sister for support, was none other than Gu Qingchun. Gu Changqing's expression darkened instantly, transforming into a visage of displeasure. A surge of anger welled up within him. Not far away, as she observed her brother threatening the surrounding cultivators, Gu Yunshi seemed to sense something amiss and turned her gaze toward Gu Changqing's direction. Upon seeing him, her heart nearly ceased to beat. Little dust. Gu Yunshi's voice trembled as she patted her younger brother, Jiyu Qingchen, who had been intimidating the nearby cultivators, seemed to notice his sister's unease and looked back, only to find her staring in terror at a certain spot. This piqued Gu Qingchen's curiosity. What could possibly induce such a reaction from his sister? It was worth noting that both siblings possessed life-saving talismans bestowed by their father. To put it bluntly, within the entire Xianhuang secret realm, few, if any, entities could pose a threat to them. So, what could evoke such fear in his sister? Following Gu Yunshi's line of sight, Gu Qingchen also turned to look. Upon doing so, the little fellow's mind went blank in an instant. Jiyu Qingchen's expression was even more exaggerated than Gu Yunshi's, akin to having seen a ghost, the moment he laid eyes on Gu Changqing. He finally comprehended why his sister bore that expression. Jiyu Yunshi promptly seized her brother's hand and hurried towards Gu Changqing, while those around them instinctively parted to create a pathway. These two little troublemakers were not at the king level. They truly dared not provoke them. Even those at the king level would think twice before challenging them. With such terrifying strength at such a tender age, their backing must be extraordinary. What is going on? Had someone else caught the attention of these two little monsters? Numerous individuals have observed the two little rascals, whose expressions now bear a hint of displeasure, striding towards the direction of Gu Changqing. This lad is in for a bout of misfortune. It is likely that he has crossed paths with these two mischievous imps before. Some spectators remarked with a touch of intrigue, their gazes towards Gu Changqing tinged with a modicum of sympathy. Why provoke anyone, if not these two little monsters? As they beheld the approaching Gu Yunshi and Gu Qingchen, whose faces reflected unease, disciple from the Qingluan Palace and a few from the Changqing Pavilion grew increasingly anxious. They had witnessed the prowess of these two little tykes firsthand, particularly that of the young girl. The siblings were indeed heading straight for them, just as everyone expected the two rascals to unleash their wrath upon Gu Changqing and his companions. Gu Qingchen suddenly knelt before Gu Changqing, clinging to his leg and bursting into tears. Jiyu Yunshi, equally distressed, clutched her garment's hem, embodying the very image of a child who had erred, her head bowed. Too fearful to meet Gu Changqing's gaze, the cries of "Daddy" rendered the minds of the surrounding cultivators utterly befuddled, especially those who had previously mourned for Gu Changqing at that moment. Even Gu Qinger and Yu Wenfei wore expressions of disbelief. "Daddy, what is happening?" Gu Changqing is the father of these two rascals. Yu Wenfei and Gu Qinger had recently witnessed the extraordinary abilities of these children, a semi-royal level beast, obliterated with a single strike. Most astonishingly, the two little ones appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years old in their minds. They had long associated these little monsters with the supreme divine court imperial palace, at the very least as descendants of a divine emperor or even a heavenly sovereign. Yet, to their astonishment, they were the children of Gu Changqing. However, Gu Changqing paid no heed to the shock of the onlookers. Instead, his face darkened as he inquired, "Whose idea was this? Sister, little Chun?" The two little ones pointed accusingly at each other. Jiyu Yunshi glared at Gu Qingchen with fury. It was clearly her idea to come. She only followed out of concern for him. "You dare deceive Daddy. Are you looking for a beating?" Gu Yunshi raised her fist, poised to strike Gu Qingchen. Jiyu Qingchen stammered, searching for an excuse, but as a child of tender age, particularly before their father, she could only stutter, unable to muster a single counterargument that a glance from Gu Changqing revealed to him, who was lying. As Gu Changqing turned his gaze towards him, the little rascal quickly rummaged through his clothes and produced a storage ring, presenting it to Gu Changqing. "Daddy, look, I found something wonderful. Please don't blame me. I just wanted to play after staying at home for too long." Jiyu Qingchen wore a look of feigned innocence. Gu Changqing shot a fierce glare at Gu Qingchen, and his consciousness slowly delved into the storage ring, revealing it to be filled with various herbs and spiritual fruits, alongside a trove of red silver stones. Red silver stones, 4th tier, or perfect for forging royal weapons. It was among the very things Gu Changqing desired most at this moment, after wandering through the secret realm for so long without finding a single piece. His son had miraculously discovered a whole pile. With such a bounty, it would be more than sufficient to forge 3 royal weapons. With the materials in hand, all that remained was to locate a 4th-tier artifact master to assist in the crafting. The thought of a sword array composed of 4th-tier royal weapons made Gu Changqing feel a sense of anticipation. The anger within him dissipated significantly. "How did you find this?" I was, seeing his father's expression soften. Gu Qingchuan finally exhaled in relief. Avoiding a beating, he hurriedly recounted every experience he had encountered since entering the secret realm. Silver-armored stone golems. Interesting. This time, I shall let it slide, but do not let it happen again. Gu Qingchuan and Gu Yunqi nodded vigorously. Just as Gu Changqing prepared to lead the 2 little ones and Gu Qing'er into the underground palace, a beam of light streaked through the air. Halting above the subterranean entrance, a king-level expert. Many eyes were drawn towards the spectacle. It's him. Gu Qing'er, positioned behind Gu Changqing, along with Yuan Fei and others, instantly recognized the king-level expert. Wasn't he the one they had encountered at the Azure Gold Mine not long ago? His name was Elder Bien. If memory served, he had been frightened off by the Qingwan Palace that Yuan Fei had summoned. Reflecting on that encounter, Yuan Fei felt a twinge of trepidation. Thankfully, the name Qingwan Palace carried enough weight. Otherwise, they might have truly met their demise there. Upon the appearance of the elder from the Yingju sect, he did not conceal his aura. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze locked on Gu Qing'er and her companions. He recognized Gu Qing'er and Yuan Fei, the young disciples he had previously spared. Yet at this moment, his attention was not on them, but rather the white-clad youth positioned before them. Gu Changqing had not recognized him. But Elder Bien had certainly recognized Gu Changqing. The impression left by this white-clad youth was indelibly etched in his memory. "Senior, it is good to see you again." "Senior?" The surrounding cultivators were taken aback. Observing Elder Bien bowing respectfully to Gu Changqing sent ripples of astonishment through their hearts. If it were merely a matter of calling him senior, it would indicate Gu Changqing's strength surpassed that of Elder Bien. But the extent remained ambiguous. However, for a dignified king-level expert to exhibit such deference suggested that Gu Changqing's prowess was likely far beyond mere superiority over Elder Bien. He might very well be a heavenly king-level powerhouse. Speculation arose that only a being of such caliber could command such respect from a profound king. Yet these thoughts elicited a dismissive smile from Elder Bien. "A heavenly king. Even a heavenly king would not warrant such reverence from me. This one is an emperor." The disciples of the Yingju sect, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. Clad in white, he was strikingly handsome. Was this not the very figure Elder Bien had previously mentioned, the one suspected of being an emperor? How could he be so young? Equally stunned were Yuan Fei and the disciples of the Qingwan Palace. While Yuan Fei's gaze flicked between Gu Changqing and Gu Qing'er's sect attire, and suddenly, a realization struck him. The thought of a certain possibility rendered him momentarily mortified, wishing he could vanish into the ground. For so long, Yuan Fei had believed that Elder Bien had been frightened off by the Qingwan Palace he had summoned. Yet now, everything became clear. The truth was, Elder Bien had not been intimidated by the Qingwan Palace at all, but rather by Gu Qing. This elder recognized Gu Qing, or more accurately, he recognized the sect's attire worn by Gu Qing. Yuan Fei felt a wave of shame wash over him. How embarrassing. He had once confidently asserted that Elder Bien had been scared off by the Qingwan Palace. In reality, the elder had never feared the Qingwan Palace, but rather the Changqing Pavilion. How foolish he had been to take pride in thinking that Gu Qing'er and her companions were safe due to his presence. Had they encountered Elder Bien alone, they would likely have perished without a second thought. Now, it seemed the opposite was true. Had it not been for Gu Qing'er's company, Elder Bien would have likely exterminated them without a hint of hesitation. "Brother, you hail from the North Sea? What sort of existence is the Yingju sect in the North Sea?" Yuan Fei inquired of a nearby youth of the Tribulation Realm. He had recognized the elder upon his arrival. The youth cast a glance at Yuan Fei and replied nonchalantly, "The Yingju sect is considered an old-school heavenly king-level sect in my Wanyao North Sea, with a perfected heavenly king ancestor station within." Heavenly king perfected? In that moment, Yuan Fei harbored no further doubts that a super sect presided over by a perfected heavenly king would certainly not fear a mere Qingwan palace from the South Sea. Gu Changqing cast a glance at Elder Bien, nodded slightly, and then led the two little ones and Gu Qing'er, along with the disciples of the Changqing Pavilion, into the underground palace. Before entering, Gu Changqing took a moment to observe the grand entrance of the underground palace, where a number was inscribed, 61. What significance does this number hold? Forget it. Let's not dwell on it for now. We shall see once we enter. Upon entering the underground palace, Gu Changqing extended his consciousness, vigilant against any potential crises that might arise. However, to their surprise, they encountered no dangers as they descended to the lowest level of the underground palace. The space beneath was vast, capable of accommodating thousands, with light filtering through stone crevices from every direction, preventing the underground from appearing entirely dark and foreboding. At the very center of the underground palace stood a pure white stone tablet. What is this? Gu Changqing mused, his knowledge of the Xianyuan secret realm being rather limited, thus leaving him in a state of perplexity. Could this possibly be the heavenly demon tablet? Suddenly, Gu Qing'er exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. The heavenly demon tablet? My own understanding of the heavenly demon tablet is scant. I only know that it is one of the greatest fortunes within the Xianyuan secret realm. Yet this fortune is not something that just anyone can seize, that a local of the Wanyao Sea. Gu Qing'er possesses a deeper understanding of the Xianyuan secret realm than Gu Changqing. Moreover, the heavenly demon tablet does not appear every time the Xianyuan secret realm opens. It must be said, our luck is truly exceptional. There are a total of 100 heavenly demon tablets, each scattered throughout the Xianyuan secret realm. The number 61 on the entrance door we passed through must correspond to the designation of this underground palace. All we need to do is close our eyes and probe the heavenly demon tablet with our consciousness, allowing us to enter the heavenly demon illusion realm. Within this realm, we shall encounter numerous otherworldly demons, with their strength varying according to the realm of the entrance. The more otherworldly demons one defeats, and the more challenges one overcomes, the higher the final score achieved, thus the greater the rewards bestowed upon the highest scores. Therefore, the trial of the heavenly demon tablet does not merely assess one's realm. Rather, it is contingent upon personal strength and innate talent. Gu Changqing raised an eyebrow, finding the heavenly demon tablet quite intriguing in this case. Even those at the true spirit tribulation stage might find themselves ranking high on the leaderboard, while half-kings and kings might not secure leading positions. This presents a less than favorable scenario for those whose realms are inflated through elixirs. Conversely, for those prodigies capable of effortlessly overcoming realms, this is undoubtedly an excellent stage to showcase their prowess. Look, Brother Changqing, words have appeared on the stone tablet. Gu Changqing turned to see that indeed, the tablet radiated a faint glow, with lines of text materializing upon its surface. First place, Su Li, score 5. EC second place, Cheng Yue Xiao, score 5. EC third place, Chu Changfeng, score 4. North Sea fourth place, Chu Mu, score 4. West Sea fifth place. The leaderboard contained 100 names, and upon a cursory glance, all positions had been filled. The score reflects how many challenges they have overcome, dominating the leaderboard. The EC, known for its overwhelming strength, accounted for nearly 30% of the names listed. IT is truly deserving of its reputation as the most powerful sea among the 4 outer seas of the Wanyao Sea. Following closely were the North Sea and West Sea, while the South Sea lagged far behind, with only a handful of individuals making the list, even fewer than the neighboring empires adjacent to the South Sea. As for the Han Empire, the situation was dire, not just somewhat grim, but exceedingly so. Gu Changqing scanned the list, noting the absence of any representatives from the Han Empire. Of course, this was merely the beginning of the trial. As time passed, more prodigies and formidable individuals would surely enter the contest. It would not be long before the names on the leaderboard would undergo a transformation. Whether those currently listed would remain on the heavenly demon tablet is uncertain. It seems many have already begun their trials ahead of us. Gu Changqing was not in a hurry. According to Gu Qing, each participant only has one opportunity to partake in the trial, which determines their final score. Therefore, There is no need for urgency. Whether one enters the trial early or late does not affect their ranking. Changqing noticed a passage beside the Heavenly Demon Tablet, detailing the rewards. Upon the conclusion of the Heavenly Demon Tablet trial, the individual maintaining the top position will receive a drop of Xian Shui Spirit Liquid. The second place will receive Wu Jin Sha. And the third, Gan Lin Di An. Gu Changqing cast a brief glance, his gaze lingering on the top prize, the Xian Shui Spirit Liquid. The Xian Shui Spirit Liquid is a 5th-tier spiritual substance among 5th-tier spiritual items. It is exceedingly rare that a single drop is sufficient to elevate a Xian Wang level expert by at least one realm. For those at the pinnacle of Xian Wang, it is even more precious. This water significantly increases their chances of advancing to Tian Wang. This is something I must acquire to AS for the second-ranked Wu Jin Sha, while not as valuable as the Xian Shui Spirit Liquid. It is also quite precious, being a material for forging 5th-tier royal weapons. Sierra, this Wu Jin Sha will be entrusted to you, regardless of whether it is the Xian Shui Spirit Liquid or the Wu Jin Sha. Gu Changqing could only exclaim, I want them all. Besides himself, the one most likely to break into the top 3 is Gu Yunxi. No, it is not just a likelihood. Gu Changqing is convinced that no one can contend with her for second place. Even the blue-clad woman encountered at the entrance of the Xianyuan secret realm pales in comparison. After some time had passed, with the majority of prodigies and experts within the Xianyuan secret realm having participated in the trial, the rankings on the Heavenly Demon Tablet gradually stabilized. Particularly in the top 10, no new entrants had squeezed in for quite a while. First place, Yu Qingfeng score, 37, East C second place, Shangguan Li, score, 36, East C third place, Li Xuanjing score, 36, North C fourth place, Zhuoqing score, 35, West C fifth place, Bai Shuang'er score, 35, West C sixth place, Chu Jing score, 35, East C seventh place, Meng Hansong score, 34, North C 8th place, Hualing score, 34, East C 9th place, Lung Qianxing score, 34, North C 10th place, Huaming West score, 33, West C. This is the current top 10, among them, for hail from the mightiest EC. With the first and second positions both occupied by individuals from the EC, the North C and West C each have 3 representatives, while the South C has none at all. In fact, even among the top 100, only one individual from the South Sea, a holy son from the Zhenwu sect, made onto the list, ranking a dismal 90-first. Gu Qing'er, standing beside Gu Changqing, wore a somewhat sullen expression. She had always been aware of the significant gap in overall strength between the South Sea and the other 3 seas, but had not anticipated it to be this pronounced. Not only does the South Sea fall short compared to the other 3 seas, but it also pales in comparison to the several empires bordering the South Sea. While the overall strength of the major empires cannot compete with the East, North and West Seas, at least a few of them have individuals on the list. The South Sea has but one. Of course, aside from the South Sea, another entity shares a similarly dismal fate, the Han Empire. The Han Empire, too, has only one individual on the leaderboard, ranked 93rd, Jiang Baiwei. Upon seeing Jiang Baiwei ranked 93rd, Gu Changqing let out a cold laugh. Although he harbored no fondness for her, her talent was still commendable. Especially after awakening her spiritual body, she was indeed qualified to enter the rankings. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Xianyuan secret realm, the 37th underground palace was bustling with activity. Jiang Baiwei's expression darkened as she stood not far from a young man, a prodigy from the Tsangyan Empire, Tong Xinghe, the holy son of the Seven Stars sect, the premier sect of the Tsangyan Empire. The Tsangyan Empire is adjacent to the Han Empire and has been embroiled in enmity for years, with conflicts between the two sides having persisted for quite some time. Yes, one of the top families in the Han Empire. The Jiang clan has significant grievances with the Seven Stars sect. Currently, Tong Xinghe also holds a rank on the Heavenly Demon Tablet, positioned at 87th, several ranks higher than Jiang Baiwei. Additionally, the Tsangyan Empire boasts 2 more individuals on the list, ranked 94th and 99th, respectively. Observing that only Jiang Baiwei had made it onto the leaderboard for the Han Empire, Tong Xinghe began to mock her relentlessly. the foremost young talent of the Han Empire? Hardly impressive. The Han Empire is merely a collection of wastrels, with only one person on the list. Truly pathetic, utterly pathetic. Tang Xingha's words not only mocked Jiang Baiwei, but also implicated all the individuals from the Han Empire present. One and all, it is essential to note that at this moment beneath the 37th Underground Palace, Jiang Baiwei was not the sole representative from the Han Empire. There were several others in attendance. Upon hearing his remarks, numerous cultivators from the Han Empire cast furious glares at Tang Xingha. However, none dared to take action. Standing beside Tang Xingha was a Wang Jing from the Qixing sect, while Jiang Baiwei was accompanied by an elder from the Jiang family of Wang Jing status. Both parties refrained from making any rash moves, particularly within the confines of the Underground Palace, where any conflict might provoke the ire of all present. With no option to engage physically, they could only resort to verbal sparring. Unfortunately for them, Tang Xingha's words left the Han Empire's members unable to retort. After all, he ranked above Jiang Baiwei, the foremost young talent of the Han Empire. Besides Tang Xingha, two others also made the list. Totaling 3. In contrast, the Han Empire had only Jiang Baiwei, who was ranked beneath Tang Xingha. This disparity rendered the cultivators of the Han Empire devoid of any confidence to counter or insult in return. At that moment, an extraordinary woman entered the 37th Underground Palace. Dressed in a simple azure robe, her unadorned attire failed to conceal her remarkable aura. Her arrival swiftly captivated the attention of numerous cultivators, especially the males. In Jiang Baiwei's eyes, this woman's beauty was hardly inferior to that of her ethereal sister. Had Gu Changqing been present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the azure-clad woman he encountered at the entrance of the Shenyuan secret realm. Upon appearing, the azure-clad woman paid no heed to the gazes of those around her. Gracefully gliding towards the Tianma stele that stood at the center of the Underground Palace, Suziu cast a glance at the rankings on the Tianma stele and then slowly closed her eyes. Her consciousness beginning to delve into the trials within. It was evident to all that she was about to commence her own trial. Many became intrigued. This azure-clad female cultivator, possessing an enchanting beauty. But how formidable was her strength? Would she make the list? There was an unspoken anticipation among the crowd. After some time, when Suziu slowly opened her eyes, withdrawing from the trial, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the Tianma stele, eager to see if there had been any changes in the rankings. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just when the crowd thought this celestial-like woman had failed to make the list, every individual on the rankings shifted down 1 position, including the one who had originally held the top spot, Yu Qingfeng, and then the name Su Ziyu gradually appeared in the first position. First place, Su Ziyu, score 49, Lingxiao Holy Academy, a score of 49. Beneath the 37th Underground Palace, everyone gazed at the top of the Tianma stele in disbelief, a score of 49. This implied that Su Ziyu had cleared a total of 49 levels in the Tianma trial. Those who had participated in the trial knew that as the levels increased, the difficulty escalated correspondingly. Even a top prodigy like Donghai's Yu Qingfeng had only reached the 37th level. Until now, no one had achieved above the 40th level. Many believed that no one would reach such heights before the secret realm concluded. Yet now, every gaze directed at Su Ziyu brimmed with astonishment. This woman was not only stunningly beautiful, but possessed an astonishing level of strength. Lingxiao Holy Academy. I have heard of it, one of the 4 great holy academies of the spirit domain. Is this woman a prodigy emerging from there? It was no wonder. Although this region lay on the outskirts of the spirit domain, far from its center, some individuals had indeed heard of the prestige of the Lingxiao Holy Academy, one of the 4 great holy academies of the spirit domain. Most had not heard of Lingxiao Holy Academy, but merely the title of being one of the top 10 holy academies in the spirit domain was sufficient for them to comprehend the caliber of existence Lingxiao Holy Academy represented. Could Su Ziyu be a prodigy of the spirit rankings? Surely, a talent of such caliber could not have emerged from the Wan Yao Sea. How could a prodigy of the spirit rankings appear in the Wan Yao Sea? It was no wonder the crowd was filled with confusion. Most prodigies from the spirit rankings hail from the central dominant sects of the spirit domain, typically operating only within the central regions. How could they possibly come to such a remote place? The Wanyao Sea and its bordering empires were situated at the southernmost and most secluded corner of the spirit domain. Logically, a prodigy from the spirit rankings ought not to appear here. After all, those anomalies on the rankings were typically supported by powerful factions, and a mere royal secret realm would hardly attract their attention. Although Xin Yuan was not an ordinary royal figure, it seemed implausible that it could lure the gaze of a prodigy from the spirit rankings. Amidst the shock, there was a prevailing sense of perplexity. Yet, Su Ziyu paid no mind to the surrounding confusion and uncertainty, raising her head to glance at her score, nodding in satisfaction that a score of 49 was quite acceptable. The 50th level of the Tianma posed a challenge at the peak of the Xinhuang realm. Su Ziyu could not contend with it, succumbing in just 3 moves that a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. If she were indeed a prodigy of the spirit rankings, their hearts would be far more at ease. Such beings were exceptional figures even in the heart of the spirit domain, and their presence in the Wanyao Sea would undoubtedly be a significant disparity, just as everyone remained in astonishment over Su Ziyu. The Tianma stele underwent another change. Every individual on the list shifted down 1 position once more. What? This, had it merely been a shift down from second place Yu Chengfeng, the crowd might not have been so astounded. However, this time, everyone, including Su Ziyu, was affected. This was the source of their greatest shock. Someone had surpassed Su Ziyu's achievements. Just moments ago, they had believed that the record set by Su Ziyu would remain unbroken until the secret realm closed. How long had it been? At this very moment, even Su Ziyu found herself momentarily dazed. Having reached the 50th level, she understood all too well how difficult it was. Even she had fallen in just 3 moves. Yet now, someone had surpassed that. Who could it be? All eyes converge upon a name that was gradually revealing itself. First place, Jiang Lianxin, score 71. Hanqin Empire, what? 71 levels. This person cleared 71 levels. Some gasped. Their voices filled with disbelief. Not 51, not 61, but 71. Over 20 levels higher than Su Ziyu, who is seemingly a prodigy of the spirit rankings. Su Ziyu's pupils constricted slightly to 71. How could this be possible? Even as a prodigy of the spirit rankings, she was momentarily taken aback. And one knew better than she how challenging it was beyond the 49th level. But this, one person was not merely shocked but appeared somewhat stupefied. And that person was naturally Jiang Baiwei. Initially, she thought she had misread, shifting her gaze, only to find that she had not made an error. The name Jiang Lianxin loomed high atop the Tianma stele in first place. Namesake? This thought flickered in her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by Jiang Baiwei. If this Jiang Lianxin hailed from elsewhere, Jiang Baiwei might have considered it a coincidence. After all, this world was vast, and there were many with the same name. However, this Jiang Lianxin, like her, was from the Hanqin Empire. Was this mere coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? But her sister was supposed to be a waste. Wasn't she? Having had her spiritual bone rendered useless, she was meant to spend her days in Jianglin City with the Gu family's young master. Could it be that her damaged spiritual bone had recovered? Yet, even if her spiritual bone had indeed recovered, her sister's talent should have been on par with her own. How could she possibly clear 71 levels in the Tianma trial? This was something even Su Ziyu, a prodigy of the spirit rankings, could not achieve. Jiang Baiwei could only hope it was a case of mistaken identity. If this Jiang Lianxin were truly her sister, the blow to her would be monumental. The focus of Tong Xinghe, hailing from the Zhongyan Empire and the Qixing sect, differed from that of others. He noted the 4 significant characters following the score. Hanqin Empire? Hanqin Empire? Are all of us from the Hanqin Empire truly worthless? Then what does that make your Zhongyan Empire? The refuse of refuse. Even worse than refuse. The earlier scene where the Hanqin Empire's cultivators were relentlessly mocked by Tong Xinghe was not something they could easily forget. In the present day, Jiang Lianxin has ascended to the pinnacle of the Tianma stele, a feat that undoubtedly brings great honor to the Hanqin Empire. The previously repressed cultivators of the Hanqin Empire, now brimming with fervor, can no longer hold back their mockery. The cultivators of the Zhongyan Empire seethe with indignation, yet they find themselves in a position akin to that of the Hanqin cultivators before them. They wish to refute, but cannot muster a single justification. The current Han Empire has not only eclipsed the Songyan Empire, but has also surpassed all others, including the mightiest of the four seas. The Eastern Sea. When Jiang Lianxin's name graced the top of the leaderboard, it sent ripples of astonishment throughout not only the 31st Underground Palace, but the entire Xianwang secret realm. Following Su Ziyu, another individual not from a myriad of demon seas has claimed the top spot on the Tianma Stele, and notably, she hails from the Han Empire, not the Four Seas, for the people of the Han Empire. This news is exhilarating. They had never imagined that anyone from their ranks could enter the top 10. It is well known that the top 10 positions are predominantly occupied by cultivators from the myriad of demon seas. With the prodigies of several great empires struggling even to breach the top 50, let alone the first place. Yet, the very thing they dared not even dream of has been accomplished by Jiang Lianxin. Jiang Lianxin, ISNT, she the once disgraced prodigy from the Jiang family. I remember now, Jiang Lianxin, before Jiang Baiwei, she was indeed the foremost talent of the Han Empire. Subsequently, she was rendered crippled by the Kanglan Holy Land. A tragedy that led many to gradually forget her. It is said that she was later abandoned by the Jiang family and married into a minor noble family. Now, she returns with such formidable strength. Has her spiritual bone been restored? A few years may seem neither too short nor too long, yet many cultivators from the Han Empire still retain vivid memories of this once superb genius. They simply did not expect that Jiang Lianxin would not only return, but do so in such a commanding manner. First on the Tianma Stele, overpowering countless prodigies and formidable figures from the Four Seas and several great empires. She has ascended to the top. In the 61st Underground Palace, Gu Qing'er and her companions gaze at Jiang Lianxin, who stands supreme, having bested all cultivators from the Four Seas and the great empires. Feeling a deep sense of, this woman is truly formidable, surpass all prodigies of the Four Seas. The record of the 71st level will likely remain unbroken, just as she thought that no one could shatter this record. Gu Qing'er suddenly recalled Gu Changqing and his two children standing before her. Well, perhaps it is not entirely impossible that Gu Changqing needs no introduction, and his two children are also prodigies among prodigies. Father, it's mother. Mother is first. The two little ones, filled with excitement, danced and jumped about. However, their words left Gu Qing'er and others, as well as those from Qingtian Palace and Yinjiao sect who entered the Underground Palace later. Momentarily stunned. Mother, the woman who has vanquished all prodigies and claimed the first position, is the mother of these two little ones? Gu Changqing's wife? At that moment, everyone's expression shifted. Well, it seems that the entire family consists of monsters. Doesn't it? Each one more extraordinary than the last? Let us begin. Gu Changqing smiled gently and said. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, contemplating, Lianxin, I am sorry, but your reign at the top may not last long. Sister, I can definitely make it to the top 3. Do you believe it? Before commencing her trial, Gu Qingshun playfully winked at Gu Yunxi, brimming with confidence that I don't believe claim a spot in the top 3 would mean surpassing both father and mother, as well as herself. The younger brother possesses considerable talent, but it ultimately depends on who he is compared to in comparison to father, mother, and herself. Well, one could only say he is merely a younger brother. Underestimating me. We shall see. Gu Qingshan felt somewhat indignant. Following this, it was likely that the top 4 spots would be occupied by this family. Gu Qing let out a deep breath, yet she held a hint of anticipation. It seems this family will soon deliver a small shock to the cultivators of the Four Seas and several great empires. When Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was no longer in the Underground Palace, but rather in a realm of chaos. Not far in front of him stood a creature of exceedingly peculiar appearance, which could hardly be classified as human. Its skin was a vivid crimson, towering at approximately 5 meters tall, bearing a resemblance to the aliens from the movies of Gu Changqing's previous life. Is this a Tianma? The term extraterrestrial Tianma is likely familiar to all of the inhabitants of the Tianxian continent. These beings once invaded the Tianxian continent and dominated it for hundreds of epochs. The extraterrestrial Tianma possess extraordinary strength, making them insurmountable opponents for human cultivators of the same realm. Only a select few human prodigies stand a chance against them. The extraterrestrial Tianma before him is evidently not a physical entity, but rather a projection. While its power pales in comparison to an actual Tianma, it remains formidable at a mid-stage, Xuanwen-level Tianma projection. In no wonder, so many participating cultivators failed to clear even the first trial. How could ordinary cultivators hope to match an extraterrestrial Tianma? Even if it is merely a projection, with a hum, a sword emerges, and the Tianma falls. The mid-stage, Xuanwen-level Tianma projection, facing a human cultivator of the same realm, is utterly overwhelmed. Yet before Changqing, it cannot withstand even a single strike. The second trial also features a mid-stage, Xuanwen-level Tianma projection, but now there are two. However, for Changqing, it makes little difference that he surpasses the second trial effortlessly. As he progresses through the third and fourth trials, Changqing loses track of how many challenges he has overcome. The Tianma projections before him have evolved from the initial mid-stage Xianwang level to the current Tianwang level. However, for Changqing, a Tianwang is still merely a single sword strike away. After some time has passed, Changqing obliterates 6 full-fledged Tianwang-level Tianma with a single sword in the midst of the chaos. No further Tianma projections appear. Is it over? Changqing muses, wondering if a god, king-level Tianma might emerge, only to find that it has concluded so abruptly. Somewhat disappointed, just as he prepares to exit the trial space, a phantasmal figure slowly materializes before him. It is a woman. She wears a phoenix crown, emanating an aura of nobility, and her beauty rivals that of Jiang Lianxin. This is the first time Changqing has encountered a woman whose beauty is on par with Jiang Lianxin. Who is she? Changqing feels no trace of vitality emanating from her. After the appearance of this unparalleled woman, she gazes at Changqing with astonishment. You have actually pierced through the Tianma steel? Who are you? I am called Lan Qingxian. In the outside world, people refer to me as the Xian Emperor. The Xian Emperor, you are the master of this secret realm. The Xian Emperor? Changqing gazes at the extraordinary woman before him in surprise. She is indeed the master of this realm, the Xian Emperor, the legendary sovereign of the myriad of demon seas from 1,000 years ago. The Xian Emperor shakes her head. I am the Xian Emperor, but I am not the master of this secret realm. The true master of this realm is the tongue. As she speaks, her gaze turns slightly cold. I have been sealed here by the true master of this secret realm, a Tianma Emperor. And what of that Tianma Emperor? He is dead, vanquished by my own hand within this secret realm. However, to subdue that Tianma Emperor, I paid an extraordinarily heavy price. The Shintian Palace was destroyed, and even I am left with only this fragment of divine soul, sealed within the Tianma steel. At this point, the Xian Emperor casts a grateful glance toward Changqing that I had thought that I would never escape this Tianma steel until my demise. She had been sealed within this Tianma steel, and the only way to escape was for someone to reach the final trial of the Tianma steel and conquer it. Yet, in the Xian Emperor's eyes, this seemed an impossible feat. The secret realm is situated in such a remote location that the prodigies or powerful figures of the spirit domain would scarcely venture here. Even if they did, it would be unlikely for anyone to surpass the final trial. There is no one of such caliber in the spirit domain. In return, I can grant you one request. Xian Huang is no ordinary sovereign. Before her fall, she was the undisputed first emperor of the myriad demon seas, an extraordinary being who had stepped into the realm of the divine emperor. In the entirety of the spirit domain, those who have attained the divine emperor realm are figures of immense stature. During Xian Huang's reign, even some of the giants of the spirit domain dared not provoke the myriad demon seas lightly. A century of servitude? How does that sound? Xian Huang said, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at Changqing. I it that you deem me unworthy. Changqing replied with a smile. Xian Huang gently shook her head. Changqing's ability to pierce through the Tianma steel was a testament to his remarkable talent. Although I have now broken free from the Tianma steel seal, my true form has long since been destroyed, leaving only this fragment of my soul. To reconstruct my true form will require at least a century, and by then, with your potential, you will likely have ascended to a higher plane. rendering my protection unnecessary. 1 year, at most 1 year, and I can restore your true form, Gu Changqing asserted. The reason Gu Changqing was drawn to Xian Huang was due to his recent system appraisal of her extraordinary talent, which was truly remarkable, perhaps even surpassing Jiang Lianxin. Had she not encountered that celestial demon emperor back then, she might have already achieved the status of a celestial sovereign today, that if we were to conceive a child together, the offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. To the year, Xian Huang scrutinized Gu Changqing. Were this claim made by another, she might have dismissed it, but this young man before her was no ordinary individual, as a titan of the divine emperor from millennium ago. She had encountered countless prodigies, and being a super prodigy herself, she questioned whether she could have breached the Tianma steel as he had. Very well, I accept your terms that her. Gu Changqing had conferred a great favor. A century of servitude was a mere trifle for a divine emperor with a long lifespan. Gu Changqing departed from the Tianma steel trial, while Xian Huang remained within, though the seal had been lifted. Her current soul was exceedingly frail, incapable of exiting the Tianma steel or the Xian Huang secret realm. Xian Huang informed him that should she find the spiritual elixir to restore her true form, he should return to the entrance of the Xian Huang secret realm. While she was not the master of the secret realm, she could certainly create a small opening for Gu Changqing to enter. Though Gu Changqing had requested her servitude, it was evident that his intentions were not as simple as seeking a follower. Such extraordinary talent should not go to waste without the prospect of progeny. However, some matters require patience, especially considering her illustrious status as Xian Huang. It was unexpected that so many events had transpired over the years. The mysterious disappearance of Xian Huang and the fall of the Xiantian Palace were indeed connected to that extraterrestrial celestial demon. Furthermore, she had not perished, but was instead sealed within this secret realm, trapped within the Tianma steel. As Gu Changqing opened his eyes, he was struck by an eerie silence surrounding him. Countless gazes were fixed upon the Tianma steel. The first name, Gu Yunxi, score 96, Han Qin Empire. The second name, Jiang Lianxin, score 71, Han Qin Empire. The third name, Gu Qingshun, score 60, Han Qin Empire. It turned out that the two little ones had completed their trials and ascended the Tianma steel rankings. The siblings had managed to conquer the 96th and 60th levels, respectively. It was not surprising that they could not match Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin. After all, one was endowed with a golden 9th grade divine body, and the other possessed a golden 1st grade sacred bone. It was not that Gu Qingshun lacked talent. Rather, his sister and mother were simply extraordinary. Gu Yunxi, a score of 96? Surely, the Tianma steel is malfunctioning. Some individuals were inclined to believe that the steel had an issue rather than accept that someone could reach nearly 100 levels. That it was worth noting that Su Ziyu, a prodigy of the spirit rankings, had only managed to reach the 49th level. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun were likely from the same faction. Gu family? They had never heard of such a powerful clan. Could they be a hidden family? Moreover, how had the Han Qin Empire become so formidable? Among the major empires bordering the myriad demon southern seas, the Han Qin Empire was not the weakest, but it was certainly among the lowest tier. Yet now, 3 prodigies from the Han Qin Empire had suddenly emerged, which was difficult for the other major empires' cultivators to accept. It was fortunate that these individuals were unaware that Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun were merely children under 3 years of age. If they knew, their disbelief would only deepen. Daddy, am I impressive? Gu Yunxi proclaimed proudly, running up to Gu Changqing to boast. Gu Changqing affectionately ruffled Gu Yunxi's hair and praised her, truly worthy of being my daughter. Well done. However, Gu Yunxi pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Daddy, are you praising me or yourself? Of course, I'm praising you, Gu Changqing replied. Glancing at Gu Qingshun, who was a bit silent and downcast, he gently squatted down and lifted him into his arms. Little Chun, you have done very well too. Gu Qingshun felt a tinge of disappointment. He knew his talent paled in comparison to his sister and mother, but he had not expected the disparity to be so vast. Don't worry, little Chun. Look at this. With a wave of his hand, Gu Changqing conjured a young spirit creature that appeared on the ground, cautiously observing its surroundings. The little one in his arms was immediately captivated by the adorable Fluffy spirit, such a tiny creature, and the troubles came and went swiftly. This was a spirit cub that Gu Changqing had found within the secret realm. Orphaned shortly after birth, he had discovered it while passing through a dense forest and had not intended to bring it along. But the little one had followed him persistently. Thinking that Yunqi and Chun would surely adore this fluffy little beast, he decided to take it with him. Wow, what a cute little spirit. Gu Yunqi's eyes sparkled as she played with the spirit cub alongside Gu Qingchen. Let us depart, Gu Changqing said, leading Gu Yunqi, Gu Qingchen, and the others out of the underground palace. As for the rewards, they would automatically enter their respective storage rings once the Tianma steel trial concluded. So there was no need to wait here to the very moment Gu Changqing turned to leave, an unusual occurrence transpired atop the Tianma steel. All participants, including the second-ranked Gu Yunqi, found their rankings automatically lowered by one position. A new name appeared at the top of the Tianma steel ranking. First place, Gu Changqing, score 290, Han Empire. The entire secret realm erupted in astonishment in a certain underground palace within the realm. Jiang Lianxin gazed at the Tianma steel rankings, her frustration boiling over that Jiu Yunqi, Gu Qingchen, those two little rascals. The appearance of Gu Yunqi and Gu Qingchen's names on the list was all too clear to Jiang Lianxin. It meant that these little ones had snuck into the Xianhuang secret realm without her knowledge. However, she reassured herself that they were likely with her husband, so there was no need for excessive worry. The three names had appeared on the Tianma steel simultaneously, indicating they were together at that moment. Looking at Gu Changqing, who held the top position, Jiang Lianxin's eyes brimmed with affection. Such an outstanding man was her husband. Jiang Lianxin felt increasingly grateful for marrying into the Gu family and to her husband. She realized she owed a debt of gratitude to her sister, Jiang Baiwei, when Gu Changqing's name appeared. The underground palace where Jiang Lianxin resided erupted in chaos .290 levels. Are you sure there's not an extra zero? Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Changqing reached the 290th level because there were only 290 levels on the Tianma steel. Not that he was limited to that. Once again, the Gu family had emerged. What on earth was their true background? At present, among the top 5 in the rankings, 3 individuals hail from the Gu family. The first, Gu Changqing, the second, Gu Yunqi, and the fourth, Gu Qingchen. However, what others do not realize is that the woman in third place also originates from the Gu family, with 4 out of 5 spots occupied by the Gu family. Only Su Ziyu stands as the sole individual unassociated with them in the 37th Underground Palace. Jiang Baiwei gazed at the names on the list, lost in thought. Jiu Changqing, a long-buried memory, was suddenly awakened. The young master of the Gu family from Jianglin City, was it not Gu Changqing, the one she had deemed a waste, who she felt was even inferior to any moderately talented member of the Jiang family? Yet now he overshadowed everyone, including the genius of the spirit rankings, Su Ziyu, claiming the top spot. A waste. If Gu Changqing was a waste, then what did that make her? Jiang Baiwei's emotions were tumultuous when Gu Changqing's name appeared on the list. She had already abandoned any notion of luck. The Jiang Lianxin listed there was her younger sister, and Gu Changqing was her brother-in-law. What had transpired within the Gu family in just 2 short years? She felt a pressing need to visit the Gu family in Jianglin after her departure. Following the conclusion of the trial at the Demon Tablet, rewards had been distributed according to the final rankings. The Xian water spirit liquid and the black gold sand were in hand. As soon as the rewards arrived, the 2 little ones presented them to their father. Being their father, Gu Changqing did not stand on ceremony, especially with the black gold sand, which held significant value for him. However, while the materials were secured, the process of refining them remained exceedingly difficult. Finding a skilled artificer was no easy task. Even a 4th-tier artificer was a rare find, let alone a 5th-tier royal artificer. There were likely only a handful in the entire spirit domain. After this expedition into the secret realm, he would need to make a trip to the center of the spirit domain. The Han Empire and the myriad demon seas were simply too remote. Following the trials at the Demon Tablet, the expedition to the Xianyuan secret realm was drawing to a close point 3 days later. Gu Changqing and his companions were pulled from the Xianyuan secret realm by a powerful force. Upon their emergence, Gu Changqing immediately sensed the presence of Jiang Lianxin and their father among others. Father Gu Changqing, with the two little ones in tow, appeared before Jiang Lianxin and Gu Yuan in an instant. Mother, the two little ones, like children caught misbehaving, hid behind Gu Changqing, casting timid glances at Jiang Lianxin. This scene elicited a chuckle from Gu Yuan that he had intended to scold them, but seeing their expressions softened Jiang Lianxin's heart. Never mind, you two little rascals. Let me see if you've been hurt. Shaking her head, Jiang Lianxin crouched down to examine the two children closely. Upon confirming that her children were safe and unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go. We should return to the Changqing pavilion. In the vicinity, Gu Changqing did not detect any familiar presences. The people from Changqing pavilion were either still inside or had already exited before them and returned ahead. Before heading back, Gu Changqing wished to stop by the Changqing pavilion to check on how matters were progressing with Mu Zi, since it was on the way. However, shortly after Gu Changqing's group departed the Xianyuan secret realm and entered an uninhabited sea area, they were suddenly confronted by four unfamiliar figures: one woman and three men. The woman was a half-king, while the three men behind her were all at the king level. One of them, an elderly man clad in dark robes, was even a formidable figure at the heavenly king level. Gu Changqing was somewhat taken aback. In other seas, a heavenly king might not be the most elite of warriors, but in the South Sea, the weakest of the four seas, they were undoubtedly among the pinnacle of power. After all, only the Jinwu sect, known as the first sect of the South Sea, boasted a divine king. The heavenly king was nearly invincible in the South Sea. Evil sect, the auras emanating from a group were exceedingly malevolent, unlike those of righteous cultivators. Run? Why did you stop? The seductive woman, coldly regarding Jiang Lianxin beside Gu Changqing, was filled with deep-seated hatred at her. Do you know her? Gu Changqing inquired. The alluring woman's gaze was fixed on Jiang Lianxin, clearly indicating their relationship was far from simple. There must have been significant animosity between them. That I do know her. During the trial in the secret realm, she attempted to seize treasures from me. But I defeated her and she fled, only to return with these three half-kings, pursuing me relentlessly for 3 days. Jiang Lianxin's eyes were equally fierce. Having been pursued for 3 days, a pent-up rage simmered within her. Had it not been for the precious life-saving jade talisman bestowed upon her by Gu Changqing, she would have long since perished within the secret realm. While being hunted, the woman had proclaimed that she would find her regardless of the distance, making her regret crossing her. Who would have thought that after exiting the secret realm, she would indeed come for her, and with 3 king-level companions? Clearly, this woman was not of simple origins. Run? Who said I would? Jiang Lianxin laughed. Husband, aid me in slaying her. Now that they had left the secret realm, did she truly think she was afraid? Today, Jiang Lianxin intended to demonstrate that, in terms of strength, the opponent was beneath her. And in terms of backing, she had her husband, which the woman could not rival. Very well. Without further ado, Gu Changqing unsheathed his sword. A pure white sword light seemed poised to tear through the very fabric of space. The moment the pure white sword light was unleashed, the 3 king-level warriors beside the seductive woman all changed countenance. Even the heavenly king among them was no exception. This is bad, as the sword light emerged. A terrifying sense of impending death descended upon them. The 3 kings instantly sensed the impending danger, but Gu Changqing's sword could instantaneously slay even a divine king. What did it matter if they sensed it? The speed of the pure white sword light was beyond comprehension, and although the 3 of them could perceive the threat with their divine senses, their bodies could not keep pace with the speed of their awareness. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as the pure white sword light obliterated them. As the sword light passed, the very space began to distort. The azure sea was cleaved open, creating a long trench that extended for miles. With a single sword strike, 3 kings fell, including a heavenly king that Jiu Qing'er and the others from Changqing Pavilion were rendered speechless by the spectacle. That Jiu Qing'er was somewhat better off, while the other disciples of Changqing Pavilion witnessed Gu Changqing's first display of power. 3 king-level warriors had been vanquished just like that. Was the strength of the Grand Elder truly at such a level? I, the sole survivor among the seductive woman's group, trembled uncontrollably, gazing fearfully at the indifferent Gu Changqing. The others could be disregarded, but the deceased Wu Taishang was a genuine heavenly king. his status and power within the sect were second only to the grandfather. At this moment, regret flooded her mind. She regretted her foolishness in seeking revenge against Jiang Lianxin. Predecessor, I am. Before she could finish her sentence, another sword strike severed her into nothingness, leaving her no chance to utilize her life-saving measures. Regardless of her identity, she was destined to die today, Gu Changqing remarked, looking at the spot where the seductive woman had stood with a tone of indifference. After this brief interlude, Gu Changqing and his companions resumed their journey back to Changqing Pavilion. Meanwhile, within Changqing Pavilion, the third elder was reporting to the pavilion master and the grand elder about his experiences in the secret realm, including the tale of Gu Changqing's single sword strike that obliterated the palace guards. Upon hearing this, both the grand elder and the pavilion master were profoundly shocked, particularly the pavilion master. While he was aware of the master's strength, he had never had an accurate concept of just how powerful it truly was. Perhaps he was at the late stage of the Changqing, or perhaps at the peak of the Changqing. This had been the pavilion master's long-held speculation. Yet now, the third elder informed him that Gu Changqing's power could easily slay even a divine king. What kind of strength was that? A half-step royal, or even royal? After half a day, a group of individuals arrived at Dust Heart Island. However, Gu Yuan did not accompany Gu Changqing into the Dust Heart Pavilion. Instead, he instructed Gu Qing'er to take him to the Gu family on Wanqin Island to meet the family head, who happens to be Gu Qing'er's father. Ever since discovering that Gu Qing'er bore the bloodline of the esteemed Gu clan, Gu Yuan nearly acknowledged her as his goddaughter, inquiring along the way about the recent circumstances of the Gu family on Wanqin Island. Upon sensing Gu Changqing's presence on Dust Heart Island, the pavilion master and the grand elder hurried to welcome him. Please arrange a place for me to meditate. I wish to enter seclusion for a period, Gu Changqing commanded. This journey to the Xianyuan secret realm had yielded substantial rewards for Gu Changqing. The drop of Xian water essence, albeit only a single droplet, was a fifth-tier spiritual liquid. Even those of royal stature would be tempted by such a treasure. Additionally, there was the sweet dew pill, a spiritual elixir that purifies spiritual energy impurities, rendering it remarkably pristine. Though it could not compare to the Xian water essence, it was still a fifth-tier pill. Furthermore, there were numerous high-tier spiritual herbs that Gu Changqing had collected, along with those found by Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin, all of which he intended to refine into pills. During this time, he aimed to elevate his strength, having reached the perfect state of mid-Changqing. It was time for a breakthrough. Gu Changqing divided the Xian water essence into 4 portions, one for himself, Jiang Lianxin, Gu Yunxi, and Gu Qingchen each. Thus, Gu Changqing commenced his seclusion within the Dust Heart Pavilion. Meanwhile, Zhang Baiwei had just exited the secret realm and recounted everything she experienced at the Demon Monument to Jiang Tianwang and the head of the Jiang family. Upon hearing this news from Zhang Baiwei, both Jiang Tianwang and the family head initially reacted with disbelief. Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bones had been ruined. While it was not to say that she could not be healed, such a restoration would require the intervention of a powerful figure at the revered level or a Dan master of comparable stature. Yet, such beings were scarcely found throughout the spirit domain, let alone in a place like the Han Empire. Moreover, even if Jiang Lianxin's spiritual bones were restored, her innate talent would likely be on par with Zhang Baiwei's. How could she possibly ascend to the pinnacle of the Demon Monument, especially while overshadowing the prodigies of the spirit ranking? However, Zhang Baiwei's subsequent words rendered them mute. Besides Jiang Lianxin, the Gu family of the Han Empire had also seen their young master, Gu Changqing, ascend the ranks. Additionally, 2 other members of the Gu family had made the list. The improbability of such coincidences was exceedingly low. Upon returning to the family, I shall personally visit the Gu family. Whether it is true or not shall soon be revealed. The head of the Jiang family spoke slowly. 3 days later, a terrifying aura descended upon Dust Heart Island that moment. Whether it was the mortals on the island or the disciples of the Dust Heart Pavilion, they all turned their gazes toward the direction of the pavilion's entrance. That dreadful presence emanated from the Dust Heart Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Gu Changqing slowly opened his eyes, instantly retracting his aura. He had reached the perfect state of late Changqing. A quarter drop of Xian water essence had propelled Gu Changqing's realm from mid-Changqing to late Changqing, achieving perfection. He was now but a step away from the Tianwang realm. Furthermore, the spiritual sword he had obtained from the secret realm had also been successfully refined. The extermination sword array finally possessed a fourth-tier royal weapon. What level of power do I possess now? Before his breakthrough and the refinement of the royal weapon, Gu Changqing estimated his strength to be sufficient to contend with ordinary royals. Now, having not only broken through to the perfect state of late Changqing, but also possessing a royal weapon as the foundation of the extermination sword array, his strength must be of an entirely different caliber. Siener, grant me a little more time. I will take you to the Kanglin's sacred land to avenge the grievances of the past. Gu Changqing rarely mentioned this matter in front of Jiang Lianxin. It was a pain that lingered in Jiang Lianxin's heart. Yet, Gu Changqing had never forgotten. This was also the reason for his relentless pursuit of strength over the past 2 years. He sought revenge for Jiang Lianxin. He would ensure that the Kanglin's sacred land was utterly obliterated from this world. The Kanglin's sacred land was one of the top sacred lands in the southern region of the spirit domain. Not only did it harbor royals, but it was also said to have beings of the late Tianwang level. The royal realm consists of 3 stages, while the emperor realm has 4: Xian Emperor, Tian Emperor, Divine Emperor, and Sacred Emperor. The disparities between each stage are significantly greater than those within the royal realm. Whether Gu Changqing could confront a Tian Emperor remained uncertain. Facing a late Tian Emperor was nearly certain defeat. Grant me a little more time. Once I step into the Divine King realm, it will be the moment of the Kanglin's sacred land's demise. With these thoughts, Gu Changqing stepped out of his secluded space. Welcome, Supreme Elder, from your seclusion. The figure of the Dust Heart Pavilion Master appeared in the room. Gu Changqing nodded. Upon probing with his divine sense, he discovered that Jiang Lianxin had already exited her seclusion ahead of him. Currently, she was on the island, enjoying the city beneath the Dust Heart Pavilion's entrance with Gu Yunxi. However, there was no sign of Gu Qingchun, and his whereabouts were unknown. Half-King. This time in seclusion not only significantly enhanced Gu Changqing's strength, but also brought considerable improvements to Jiang Lianxin and Gu Yunxi. Firstly, Jiang Lianxin's cultivation had reached the perfect state of half-king, merely a step away from the royal realm. Likewise, Gu Yunxi, this little one with astonishing talent, had also reached the perfect state of half-king. In terms of strength, she had likely surpassed her mother. Jiang Lianxin was indeed remarkable as for her son, Gu Qingchun. He had yet to be seen, so his progress remained unknown. The Xian water essence truly lived up to its reputation as a rare 5th-tier spiritual item. Divided into 4 portions, it had enabled such substantial advancements in several individuals. Of course, there was also the sweet dew pill. By the way, what of the Mu family? Gu Changqing suddenly recalled the matter concerning Mu Zi. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, the affairs of the Mu family have been handled adequately. The Mu family is now under the leadership of Miss Mu Zi, who has regained control of the Haiwa auction house, and she governs it independently. Chun Yin replied unhurriedly. Very well. Does the Mu family wish to join my ranks? They do. Good. Henceforth, let us cultivate closer ties with the Mu family. This pill shall be sent to the Mu family on Haiwa Island. Entrusted to the half-king there, Gu Changqing tossed out a jade vial containing not only 3 yuan-breaking pills, but also several pills for enhancing cultivation, each marked with 6 or 7 pill patterns. It was sufficient to allow Yin Taishang to break through to the royal realm as a faction under my command. It would be unacceptable for them to lack a royal-level presence. Qin Yun's heart stirred upon hearing this. If he was not mistaken, the pills in the jade vial were of the same kind that Gu Changqing had previously given him to assist in breaking through to the royal realm. Understood. In addition to the gifts for the Mu family, Gu Changqing also tossed several vials of strength-enhancing pills to Qin Yun. You and the Grand Elder should also train diligently and strive for an early breakthrough into the Tianwang realm. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Where is Qingchun? Gu Changqing inquired, realizing he had not sensed Gu Qingchun's presence near the Dust Heart Pavilion. After the young master exited seclusion, he insisted on visiting the Moon Gathering Palace, seemingly to find an elder sister he met in the secret realm. The mistress could not dissuade him, so she allowed him to go. However, rest assured, I have instructed the Grand Elder to accompany him. There will be no danger, as the Moon Gathering Palace is not far from Dust Heart Island. Chen Yun explained. This lad truly cannot remain idle for a moment. Well, let him go, Gu Changqing thought. He was not worried about his safety. With the life-saving jade talisman he had provided, there was no entity in the South Sea capable of threatening Gu Qingchen. Upon returning to her sect, Yan Mingqi immediately reported the piece of red-silver stone that Gu Qingchen had given her to her sect. The red-silver stone held little significance for Yan Mingqi. It was better to exchange it for sect points to acquire cultivation resources. Brother Lon and others shared the same sentiment. They all understood the principle of possessing a gem incurs guilt. With Gu Qingchen's warning in mind, few would dare to covet their red-silver stones within the Moon Gathering Palace. But once they stepped outside, the situation could change if word got out that they possessed fourth-tier red-silver stones. Even a small piece could spell disaster for them. Thus, handing it over to the sect was indeed the best choice. However, what Brother Lon and the others did not realize was that the higher-ups of the Moon Gathering Palace were also in a state of panic. The Moon Gathering Palace was merely a half-king sect and not particularly strong even among half-king sections. Upon their return, the palace master informed all elders and disciples aware of the matter that the existence of the red-silver stone must not be disclosed to anyone. If word got out, the Moon Gathering Palace would face grave peril. They needed to devise a way to auction off or dispose of these red-silver stones as swiftly as possible in the heart of the Moon Gathering Palace. Yan Mingqi reflected on her recent experiences, which felt almost dreamlike. The sect points she earned from trading the Crimson Silver Stone would ensure her a long period of peace regarding the resources necessary for her cultivation. Furthermore, after witnessing the prodigious talents of Gu Qingchen and the formidable presence of his father, the third elder of the Moon Gathering Palace proposed to accept Yan Mingqi as his direct disciple. Being a direct disciple of the third elder, a formidable figure of semi-king strength, was something Yan Mingqi had never dared to imagine. Previously, she had been merely an ordinary outer disciple, but now, having been taken in as a personal disciple, she was elevated to the status of an inner disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace. With this newfound title, she could effortlessly reject any arranged marriage from her clan. All of this was made possible by Gu Qingchen, for whom she felt immense gratitude, and she was relieved that she had chosen to bring along this little crybaby on this day. With the assistance of some miscellaneous disciples, Yan Mingqi had packed her belongings, preparing to move to her new residence designated for inner disciples. However, before that, she intended to return to her family to inform her parents of her promotion and to decline the arranged marriage imposed by her clan. The Yin family, to which she belonged, was also situated on the Moon Gathering Island, where the Moon Gathering Palace resided. The island was vast, hosting not only the palace but also numerous other factions, with the Yin family being one of the smaller clans, boasting only a few members who had reached the tribulation stage. The strongest among them was Yan Mingqi's father, the clan leader, who had attained the third level of tribulation stage. The Yin family was not far from the entrance of the Moon Gathering Palace, allowing Yan Mingqi to quickly return to her family's small town, Wangshu City. Even within this modest town, the Yin family was not considered a prominent clan. Upon her return, the atmosphere in the family was unusually lively, as if a joyous event were taking place. Sister Yin, a white-clad young girl, hurriedly preparing to leave, was taken aback upon seeing Yan Mingqi outside the family estate. This was her cousin, Yin Xiaowu. Sister Yin, you returned just in time. The clan leader was about to send me to the Moon Gathering Palace to bring you back. Yin Xiaowu was delighted. Her cousin's return spared her the trouble of making the journey herself. The He family has come to propose a marriage, Yin Xiaowu continued, her eyes glimmering with envy. The second young master of the He family. Your future husband has arrived to formally seek your hand. That was indeed the second young master of the He family, one of the three prominent young figures in Wangshu City, whose talent surpassed even that of his brother. An inner disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace, Yan Mingqi could sense the deep admiration in Yin Xiaowu's voice. Envious? Yan Mingqi chuckled softly. The He family was one of the two major families in Wangshu City, and the second young master was a celebrated figure among the younger generation, with many admirers. While he was not lacking in background or talent, Yan Mingqi felt no attraction towards him. Love cannot be forced. If I do not like him, then I simply do not like him. The arrival of the He family was fortuitous, Today, she would put an end to this matter once and for all. As they walked along the corridor, the two soon arrived at the grand hall. Upon entering, aside from her parents and several elders of the clan, Yin Mengshi also saw members of the He family seated on the opposite side, engaged in cheerful conversation. "Cheer, you're back." Upon seeing her father, Yin Fu, rose immediately. "Clan leader, I was just about to head to the Moon Gathering Palace to find Sister Yin," Yin Xiao explained. "Huh, you've returned just in time. Come, let me introduce you to the He clan leader." While Yin Mengshi exchanged greetings, the He clan leader scrutinized his future daughter-in-law. She was not lacking in looks, but as an outer disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace, her talent seemed somewhat lacking. However, since his son was fond of her, it was of little consequence. It was customary for men to have multiple wives. If he encountered someone better in the future, he could simply marry again. Xiaoqi, the second young master of the He family, He Xiaofu, had not taken his eyes off Yin Mengshi since her arrival. Beside him sat an older youth dressed in the attire of an inner disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace. Presumably He Xiaofu's brother. "Father, He clan leader, I must decline this marriage proposal." After completing her salutations, Yin Mengqi's sudden declaration stunned everyone in the hall into silence. The He clan leader frowned slightly. After a brief moment of silence, Yin Fu's furious voice echoed through the hall. "Nonsense. This matter was agreed upon by your mother and me. How can you simply refuse to marry?" Yin Mengqi felt a chill in her heart as she faced her angry father. "I am now a true disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace. If I do not wish to marry, no one can compel me. Not even you, father." "What? A true disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace?" The moment she spoke, laughter erupted from the crowd. "You? A true disciple? Even if you don't want to marry my brother, there's no need to fabricate such a laughable lie, is there?" The youth beside He Xiaofu stood, his gaze laced with mockery. That he was He Xiaofu's brother and an inner disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace. Someone has advanced a true disciple. How could I, an inner disciple of the Moon Gathering Palace, be unaware of such a significant event? Advancing to true disciple is no trivial matter. Not only did the He family doubt her claim, but Yin Fu and the others were equally incredulous. Did he not know his daughter's talent? She could hardly hope to achieve even the status of an inner disciple, let alone a true disciple. That moment, Yin Fu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. To claim she did not wish to marry was one thing, but to present such absurd reasons would only bring ridicule upon the Yin family. As the disbelief spread through the room, Yin Mengqi prepared to reveal the true disciple token bestowed upon her by her master, the third elder of the Moon Gathering Palace. However, suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire island, including the Moon Gathering Palace. "What is this?" Countless people on Moon Gathering Island looked up in alarm. This overwhelming pressure was unlike anything they had ever experienced before. The king-level power was descending upon Moon Gathering Island. Some knowledgeable tribulation stage experts were shaken to their core. This force was far beyond what a semi-king could wield. Even a perfected semi-king would not possess such overwhelming pressure. As this king-level power arrived, many began to speculate about its purpose. Had the Moon Gathering Palace offended someone? They silently prayed that the repercussions would not extend to them. A king-level being's indiscriminate strike could easily sink the entire island. In the midst of the commotion, a voice broke through. "Young master, we have arrived. This is the Moon Gathering Palace. In the sky above, the Grand Elder of the Dust Heart Pavilion and Gu Qingxun hovered in midair." The king-level aura instantly alerted all the high-ranking members of the Moon Gathering Palace, with the Palace Master being the first to appear, standing in the air alongside the Grand Elder and Gu Qingxun. Though the Moon Gathering Palace was a semi-king force, it was not particularly strong among such ranks, being inferior even to the former Dust Heart Pavilion, with only the Palace Master at mid-semi-king strength. While the Grand Elder and Deputy Master were both at the 9th level of Tribulation Stage, thus the arrival of a king-level being left them utterly terrified. "Welcome, esteemed Elder. Welcome, esteemed Elder." The three spoke in unison, bowing deeply to show their respect. This scene sent shockwaves through the onlookers on Moon Gathering Island. Aside from a few knowledgeable Tribulation Stage experts, most were unaware of the Grand Elder's true strength. making the spectacle all the more astonishing. That the palace master pay such respect suggested that this elder must indeed be a king-level figure within the residence of the Yin family. Xiaofu's elder brother was engulfed by a tumultuous storm of emotions. The Lanyu Palace stood as the undisputed sovereign of Lanyu Island, with its master revered as a paragon of supremacy among the disciples and followers. A formidable semi-king level powerhouse governing the entire isle. Yet now, confronted by the sudden appearance of two individuals, specifically that venerable elder, who presented themselves with the utmost deference typically reserved for juniors, a profound respect that took everyone aback. To compel a semi-king powerhouse to act in such a manner, even one at the pinnacle of their strength, seemed unfathomable. It could only be attributed to the true realm of kings. A true king-level expert had arrived on Lanyu Island. Xiaochun, unlike the others, who were fixated on the elder of the Changqing pavilion, Yin Mengqi's attention was drawn to the small boy beside him. Xiaochun, couldn't he possibly be here to seek me out? Could he? Suddenly, Yin Mengqi recalled that during their time in the secret realm, Gu Qingshun had mentioned returning to find her after their emergence. That moment, she had dismissed it as mere jest, a ploy to intimidate the third elder and senior brother Lu. Little did she know, it was not a jest after all. Xiaochun had truly come. In mid-air, the elder nodded towards the master of Lanyu Palace and the others, stating, "There is no need for alarm. I harbor no malice. That I am here solely to seek a friend of my young master." Young master? All eyes shifted towards a small boy beside the elder, who was none other than Gu Qingchen. It turned out that this king-level elder was merely a retainer or guard for the child. This revelation sent a wave of shock through the crowd, leaving them both astonished and bewildered. Just who was this little boy? Upon hearing the elder's words, the master of Lanyu Palace finally felt a sense of relief. He had harbored concerns about the visitor's intentions. If a king-level expert were to be an adversary rather than an ally, it would spell disaster for Lanyu Palace. Hence, he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, the name of the young master's friend? I shall send someone to fetch them at once." However, as soon as he uttered these words, a realization struck him. The small boy, the Qin stoned, he suddenly recalled something the third elder had mentioned to him. Yin Mengqi, his sister, was named Yin Mengqi. The elder remained silent, but the little one beside him could no longer contain his excitement. His dark, glimmering eyes scanned the Lanyu Palace square, searching for the figure of his sister. Indeed, upon hearing the name Yin Mengqi, the master of Lanyu Palace felt a shiver run down his spine. A mere former outer sect disciple should not have registered in his memory. Yet after the journey through the secret realm, this outer disciple had proven to be anything but ordinary. Qingshun's youthful voice was unmasked, allowing everyone present at the Yin family residence to hear clearly. Yin Mengqi, after a moment of astonishment, the members of the Yin family, including Yin Fu, along with the He family, turned their gazes toward Yin Mengqi. Yin Jiejia. At that moment, the little one in midair sensed Yin Mengqi's aura and swiftly located her. He leaped down from the air and landed in the courtyard of the Yin family. "Xiaochun!" Yin Mengqi exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward the little one and lifting him into her embrace. However, feeling that it might be inappropriate, she attempted to set him down, only for Gu Qingshun to cling to her like a koala, unwilling to let go. "Yin Jiejia, I've missed you so much." The little one nuzzled against Yin Mengqi's delicate neck. At just over 2 years of age, his expression of affection was refreshingly candid, devoid of the restraint characteristic of adults. "I've missed you too." During their time in the secret realm, Yin Mengqi had treated the little one as a younger brother. However, upon learning of Gu Qingshun's remarkable strength and extraordinary background, she had grown somewhat distant. It was not so much a deliberate distancing, but rather a consequence of her own insecurities. Gu Qingshun's immense potential set him apart as someone extraordinary, likely hailing from a powerful lineage, while she was merely a disciple of a semi-king sect, and an outer disciple at that. The disparity in their statuses loomed large. Thus, after parting ways with Gu Qingshun, Yin Mengqi believed it would be their final farewell, convinced that she would never again be entwined in his fate. Consequently, she had dismissed his parting words of promise to seek her out as nothing more than a playful jest, never expecting that he would truly return. Yet neither of them realized the profound impact this reunion would have on Yin, Fu, and the others of the Yin family, as well as on the He family, particularly the eldest son of the He clan. This little ancestor, accompanied by a king-level powerhouse as a retainer, had come specifically for Yin Mingqi. The revelation left them reeling. Yin Mingqi had departed, leaving with Gu Qingqian. Her feelings towards her family were far from warm. She felt little affection for her parents, who viewed her merely as a means to further their own ambitions through advantageous marriages. Her objections and feelings were of no consequence. Had it not been for the upheaval brought about by Gu Qingqian, she would have been destined to marry the second son of the He family, a man she had no affection for, and spend her life in quiet resignation. While she would repay the debts of gratitude owed to her parents, she had no desire to ever set foot in the Yin family home again. Before leaving, she had not forgotten to display her true disciple token to the gathered crowd, particularly the eldest son of the He family. Just moments ago, he had declared with utmost confidence that Yin Mingqi could not possibly be a true disciple. What now? Every word she had uttered felt like a tangible slap to the face of the He family's eldest son, leaving him reeling in pain. Did it hurt? Certainly to turn out that everything Yin Mingqi had said was devoid of falsehood. It was merely their unwillingness to believe her. Moreover, compared to her identity as a true disciple of the Lanyu Palace, her other identity seemed even more formidable. Though Gu Qingqian was young, he possessed an astonishing background. Having a king-level expert as his retainer was unfathomable, hinting at the terrifying forces that stood behind him. The affectionate bond they shared, akin to that of siblings, was evidently extraordinary. This relationship was the most astonishing revelation of all that as Yin Fu gazed at the departing figures of Yin Mingqi and Gu Qingqian. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Initially, when Yin Mingqi had claimed her ascension to true disciple status, his first instinct as her father was disbelief. He had assumed she was fabricating tales, concocting ridiculous lies that would only serve to humiliate the Yin family. Subsequently, Gu Qingqian remained at the Lanyu Palace for 3 days before departing. Reluctant to leave, he harbored a unique sentiment for Yin Mingqi. During their time in the secret realm, no one knew how terrified he had been. This fear was not rooted in strength, but rather in the profound sense of isolation he felt when separated from his sister. Gu Yunxi, for the first time, devoid of his parents, left to navigate the unknown alone. Yin Mengqi's arrival had been like an angel descending from the heavens, illuminating his world, soothing and comforting him, alleviating much of his dread. The scene of him humbly beseeching senior brother Lan and senior brother Lu to let him stay was etched in his memory forever. Before his departure, Gu Qingqian bestowed upon Yin Mengqi numerous elixirs for enhancing cultivation and healing. These had been specifically requested from his mother, Jiang Lianxin, prior to his arrival. Yin Jie, I will come back to play with you, he exclaimed Thado, and if you encounter any troubles, take this jade token and go to the Changqing Pavilion. It is one of my father's factions, and they will resolve any issues you faced. If they cannot, I will have my father intervene. With his chubby little hand, Gu Qingqian presented her with a jade token inscribed with the character Chun. Changqing Pavilion. Yin Mengqi was well aware of it. Residing in the South Sea, she could not possibly be unfamiliar with this newly ascendant king-level faction. Though it was a nascent power, it boasted 2 king-level experts in residence. To Lanyu Palace and to Yin Mengqi, the Changqing Pavilion was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Yet, it was astonishing to learn that such a king-level force was merely one of the factions under the dominion of Xiao Chun's father. When it comes to Gu Qingqian's father, Yin Mengqi's mind instantly conjures the image of that fateful moment in the secret realm, where Gu Changqing subdued the silver-armored stone statue. The ethereal young man clad in white was none other than the father of Xiaoqun. The scene of Yin Mengqi bidding farewell to Gu Qingqian caught the attention of many within the moon-gathering palace, and among them, a few felt a twinge of discomfort. These individuals included senior brother Lu, who had previously refused to take Gu Qingqian along during their expedition in the secret realm, leading to a parting of ways with Yin Mengqi and her companions, as well as a few others who had followed Lu. At this moment, their regret reached its zenith, that if only they had chosen not to leave with Lu back then, perhaps everything would be different now. Those who had formed a bond with Yin Mengqi, such as senior brother Lan, had now ascended to the rank of core disciples, while they remained mere inner sect members. With the passage of time, this disparity would only grow wider. As it stood, Yin Mengqi commanded such respect that even the palace master treated her with utmost courtesy, even striving to win her favor. With Gu Qingqian's connections, not even the palace master could act against her lightly. Even a formidable figure at the king level would think twice before taking action against her. An opportunity had once presented itself before them, but they failed to cherish it, and now, regret loomed large. A single choice had irrevocably shaped the course of their lives. Wherever there are people, strife is inevitable. The waters surrounding the moon-gathering palace were no exception. This region, known as the Fu Hai, harbored a complex web of powers and hidden currents, with at least 6 or 7 semi-royal factions, of which the moon-gathering palace was but one. Unbeknownst to the palace master at that moment, a plan to annihilate the moon-gathering palace was quietly unfolding in a certain part of Fu Hai, involving 4 of these semi-royal factions. Leading the charge was the Tianming sect, a long-standing adversary of the moon-gathering palace. Within the Tianming sect, 3 semi-royal figures had gathered, 1 at the mid-level, 2 at the early stages, and 1 yet to reach the semi-royal rank. The mid-level figure was the sect master of Tianming. To bring about the downfall of the moon-gathering palace, the 4 factions had devised a detailed plan to ensure not a single soul from the palace would escape, with their interests already partitioned. They intended to strike in 3 days' time. The eyes of the Tianming sect master gleamed with cold determination. This plan for the moon-gathering palace's obliteration had been in the works for more than a year. Initially, it had only involved the Tianming sect and another semi-royal family, which was precarious at best. The strength of the moon-gathering palace was not to be underestimated within Fu Hai. Particularly, the palace master was exceptionally formidable. Even a couple of mid-level semi-royals would find it challenging to contend with him. However, now there were 4 semi-royal figures, 2 at mid-level and 2 at early stages. Suddenly, a figure clad in dark robes appeared among the 3. This latecomer, known as Feng Qing, was a master of the Fengyue sect, one of the semi-royal factions in Fu Hai, and a mid-level semi-royal, much like the sect master of Tianming. Upon his arrival, Feng Qing's expression was grim as he stepped forward and tore the meticulously crafted plans into shreds. Master of the Feng sect, what is your intent? Feng Qing, what are you doing? The sect master of Tianming and the 2 early-stage semi-royals frowned and voiced their reprimands. What had caused Feng Qing to act so irrationally? The plan to annihilate the moon-gathering palace was now completely nullified. Feng Qing cast a glance at the group and uttered a single sentence before turning to leave. Are you afraid? After over a year of strategizing, Feng Qing's sudden change of heart left the 3 semi-royal figures, including the sect master of Tianming, deeply dissatisfied. They wondered what had spurred such a drastic shift in Feng Qing. To abandon a plan that had been in motion for more than a year, just like that. If you are afraid, then you, Fengyue sect, may withdraw. We will seek others, as long as you do not leak any information. The sect master of Tianming spoke coldly. Feng Qing was a crucial player in the plan to obliterate the moon-gathering palace. Without him, the entire scheme would falter. His abrupt exit had thrown a wrench in all their plans. Afraid? Feng Qing paused momentarily. Yes, I am afraid, but if you wish to die, do not drag me with you. That I have just received news that a king-level figure has arrived at the moon-gathering palace. While I am uncertain of their connection to the palace, they are indeed a king-level being. With that, Feng Qing vanished without a trace. What? A king-level figure? Feng Qing's departure left his words echoing in the minds of the 3. At this moment, they finally comprehended the reason behind Feng Qing's sudden withdrawal. It was all due to this revelation, a king-level presence. The closer one drew to the king level, the more one understood the profound implications of those 2 words. The concept of semi-royals was merely a construct some sought to create in order to distinguish themselves from the calamity realm. In ancient times, there was no such thing as semi-royals. There was only the calamity realm. And beyond that, the king-semi-royals were simply a means of self-aggrandizement. That in the face of a true king-level being, semi-royals were akin to mere insects. Even a fully realized semi-royal will be nothing more than a slightly larger insect, easily extinguished at will. The appearance of a king-level figure at the moon-gathering palace was enough to instill fear in them, regardless of any potential connection between that figure and the palace. This was the deterrent power of the king level. Of course, it was also possible that the king-level individual was merely passing through the moon-gathering palace or had some other reason for being there, and their connection to the palace was minimal. However, no one dared to take that gamble. The sect master of Tianming did not dare. Neither did the two early-stage semi-royals beside him, but a miscalculation could lead to their utter destruction. The wrath of a king-level being was not something mere semi-royal factions could withstand. Enough that I shall personally visit the moon-gathering palace. The sect master of Tianming sighed deeply. To say he felt reluctant would be an understatement. Yet, no matter how much he resented the situation, what could he do? Tianming, you truly intend to visit the moon-gathering palace? The sect master's words sent a shock through the two early-stage semi-royals. Casting a sidelong glance at the two cowards, the sect master remarked, "Is it so surprising that two esteemed semi-royals are frightened by a single statement? It was only natural that the two semi-royals would be alarmed. Should this matter implicate them, they would find themselves in deep trouble. They had no desire to meet their end, that I intend to go to the moon-gathering palace to apologize and make amends. To transform conflict into harmony. Do you understand? Prepare the gifts." The sect master's proclamation relieved the two semi-royals. "Wait, we both wish to accompany you on this day." The palace master summoned Yin Mingxi to the grand hall. Within, Yin Mengqi also spotted her mentor, the third elder. "Palace master, mentor, I am at your service. What instructions do you have for me?" Yin Mengqi inquired respectfully. Despite her connection to Gu Qingchun, which earned her the palace master's courtesy, Yin Mingqi remained humble and grounded. She understood that all she had was due to Gu Qingchun. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that what truly mattered to the palace master was not her, but rather her relationship with Gu Qingchun. It is nothing of great consequence that I have conferred with the palace master and believe it would be best for the palace master to personally guide your cultivation." The third elder said with a smile, "Da-da. Does the palace master mean to take me as a disciple?" Yin Mengqi was taken aback. "That is indeed the case," the palace master nodded. "However, I've already pledged myself to the third elder." Yin Mengqi glanced at the third elder, who stood beside the palace master. "Not to worry. Following the palace master in cultivation will be far superior to remaining with this old fool." The third elder chuckled nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Mengqi bowed deeply to the palace master, a hint of apology in her demeanor. "Palace master, I still prefer to stay by my mentor's side, whether in the secret realm or afterward." The third elder had treated her with great kindness. Although Gu Qingchun's influence played a part, it was undeniable that the third elder had genuinely cared for her. The palace master's desire to take her as a disciple was likely rooted in her relationship with Shaochen, and Yin Mingqi was acutely aware of her own talents. Joining the palace master's tutelage felt overwhelming. In contrast, remaining with the third elder seemed far more comfortable. The third elder's heart stirred, and he gazed at Yin Mingqi with warmth in his eyes. "Fear not. It appears I have been presumptuous," the palace master remarked, showing no resentment toward anyone as the master of the Lanyu Palace. "How could one possibly lack such a measure of tolerance? Whether disciples choose to join under my tutelage or remain with the third elder, they are all still members of the Lanyu Palace, and that fact remains unchanged. This is more than sufficient." However, at that moment, the master of the Lanyu Palace suddenly furrowed his brow. Within his spiritual perception, he sensed three formidable auras of semi-king level rapidly approaching Lanyu Island. Among them, one aura felt oddly familiar to him. The three auras moved with great swiftness, and before long, they had reached the skies above the entrance of the Lanyu Palace. The master of the Lanyu Palace stepped forward, appearing in mid-air. Gazing at the three semi-kings from a distance, Tianming, sect master; Ning, clan leader; Gao, sect master. The three semi-king powerhouses were all well-known figures, recognized as the leaders of the semi-king forces within the Fuhai region, their reputations preceding them. The sudden appearance of these three semi-kings immediately heightened the tension throughout the Lanyu Palace, as if faced with a formidable enemy. This was especially true for the Tianming sect, which had historically had a contentious relationship with the Lanyu Palace. The visitors, one feared, were not here with good intentions. Led by the Grand Elder, several elders of the Lanyu Palace quickly activated the sect's Great Formation. their expressions grave as they watched the three semi-kings, led by the Tianming sect master. What wind has blown these three here? If they seek to trouble the Lanyu Palace, they may find it insufficient. The master of the Lanyu Palace unleashed his mid-level semi-king aura with a mere thought. Observing the increasingly tense atmosphere of the Lanyu Palace, the Tianming sect master let out a wry smile. Showing no intention to confront the master of the Lanyu Palace. Not only did he refrain from releasing his own pressure, but he also actively reined in his aura, adopting a conciliatory stance. Master of the Lanyu Palace, we are not here to cause you trouble, but rather to resolve the grievances between our two sections. With that, the Tianming sect master casually tossed a storage ring. The master of the Lanyu Palace's consciousness probed inside, and he was taken aback. The storage ring contained numerous valuable items, as well as a substantial quantity of spirit stones. Moreover, my Tianming sect is willing to relinquish the spirit mine located on Changqing Island, allowing the Lanyu Palace to exploit it. The spirit mine of Changqing Island. It is the very foundation of the Tianming sect. Think they would willingly give it up? The words of the Tianming sect master left everyone within the Lanyu Palace, including the master himself, in stunned silence. The Tianming sect, which had been at odds with the Lanyu Palace for many years, suddenly sought to soften their stance and make peace, and to offer such significant concessions. Surely, the Tianming sect master has lost his mind, or is there some ulterior motive at play? Perhaps they feign submission now, only to strike once the Lanyu Palace lowers its guard. The members of the Lanyu Palace found it bewildering, unable to fathom the motives behind the Tianming sect master's actions. However, the master of the Lanyu Palace scrutinized the Tianming sect master closely before accepting the storage ring. Very well, I accept. From this day forth, all grievances between the Lanyu Palace and the Tianming sect will be erased. In 3 days, I shall send someone to take over the spirit mine on Changqing Island. The Tianming sect master let out a slight sigh of relief that, in that case, we shall take our leave. Upon returning, I will promptly instruct those at Changqing Island to withdraw. With that, the Tianming sect master departed. The other two semi-kings, however, remained. They exchanged glances and likewise tossed out 2 storage rings. Master of the Lanyu Palace, this is a token of goodwill from us, and we hope you will accept it. The master of the Lanyu Palace received the rings, finding their contents to be nearly as valuable as those given by the Tianming sect master. While the Tianming sect master's sudden display of weakness and desire for friendship with the Lanyu Palace could be somewhat understood, the unexpected gifts from these 2 semi-kings left everyone puzzled. These 2 semi-kings were known figures, the leaders of the 2 major semi-king factions within the Fuhai region. Yet their interactions with the Lanyu Palace had been minimal, almost non-existent. Why the sudden overture? Ha ha ha! Well said. The master of the Lanyu Palace was unreserved in his acceptance. If you dare to offer, I shall not hesitate to receive. Seeing this, the 2 semi-king powerhouses also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had never harbored animosity toward the Lanyu Palace, their involvement in the Tianming sect master's destruction plan changed the stakes. Should this matter come to light in the future, while the Tianming sect may escape unscathed, they feared their own positions would be jeopardized. Thus, they sought to curry favor with the Lanyu Palace, presenting lavish gifts to secure a potential retreat should the destruction plan be exposed. Their arrival was swift, and their departure was equally hasty. Master, this situation seems highly unusual. There may be a conspiracy at play, remarked an elder, furrowing his brow as he watched the trio from the Tianming sect depart. Unusual? Not at all, the master of the Lanyu Palace chuckled. Elder C, you are overthinking this. There is no conspiracy here. Elder C was taken aback. The master spoke truly. There was indeed no conspiracy. The Grand Elder of the Lanyu Palace stepped forward, stroking his beard with a smile that, you all recall the formidable king-level expert who descended upon Lanyu Island a few days ago. With that single remark, realization dawned upon everyone present. It became clear it was the lingering might of that king-level elder that had compelled the Tianming sect, who had long been at odds with the Lanyu Palace, to seek reconciliation. Indeed, the master of the Lanyu Palace nodded. This was the power of the king-level expert, and Elder C finally grasped it. The mere presence of that king-level figure had forced the Tianming sect to soften their stance and seek peace with the Lanyu Palace. King-level, Excitement surged in the hearts of the crowd, their eyes alight with envy and admiration. At this very moment, while the Lanyu Palace basked in its newfound prestige, a significant event unfolded within the Han Empire. The esteemed Jiang family Jiang Tianwang, upon returning from the Xianyuan secret realm, entered a state of seclusion once more. Upon emerging, he unleashed a magnificent display of power, shaking the very land for miles around. He had finally breached a pivotal threshold, ascending into the realm of the Divine King, the final stage of the King Path, the Divine King realm. Within the Han Empire, such strength represented the pinnacle of power, the apex of the pyramid. Even the most powerful ancestors of the Han royal family were merely at this level. Thus, with the Jiang family patriarch attaining the Divine King realm, the Jiang family had genuinely earned the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Han royal family. In an instant, the entire Han Empire was set ablaze with fervor, especially among the families and factions in the eastern region of Han neighboring the Jiang family. Emissaries bearing lavish gifts rushed to the Jiang family's gates to congratulate them on the patriarch's achievement of becoming a divine king. Even the Han royal family dispatched envoys to extend their congratulations, causing the Jiang family to swell with pride and satisfaction. This surge of success even reached the Gu family, located far away in Jianglin City. For years, the Gu family had maintained a low profile. However, they had gradually emerged as the most prominent family in Jianglin City. Yet, in comparison to the Jiang family, their standing was still lacking. Their influence limited to the practitioners within Jianglin City. The Gu family's operations beyond Jianglin had encountered some friction and conflict with local major powers. Yet now, with the Jiang family producing a divine king, the leaders of those factions hurriedly instructed their subordinates to withdraw and cease any conflict with the Gu family. Although there was no close relationship between the Gu family and the Jiang family, with no emissaries visiting for years, the kinship of a divine king family still held weight. Who could predict when the divine king family might decide to assist the Gu family in reclaiming their honor? They dared not gamble, nor did they wish to take that risk. Thus, they had no choice but to make concessions to the Gu family. However, when this news reached the Gu family, they could only laugh in disbelief. The Jiang family, the divine king family. What did that mean to them? Their rise was solely due to their young master, Gu Changqing. It had never relied on the Jiang family. Nevertheless, they found no reason to confront those factions and clarify matters. As for Gu Changqing, he was even less concerned. Since returning from the Xianyuan secret realm, he had once again entered a state of seclusion, preparing to thoroughly assimilate the gains from his journey. Just then, the Gu family welcomed a group of unexpected guests. Esteemed guests, your arrival from afar is a great honor for the Gu family. In the city of Jianglan, before the main entrance of the Gu residence, Gu Yuan, accompanied by a host of elders from the Gu family, slightly cupped his hands and addressed the arriving guests. However, his tone was rather indifferent, lacking the warmth one might expect from such words. The so-called esteemed guests were none other than the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Yinshan, along with several high-ranking members of the Jiang clan. Following closely behind was Jiang Baiwei. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's lackluster remarks, the upper echelons of the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Baiwei, displayed expressions of displeasure. With the recent ascension of the Jiang family's ancestor to the realm of the Divine King, the family's reputation within the Han Empire had soared to unprecedented heights. Even the imperial family of Han treated the Jiang clan with the utmost respect. In their view, the head of the Jiang family, along with the senior officials, had come to visit. Thus, the Gu family should have at least opened their grand gates wide and welcomed them with the utmost reverence. Yet, the current display of indifference was intolerable to the Jiang dignitaries. Only due to the prior instructions from their patriarch had they managed to hold their tongues for the moment. The purpose of the Jiang family's visit was straightforward: to ascertain the authenticity of the ranking of the Tianmon monument within the mysterious realm of Emperor Xian. Following the solidification of the Jiang family's status after the Divine King's emergence, they had hurriedly come to the Gu family to confirm whether Jiang Lianxin was indeed the so-called waste daughter they had heard of. Until the results of this inquiry were revealed, the Gu family's aloof demeanor had to be endured. Should the results prove that Jiang Lianxin was truly the second-ranked prodigy on the Tianmon monument, it It would indeed be a fortuitous development, allowing the Jiang family to cultivate another prodigious talent. They could even bestow some rewards upon the Gu family, forgiving their previous disrespect. However, if it turned out otherwise, they would take their time to deal with the Gu family, ensuring they understood that they were no longer even worthy to be a vassal of the Jiang clan. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yunshan cleared his throat, silencing the elders behind him, and forced a smile, saying, "Dear in-law, you are too modest. Our two families are related by marriage. There is no need for such formalities." He then feigned a puzzled expression, glancing behind Gu Yuan. "Where are my son-in-law Changqing and my beloved daughter Lianxin? To be honest, I have missed my little girl dearly over the years." Listening to Jiang Yunshan's hypocritical words, not only the elders of the Gu family, but even Gu Yuan, the clan head who had been tempered by years of experience, felt on the verge of losing his composure, wanting to rebuke the shameless old man for his incessant prattle. It had been nearly 2 years since the wedding day, and he had only visited once, yet he claimed to have missed Jiang Lianxin so much, such audacity. Fortunately, at that moment, 2 youthful voices broke the tension, calling out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" When will father emerge from his seclusion? The source of these innocent voices was none other than Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxin. The 2 little ones rushed to Gu Yuan's side, asking in unison. The Gu family's cold demeanor had already left the Jiang dignitaries feeling particularly dissatisfied. And with the appearance of these 2 children, the Jiang family could scarcely contain their anger. One of the Jiang family's kings stood up, ready to reprimand, but before he could utter a word, he caught sight of the 2 children's faces, and his pupils widened in shock. "Is that the head of the family?" The king inhaled sharply, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces, lowering his voice as he looked at Zhang Yunshan. Zhang Yunshan, too, was struck with astonishment, his gaze fixed on the pair of siblings as if he had seen a ghost. Were these not the 2 little prodigies they had encountered days ago in the ocean? Both barely 6 or 7 years old, yet already possessing the strength of a calamity realm. How could they be here in the Gu family? "Grandfather?" The incredulity in their voices was palpable. One by one, the high-ranking members of the Jiang family felt their hearts racing. The memory of that day in the 10,000 BC was etched into their minds. They had witnessed these siblings riding a subdued calamity sea demon, galloping across the waters. The impression left upon them was profound, and even Jiang Shenhuang had been quite taken aback. They were certain these 2 must hail from the ranks of the most elite powers. Sacred grounds, or prominent clans, at such a tender age, they surpassed even Jiang Baiwei, the first prodigy of the Jiang family and the most talented of the younger generation in the Han Empire. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet now, witnessing their intimate demeanor before Gu Yuan, the Jiang family members felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Even Zhang Yunshan could not help but swallow hard, striving to regain his composure before addressing Gu Yuan. "Dear in-law, these 2 children are," Gu Yuan, observing the astonished expressions of the Jiang family, felt a swell of pride that he could not conceal. Though his visage remained relatively impassive as he casually remarked, "These are my grandchildren, the offspring of Changqing and Lianxin." "What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that waste daughter Jiang Lianxin possibly give birth to such prodigies?" The assembly of Jiang clan elders was utterly flabbergasted by Gu Yuan's revelation. Jiang Baiwei, in particular, was left in a state of disbelief, her excitement causing her to forget the decorum of the Gu family, directly referring to Jiang Lianxin as a waste daughter. Initially, she had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that perhaps Jiang Lianxin and Gu Changqing were merely sharing a name, that it was all a mere coincidence. But now, gazing at Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxun, her last vestige of hope was shattered, prompting her to shout unreservedly, "Who are you to call my mother a waste daughter?" Upon hearing Jiang Baiwei's words, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingxun could no longer contain themselves, especially Gu Qingxun, who unleashed his aura, after being tempered by the trials within the mysterious realm of Emperor Xian and returning home to be guided by his mother in diligent training. The power he exhibited at this moment, bolstered by his burning flame spirit body, managed to force Jiang Baiwei, the so-called first prodigy of Han, back several steps. Witnessing this scene, the Jiang family members collectively gasped, their final doubts evaporating Undeniably, these two little prodigies were the very individuals they had encountered at sea. Good, good. Jiang Yunshan, regaining his composure, momentarily set aside the need to pacify Jiang Baiwei, his gaze fixated on Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchun, a broad smile of warmth adorning his face. Children, do not be angry. What she said was merely a slip of the tongue. We are family, after all. Come, come, let your grandfather present you with gifts. With that, Jiang Yunshan attempted to pull Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchun closer. If he could bring these two extraordinary prodigies back to the Jiang family, their future would be beyond compare, even eclipsing the Hanqing imperial family. Seeing this unfold, Gu Yuan furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene. Just then, a cool voice resonated from within the Gu residence, prompting the siblings to step back on their own accord, turning away without sparing Jiang Yunshan a glance. Yunxi, Qingchun, come back. Grandfather is entertaining guests. Do not disrupt. Understood, mother. The two little ones promptly returned to the side of the stunningly beautiful woman who had spoken, causing Jiang Yunshan's expression to darken instantly. However, he soon realized, raising his head in shock, that the speaker was none other than his youngest daughter, Jiang Lianxin. The members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Baiwei, soon detected the potent aura emanating from Jiang Lianxin, a level achievable only at the peak of the Half-King realm. Without a doubt, she had restored her spirit bone. Jiang Yunshan could scarcely believe his eyes, yet as he regained his senses, he instinctively reacted with a beaming smile that grew ever brighter. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lianxin, you are unaware that the family has been striving to assist you in restoring your spirit bone over these years, providing ample resources. Now that you have accomplished this on your own, it is no concern. Those resources will remain available to you. You need only return. As Jiang Yunshan spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted back to Yunxi and Qingchun, his tone becoming increasingly cordial. You two children should also come back. The family will surely nurture you well. This will allow me to compensate for the neglect you have faced over the years. Your husband may also return to the Jiang family and enjoy the finest training environment, free from concerns about cultivation resources. With that, Jiang Yunshan maintained a facade of sincerity, letting out a long sigh as he added, Lianxin, you must know that your father has felt quite remorseful over the years, burdened by guilt each day. Observing the family head performing there, the elders of the Jiang family hastily began providing their support. Indeed, Lianxin, although the family head has not voiced it over the years, he has always felt a sense of guilt towards you. Lianxin's heart was filled with indignation. We understand all too well that the family has harbored regrets towards you over the years. However, all is well now. The ancestor has now ascended to the realm of the Divine King, and the family has undergone a remarkable transformation. Our purpose in coming here is to bring you back, Lianxin, and make amends. With each word and heartfelt expression, the fervent declaration stood in stark contrast to the cold treatment and gossip Lianxin encountered when she married, causing her heart to grow increasingly cold. It was rather amusing to her. They had not come to see her on her wedding day, nor had they visited even once in the years that followed. Now, upon learning of her spiritual recovery and the birth of two prodigious talents, they had come. Father, do you feel remorse? Have you felt guilty towards me all these years? Lianxin spoke softly, her tone calm and her gaze indifferent as she looked at Jiang Yunshan. Then why must you insist on bringing your daughter back home? Hasn't the family prepared cultivation resources for me? A portion would suffice. Sending half for my use would not count as family resources, but rather as compensation for your guilt towards me. Would you be willing to do so? Father, how could that be? Jiang Yunshan, compelled by Lianxin's words, averted his gaze slightly. Family resources cannot be given out lightly. Even as the family head, I cannot allow it. Upon hearing Jiang Yunshan's words, the elders of the Gu family could no longer contain themselves. The Jiang family, especially their head, had truly reached the pinnacle of arrogance. Lianxin seemed to have anticipated this. She raised her hand slightly, signaling Jiang Yunshan to cease his speech, and gently said, I understand now. There is no need for you to feel guilty, Father. Rather, I should thank you. Thank the family head for arranging this wonderful marriage for me. Otherwise, how could I possibly marry such an excellent husband? Thinking of her husband, a hint of tenderness appeared in Lianxin's eyes. Jiang Yunshan, however, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Nevertheless, as the head of the clan, he possessed an astonishing thick skin. Realizing that he could not persuade Lianxin to return, his gaze fixed firmly on Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen. Very well, Lianxin, since you have decided to remain with the Gu family, I have nothing more to say. But Yunxi and Qingchen are the bloodline of my Jiang family. They're the pride of my Jiang family. Remaining in this insignificant Gu family will only squander their talents. Only within my Jiang family can their abilities be fully realized. As he spoke, Zhang Yinshan disregarded Lianxin entirely and stepped forward, unleashing his kingly pressure, intending to forcibly take Yunxi and Qingchen away. As for any lingering resentment from them after being taken, they were merely two little children. What did it matter if they held grudges? Moreover, once he took them away, with the current might of the Jiang family and the strength of the reigning divine king, they could easily command the Gu family, ensuring that everyone knew what should and should not be said. Boom! The kingly pressure erupted violently. The high-ranking members of the Jiang family immediately understood and followed suit, their own kingly auras rising. In that moment, the commotion stirred the entire Jianglin city, startling the cultivators within. Initially, the Jiang family's visit had evoked envy towards the Gu family, but they never expected such a spectacle to unfold. Alas, the Gu family seemed doomed. Without strength, what good were prodigies? They would still be taken away. Many cultivators shook their heads in quiet lament for the Gu family. After today, the Gu family's rising momentum would likely be completely severed. The Jiang family was being excessive. Whether it was Jiang Lianxin or Gu Yuan and the other strong members of the Gu family, no one expected the Jiang family to act so brazenly. Disregarding the dignity of their clan, descending to such shamelessness, Jiyu Yuan exclaimed, releasing his aura as he led a group of elders to confront them. Excessive? Zhang Yinshan sneered coldly at Gu Yuan and his party. The Jiang family had long been prepared for this. One by one, the elders of the Jiang family bowed deeply and raised their voices, their thunderous declarations echoing throughout Jianglin city. In the next moment, boom! Under the terrified gazes of the cultivators in Jianglin city, a figure descended from the clouds. Clad in a black robe, the figure exuded an aura as deep as the ocean, standing there, radiating an oppressive force that engulfed the entire city. It was as if with a mere thought he could reduce the entire grand city to dust. This was the realm of the Divine King, a powerful being of the Divine King. It is the Jiang Divine King. The ancestral figure of the Divine King has arrived. The black-robed elder, Jiang Divine King, had come to Jianglin city, marking the final chapter for the two little ones of the Gu family in the eyes of the onlooking cultivators. Meanwhile, Zhang Yinshan and the others stood tall, utterly triumphant, especially Jiang Baiwei. Initially, she had some concerns that Lianxin's return might affect her standing within the Jiang family. However, she never imagined Lianxin would be so ungrateful to this extent. Now, everything was well. Lianxin would not return, but her children would become tools for the rise of the Jiang family, allowing her, Jiang Baiwei, to benefit alongside them. Rumbling, just as Jiang Baiwei reveled in her thoughts. On the clouds, the Jiang Divine King's gaze fell upon Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen below, with an unmistakable fervent greed in his eyes. However, even with such desire, as the elder of the Jiang family, he still needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. Thus, the Jiang Divine King addressed Gu Yuan. Family head Gu, today my Jiang family will take these two grandchildren back. You may select 2 disciples from your family to send to my Jiang family in the future. I can grant them the status of inner disciples under my name, allowing them to follow me in their cultivation. This can be considered a reward for your family for nurturing these 2 prodigies. 2 inner disciples under the Divine King's name. Upon hearing the words of the Jiang Divine King, the cultivators in Jianglin city were thrown into disarray. The offer from the Jiang Divine King filled them with envy towards the Gu family. What did it mean to be an inner disciple of the Divine King? With such a title and lineage, achieving the realm of the king in the future seemed all but guaranteed. As for Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingchen, although their talents were exceptional, even the onlookers doubted the Gu family's ability to nurture these 2 prodigies. The Gu family, merely a small clan in Jianglin city. Meanwhile, the Jiang Divine King, after stating his conditions, did not wait for a reply from the Gu family and directly instructed Jiang Yinshan. Yinshan, take the children back to the clan. Do not waste these promising gems. Understand? Yes. Rest assured, ancestor. Jiang Yinshan hurriedly bowed in compliance before striding forward. Like the Jiang Divine King, he completely ignored the Gu family members, not even sparing them a glance in his view, with the Divine King ancestor present. Unless the entire Gu family wished for their own demise, who would dare to obstruct them? Who could possibly stand in their way? In the next moment, within the Gu family mansion, Gu Changqing's icy voice suddenly echoed. Jiang family descendants? Taking them back to the Jiang family? A half-dead old dog dares to speak so boldly about my children? The instant his voice fell, under the incredulous gazes of the high-ranking members of the Jiang family and the nearly frozen stares of the cultivators throughout Jianglin City. Swish! A dazzling sword light, as brilliant as a rainbow piercing the sun, split the sky above Jianglin City in two, and in an instant, it reached the Jiang Divine King. Then, the Jiang Divine King let out a mournful howl, akin to a dead dog, as he was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the brilliant sword light unleashed by Gu Changqing. Uncertain of his fate, the deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. In that moment, the entire Jianglin City was shrouded in a profound, wordless stillness. It was not until the figure of the black-robed God King, Jiang, struggled from the ruins of the buildings he had been unfortunate enough to collide with, that the fragmented sounds broke the silence. This stirred the cultivators of Jianglin City and the members of the Jiang family from their stupor, their gazes fixated on the distant figure of Gu Changqing, their eyes wide with disbelief, as though they had encountered a specter. In their eyes, he was a being of divine stature, exalted and aloof. Yet in Gu Changqing's hands, he appeared so fragile, akin to mere paper, easily wounded by a single strike. Moreover, they were all too aware of Gu Changqing's identity and age, a mere youth, not yet 20, simply the scion of a prominent family. Meanwhile, in the Han and Qin empires, peers of his age were still grappling with tribulations. How could he, with a single sword, inflict such grievous harm upon a God King? What kind of strength did he possess? Was he at the pinnacle of the God King realm? Or had he already ascended to the imperial level? As they were engulfed in shock, a voice rang out. Father, you have emerged from seclusion. Over there, Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshan showed no interest in the bewildering strangers who had come to entangle themselves with kinship. Upon seeing their father, they rushed forward in joyous celebration. Hearing the children's voices, the members of the Jiang family, still reeling from the shock of Gu Changqing's prowess, gradually regained their composure. They glanced at the sibling duo, their hearts quivering momentarily before coming to terms with the reality. Initially, they had believed that the extraordinary talent of the Gu siblings was inherited from their mother, Jiang Lianxin. However, it now seemed that this monstrous talent stemmed more from their even more terrifying father. As Jiang Baiwei gazed at the distant figure of the black-robed God King, still struggling amidst the ruins, she turned her attention to Gu Changqing nearby. He wore a gentle smile, tenderly holding Jiang Lianxin, while beneath him lay a pair of exceptionally gifted children who now seemed capable of overshadowing her own offspring. And a wave of boundless regret surged within Jiang Baiwei's heart. If only she had persevered that day and married into the Gu family. Would it not have been she, rather than Jiang Lianxin, who commanded the respect and fear of others? Once filled with relief that it was not herself, but Jiang Lianxin who wed into the Gu family, she now felt an equal measure of regret. And one knew of Jiang Baiwei's remorse, nor did anyone care. After forcing back the Jiang God King with a single sword strike, Gu Changqing was disinclined to engage in further conversation with the Jiang family. Given the ties that bind our families, I shall refrain from lethal measures today. However, from this day forth, the Gu family and the Jiang family shall have severed all ties and no more entanglements, regardless of the circumstances. Jiang Yinshan remained the father of his wife, and the Jiang family was ultimately her kin. Were it anyone else, Gu Changqing's disposition would have likely left no survivor in Jianglin, should they dare to approach again. They knew all too well the consequences that awaited them. Gu Changqing's gaze fell upon the Jiang God King, who had recently been propped up by Jiang Yinshan and others, his earlier haughty demeanor now diminished. He spoke coldly, his tone devoid of threat, merely stating a fact. Yet his words sent a shiver down the spines of the Jiang family, from Jiang Yinshan downwards, including the God King himself, who could not help but tremble and dared not linger. As they witnessed the once arrogant Jiang family depart in disgrace and recalled Gu Changqing's earlier display of strength, the cultivators of Jianglin's city reminisced about the discussions and envy that had circulated months prior regarding the Gu family. They had once envied the Gu family for their auspicious alliance with the God King clan. Now, reflecting on their earlier sentiments, they could only shake their heads and smile. A God King clan as a backing? With the prowess displayed by Gu Changqing, the Gu family's young master, it seemed that even the most minor God Kings would have to be selectively chosen to be his followers. The Gu family had truly concealed their depths. This was no mere small-town clan on that day. The news of the Gu family's young master, showcasing unparalleled brilliance by severely wounding the Jiang God King, spread swiftly from Jianglin City to the surrounding factions. The Yunshan sect, located a mere 500 miles from Jianglin, controlled 3 spirit mines, one of which had long been a source of contention with the Gu family, although it had initially been discovered by the Gu family. Their decline had allowed a rather aggressive elder from the Yunshan sect to seize it. However, recent developments, with the emergence of a God King from the Jiang family, prompted the sect leader to swiftly recall that elder and even arrange for emissaries to willingly return the spirit mine to the Gu family. This arrangement left many disciples and even several elders of the Yunshan sect notably dissatisfied. Consequently, the nearby town occasionally saw Yunshan disciples plotting revenge against the Gu family in the marketplace that day. A young disciple of the Yunshan sect, clad in their inner sect attire, proclaimed loudly, "The sect leader is being unjust, but fear not. The true nature of the relationship between the Gu and Jiang families will reveal itself in 3 to 5 years. At that time, we shall reclaim the spirit mine. What the second senior brother says is correct. The sect leader is far too cautious. The Jiang family hasn't even visited the Gu family in years. What is there to be concerned about?" As they engaged in lively discussion, a Yunshan disciple suddenly pushed through the crowd, prompting the inner sect disciples to call out, "Sun Shitty, what is the matter? Why the rush?" Upon realizing it was his fellow sect members, the disciple sighed in relief and hurriedly replied, "Brothers, why are you still here? The sect has sent word. The 5th elder is coming to the spirit mine. He is on his way. The 5th elder is coming to the spirit mine." The 5th elder was the very individual who had previously advocated for war against the Gu family, vocally asserting that they should seize a spirit mine and consume all others while the Gu family was in decline. His agenda had garnered significant support among the younger disciples of the Yunshan sect. Upon hearing that the 5th elder was returning, excitement surged among the young disciples. Could it be that the sect leader has finally changed his mind? Ha ha! It's about time. The Gu family is nothing more than a defunct old tiger, merely a facade. In reality, they have long lost their former might and pose no threat, as the group of Yunshan disciples followed Sun Shitty. Eager to join the 5th elder in reclaiming the spirit mine, they arrived at the sect's outpost in the town only to be left in stunned silence. Before them stood the 5th elder, once known for his domineering demeanor, now pale and haunted, fear and regret evident in his eyes, being escorted by 2 other elders and the sect leader himself, without pausing even for a moment in the town. They were not there to confront the Gu family or reclaim the spirit mine. Rather, they were headed to the Gu family to offer an apology. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the Jiang family had truly acknowledged their alliance with the Gu family? The young disciples of the Yunshan sect stared in disbelief, questioning their own eyesight. Hearing their discussions, more informed cultivators in the marketplace could no longer hold their tongues. What do you mean the Jiang family has recognized the Gu family? What is the Jiang family even worth to be associated with the true dragon, Gu Changqing? Don't be ridiculous. You young ones are too easily swayed by rumors. The news was utterly lacking in clarity. The monk expressed his frustration, shaking his head repeatedly, embodying a demeanor of disappointment akin to that of a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil. With a dismissive wave, he sauntered away, leaving the disciples of Yunshan sect to exchange bewildered glances amongst themselves. Soon, however, they impatiently clutched their spirit stones and rushed into the bustling marketplace, fervently seeking information. Moments later, as they reconvened and pooled their gathered intelligence, each one was left in a state of shock, their hearts nearly ceasing at the chilling revelations they had uncovered. The news of the Jiang family's divine king, who had been humiliated and forced to retreat like a defeated dog by the Gu family's young master, was staggering. Each word of the message was familiar, yet the combined meaning was beyond their comprehension, or rather, they were too terrified to accept it. On that fateful day, the astonishment felt by the young disciples was not confined to Yinshan sect alone. The various factions neighboring the Gu family in Jianglin City had, until now, adopted a cautious stance towards the Gu family. Within their clans, discontent simmered not only among the disciples, but also among the elders. Yet, with the arrival of news from Jianglin City, their grievances dissipated into thin air, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief and profound reverence for the Gu family. In Jianglin City, amidst the external clamor, Gu Changqing remained unfazed. To him, the Jiang family had become as insignificant as ants that could be easily dismissed. Moreover, after today, the Jiang family would undoubtedly come to terms with their true standing, and he saw no reason to waste further thought on the ensuing turmoil. At this moment, he busied himself with the numerous treasures he had discovered within the Xianyuan secret realm, categorizing them meticulously and concocting a batch of spirit elixirs, which he entrusted to his father, Gu Yuan, to bolster the Gu family's overall strength. The remaining, relatively rare spirit herbs were refined into over a dozen fourth-tier, top-grade elixirs. Only he, Jiang Lianxin, and a couple of young ones within the Gu family possessed the capability to refine these elixirs. Without delay, Gu Changqing took his wife and children into seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. During this past year, the territorial influence of the Gu family had not expanded significantly. It was not due to a lack of strength. Although the Jiang family had sealed off their estate and ceased to make any public appearances since their disgraceful escape from Jianglin City, the various factions within a few thousand miles around Jianglin City were acutely aware that the Gu family was not to be trifled with, and they held them in deep respect. Numerous factions like Yinshan's sect had even relinquished resource points and humbly sought forgiveness. However, the Gu family merely assigned a few personnel to handle mundane affairs regarding these resource points, while their true elites remained unengaged. After all, the harvest from Xianyuan's secret realm was immensely bountiful for the Gu family. Digesting this bounty and enhancing their overall strength was of utmost importance. Coupled with the batch of elixirs refined by Gu Changqing, the Gu family's tangible power saw a significant surge over the year. The pivotal moment that solidified the resolve within the Gu family occurred several months prior, when Gu Changqing ventured into the Xianyuan secret realm and returned to assist the Xianyuan emperor in reconstructing her true form, enabling her to regain her divine emperor status. This act alone gifted the Gu family an additional divine emperor. Following this event, the growth of the Gu family members was nothing short of astounding. Most notably, Gu Yuan, as the family head, ascended to the Xianwang realm. Furthermore, Bai Heng, a guest elder of the Gu family, upon refining the elixir bestowed upon him by Gu Changqing, not only stabilized his realm, but also advanced to the mid-stage of Xianwang. Mere steps away from the late stage. However, what truly left the Gu family in awe were the breakthroughs of the two young prodigies. Gu Yunxi and Gu Qingshun. Jiu Qingshun had reached the pinnacle of the semi-king realm, while her elder sister, Gu Yunxi, had made even greater strides. Just days prior, she had summoned the Purple Thunder, awakening the Zixiao Erosion Thunder Body, and had crossed into the Xianwang realm. Meanwhile, her mother, Jiang Lianxin, remained at the early stage of the Xianwang realm. As the Gu family members were diligently honing their skills, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Gu Changqing's secluded residence, sending waves of excitement throughout the entire Gu family. This magnificent phenomenon reverberated across Jianglin City for half a day before finally subsiding. When the radiant spiritual light faded, Gu Changqing emerged from within, his aura unmistakably signaling his entry into the Divine King realm. Was this the essence of the Divine King realm? Truly remarkable. Gu Changqing clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Not far away, the Xianyuan emperor, their hidden ace, was stirred from her concealment. her beautiful gaze fixed on Gu Changqing, filled with incredulity. What terrifying potential does this Changqing possess? She whispered softly. As a former divine emperor, her power placed her among the elite within the spiritual domain. Moreover, she herself was an unparalleled talent. Yet now, standing before Gu Changqing, who had just ascended to the divine king realm, she felt an unexpected sense of formidable challenge, perhaps even a hint of superiority. The entire Gu family was engulfed in a sea of joy at Gu Changqing's ascension to the divine king realm. At that very moment, the system notification chimed once more, bringing a radiant smile to Gu Changqing's face. This was the true meaning of double happiness arriving simultaneously. However, this delayed notification also served as a reminder that it was time to seek higher-level dual cultivation techniques. The cultivation levels of both himself and Jiang Lianxin were rising daily, making the prospect of conceiving another child increasingly arduous. Had it not been for the past year where he had engaged in both serious and playful dual cultivation with Jiang Lianxin, the prospect of having a third child might have been postponed for yet another year. Keeping this thought in mind, Gu Changqing turned his attention to the system's notification. What he saw next was a striking flash of red. This was a red aptitude. Unnamed, gender, female, innate destiny. Yuanyang burning sky body, red grade 1. Red aptitude. What did this signify? If his eldest daughter's golden 9th grade aptitude guaranteed her imperial destiny, then the red grade aptitude of his yet-to-be-born third daughter implied that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly achieve the status of a sage beyond the emperor. As for Gu Changqing himself, the golden 9th grade fate of his eldest daughter had returned a red 8th grade aptitude. What could be said about the red grade 1 aptitude of his third daughter? Indeed, in the next moment, the notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heavenly Forging Sacred Body, red grade 9. The Heavenly Forging Sacred Body is a top-tier divine constitution, enhancing innate spiritual awareness by 5,000, increasing the success rate of spirit weapon forging by 10,000, significantly enhancing the likelihood of producing spirit pattern-level spirit weapons, and comes with a heavenly forged divine puppet for protection, initially possessing strength at the level of a celestial sovereign, capable of evolving alongside the host's realm, and can be activated to slay enemies for 1 hour. Lines of information unfurled before Gu Changqing's eyes, filling him with immense joy. The amplification from a red grade 9 aptitude was truly terrifying. An immediate increase in spiritual awareness by 50 times. In addition, the success rate for forging spirit weapons soared to 100-fold, with a drastically improved chance for the birth of spirit pattern-level spirit weapons. Moreover, a celestial sovereign-level heavenly forged divine puppet. Even with Gu Changqing's composure, he could not help but swallow hard as he steadied his racing heart. Above the imperial realm lies the sovereign realm, which is further divided into 4 tiers: Xian sovereign, celestial sovereign, sacred sovereign, and Dao sovereign. Not only in the southern lands, but throughout the entire spiritual domain, the existence at the celestial sovereign level could reign supreme without fear, an existence that transcends the ordinary. Akin to the so-called southern overlord of the Kanglan sacred land, before the celestial sovereign, it could be extinguished with but a mere flick of the fingers. However, the celestial forged divine automaton is not invincible. Each activation consumes the essence of its primordial energy, and this essence cannot be replenished until Gu Changqing, its host, ascends to the supreme realm. Should the primordial energy be depleted prematurely, the celestial forged divine automaton can no longer be summoned to vanquish foes. Yet the effect of substitution remains. It can be said that as long as the celestial forged divine automaton exists, regardless of the adversary faced, even if a saint intervenes, Gu Changqing could invoke the automaton to achieve a resurrection of the fallen, truly granting him an additional life. Moreover, Gu Changqing gently closed his eyes to meticulously sense the quantity of primordial energy within the automaton. After a brief moment, when he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of delight danced within them. The primordial energy within the automaton was far more abundant than he had anticipated, sufficient for him to activate it 10 times. 10 opportunities for the celestial sovereign to strike were ample enough to obliterate the Kanglan sacred land more than 10 times over. Gu Changqing rose to his full height, a cold glint flashing in his eyes that at present. His prowess had reached the level of a divine king, his lethal capabilities rivaling those of a divine emperor. Yet, surveying the Kanglin's sacred land, its most formidable presence was merely at the late stage of the heavenly emperor. His own strength was more than adequate to resolve matters with the Kanglin's sacred land. Not to mention, he had the close ally Xianhuang and the celestial forged divine automaton at his disposal. It was high time to settle the grievances with the Kanglin sacred land. Just as Gu Changqing was rolling up his sleeves, organizing his forces, and preparing to confront the Kanglin sacred land, he received an unexpected message. His father wished to see him, claiming there was something of great importance to discuss. Gu Changqing suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that some classic narrative was about to unfold? Matters of importance? For Gu Changqing, such matters were scarce and likely concerned his mother. He promptly set aside his tasks and hastened to his father's side. Upon his arrival, he found his father seated at a long table, a cup of wine before him, alongside an empty wine jar. The wine was nothing more than the most ordinary of spirits, hardly even qualifying as spiritual wine. Regardless of whether his father had already achieved the status of a king, even if he were still in the realm of tribulations, it would be difficult to intoxicate him. Yet, by the time Gu Changqing arrived, Gu Yuan appeared somewhat dazed, clearly having let down his spiritual defenses in a deliberate attempt to become inebriated. Seeing his son enter, Gu Yuan gestured for him to take a seat across from him. "Son, what is it that you wish to discuss with such solemnity?" Gu Changqing could not help but inquire. With a deep sigh, Gu Yuan gazed at his son with a mixture of pride and affection. After a moment of contemplation, he began, "What I am about to tell you pertains to your mother, as expected." Mother. Gu Changqing felt a stir within his heart. His knowledge of his mother was limited. His father had never spoken much, only mentioning that she had passed away shortly after giving birth to Gu Changqing. However, it now seemed evident that there was more to this story than met the eye. Gu Yuan, sensing his son's peculiar gaze, let out a sigh of regret and confessed, "You are correct. Your mother did not die. She was taken away by her family." Listening intently to Gu Yuan's recounting, Gu Changqing learned of the past. Years ago, his mother had been pursued by enemies and fled to this place, gravely injured, where she was rescued by Gu Yuan. During her recovery, the two fell in love and ultimately had a son and a daughter. That son was Gu Changqing, while the daughter, his twin sister, was taken by their mother's family shortly after their birth. His mother was forcibly taken away, and due to her exceptional talent, his sister too was seized by their maternal lineage. The entire Gu family, including newborn Gu Changqing, was nearly annihilated, only spared by his mother's desperate pleas. Faced with the might of her family, the Gu family had been powerless to resist, left to watch helplessly as events unfolded. Gu Yuan's eyes reflected pain and guilt as he spoke. "Qing'er, have I been so inept?" Gu Changqing remained silent, merely shaking his head. From his father's account, it was clear that his mother's family possessed an overwhelming power that the Gu family could not hope to contend with. Should they have chosen to fight back, the only outcome would have been total destruction for the entire clan, including Gu Changqing, a newborn with seemingly meager talents, both clan head and father. Gu Yuan had no choice but to accept this harsh reality, burying his anguish deep within. "These are words I had not wished to share with you, but upon witnessing your ascension to the divine king realm, I felt a glimmer of hope. I no longer expect to see your mother or sister in my lifetime, but perhaps there is hope for you." Gu Yuan continued, locking eyes with Gu Changqing. "I speak of this not to urge you to seek out your mother and sister at this moment, but to inform you of this past, so that when you have truly grown powerful, you may consider it." Then Gu Changqing nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, Father, I comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, from which family does mother hail?" "I do not know. Your mother used a false name to evade her pursuers. It was not until her departure that she revealed her true identity to me. Her family does not seem to belong to our spirit domain, but hails from beyond it, bearing the surname Nailin. Nailin family, Nailin Yin and Gu Qingyan." Returning to his residence, Gu Changqing pondered the revelations shared by Gu Yuan, etching the names of his mother and sister firmly in his mind. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Bai Heng, tasked with gathering intelligence on the Kanglin's sacred land, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing his master return, Bai Heng hurriedly stepped forward and bowed in respect. Gu Changqing nodded and led him to his study, where he received the report Bai Heng had gathered that a quick glance revealed a raised brow. Oh, the Southern Grand Ceremony is about to commence this year? The Southern Grand Ceremony, a prestigious gathering organized by the various sacred lands of the Southern Spirit Domain, brought together the finest talents from the region. Held every decade, it rotated among the sacred lands as hosts. The rewards for such an event were immensely lucrative, with the most coveted being the entry quota to the Dreamy Spring. The Dreamy Spring, an ancient sacred spring left behind from bygone eras, grants cultivators who enter it the potential to reap rewards 100-fold based on their innate talents. For those exceptionally gifted, a single day spent within could equate to nearly 1,000 days of cultivation outside. However, the ancient sect that constructed the Dreamy Spring intended it for the use of their young elites, thus imposing restrictions. It opens once every 10 years and allows only 200 entrants, with the additional stipulation that participants must be 25 years of age or younger. The outcome of the Southern Grand Ceremony directly influences the number of entry quotas available for the Dreamy Spring. In theory, any force from the Southern Spirit Domain is eligible to participate, but they must be above the Tribulation Realm and under the age limit. This requirement effectively excludes the majority from contention. Those who achieve Tribulation before the age of 25 are, within the various empires and factions, undoubtedly regarded as top-tier prodigies. The Southern Grand Ceremony primarily serves as a contest among the major sacred lands of the South. For powers at the level of the Han Empire, it is merely a formality, a chance to broaden their horizons. Historically, that has always been the case. The TOC's a quota and obtain the opportunity to enter the Dreamy Spring. There is no need for further contemplation. Throughout history, the Han Empire has undoubtedly participated in numerous Southern Grand Ceremonies. However, those who have managed to secure a prestigious position are few and far between, and it has been quite some time since the last occurrence. Nevertheless, this year, the opportunity presented by the Dreamy Spring is not to be dismissed lightly. Changqing gazed upon the effects of the Dreamy Spring. Feeling a stir of ambition within his heart, as he continued to peruse the details of the Southern Grand Ceremony, the name of this year's host struck him with familiarity, eliciting a cold smirk from Gu Changqing. The host of this year's Southern Grand Ceremony is none other than the Kanglan Sacred Land. This indeed provides yet another compelling reason to participate in the Southern Grand Ceremony. Lianxin, it is time to avenge your grievances. We shall seize the opportunity at this Southern Grand Ceremony to secure a spot for the Dreamy Spring and subsequently deliver a grand gift to the Kanglan Sacred Land that I hope they will appreciate this offering. Observing the glint of frost in his master's eyes, Bai Heng hesitated for a moment before softly speaking. Master, I have also uncovered some news. The holy maiden, Yu Lingxian, who once harmed the matriarch, has a brother named Yu Beifeng. It is said that he has joined a faction in the central region of the Spirit Domain, becoming a disciple of a mighty divine emperor, now ranked as the 9th disciple of the divine emperor. Upon hearing Bai Heng's concerned words, Gu Changqing merely smiled lightly. Present, he himself is comparable to a divine emperor. Not to mention, he possesses the celestial refining divine puppet. Even if Yu Beifeng is merely a disciple of a divine emperor, let alone the divine emperor himself or the entire sect, Gu Changqing feels no fear. It is time to set forth to Kanglan City. Kanglan City, affiliated with the Kanglan Sacred Land, serves as a conduit between the Sacred Land and the outside world. Backed by the Sacred Land, this city has become one of the most prosperous locations in the entire southern region. It has now been designated as the venue for this year's Southern Grand Ceremony. Yes, I shall make the necessary preparations. Bai Heng immediately bowed and departed to organize the arrangements. While those of the King Realm can traverse the skies, long-distance travel can be quite taxing on one's spiritual energy. Therefore, even King Realm experts often opt for flying vessels when undertaking lengthy journeys. Just as Bai Heng was about to leave, he was stopped by Gu Changqing, who said, "There's no need to contact anyone else." With a gentle smile and a motion of his hand, a flying vessel materialized before them. This vessel, yet to be infused with spiritual energy, appeared no larger than a palm, but was exquisitely crafted. On both sides, at the front and at the rear, as well as at the center of the deck, there were 9 intricate formations inscribed. The moment it manifested, a small vacuum of spiritual energy formed within the courtyard. As all surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed into the vessel, leaving Bai Hong momentarily dumbfounded. 9 formations. This is a top-tier king realm flying vessel. Sect flying vessels are exceedingly precious, powered by spirit stones. Each vessel typically requires at least 3 additional formations for offense, defense, and levitation. Not only is the crafting material rare, but the arrangement of formations also greatly tests the skill of the artifact smith. Yet the resulting products are remarkable that the beginner-level king realm flying vessel is sufficient to thwart even the Changqing unless a celestial king intervenes. I could see this moment. Changqing had unveiled a flying vessel equipped with 9 formations, a pinnacle king realm vessel. To inflict harm upon it, only a monarch realm individual could accomplish that. Otherwise, even a coalition of numerous divine kings would struggle to inflict any damage. Such a vessel, to speak plainly, could easily deplete half the wealth of a monarch realm individual. Where did my master acquire such a treasure? Acquire? Changqing chuckled softly, for this was not something he had sought out. It was a product of his practice after awakening the celestial, refining, sacred body. Initially, he had intended merely to avoid wasting precious materials and to practice before crafting a suitable king realm spirit sword. Yet the final product attested to Changqing's underestimation of how much the celestial refining sacred body enhanced his artifact crafting abilities. As we journey to the southern grand ceremony, you shall remain in charge of the clan for now, Changqing instructed by Hung, who immediately bowed in acceptance. Changqing then took along Jiang Lianxin and the Yunqi siblings, as well as his father, requesting Xian Huang to discreetly accompany them. They boarded the flying vessel and set forth towards Kanglan City at great speed. Boom! The vessel sliced through the clouds, parting the air with a thunderous roar. Yet on the deck and within the cabin, an extraordinary tranquility prevailed, devoid of any turbulence. An invisible barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the entire vessel, providing protection. Though this flying vessel was a product of Changqing's practice, the enhancement from the celestial refining sacred body was not to be underestimated. Measuring 100 feet in length, the vessel, while not ostentatious, exuded an elegant charm. The 5 formations cycled in harmony, even drawing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish its consumption. In contrast to the exorbitant operational costs of ordinary sect vessels, which could reach tens of thousands of spirit stones per day, this one was incomparably more efficient. Moreover, its speed was not lacking either. Even without Changqing's focus control, the vessel maintained a commendable velocity. Within half a month, they would arrive at Kanglan City, effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Yunqi siblings delighted in their time on the deck, relishing the novelty of their flying vessel experience. At that moment, a low hum resonated from behind the clouds, capturing the attention of the Gu family members. Emerging from the cloud sea was a magnificent 3-tiered vessel adorned with flying eaves, ablaze with lights and shimmering with spiritual radiance. Soaring through the clouds with the speed of a dazzling celestial glow, in mere moments, it overtook Changqing's vessel, startling many of the younger members of the Gu family. What force could boast such ostentation? The journey from the Han Empire to Kanglan City was fraught with peril. Not far ahead lay a canyon that stretched for miles, home to hundreds of thousands of winged demon bats. Should a flying vessel pass by, these creatures would swarm in unison to attack. Typical king realm vessels cannot withstand their onslaught, as many among them possess Xian king-level strength, and occasionally, even celestial king-level winged demon bats appear. Thus, many vessels either take a detour or slow their pace, attempting to conceal their presence. However, the Gu family's vessel, crafted by Changqing, required no such precautions. But which faction's vessel was this, so brazenly asserting its dominance? Even Gu Yuan could not help but glance up, quickly realizing, could this be the Tianyin vessel of the Xianin Pavilion? Xianin Pavilion? Upon hearing this name, many of the younger Gu family members were filled with confusion, while the elder members were taken aback, a glint of surprise appearing in their eyes. The Southern Grand Ceremony truly lives up to its reputation. Even the Xianin Pavilion has been drawn into the fray. Observing the younger generation still processing the information, an elder of the Gu family spoke. The Xianin Pavilion is the foremost hidden sect in our Han-Qin Empire. In fact, before the old ancestor of the Jiang family achieved his breakthrough. The Xianin Pavilion was universally acknowledged as the premier sect in the Han-Qin, second only to the royal family. The reclusive sect of the hidden Great Clan, known as the Xianin Pavilion, specializes in the path of musical cultivation. Accepting only female disciples, they remain secluded from the world, yet those who emerge from their ranks often excel in Han-Qin, standing among the foremost in their contemporary cohort, and may even lead their peers. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Baiwei, earned the title of the foremost prodigy in Han-Qin during her youth, having narrowly triumphed in a duel against the contemporary saintess of the Xianin Pavilion during a journey down the mountain several years prior, thus securing her fame. Moreover, the Xianin Pavilion is not only distinguished by its exceptional disciples. The two pavilion masters, King Xianzi and Lục Xianzi, are incredibly formidable. Each possesses a full mastery of the Heavenly King realm and has mastered a secret technique of combined attacks. When united, they are an unstoppable force, rivaling even the gods. It is said that both of these celestial maidens are breathtakingly beautiful, embodying the pinnacle of allure. An elder from the Gu family spoke animatedly, only to realize his own exuberance and promptly coughed to mask his embarrassment, waving his hand dismissively. In any case, the Xianin Pavilion is indeed a significant power in Han-Qin, and their prowess is remarkable. With their capabilities, traversing the forthcoming Yao Gorge should not pose a challenge. Thus, there is no need for concealment. Meanwhile, on the Tianyin boat of the Xianin Pavilion, a graceful celestial maiden stood outside the third tier of the palace, gazing into the distance. This maiden was none other than Lục Xianzi, one of the two masters of the pavilion. At this moment, her enchanting eyes drifted towards the Gu family's flying vessel, a glimmer of surprise flickering within them. "What faction does that flying vessel belong to?" she inquired softly of a nearby disciple, her voice melodious and clear as spring water, causing the equally lovely disciple to blush and hastily look back. After a moment of contemplation, the disciple sheepishly admitted, "Master, I too cannot recognize it." Just then, an elder from the second tier of the palace overheard the pavilion master's query and turned to observe the Gu family's flying vessel. A hint of surprise crossing his face. "Is there anything remarkable about that flying vessel? It appears rather unremarkable to me." "Unremarkable? Quite the contrary." Lục Xianzi gently shook her head, while she could not discern the exact grade of the Gu family's vessel. She sensed that it boasted at least 5 intricate magical arrays, working in perfect harmony to significantly reduce spiritual energy consumption. Even if the vessel itself lacked sufficient quality, the individual who configured these formations must possess exceptional skills in artifact crafting to achieve such an arrangement. In a place like the Han-Qin Empire, the emergence of such a flying vessel is indeed a rarity, not an exaggeration. Listening to their master's assessment, the disciple felt a surge of astonishment. "Let us slow our pace. Ahead lies the Yao Gorge. Given that this faction also hails from the Han-Qin Empire, we should extend our courtesy." Lục Xianzi chuckled lightly, issuing her command. She held no ulterior motives for forming connections with the power of the Xianin Pavilion. Even the Jiang family posed no threat in the Han-Qin Empire. It is other factions that seek to ally with the Xianin Pavilion, not the other way around. The pavilion pays little heed to the tumultuous news from the outside world. Were it not for Jiang Baiwei's earlier victory over their saintess, the Xianin Pavilion would hardly have cared about the Jiang family's affairs. This is the confidence of the Han-Qin Empire's foremost reclusive sect. Lục Xianzi's words were simply a reflection of the benevolent principles upheld by the Xianin Pavilion. "Understood." The elder promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Although she remained skeptical about the Gu family's vessel, like her master, she never shied away from aiding the weak. Consequently, with Lục Xianzi's order, the previously swift Tianyin boat gradually reduced its speed, maintaining a distance of 300 zhang from the Gu family's vessel. This distance allowed the Xianin Pavilion to shield the Gu family's vessel from the advancing winged demons, while ensuring that the Gu family members would not feel overwhelmed by the unexpected assistance from the pavilion. However, What the members of the Xianin Pavilion did not anticipate was the complex emotions swirling among the Gu family disciples aboard their flying vessel. Even Gu Changqing wore an unusual expression, taken aback by this unforeseen assistance. Yet, it must be said that Xianzi's actions did indeed earn him a measure of admiration. Was it due to the aid from the Xianin Pavilion? Beside him, Jiang Lianxin's eyes sparkled, but Gu Changqing merely shook his head with a smile. This is a minor matter. My admiration for the Xianin Pavilion stems more from their consistent demeanor, which is a rarity. Many sects claim to uphold righteousness and virtue, and even the Jiang family boasts of being the foremost righteous lineage in Hanxin. Yet their earlier brashness at the Gu family's doorstep exhibited none of the qualities of true righteousness. In contrast, the Xianin Pavilion stands as the first sect Gu Changqing has encountered that embodies integrity and follows through on its promises. As Gu Changqing pondered, a series of chilling, beastly roars echoed from a distance, resonating through the heavens as the two flying vessels approached the Yao Gorge. The countless winged demons lurking along the cliffside suddenly opened their bloodthirsty eyes, their fierce gazes fixated on the two vessels above. Howl! The cacophony of beastly roars reverberated through the gorge as the ferocious winged demons disregarded their own lives and surged towards the two vessels. Activate the grand formation. Xianzi maintained her composure, her face radiating elegance and beauty, showing no signs of panic as she spoke. Upon her command, 7 magical arrays activated simultaneously, and with the consumption of spirit stones, an enormous, sprawling barrier of spiritual energy, stretching for 1,000 zhang, unfurled to protect both the Tianyin boat and the Gu family's vessel. The horde of winged demons charged forward, howling fiercely, yet they could not even reach the deck before being halted by the barrier, shattering upon impact and dispersing into clouds of blood mist that vanished into the ether. However, the remaining blood mist only intensified the bloodlust of the other winged demons, who continued to surge forward. Yet, the disciples of the Xianin Pavilion remained utterly composed. The elders of the Gu family began instructing the younger disciples. Though the winged demons appear ferocious, their intelligence is lacking. They will only charge recklessly. However, there are exceptions. Just as one elder spoke, a roar far more fearsome than the others erupted from below the Gu family's vessel, causing the spiritual barrier to tremble momentarily. A demon lord, comparable to the king realm, had appeared beneath them. The elders of the Gu family turned pale. Unbeknownst to them, a terrifying bat king, towering over 5 meters and nearly double the size of a typical winged demon, had emerged from below the Gu family's vessel. Its 3 pairs of purple wings unfurled. It circumnavigated the spiritual barrier of the Xianin Pavilion. Its crimson eyes locked onto the deck of the Gu family's vessel, and with a roar, it lunged toward the Gu family disciples, as if it had spotted the most delectable prey. Bold creature! Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan swiftly shouted, intending to intervene. In truth, given the defensive capabilities of the vessel, even allowing this demon to strike would not inflict any harm. Ji Yuan, having just broken through to the king realm, was simply eager to test his newfound strength. Bang! However, upon collision, Gu Yuan was sent flying over 10 zhang, crashing back on a deck, his eyes wide with disbelief. So strong! At that very moment, a crisp voice resonated within the chamber. Lightning? Grandfather, step back. Allow me to confront this beast, Gu Yunxi proclaimed, transforming into a streak of thunder as she leapt onto the deck, her gaze fixed intently on the distant Bat King, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan's expression softened. He was well aware of his granddaughter's capabilities. However, those disciples aboard the Tianyin flying boat from the Xianin Pavilion were anything but calm. They watched in disbelief as a delicate young girl, seemingly unaware of the peril, boldly approached the bloodthirsty and menacing demon bat lord. Was this not akin to a lamb entering the lion's den? Master! A disciple of the Xianin Pavilion instinctively exclaimed. From the pinnacle of the threefold palace, the voice of the law fairy resonated. No need for concern. I shall intervene. As her words fell, a melodious note drifted from afar, akin to a silver vial shattering. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the Gu family members, a radiant glow surged forth, accompanied by the ethereal strains of the zither, cascading down in an instant. The moment the melody descended, the demon bat lord was rendered motionless in midair, subsequently engulfed by the splendid celestial light summoned by the zithers tuned at a creature of at least late Xian Wang's strength. It could not endure even a single breath before dissolving into nothingness, vanishing into the void. Wu. Upon witnessing the annihilation of their leader, the once fearless winged demon bats lost their audacity, wailing as they flapped their wings, retreating into the depths of the canyon below, none daring to show themselves again. Observing this spectacle, many of the Gu family disciples, encountering the path of melody for the first time, were utterly mesmerized, particularly the young girls, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed at the Tianyin Pavilion's flying boat, where the Law Fairy, cradling her pristine zither, stood elegantly, her beauty surpassing even that of the Law Fairy herself. Yet, Gu Yunxi pouted, her expression filled with frustration. She had only recently broken through to the Wang realm. With her talent, the Demon Bat Lord was an ideal opponent for honing her skills, yet she had been outpaced. Nonetheless, her upbringing compelled her to respectfully bow to the Law Fairy, expressing her gratitude for the assistance. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your aid." Gu Yuan promptly led the Gu family disciples in a slight bow, adding, "We are grateful for the Law Fairy's intervention, although they did not truly require such assistance. After all, with the Gu family's strength, even if the family had faltered, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Lianxin were more than capable. Moreover, with young Master Changqing providing support, a mere late Xian Wang Demon Bat Lord was hardly a concern. Yet, the goodwill of others was appreciated, and there was no need to be overly calculative. The Law Fairy merely smiled gently, gesturing dismissively. "No need for formalities. We are all from the Han Empire. When away from home, we should support one another. No thanks necessary." With that, the Law Fairy returned to the cabin. Inside the cabin, a young girl was seated cross-legged. Appearing no older than 17 or 18, her ethereal demeanor and unparalleled beauty eclipsed even that of the Law Fairy, her grace surpassing it by a notable margin. Moreover, her cultivation was formidable, evidently at the initial stage of semi-king. She was indeed by Yueling, the contemporary saintess of the Xianin Pavilion. At this moment, however, Bai Yueling was gazing out of the porthole, fixated on the direction of the Gu family's flying boat. It was only when the Law Fairy entered that she hurriedly averted her gaze. "What troubles you, Ling? Do you wish to join the fray against those demon bats? To hone your skills?" The Law Fairy, suspecting nothing amiss, assumed her disciple sought to engage in battle for self-improvement. Bai Yueling nodded eagerly, though a faint blush colored her cheeks, one she could not suppress. She found it rather awkward to confess to her mentor that she had been secretly observing Gu Changqing within the Gu family's cabin. He also attending the Southern Grand Ceremony. Bai Yueling swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Master, how much longer until we reach Kanglan City?" "How much longer?" The Law Fairy, indeed intrigued, contemplated briefly before smiling. "After we pass the Winged Demon Canyon, it should take us just a few more days to arrive." A few more days, Bai Yueling thought, her resolve intensifying. Jiang Baiwei. The mere thought of her rival, Jiang Baiwei, ignited a fervor within her heart. This time, she was not only vying for a place at the Dreamy Spring, but also seeking to avenge her previous defeat to Jiang Baiwei. Yet, she remained oblivious to the happenings within the Jiang family. Though they had achieved the status of a divine king ancestor, they had curiously adopted a low profile, even sealing off information regarding Jiang Baiwei. Observing the determination in Bai Yueling's eyes, the Law Fairy recognized her desire to return to her training. Thus, she decided not to linger. Initially, she had intended to share a piece of information she had gathered regarding the Jiang family. But the Jiang family had suddenly adopted a low profile due to an incident where they were reprimanded by someone, even suffering significant losses, including their divine king. However, this rumor was too outrageous, transmitted from thousands of miles away, likely exaggerated through many retellings. After all, that was a being of the divine king realm. Even the Xianin Pavilion could only claim to contend with such a figure. In the Han Empire, who could possibly reprimand them? Rumors were not to be trusted, and thus she refrained from informing Yueling. The Law Fairy mused to herself before retreating to her quiet chamber for meditation. Thus, several days swiftly passed. Both the Gu family and the Xianin Pavilion arrived at Kanglan City in succession. I could see this moment. Changqing City was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. Almost all the royal-level forces from the southern spiritual realm had gathered. Without even considering the participating prodigies, the number of observing cultivators likely reached several 100,000. However, the Changqing Sacred Land had evidently made ample preparations. The venue spanned 100 miles, more than sufficient to accommodate 1 million attendees. Furthermore, above Changqing City loomed a massive luminous screen, powered by a staggering number of spiritual crystals, capable of projecting the events of the Southern Grand Ceremony to the entirety of Changqing City and its surrounding areas. Such grand arrangements left many forces in awe upon their arrival. Yet, the Gu family appeared unfazed by it all. Whether it was Gu Changqing, Zhang Lianxin, Gu Yuan, or the two young ones, their expressions remained serene. Gu Yuan's demeanor was particularly composed. The Gu family currently had a Xuan Nong, a powerful figure in the divine emperor realm, discreetly accompanying them in comparison. The Changqing Sacred Land's display was trivial. After confirming their identities, the crowd entered and took their seats alongside the Hanqin Empire as the hidden first sect of the Hanqin Empire. Upon the arrival of the Xianin Pavilion, the various factions that had arrived early immediately relinquished their front row seats, allowing them to sit alongside the Hanqin royal family and the divine King Zhang family in the foremost row. The Law Fairy graciously thanked everyone and was about to bid farewell to Gu Yuan and the others, believing the Gu family's position would be somewhat further back. However, as she turned her head, she was left dumbfounded, for upon the Xianin Pavilion's arrival of the Hanqin Empire's front row, the Gu family, led by Gu Changqing, had directly taken their seats on the opposite side of the front row, while the Zhang family members hastily vacated part of their positions, obediently retreating to the back row. What was happening? Observing the typically haughty Zhang family disciples behaving so submissively, not only was the Law Fairy taken aback, even the ordinary disciples of the Xianin Pavilion were left stunned. The Zhang family's conduct in public had always been arrogant and overbearing. Even before their ancestor attained the divine king status, their notorious reputation had already spread throughout the Hanqin Empire. Bai Yueling's prior conflict with Jiang Baiwei had partly stemmed from her disdain for Jiang Baiwei's haughty demeanor, which often oppressed ordinary cultivators. Yet now, what were the disciples of the Xianin Pavilion witnessing? The Zhang family was treating the Gu family with such reverence, to the point of being so compliant. They couldn't possibly be dazzled by the flowers, could they? Could it be that the Gu family possesses extraordinary influence and substantial connections? A tumult of emotions surged within the heart of the enchanting legal fairy. Yet, throughout her journey, she observed that the head of the Gu family, Gu Yuan, was merely an ordinary figure at the Xian Wang realm. If the family had only held such a level of prowess, how formidable could the Gu family truly be? While the disciples of the Xianin Pavilion were taken aback, Jiang Baiwei pursed her lips, glancing at the Gu family, who, despite being neighbors to the Jiang family, maintained a clear boundary, not even sparing a glance at them. The Gu family members, dismissive of the Jiang family's attempts to engage, remained indifferent. However, within her heart, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction. She even took the initiative to address Zhang Lianxin, saying, "Sister, you have come as well." Zhang Lianxin did not turn her head but merely responded with a faint in her eyes after the Zhang family had treated her as a mere tool for marriage. Her bond with them had been severed, leaving no lingering ties of gratitude. Moreover, after the Zhang family had attempted to forcibly take away Yunxi and her brother, her heart had already deemed them as strangers. Reconciliation? An impossibility. Despite the Zhang family's current display of deference towards the Gu family, it was merely a facade due to the Gu family's newfound strength. If not for a fortunate husband, a cold smile played on Jiang Lianxin's lips. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiwei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, refrained from speaking further. The individuals from the Xianin Pavilion, however, were momentarily stunned. Sister, she is Jiang Lianxin, the once celebrated prodigy of the Zhang family, who is said to have lost her spiritual bones and married off to a remote town. Yet she does not appear to be lacking in spiritual bones at all. Could it be that they have been restored? Speculations ran rampant. Boom! 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 A distant chime resonated throughout the venue, abruptly silencing the previously bustling atmosphere. In the center of the hall, An elder clad in the robes of the Kanglin's sacred land appeared upon the elevated platform. Instantly, an aura of divine majesty radiated from him, a pressure that only a divine king could exude. Divine King Realm. Moreover, this presence was incomparably stronger than that of the ancestors. The members of the Jiang family involuntarily held their breath. Various factions within the hall, except for the practitioners from the sacred lands, revealed expressions of reverence. This was the depth of the sacred land. A mere elder possessed the cultivation of a divine king, and judging by his aura, he was undoubtedly at the late stage of the divine king realm, or even beyond. Clearly, all factions had already entered the venue. The elder, thus, had nothing more to add. The rules of the Southern Grand Ceremony were well understood by all. Whoosh! As the elder's words fell, platforms began to rise around the central dais. A total of 18 platforms ascended in a circular formation, radiating outward from the central stage. All participating prodigies could ascend the platforms at will, with victors remaining and the defeated retreating. Each individual was granted only a single opportunity to challenge. Let the contest commence. With the elder's declaration, the atmosphere surged with anticipation. Whoosh, 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 the venue